Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of New Balance Nationals Outdoors from Franklin Field here in Philadelphia. Keenan Gray alongside Trevor Fulkerson will just join you here momentarily. After a long day of competition yesterday, through several weather delays, we've managed to make our way through it, and of course today is about as perfect as it can get. 66 degrees earlier this morning, clear skies. We'll reach the temperatures about as high as 85 degrees once we hit that afternoon portion of competition.
Well, as you said, Keenan, a little bit of weather, which we get sometimes at Franklin Field here, but looks to be clear skies today and some great weather for day number 2. We will have all the action, of course, here throughout all 4 days. What were some of your highlights from day number 1? You mentioned the low light. I know the delay, but you and I had the morning call yesterday and saw some great action. For me, it had to be Cameron Daly, that age group world record in the 100 meters. Just absolutely astounding and setting the tone here for these New Balance Nationals.
Yeah, she really did set the tone for, these next 3 days, as I should say, and, really just shows the type of talent that this young girl has to offer, and again hasn't really been unleashed to probably her full potential. So by the time of her end of her high school career, we could see that running in the 10.9s, right around the 11 highs in the 100, but also we mentioned the fact that she's ran 51.6 in the 400. So could we potentially see a high school girl breaking 50 seconds in the open 400 is a possibility. But as the day went along, and of course the havoc that was the weather delays, I think it did benefit a lot of the distance runners in the later evenings. And of course, 3 meet records went down. Really good performances in both the 5,000s and the 4 by miles.
Yeah, that was going to be my point as well, Keenan. That's kind of shows, even if you know nothing else, seeing that multiple meet records are going down. We saw that in some of the age group stuff yesterday as well. We'll mention these records as we get kicked off here with multiple sections of the 2 mile and all the various, just multiple meet records yesterday, the prelims, the semis, and those sprints. I mean, just an incredible time. And as you said, it worked out with maybe some warmer weather earlier in the day for the sprinters and cooled down a little bit later. So we will kick things off here with section number 1 of 6. These are timed finals. You see the start list here, full 2 mile for these middle school boys. And we'll let them get rolling here. We'll introduce the field. Meet record here set last year by Ruel Newberry, 9:11.70. But even before that, he absolutely obliterated the record that was set the year before by Ryan Sykes in 2023, 9:38.47. So you want to talk about chopping down time. Newberry, 9:11.70 as an 8th grader, and that is now the new meet record.
Ruel Newberry is a special talent. I've been able to watch him the last year as a freshman down in the state of Texas, and he has proven to be, not only one of the top guys in the entire state of Texas, but one of the rising underclassmen in the entire country. And he shows no fear when he goes out in the track, and he's be able to put himself in positions where there's no limits, and he'll go out there and run some fast times.
So once again, we will be running the full 2 mile, as you can see, starting about 18 meters back from that common start-finish line. Well, it is Kevin Koopman, William Byford, Ethan Towery, Ben Sosia, Judah Galetka, Zephyr Schermerhorn, Cameron Martinez, Levi Galetka, Leonidas Erforth, Even Lafrac, Griffin D'Angelo, Leland Barnett, Henry Howard, Anderson May, Bolden McLean, Alex Sacco, Will Solenberger, Hudson Jones, Kieran Green, and Tyler Parks. Very full field here. It should be a competitive one as well.
Running a 2 mile at 8:13 in the morning is not necessarily the most easy thing in the world, Trevor, and especially, for a lot of these kids, they had to probably get up around 6 o'clock in the morning to have something to eat, kind of get a little shakeout and get those legs loose, because even then, when you go for a normal run in the morning, that's sometimes a little bit harder on the body. So this is a different spot that these middle schoolers have put themselves in. But We'll see it. This is the first of 6 sections. We'll get an idea of where these boys are at here in the first hour or so.
We talked about the experience for some of the athletes yesterday when we had the sprint prelims, and just the experience for whether it was the middle schoolers or the freshmen, even the high schoolers, but just having different adversity to overcome, whether it was a false start, traveling from across the country, as you mentioned now, for these runners running earlier in the morning. All of those are things that kind of all go into the pot for you as an athlete, the experience to say, how do I best set myself up for success, as we have Holden McLean out in front in the early goings of this one. But I think you're absolutely right. It's a challenge. You have to learn your body, learn your training regime, and figure out what works best for you, even if it's not, necessarily perfect conditions, although the weather conditions are pretty nice here this morning.
Well, that you can't control. That we could not control yesterday with all the delays. And now what you can control is, your attitude and approach. And, as the day goes on, we're not going to, assuming, God willing, that they don't have the weather delays like we did yesterday, but you have to assume that, you have to mentally prepare yourself for any sort of elements, whether it's hot, whether it's cold. I mean, the adjustments that those distance runners, at least in the high school stage yesterday, had to make. I mean, some of them were told they were going to be running at 8 o'clock at night in the 5,000. Well, that 5,000 ended up turning to be at 10 o'clock at night. And so as coaches, you have to kind of like reassure your kids, all right, everything's going to be okay. The work is there. It's just now mentally get locked in, even though you've been sitting down for a long time. So in this race alone, we're starting to see some kids start to string out here a little bit, but, just through 2 laps, there's still too early to kind of decide what's going to be happening in this race.
It's William Byford there out in front, as you mentioned, starting to settle in a little bit. Holden McLean sitting about third, still with a very good position, striking distance, as we like to say. He's run 10:39 over the 3,200-meter distance.
And for a lot of these kids, they don't necessarily run the 2 mile at their, they're in their states. It's not necessarily a state sanctioned event. So for them, mostly some of them just run the mile. So this is, of course, a little bit longer than what they're used to. So for them, this might be more of a learning experience, how to run this race, especially when they get up to the high school level, and they'll be able to have opportunities to run 3,200s and the full 2 mile.
That's exactly right. I think that part of the benefit of these postseason championships and different invitationals for some of the young athletes, whether it's middle school or high school, is getting the different distances, pacing yourself a little bit differently, even getting into, the middle distances obviously can be a little quirky sometimes because we have the 1,500 internationally. Sometimes the 3,000 is run, but as you mentioned, high school is going to be the 1,600 or the 3,200, but then we'll have the mile or the full mile. So it definitely can be a little wonky, but what an opportunity for these boys and girls to come out here to Franklin Field and get a chance to really mix it up, as you see Martinez out in front now.
And starting to see at least 5 of them start to pull away from the rest of the chase pack. And again, start just going through the first couple of laps, get a feel of what the race is going to like. And then in the case of Cameron Martinez, he wants to be the one that dictates the pace here as we go along.
And now starting to see a little bit of separation here, probably the largest gap that we've seen as Martinez comes through a couple of ticks over 5 minutes. Been right at that 77, 75 range. Last lap slowed just a little bit before the previous one. Cameron Martinez coming through 1,618 meters at 5:09, so just a little bit over 5 minute mile pace there.
And the rest of the field starting to string out. Now the 5 of them. Martinez, of course, in the lead, and you got, looks like fourth, moving up into that second position. And then Byford, Towery, and Sollenberger are in the next 3 and 3, 4, and 5.
Well, there's also strategy that comes into play, as we said, getting reps and competition, whether you're out in front or part of that chase pack, which is now forming there about maybe 8 meters or so back. I believe that's McLean, not wanting to get too far detached, as it's still Martinez cruising through with Leonidas Erforth right there with him. And it's actually Ethan Towery out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, that's trying to keep pace along with them. Keenan, I like what our colleague Kate Van Buskirk said one time on a call with me. She said, it's like elastic. You can let the gap, it can stretch a little bit, but you don't want it to break. And I think that's what that chase pack is doing, is making sure they've still got a bullseye in the back of our 2 leaders.
Yeah. And that's the nice thing about the 2-mile race. It's such a long race. Well, longer, I should say, than mile, of course, but you have enough time to make up for it as the laps go by. And so if you find yourself 20 meters back within the first couple of laps, there's no need to panic. You find a way to reel yourself back in and then make up the gap, the 2 laps remaining you have in the race.
Patience certainly being a virtue in these longer distances. Martinez still looking pretty comfortable out in front, but definitely not clear of the field. Erforth maybe fading ever so slightly. It's Towery, Byford, Will Sollenberger there as well. So our top 5 in the main frame here. Martinez still leads. 82 seconds on that last lap, slowing just a bit, but he's still got maybe a half second or second on the rest of that pack, as we're just over 8 minutes.
So similar to what you would have in a mile, this is about the 3/4 away mark. So this is where you kind of decide, this is where I'm going to make my move and start to pull away from the rest of the field. And you can see the tempo start to pick up, especially from the chase pack right behind Martinez. There you see Byford moving up into that second position and trying to close in on that gap on Martinez with a little bit under 600 meters to go.
Martinez looking strong, looking comfortable as Byford now moves into second position. As you can see, the gap has grown, call it 12 or 15 meters for Cameron Martinez. William Byford trying to stay within striking distance. Byford ran a 9:53 3,000 meters earlier this year. These middle schoolers, as we said, some great opportunities to get in and mix it up, not just with the local athletes, but with athletes from the entire region and indeed the country. Just an incredible opportunity for these young competitors. Cameron Martinez takes the bell, and he will be firmly in control. 9:10:27 at the bell. William Byford about 3 seconds back.
79.90 for Martinez. It was a little bit slower on his penultimate lap, 82.75. But so far, he's starting to look real strong right here and is attacking here on the backstretch. Look at the gap that he's created, about 40, maybe almost 50 meters separating him and the rest of the field. He timed it about perfectly, Trevor. He was able to kind of stay relaxed within the last, the penultimate lap, and now really open it up here on the last lap.
Cracked this thing wide open. Cameron Martinez picked his moment to strike, and the battle now is for second with William Byford, and you see Ethan Towery there as well. But this young man is in a frame of his own here. Cameron Martinez took the lead and never let it go here in the first section of our boys' middle school mile. Oh, a little trip on the rail there. It is still Franklin Field with this unique setup, but Cameron Martinez is going to take this one going away. 10:22.66 and a 72-second last lap as Ethan Towery does hang on, and a very good finish for him with a 74-second final lap. That's Will. So Martinez, a well-deserved victory. He had company for most of that race, as you said, Keenan, until the last maybe well, 600 or so, 800. He was definitely out in front, but he really broke it open when he took the bell and made quick work of the rest of the field, winning by about 6 seconds. 10:22.66 for Cameron Martinez.
Maybe other than the one lap he had where he ran 82 seconds, that was about as even of a race as you could have had. I mean, he ran 5:09 for that first mile and then closed in at about 5:13. Of course, his best lap was that last lap, which, if anything, you want to have that last lap be your best lap. I know everyone tries to get out fast and strong, and typically that first one is your fastest, but if you're able to, maintain your speed, your position throughout the race, and then find something a little bit towards the end of that race, the last lap and the last kick can really benefit you towards the end. And of course, it benefited Martinez get the win here in this first section.
Pacing. That's a huge aspect of distance running, of course. And this generally is going to be the longest distance that these athletes will run in the middle school sections. And sometimes you'll see the high schoolers hop into a 5,000 meters, but it's just the right distance, I think, pushing a little bit harder. And like you said, getting a little bit more of a chance to stay patient and feel a longer race. Well, we move now to Section 2 of 6 in these timed finals here in this boys middle school 2-mile. And once again, a full field. It's going to be Reishi Xiao, Andrew Banch, Samuel Young, Spencer Cox, Mateo Diaz, Jack Klein, Patrick Cummings, Emmett Cleese, Cameron Avalos, Oscar London, Michael Studer, Jasper McHugh, Conrad Schwass, Jack Krongeyer, Ethan Becker, Camden Donlin, Andrew Collins, Connor Jackson, Nathan Ebert, and Grant Parsons. See the alley there, a double waterfall, as we say. So the group that's further back, they will cut in immediately. And the outside group, you see the cones there, they will stay. Well, they should. There we go. They'll stay on the outside alley and cut in after the break.
So a standard's already been set, Trevor. We got 10:13 for that, 10:22 for that fastest time so far through the first of 6 sections, and this is supposed to progressively get faster and faster. And a little bit of a different strategy here in the early going. We have already someone emerging out front, and that looks like that's going to be Andrew Bash out of Waxhaw, North Carolina. So see how long he can try to maintain this pace here over the first couple laps.
I've mentioned it a few times already yesterday, but I love seeing some of these younger athletes take on these events because they race in their own league. You race in your own area most of the year, and maybe you get 1 or 2 big trips, but especially at the middle school distance, what more could you ask for? Sure, it's earlier in the morning, but you're at Franklin Field, you're running against some great competition, and you're able to just cut off huge lumps of time from your personal best. So it's an absolute delight to see sometimes, okay, yes, we're seated. Yes, they should be getting quicker, but sometimes there's an outlier, somebody whose training's just going really well and able to, take a huge chunk of time off of a personal best. And as we said, the competition here is really, really solid. So Banch is going to have his hands full.
Well, when you put yourself in a position to race against, guys that are in your range of level of competition, they run the same exact times, you're going to find ways to push each other. And that's what's great about distance running is there's always somebody that's going to be right there with you. There's always going to be somebody that can push you to run a quality time. And that's what these national championships are meant for is, give these middle schoolers an opportunity to, come to this place like Franklin Field, run against, some of the best middle schoolers in the entire country, but it's not like they're throwing you into the fastest section. It's not like we have, 50-plus kids in one section. We got about, 20 kids or so in this section, and they're all about on the same playing field.
I help run the Brian Clay meet out at Azusa Pacific, my proud alma mater, and one of the points that I make, whether it's these high school meets or a meet like the Brian Clay, where there are a pretty large number of athletes, but because there's so many athletes, it gets chopped up and condensed. It means that your section, your heat, whatever the setup is, has a lot of people very near your personal best or your seed time. So the advantage of having multiple sections, as you said, is it's really concentrated. You know there's going to be somebody right there with you, and that's the case here as you see Studer hanging along with Banch as this one's starting to break open a little bit earlier than we saw from section number 1.
Well, that's as to your point. I mean, probably for Banch and Studer, you're not getting this type of competition in your local middle school league. So this is that opportunity to see, where you match up against some of the best middle schoolers in the country.
Banch went out a little hot, 71, but they've settled in now, a 76-second lap. Studer picked it up a little bit, 73. Now those two are running just about step for step. Still in the early goings here. But it could be a good duel taking shape. They've got about 15, 20 meters on our, can't call it a chase pack, but our lone chaser there sitting in third. I believe that's Avalos.
That's sometimes a tough position to be in there, Trevor. It's just because when you're kind of caught in no man's land and, you worry about, all right, is there anybody catching up right behind me? All right, how much further are those guys ahead of me getting away from me? So whether, you're trying to maintain that position right there in the middle or just making sure you're trying to, stay within some sort of contact. I know it doesn't necessarily look like he's within 15, 10 meters or so, but being in that 20, 30 meter gap, that's okay, especially in a longer race like this.
Takes a lot of mental discipline to stay on your pace when you are in that no man's land, but if you can just keep counting the steps or looking at your pace and making sure you're where you need to be, because the other thing, as you said, it's a longer race. Patience is key. As we see Avalos maybe starting to fade just a little bit. That gap still maintaining. They're going to be just under 5 minutes coming through. A little over a full mile. Andrew Banch continues to lead. 75 seconds there, so they are right at that 74, 75 second pace as they've settled in now. Michael Studer, though, right there with him.
And these two out front have made a decision that they're trying to go for sub 10 today. This is not a tactical race like we saw in that first section. They're trying to attack here, and at this point they're working together. And I know they probably don't know each other, especially since one's from North Carolina, one's from Massachusetts. But they are working together to try to push themselves to a limit that they may or not have been under before, which is the 10-minute barrier.
Michael Studer has a 4:50 personal best in the full 1 mile, and even being able to see the results from these young athletes at the middle school level, looking at athletic.net and just seeing how well it's cataloged now, I think is so incredible and helps us as fans and, of course, broadcasters as well. But it helps put things in perspective. And as you said, some of these barriers, we love our barriers, our big momentous marks in track and field. And certainly that 10-minute barrier, it's easy math, right, for the lay person or even the runner to say 2 miles, 10 minutes. I went sub 5 minutes back to back. Very impressive stuff.
77.89 for Andrew Banch there on that last lap. And you mentioned the fact that one of them has a 4:50 personal best in the mile. Well, I mean, running about 4:58 for your first mile and a 2 mile might be a little quicker than you're used to in a normal race like this. And, how do you respond in this last 3 laps of this race? And, both these guys still look really relaxed. I really don't think they've really pushed themselves quite yet to where, they're really having to work for it.
Well, and as you said, it could be a pretty new experience. They have a little bit of racing under their belts, and even Banch, who's going to represent Cuthbertson High there in North Carolina, just such a great program. So they certainly a lot of opportunities, but not week after week do you have somebody running right there with you if you're at this level so young. So these two going back and forth, as you said, deciding who's going to make the move. How do I hit my paces? Am I racing? Am I time trialing? And I think this is going to be a really interesting last couple of laps.
And I think at this point, Trevor, I think Studer's just waiting to go. He's just letting Banch do all the work at this point. And there's Avalos still back there in that third position, trying to hang on for dear life and try to reel in them. But, you know, as I come down the backstretch right now, I mean, they're pretty shoulder to shoulder with each other now. And at this point, it's working based off what Banch is doing. That's what Studer's doing.
Confident running from Andrew Banch. Took the lead early and has not relinquished it. Comfortable running, though, from Michael Studer out of Massachusetts, right there on the shoulder. He's been there the entire time, matching move for move. Those two are in a race of their own, well clear of the rest of the field. Call it 6, 7, 8 seconds ahead of Cameron Avalos and co. But coming into the home stretch for the penultimate time, Andrew Banch out of North Carolina and Michael Studer out of Massachusetts. Got a decision to make here at the bell. Who's going to make the move?
And it looks like Banch is going to be the one that makes the move, Trevor.
Banch, 8:52 or so at the bell. Another 77-second lap. Trying to dig deep. We saw a good kick in our first section, and look at Andrew Banch go. He was well under control, coming up on 300 meters to go. Studer, we thought, might try to slingshot past, but it turns out that Banch is the one that uncoils a kick here. Still got to finish this thing strong, but the look on his face says he's confident in doing so.
And you had to think, after running 71 seconds the first lap, there had to have been a little bit speed. He had the advantage over Studer, because Studer was 11th place after that first lap, and Banch is now really opened it up here with now about 150 meters to go and just surpassing that 9.5-minute mark.
Banch owns a 4:41 personal best over the full 1 mile. Looking to pick up a nice personal best here as well. He is going to be well under. He ran 10:32 for the 3,200. He'll be faster than that for the full 2 mile. Can he dip under that 10-minute barrier? It's going to be close. Yes, he does. Andrew Banch takes a big chunk of time off of his personal best, and he likes it. He did the work. 66 seconds on that final lap. 9:58.87 to the victor go the spoils. Andrew Banch takes the win.
So as I said, I guess we could have predicted that speed would have carried him towards the end, especially going out in 71 seconds. But, you know, for me, this is going to be a good learning experience, because those I won't say the first 3 laps of his second mile were perfect by any means, but the fact that he ran about 3 consecutive 77s and then he ran a 66 on his last lap tells me there's a lot more left in the tank, and I'm sure his coach is going to be telling him that.
What a better place to do it than iconic Franklin Field. Andrew Banch, that's a core memory right there. The first time he broke 10 minutes over 2 miles, 9:58.87. Doing it here at New Balance Outdoor Nationals. That's what it's all about. Certainly some of the headlines, we see the high school, the championship sections, the relays, the head-to-heads, but this is just as important and just as impactful for these young athletes. So just 2 races in, we're already having a little bit of fun here, Keenan.
Well, and I know it's kind of looking ahead, but now the next barrier for him is 9 minutes, because that's what a lot of high schoolers aspire to dip under in that 2 mile. And of course, there you see the results on the left side of your screen. Banch breaking that 10-minute barrier for the first time, and as I said, now the next one is 9 minutes, which I know is a long stretch and a long ways away, but like that's the expectations when you get to the high school level and you become an elite runner in the 2 mile. It's 9 minutes you try to chase for.
Gotta let him catch his breath first, man. But incredible time for an 8th grader there. But he'll be in good hands. I mean, Cuthbertson, what a program. You know, he'll have that competition, and coming to meets like these, just going to get better and better year after year. Well, we are off now in section number 3. It's going to be Maverick Mize, Surya Yanumula, Cohen Taylor, Zachary Davis, Pac McGee, Jacob Hutchison, Morgan Byford, Isaac Din, Noah Howell, Zawadi Mwathi, Reef Danner, Kareem Jean, Calvin Lance, Leo Viscardo, Joseph Edick, Broden Cox, Jacob Knuckles, Noah Fitzgerald, Ryan Rylan, Van Diest, and Lucas Clark. Once again, 20 athletes scheduled to take to the line here. A full field, but we've seen it string out pretty quick over the last couple of sections. Well, nobody taking it out quite yet like Banch did, but we'll check the clock after the first lap and see where we're starting to settle into. But we've seen a good win out in front, a clear win. We've seen a battle and a good kick from Banch. So how many other iterations of this boys' middle school 2-mile will we have over the next few sections? It remains to be seen.
It may not seem like they're going at a quick pace, but right around that 72, 73 seconds for that first lap, it's not necessarily slow by any means. And of course, that first section we saw, winning time was 10:22. Second section was 9:58. And these guys are going out about 76, 77. So a little bit of bunch, a little bit of scrambling through the first 500 meters or so and trying to figure out their positioning right now, Trevor.
That's part of the game. That's part of the experience and the strategy, figuring out what kind of runner you are. Do you like to sit in the pack? Do you like to take control out in front? Do you like to wear some cool shades like Knuckles there? It's all part of figuring out who you are as a runner in the early goings of this. Now, Knuckles starting to make a move and string out just a little bit. Well, to your point, 76 seconds on that first lap. We saw a pretty hot first lap in the previous section, but then it was a touch erratic for the next couple of laps. So this maybe is just a little bit more even running, as now coming into the home stretch for the second time, Knuckles leads, and we start to see everybody else falling into place.
Jacob Knuckles of Ventura, California, up front through the first half mile.
Well, Jacob Knuckles has gone coast to coast for this meet, coming all the way from Ventura, California. Some pretty good runners out that way. He'd love to pick up a win here in this third section, and he'd love to go coast to coast and take the win and leave nothing to chance. He still has company, but Jacob Knuckles out in front for now.
So 2:33.11 for that half mile. Another 76. So this one, as you said, Trevor, this one's a lot more evenly paced than the first two sections we saw. So again, as the races do go by, they do get faster, but also it also shows the experience of some of these athletes and how they are able to pace each other. And it's hard to do that when you're a middle school athlete, but some of these middle school athletes, they don't run like middle school athletes. They run like high school athletes.
It's absolutely incredible. Knuckles, just a 7th grader, and taking charge of this race here in a good field against some older athletes. Sure, maybe just a year or so older, but obviously that's magnified as the ages are younger. So incredible moxie from Knuckles, who now gets passed. So he'll have a choice to make if he is going to try to respond. Reef Danner comes through, and once again, a 76-second lap. Very even running from our leaders here.
And even though it seems like there's a group of 5 starting to pull away, the rest of the field is still right there. Yes, there's a gap between the first and second group, but that just tells me, and that now it's starting to narrow in. So really, this race has not opened up here for this first mile. Kind of like what we saw in that second section when Banch was able to, kind of separate himself early on.
Let's put this in perspective. Last year, 4 sections, 8 athletes dipped under 10 minutes, led, of course, by Rural Newbury, running 9:11.70 for that big meet record. Well, he obliterated the field. Gordon Smith was second, 9:46, so 35 seconds or so back. But again, to put in perspective, we had 8 athletes dip under 10 minutes. We've had 1 do so thus far. And as you said, here in section number 3, may turn a little bit tactical. Knuckles still in it. And running on the shoulder of Reef Danner there, who took the lead. We have slowed a little bit. That's why you see the rest of the pack starting to catch up. 79 seconds on that lap for our leader. So it may turn into a bit of a cat and mouse game. Looks like Yanamula is maybe getting a little impatient and going to push the pace out in front.
You're exactly right. I mean, no one at this point really wants to, go for it. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of trading back and forth of laps, and I don't know if those guys are out there are communicating with each other. I highly doubt they are, especially since they don't know each other. But, you know, in a race like this, sometimes you see athletes, you know, be like, hey, like, here, go right past me. I'm not feeling good right now. Like, go right past me. You just want to make somebody do the work. Somebody at some point is going to have to make the decision, and you know what? Say, enough is enough. I'm going to have to go for it now.
Here comes that moment in every race where you have to make a decision, and it looks like Yanamula out of New Jersey is going to be the one to try to push that pace. Our top three now with a little bit of separation. Danner and Nickel right there as well. And we'll see as this lap, again, 79 seconds on the previous one. We're right back down to 76s. So you know that Surya Yanamula was just itching a little bit to stay on pace, didn't like the slowdown, and now you see it stringing out more and more. Reef Danner keeping pace. Jacob Knuckles trying to be within striking distance as well and not fall too far back from our two leaders.
Again, still about 7 guys remaining in this race, and I'm not even leaving out the fact that, you know, there's another 6 guys just right behind them trying to chase them down in that second group. But, you know, that lap before the first mile was a really strange lap, and now they've decided, right, let's pick it up here. We need to turn this into an actual race. This doesn't need to be tactical anymore. Let's go for it.
Well, it's just about taking the opportunity and saying, again, how often do you have a chance to run at the national championships here at Franklin Field, and making the most of it. You've been training all season. A lot of these athletes certainly have likely done cross country, maybe trained through the winter, or perhaps done another sport, come out to the track and putting that fitness to the test here. So it's a great opportunity to show off all of that work you've been doing, really the pinnacle of the season. Yanamula trying to break Reef Danner out of League City, Texas. Yanamula, the New Jersey native, 78 seconds on that lap, so they have slowed a little bit from their previous pace, but the rest of the field is feeling the fatigue as well. Reef Danner now 12, 15 meters back from our leader, Surya Yanamula, here with just under a couple laps remaining.
Look at that, Broden Cox making his way up into that third position, and now going to try to go right past Reef Danner, and now he's starting to hunt down Yanamula. So keep a close eye here over the last 600 meters or so on Broden Cox, as well as Kareem Jean, who's moving up 2 in that third position, just right past, looks like Danner out of Texas.
Broden Cox was one I had my eye on there back of the chase pack earlier on. 10:35 he ran for the full 2 miles earlier this summer, so certainly one that could be in striking distance. At the bell now, Surya Yanamula, perhaps a bit of fatigue starting to show on his face. Broden Cox trying to make a move. The gap is not insurmountable by any means. It was a 77-second lap for Yanamula, but Broden Cox has moved up as well. You see the gap there. Cox in the orange, Yanamula leading the way, trying to hang on to that lead that he's built up over the last 3 or 4 laps. Surya Yanamula out of Bud Lake, New Jersey, with the lead here in Section 3 of this middle school boys 2 mile.
Look at the turnover by Jean right now there on the outside of Cox, sitting in that third position. What's the response that Yanamula can have here over the last 200 meters? There seems to be enough room that he can pull away here towards the end, but I wouldn't really settle for anything right now. The gap is closing in on Yanamula.
Yanamula out in front. Broden Cox giving chase. Kareem Jean, the 7th grader, trying to slingshot past as well. Remember, it's a short straightaway here at Franklin Field. You see Yanamula filling every meter of these 2 miles, and here comes Kareem Jean with a strong finish, and I think that Yanamula is just going to hang on, and he does. How many times have we seen great kicks down that home stretch here at Franklin Field? But Yanamula is able to hang on. There was a peek or two over the shoulder as he definitely felt the heat from Kareem Jean trying to chase him down. But Yanamula takes the victory, 10:15.77. Kareem Jean, just a 7th grader, 10:16.11, and Broden Cox there in third, 10:17.20.
As the saying goes, if there was 50 meters left in this race, Gene would have got him at the end. So again, it was a great last lap. Don't get me wrong. 69 seconds for Gene on his last lap. But could there have been a point during that, 300 meters to go where he could have start to reel in Yanamula? And again, goes back to the learning process. Only a 7th grader, and you're running 10:16 for a 2 mile. I definitely was not doing that when I was in the 7th grade. I was actually playing baseball at that time. So, good race overall. Lots to take away for Gene. But, Yanamula was able to find a way to, I guess, maybe the age advantage helped him out a little bit, being a year older and learning maybe a little bit about the racing. I think that's what really got him the win here in this third section.
72 high on his final lap, but as you said, credit to Kareem Jean as well. We'll be seeing more of him, the Virginia native. 69 seconds on the final lap. A great finish there in Section 3. As you see now on the line once again, a full field here. They've been competitive every single race. Will we see perhaps another sub 10-minute clocking? That is your field there. Stand on up, take a breath, as the starters like to tell me to tell them when I help out clerking some of the meets. Come to the line, not on the line. I promise those couple extra inches aren't going to help you over the full 2 miles, but we are off and running now in section number 4. It's Alex Haggerty, Justin Romano, Thomas Kim, Coleman Drake, Hunter Willis, Matthew Lauterbaugh, Earl Thibault, Jack Cook, Brant Rogers, Jacob Mason, Kenneth Christophic, Thomas King, Cameron Perez, Leland Sowell, William Rowland, Zachary Stupar, Mateo Sanchez, Arav Malhotra, Blake Moon, and Matthew McFall. That's your lineup here in Section 4.
Another race that's gone out relatively conservatively through that first 200 meters or so, about 37-38 seconds. So to me, Trevor, they're not necessarily really focusing on time. It's more about, the win. I think that's interesting in this day and age of racing, when the time is so heavily, talked about, and like everyone needs to run fast times. No one really focuses on championship style racing anymore.
Well, we get so spoiled, I will say, by seeing such incredible athletes at a young age, these 7th and 8th graders. As you see our leader checking his watch there, we get spoiled. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible, and sometimes it does pay to remind ourselves, hey, these are big races. These are 7th and 8th graders, as you said. What were you doing in 7th or 8th grade? Certainly not knocking on the door at 10 minutes for a full 2 miles. So impressive results, and I think it's just part of the experience. I think that listening to your coach, learning how to race, figuring out your own tactics and style and race strategy is so important. And there's, again, not really many better places to do it than at the national championship. But you're right. We see time trials, we see racing, we see pace lights at a lot of these meets. I still think, like you said, that coming away with the win certainly matters, as Coleman Drake is the one out in front there along with Leland Sowell. So I think it all goes into the bucket. The win certainly matters, but if you can come away with a personal best, that's a pretty nice consolation prize.
And Hobbs Kessler put it in a really good perspective or statement, or however you want to say it. He says, I could easily go to BU and just run a time trial and run fast, but I'd much rather win the national titles in a championship style race or something to that degree. Just it's easy to go run the placebo effect at BU rather than focusing on winning a national title at the USATF championships.
So settling in now, Leland Sowell out of Jackson, Mississippi, is the one who is out in front. Michigan, rather. 74 seconds on the first lap, 77, so calming down a little bit. Coleman Drake still right there as well. You see Sowell out in front. Haggerty, Alex Haggerty, King, Mason. So plenty of folks still within striking distance. We're a little bit strung out, but you see that chase pack is running 2 or 3 wide, pretty deep. So number of athletes still within striking distance, as we like to say, but you can see it starting to string out a little bit. Nobody has made a decisive move just yet. I know it's early, but a couple laps coming up on 3 in here. Leland Sowell is the one out in front.
If it's stringing out early, that means the pace is honest right now, Trevor.
These athletes will have seen the results and the times from the previous sections, and they'll have a decision to make. Do we push the pace? Do we run for the win? Do we wait and react? That is the drama inherent even in the middle school races. It comes to play no matter what section we are, no matter what age group, even what distance. Now, it plays out slightly differently, of course, with 8+ laps here. But you have to be patient. You have to know yourself and know your move. But you're exactly right, Keenan. They don't necessarily know the opponents. So it is kind of a cat and mouse game for some of these athletes who haven't necessarily raced against each other before. When we watch a college, NCAA, high-level meet, a pro meet, a USA's, we're used to saying, okay, so-and-so likes to take it out front. So-and-so likes to sit and kick. And we just don't know that. Neither do the athletes, as we're not as familiar with getting to know some of these young athletes. So that's such a big part of the experience gained here.
There are two things that each athlete knows. Number one, their own fitness and where they're at. Number two, what the previous section did. Those are the only two things you really can kind of decide on, or like based off everything, how your race is going to go and how everything else is going to pan out.
Going 3 wide now. You can see that this thing is not over by a long shot. Leland Sowell, Blake Moon out of Frisco, Texas, make it 4 now, coming up with Thomas Kim there. Thomas King as well. So those 4 maybe starting to make a move. It was a touch slower, 80 seconds for Leland Sowell, and you can see that's why some of these athletes have pushed it a little bit. That's Kim there with Moon giving chase.
Well, and I admittedly said it was an honest pace from the start, but those last 3 laps have told me otherwise here, Trevor. And they've, as you said, they maybe started to pick it up here a little bit. But even though, I mean, we're 5 laps into this race and no one's really decided to go for it here. And it's hard to believe, you know, the races are supposed to get faster as the sections go by. So as of right now, you know, our fastest runner, who knows if that's going to be the ultimate outcome, but he's coming out of Section 2 and he ran 9:58.
Makes you appreciate even more that run from Andrew Banch and the way he did it. As you said, a very quick lap to start things off. He settled in and came back with a really strong 66-second finish. So not taking anything away from these later sections by any means, but it does certainly make you appreciate that run from North Carolina's Andrew Banch. As we see Thomas Kim continuing to lead, the Virginia native, 78 seconds again there. So he has been running pretty consistently, has Kim. People have moved kind of around him, the accordion effect, in and out or back and forth, I suppose. But Kim leading the way, settling in.
And at least 3 other boys have decided they're going to go right with him. Not that I'm saying, you know, that the chase pack is out of it by any means with, you know, a little over 2.5 laps to go. But as the race does go by, I mean, those 2.5 laps are going to go by in a blink of an eye. So decisions do have to be started to make here over, you know, the next 30 seconds or so. It's going to go by quicker than you think.
Thomas Kim still leads. He ran 9:39 for 3,000 meters earlier this year. Kim, I believe that's Moon going with him as well, Blake Moon. You're exactly right, Keenan. The decision has to be made and the move has to be confident. Thomas Kim and Blake Moon still not quite breaking Thomas King. Right behind him there, and Brant Rogers, the hometown boy, Pennsylvania native. It is still our top 4, though, with plenty of distance on the field. Call it 20 meters plus.
And Thomas King, I think, is starting to feel the aftermaths of the first couple of laps. Starting to bob his head, shaking his head, doesn't look the most relaxed. It's Kim and Moon that look the best right now of those top 4 Rogers also starting to struggle too a little bit.
Sometimes the form can be a little deceptive. Moon, they're sitting in second, does look comfortable. As you said, King maybe working a little harder, got a peek over the shoulder there. But Kim out in front, kind of quietly, has just controlled this race. He's been very evenly paced. Moon, though, seems to just be biding his time. The Frisco, Texas native, if he can dig deep and find a little speed over the final 400 meters, he will have timed that move to perfection. 9:06 at the bell. Two of these young men in it, Blake Moon and Thomas Kim, going head-to-head. Moon trying to reel in Thomas Kim, who's been leading, and they now have broken away from the chase pack.
The race is on between Kim and Moon. Both King and Rogers are out of it now, so it's going to come down to our top two here over the next 300 meters or so.
Blake Moon's got a 4:46 personal best over 1 mile. Thomas Kim has plenty of races under his belt as well. He's run 4:25 for 1,500. So these two going step for step. Blake Moon and Thomas Kim, who leads the way. Moon has been unable to inject any pace to threaten the lead of Thomas Kim out of Lorton, Virginia. The 8th graders going at it head-to-head here. Thomas Kim out in front. Blake Moon trying to make a move. It was 77 seconds on the previous lap as they come into the home stretch here at Franklin Field. Blake Moon going wide in this 4th section, and he did. He timed it perfectly. He will slingshot past and take the victory here in section number 4. Blake Moon gets the win. Thomas Kim cruises in for second.
Moving into third place overall, Thomas Kim moving into sixth. 10:16.99.
68 seconds on that final 400 for Blake Moon. A great move. A solid run from Thomas Kim as well. 70 seconds and change for him, but it wasn't enough to match the speed. And the final move of Blake Moon, who comes up from the Lone Star State and takes section number 4 here in the boys middle school 2 mile.
And that was a race. That was a race that, you know, was not decided by the fact that, you know, these guys went out hot or tried to run a fast time. That was, you know, whatever my opponent is going to be doing here on the track that day is, you know, I'll try to match that. And if I'm still around there towards the end of the race, then let's leave it to a kick.
10:15:68, the winning time for Blake Moon, and it's really great for these athletes to be able to go back. Sure, coach probably is getting splits. You might be checking your watch as you go, but to go back and look at the results and see the splits, it looks different than it feels, I'm sure. Let's put it that way. Sometimes you might realize, okay, that really has slowed down, but to see it on paper, it's so quantifiable to look back and watch the race back and say, you know what, I should have made my move at this point, or I actually felt really good and I let the pack slow in front of me, or vice versa. So it's so great for these athletes to be able to look back at that data, adjust, figure out the pacing, and just take the experience for what it is. On to section 5 now of 6. This boys 2 mile for the middle schoolers. It's going to be Avery Clinton Barnett, Asher Eckel, Trevor Sullivan, Patricio Pardo, Hamza Salahuddin, William Wormus, Dathan Haberstroh, Cade Lambert, Matthew Kerwan, Cruz Cisneros, Lucas Thomas, Lachlan Bernarski, Asher Wrigley, Remington Moreland, Brantley Blair, Alex Grimm, Edwin Rodriguez, and Mason Shanahan. Once again, a full field here. 19 athletes toeing the line.
I like the aggression so far from Haberstroh of Bentonville, Arkansas. Of course, that is a storied program in the state of Arkansas. Has had success year in and year out, not only at their state level, but also at the regional, and then, of course, going to the national level during the cross-country season. And I also like the response of 2 other boys going right with him and not being afraid here to test their limits.
As you mentioned, out of Section 2, the bar has been set at 9:58. And it started off with a 71-second lap, and we've done the exact same thing here. Dathan Haberstroh, Brantley Bear out of Indiana, and Avery Clinton Barnett. A couple seconds clear of the field. But look at, I believe, Patricio Pardo there in 4th going, hey, wait for me, guys, I'm coming too. Joining that lead pack, make it 4 out in front as we start to settle in now. They saw the recipe from Andrew Banch, who kicked things off with his 71-second lap. They even went a couple of tenths quicker. Dathan Haberstroh, as you said, Bentonville, Arkansas, a great program, and not a bad first name for a distance runner either. Dathan Haberstroh. But our top four settling in here, coming into the home stretch for the second time.
Well, I'm sure that's a running family if his name is Dathan, that's for sure. Of course, Dathan Ritzenheim, one of the great American distance runners, and now the head coach of On Athletics Club based in Boulder, Colorado. And, of course, he also has a very, very talented daughter in Addie Ritzenheim, who's going to be having her senior season coming up here pretty soon and off to northern Arizona in the next couple of years.
Haberstroh settling into second now. That was a 76-second lap. And following just about the exact playbook that Andrew Banch followed to go sub 10. And there's Brantley Blair now with a bit of pace injecting. I like seeing Patricio Pardo there. He has responded to every move. He maybe fell asleep a little bit on that first lap, said, wait a second, I need to be up there with the leaders. I know my fitness. And he's doing the exact same thing here, seeing Brantley Blair make a move and not letting it get too far out in front. So keep an eye on Patricio Pardo, looking pretty comfortable settling in there as the pack now coming back. And Dathan Haberstroh in the white and black.
The thing about Pardo, too, is he's not a very tall individual, and so his strides are not going to be as long as the other guys that are around him right now. So I'm not saying he has to work twice as hard as the rest of the guys do, but he definitely has to, take a couple bit more steps than, what the other athletes around him with their stride length.
View there of iconic Franklin Field set here on the campus of UPenn. So many great races over the years at these nationals, as well as the iconic Penn relays, of course. New Balance putting on a great meet here year after year, giving opportunities for these national championships all the way down to the middle schoolers. As we see here, Pardo now leading with Dathan there in second, Haberstroh. But nobody giving any quarter. Haberstroh, a look at determination on his face. We've had multiple lead changes. Dare I say more than we've seen in our early sections, as the top three now starting to fall away. Brantley Blair had made a big move, but it may have been too much too early, as Haberstroh is looking pretty comfortable. Pardo right there with him. Avery Clinton Barnett in the mix as well.
That's what you like to see, too, with these races. You like to see the different stories that develop throughout these races, the different changes of leads. And, you'll see Haberstroh lead a lap. You'll see Pardo lead a lap. Maybe even Clinton Barnett will lead a lap here. There's a lot of parity that involves in a 2-mile race, and it's unfolding right here in this one.
4:58 high through the 1,618 meters, so just a tick over a full mile. And they are well on pace for a sub 10-minute clocking, again, almost to a T, following what Andrew Banch did. He came through in 4:58.95. They come through in 4:58.84. How about that? Haberstroh not letting this pace lag at all, right in that 75, 76-second lap range.
Starting to tighten up a little bit, though, Trevor. You can see it on his shoulders, and you can see a little grimace on his face that, it looks like he's running pretty relaxed. Maybe not necessarily a fast pace for him, but if he loosens up a little bit, it could help him out here in this latter half.
In these longer races, we talked about the patience, the opportunity to make moves, but it also really just magnifies any sort of little thing that you do. So as you said, a little bit of tightness in the shoulders, a little bit of clenching of the jaw, that adds up over 8 laps plus. But Haberstroh, he's mixed it up with some great athletes. Took part, I should say, in that Hoka Festival of Miles a couple of weeks back. Ran 4:44.01 for the full mile. So he has taken to the track with some good competition. He would love to get the win here. Haberstroh running second as Avery Clinton Barnett now making a move, the Oxford.
Again, so much happening within the last couple of laps. You see Haberstroh lead a lap. You see Pardo lead a lap. Now we have Clinton Barnett leading a lap here. So as we continue to go along in this one, and maybe Clinton Barnett is the one that makes that move and starts to pull away, decisions are going to be made here with a little about under a K to go now in this 2 mile.
Avery Clinton Barnett out of Oxford, Michigan. Haberstroh representing for Arkansas. Patricio Pardo out of Bethesda, Maryland. So it is a multi-state affair here. We've seen moves work and crack the race wide open, and we've seen moves be a bit too audacious and come right back to the field. So Haberstroh still plugging away, but 76 seconds on that lap for Avery Clinton Barnett. Haberstroh 78, Pardo right there as well, with just under 800 meters now.
And now the racing begins. Now we're starting to see the decision has been made by Clinton Barnett that he is going to go for it here with over 2 laps remaining, or I should say under 2 laps remaining, and really put a separation on him in the rest of the field. Although nice little surge here from Haberstroh, trying to see if he can reel him in here with 600 meters to go. But really at this point, Avery Clinton Barnett, this is his race for the taking.
A very well-timed move from the Michigan native. He's run 10:10 for 3,200 meters, but hasn't seemed to contest the 2-mile race very often. So he's looking for this opportunity, and again, bragging rights to say, I ran under 10 minutes for a full 2 miles. He is well on track to do just that. Avery Clinton Barnett will take the bell. He has cracked this thing wide open. Oh no, did he think that was it? He may have misjudged, but sometimes it works out anyway. It looked like he hesitated at the bell thinking he may have been done, but he's got a very significant lead now if he can hang on.
And that was a 72-second last lap for Clinton Barnett. And again, not necessarily saying he's looking at the clock, but you got to assume, yeah, I probably did not break 9 minutes in this full 2 mile.
Well, he is going to go to the well and beyond, and it'll be a lesson either way if he's able to hang on here for that sub-10-minute clocking. Coach will absolutely love it, maybe give him a good-natured ribbing. But if he fades, then he'll learn that lesson as well, paying attention to the lap counter and the time on the clock as well. But he is still so far out in front. Haberstroh is going to have his work cut out for him in the final stretches here. Avery Clinton Barnett trying to finish strong here. Dathan Haberstroh, we've talked about him all race, digging deep, taking advantage, going wide. It will be just outside of 10 minutes, but what a win here from Dathan Haberstroh. And the agony of defeat for Avery Clinton Barnett, but he has no reason to hang his head, even if he did misjudge those final couple of laps. He had to go deep, deep into his reserves. Still a 78-second lap, but like you said, 72 seconds on the penultimate there. Maybe just misjudged it. 10:03.41 for Haberstroh on the win. 10:04.94, still a nice personal best for Avery Clinton Barnett. But boy, that's doing it the hard way.
It's tough. That's a tough one to shake off. I don't know if it's necessarily on him to misjudge, or maybe the officials said that he had 2 laps to go. But again, there's a lot to take from this one. Again, you don't necessarily want to look at the clock throughout the entire race, but you look up at the clock and see under 9 minutes, especially in this middle school race. You got to assume, yeah, I'm definitely not running under that pace for the full 2 mile. But I will give credit though to Haberstroh there for hanging tough there over the last 2 laps, because it appeared that both him and Pardo were starting to fall off pace with Clinton Barnett, and then that little bit of a surge. Maybe it was when Clinton Barnett kind of slowed up at the finish line when he thought it was the end of the race. Then kind of sparked something in Haberstroh over that last 400 meters.
Well, we are well underway here on day number 2 of these outdoor New Balance Nationals. Live from UPenn, as you can see, Franklin Field here. Trevor Fulkerson and Keenan Gray joining you all morning long here on Runner Space, and we will keep on marching along with these middle school boys 2 miles. We'll have the girls coming up after them, of course, and move on to other events. We'll have the decathlon and heptathlon updates later on this morning as well. Those events, of course, contested over 2 full days. So section 6 of 6 now. On the line, Hudson Dahl, Avinash Diwagan, Jackson Majewski, Reagan Reith, Lucas Miedema, Luke Jordan, Jack Magnuson, Tommy McCormick, Dan DeCola, Andrew Turinsky, Ethan Johnson, Trevor Berquist, Gatik Herwani, Eli D'Amico, Cody Lamb, Gavin Soviar, Braden Millar, and Vahan Deveretti. Trying to make it more than just one athlete under 10 minutes here. This is our final section. Andrew Banch out of North Carolina, our only athlete thus far under 10 minutes, 9:58.87 for Banch out of heat number 2. And he certainly earned that win and earned that sub 10-minute clocking. Can we see somebody else or multiple boys perhaps push hard at the pace here?
They all have an idea of what those first 5 sections had to offer. Of course, they know exactly what happened in section 2. So, anything faster than 9:58 gets the job done. It's easier said than done, of course, but they know now what they need to do if they want to get onto that podium stand over there and be in that top 6 and be the All-American for this middle school division.
This is what's so interesting about timed multi-section finals, because every race plays out different. We've seen it over the last 5 sections, so every race is different, certainly. But as you said, these athletes know what they need to do, and there is an overall winner. And right now, Banch sitting on top of that podium, kind of watching the clock here, you have to assume, for this final section, hoping he can take the overall victory. Reagan Reith and co. will try to usurp that throne of Banch. 75 seconds through the first 4:18.
And the tough part is, when these athletes are in the clerking area, they can't go communicate with their coaches or go talk about all right, what's the strategy now? What do I need to change anything? Do I need to do something different now that the races have gone differently than we thought they are? So certainly they can communicate that when they're outside on the turf here and the coaches are in the stands, but at that point, once you're in the clerking tent, it's just you and you only. Like you're having those conversations with yourself.
Well, especially at Franklin Field, famous for the pens, of course, coming through the chute and getting ready to go with multiple sections. So nobody pulling away just yet. Lucas Miedema somewhat in the lead there, but they are pushing the pace. They're moving very well. 75 seconds on the first 4:18. Remember, that's more than just the full 400 on that first lap, since they start a little bit back. But Reagan Reith there as well. 72 seconds and change for our leader, Miedema, out of Lexington, South Carolina.
And it may look like they're all right there with each other, but it is starting to string out here, Trevor. So this will be an honest race. Especially knowing that, the second section, 3 races ago, has the fastest time so far at 9:58. You start off 75, then you clock at 72. They knew after the first lap, all right, no, we have to pick up here if we want to get into that top 6. And I think a lot of these boys have aspirations of breaking 10 minutes too.
Miedema has run 9:52.79 for 3,200 meters, and I don't care about conversions. You still got to actually do it. So I think you're right. I think he's got that 10-minute mark circled on the big board as Miedema fades now into 3rd. But the pace still staying honest. Jackson Majewski, another 72-second lap. So these young men are pushing it. Jack Magnuson sitting in 2nd there. Both our top 2 New Yorkers. Majewski and Magnuson trying to keep it honest. Miedema trying not to fall too far back as he runs in third and fourth with Hudson Dahl.
Hudson Dahl had a phenomenal night last night, of course, setting a new meet record in the mile in the middle school race. Also won New Balance Nationals indoors in 4:33.99, but he was 10th in this race last year. So this is a hard double to complete, especially after, the long day that a lot of these athletes had, because that middle school mile was not run until about, 8 o'clock, 8:30 at night. So he's on minimal rest, maybe almost 12 hours. I highly doubt it, because especially since he was warming up, but he's holding his own so far, and trying to see where he's at in this race. We'll get a better idea through the first mile.
Coming through here, fastest on the day through the first half plus of this race. Jackson Majewski still out in front there, 73 seconds on that lap. 4:54 mid for our leader, but Hudson Dahl, the tall figure in the all black, as you said, trying to make it a double. He's got a 4:23.7 personal best over full mile. Came just a couple of weeks ago at the Brooks PR Invitational. Hudson Dahl sitting in third, definitely one to watch. He's run 9:50 over 3,200 meters. So once again, getting in to mix it up and get the full 2 mile distance. In fact, indoors he ran even quicker, 9:38. So Hudson Dahl definitely one to watch here, sitting in third.
10 guys have aspirations of breaking that 10-minute barrier through that first mile. All of them under, well, at least not all of them, 10 of them under that 5-minute barrier. The slowest one, of course, was Tommy McCormick in 4:59.82. Then led by, of course, Majewski out front here in 4:52. So you said last year we had 8 guys break that 10-minute barrier. One has done it so far. Let's see if we can try to add a few more.
Sixth and final section was boys 2 mile. Jackson Majewski continues to lead out of Glenville, New York. Jack Magnuson out of Pittsford, New York. Hudson Dahl, Ann Arbor Track Club. They raise up some pretty good runners over there in Michigan, and he's trying to be the next one. Kicked off his weekend with a win in the mile. Would love to make it back-to-back wins at double the distance here tonight. Hudson Dahl running third. Not going to count out Reagan Reith back there in fourth, along with Avinash Dawagan. So 5 athletes, I would say, still within striking distance, but certainly Hudson Dahl, the one that we're keeping an eye on.
I would say this race is not over yet either. You got the 3 right there that are grouped with each other. You got the 2 right behind them in 4th and 5th. Then you also got the guys back there in 6th and 7th that are starting to make their way up as well. So, and you can see there on your screen right now, 6th and 7th, maybe about 20 meters behind. Just a little over 2 laps remaining now. But I'm really impressed so far with Dahl and his bounce back effort from last night. That is a hard turnaround to make after the long weather delay, and he's in a prime position to pick up his 2nd national title this weekend.
He did it indoors over the mile distance, picking up that national title, and he made it a sweep with the outdoor win yesterday. Hudson Dahl, the inimitable figure there in the sunglasses, running second, but credit to Majewski as well. He's been doing the workout in front. Magnuson quietly clipping along the steps as well. Hudson Dahl looking comfortable, and you have to think, sure, he's thinking about the clock, but I think he's looking to collect more and more national titles as well. You have to think that's the priority, but now, getting into our running, Hudson Dahl responds to the move from Dawagan. And Hudson Dahl is going to lead 5 athletes at the bell here. Look at Dahl taking a peek around, seeing how much he has to do to hold that inside position. Avinash Dawagan trying to make him work for it. 8:38 at the bell. Here comes the final 400 meters as Hudson Dahl is ever so slightly pushed on the gas pedal here. 73 seconds on that previous lap, and he's going to have a race on his hands. Look at Avinash Dawagan trying to make a move.
This is what you love to see in the sixth and final section. You love to see the fastest of the fastest running against each other, pushing each other to their absolute limit. And in the case for Dahl, limit on sleep, trying to find everything he can here in the last 200 meters. Now the race is on as they both start to go here and their arms start to turn.
Dawagan has pushed multiple times, and Hudson Dahl has responded every single time. As they come around the bend for the final time, this will be Hudson Dahl comfortably out in front. Long stride, eating up the track with a peek over his shoulder. Dawagan digging deep on this short straightaway here at Franklin Field. We've got a race on our hands for the 2-mile national title. These middle school boys, Hudson Dahl is going to do it. He takes the mile yesterday. He takes the 2-mile today. It's a clean sweep for the Michigan native. Hudson Dahl gets the win.
That took guts, Trevor. That was a gutsy effort from Dahl right there. That, say what you want about, you know, being able to. I mean, he's talented. Don't get me wrong, but that's a hard double to complete given the situation that they had yesterday with the weather.
Once again, Hudson Dahl able to raise that banner as a middle school national champion. He picked up one title indoors, makes it twice as nice here at the Outdoor Nationals. And as you said, a hard-fought and a well-earned victory for Hudson Dahl, 9:42.41. Credit to Avinash Dawagan as well, out of Austin, Texas. He made him work for it. 9:42.53 as those athletes acknowledge each other. Well, 6 athletes here go under that 10-minute mark, plus our one from section number 2. So we will have 7 athletes total that end up under that 10-minute barrier, and some great races as well.
Hudson Dahl.
So early on, you know, Hudson Dahl was trying to, you know, settle in and get a feel of what this race was going to look like. And, you know, back there as far as, I think he was like in 10th place for the first couple laps, and then really right here tested his limits, and just to see how much he really had. And, you know, kudos to Dawagan there for pushing the pace towards the end. But, I mean, Dahl, the toughness, the gritness he had after last night and, you know, coming back from that mile, he earned that win, Trevor, without a doubt.
Running with confidence beyond his years, Hudson Dahl. This will only add to that, but Avinash Dawagan will head back to Texas, I think, with some confidence of his own. Certainly hoping for the win, but that goes to Hudson Dahl. And a great race there in our final section. And we move right along now to our first section of 5 here in the girls' middle school mile. The meet record here, 10:43.05. That came last year from Caitlin Estep, representing Without Limits. But our competitors here in section number 1, Adelia Schmidt, Genevieve Helfrich, Audrey Miller, Gia Jane, Maris Cobb, Rachel Friedman, Breezy McKinnon, Emmeline Story, Ophelia Lindstrom, Lila Flores, Ann Prisdal, Vivian Berger, Sophia Klein, Leah Nowakowski, Madeline Cornwell, Shayla Hyman, Emma Edders, Raina Lewis, Catherine Boughton, and Corrine Bomick. 20 athletes taking to the track here today, and our leader out in front, stringing things out early. As you can see, a full field here, and not wanting to navigate a gaggle of competitors or be stuck in the pack or get boxed in. Out in front, now Adelia Schmidt, I believe that's Bomick, who now is pushing past 81 seconds on that first lap.
So they're able to maintain 81 seconds. That would be right on pace with the meet record set last year in 10:43. I highly doubt that's going to be the case here, especially when this is the first of 5 sections. But We've seen crazier things, Trevor.
Well, we certainly have, and if we'll talk about the parallels here, as you see Bomick out in front. 4 athletes broke 11 minutes a year ago, led by Caitlin Estep with that 10:43 meet record. She won by 6 seconds plus and took down her own meet record, in fact, from the year before. So Caitlin Estep has moved on. 10:50 she ran in 2023, lopped 7 seconds off of that to run 10:43.05. So that's just a little bit of perspective and history there. Of course, the middle school races can change year to year, certainly, but a good, solid, honest pace as we kick things off with our first of 5 sections.
It's Schmidt up front in this middle school girls 2 mile. Bomick and Schmidt 1-2.
Corrine Bomick of St. Andrew Catholic out of Columbus, Ohio.
Trying to run away with it.
84 seconds, which is about right. Keeping settling in a little bit there. It's always it's common, let's say, to see that first lap be a little hot. But Corrine Bomick settling in a little bit now, as you see Schmidt there of NVA Track out of Great Falls, Virginia, running in second. But that really is where the battle seems to be taking place in the early goings here.
Then, of course, you also throw in Raina Lewis all the way from Las Vegas, Nevada, who's just right behind Schmidt there in that 3rd position. And as long as they continue to look up, both Schmidt and Lewis, looking at Bowick, making sure that she's not getting away too far, as long as you can maintain eye contact or to see how far ahead she is, then it's all right. We can make decisions as the race goes by.
Keenan, I'll defer to your experience as a more of a distance runner, but when you're running in that 2nd or 3rd position there, like Schmidt and Lewis, are coaches' words echoing in your head, hey, hit this pace, or is it a decision? Is it a cross-country mindset of reacting to moves or going for the win? What's going through your head when you're kind of having to run your own race?
Well, for me at least, I'm kind of ignoring my coach because I'm trying to focus on my race because I probably could barely hear them in the first place. But of course, that's a bad example. But that being said, though, if you can hear your coach and you're responsive to what your coach says during the race, yeah, that is nice to be able to hear. It's like, all right, okay, am I off pace? The pace has slowed down for these girls over the last couple laps. They started off 81, they go 84. 86, 87. I mean, sometimes it's hard to dial in a certain pace, especially at the middle school age when you haven't necessarily, done this a ton. And that's the difficult part. It comes with maturity, learning how to pace yourself. So I'm sure the coaches are communicating out there. I'm sure the coaches told their athletes, hey, please listen in when I'm trying to shout the particular split at you while you're racing, even though it may be difficult to hear.
Well, whatever Corrine Bomick is saying to herself, it certainly seems to be working right now. She is well clear of the field. She's got a 5:22 personal best over 1 mile. Doesn't seem to have contested a full 2 mile on the track, but a lot of these athletes, of course, run cross country as well, and so she has run 11:55 for the full 2 miles over the cross-country course. But Corrine Bomick here in the early sections would love to set the bar and set it high. 5 sections total on deck. She has slowed more that last lap right at 88 seconds. So the rest of the field has slowed behind her as well, but 5:41 through the first half plus of this race.
So it does not matter if you have slowed down, as long as the rest of the field has slowed down too. You have to just maintain your position. That's all you really can ask for. If you're going to be the one that's out front, and I guess the deciding factor and deciding what that tempo is going to be, just hope that everyone else behind you is not matching that and just slowing a little bit behind you.
Well, on the boys' side, we have quick back-of-the-napkin math for a 10-minute barrier. That's 5 minutes a mile, of course. If we're looking at an 11-minute barrier here for these middle school girls, that, of course, would be 5:30. So we'll keep an eye on that as they continue to move through and as we continue to move through the different sections. But this one is all Corrine Bomick of St. Andrew Catholic. Slowing just a little bit once again, but still that gap not closing at all through just over 2,000 meters. 91 seconds there, just a minute 31 for the previous lap for Bomick.
So if her coach is communicating to her from the stands, just telling her, maintain position, maintain position. That being said, don't get too comfortable because you can see right behind her in second is Breezy McKinnon, and the gap has closed a little bit. Hasn't closed a lot, but there are still about a kilometer to go in this race, and McKinnon is certainly not out of it right now.
Patience is the name of the game here, and McKinnon quietly moving up, overtaking Schmidt, trying to close that gap and reel in our once and current leader. Bomick out in front. McKinnon stalking, but running out of real estate as they will come up and have 2 laps remaining. You see McKinnon coming into picture there, but it's been all Corrine Bomick. Breezy McKinnon out of Raleigh, North Carolina, will have some work to do over these final 800 meters if she's going to take down Corrine Bomick here in section number 1.
And that last lap was just a second faster for Bomick. She went 91 seconds and then 90 seconds. And still maintained her position. Again, nothing's really changed drastically in this race, Trevor, which is, what you kind of want as someone. Well, I shouldn't say you kind of want. You want as the leader. But maybe you can start to see a little bit of the tempo from her start to pick up. Her arms are starting to go a little bit. The legs are turning. I mean, she's starting to realize that this race is coming to a close here pretty soon.
Bomick lapping some runners here. Breezy McKinnon, just a 7th grader in second there. She has a tall order if she wants to close that gap and reel in Corrine Bomick, who has, as you said, certainly slowed on the clock, but it's been in parallel, if you will, with the rest of the field. So that gap has remained just about the same. And you see, there's the lap runner there now is Breezy McKinnon, who seems to have been broken by the pace of Corrine Bomick here. Bomick is going to take the bell with 10:12 or so on the clock. And she is racing that clock well clear of the field. Corrine Bomick with an 89-second lap there, trying to finish strong.
She kind of got a sense that McKinnon was, not necessarily super close, but kind of enough in range where McKinnon could believe that she could catch her, and that's why she was able to pick up on that penultimate lap and run that 89-second split. And same goes for here. It's the last lap. You try to give it your all here. Now coming up on to 200 meters to go and trying to see if she can put herself in a position, maybe be in that top 6. You don't necessarily have to, be in the next sections to run the fastest time. You could be in the first, second, or third section and still make that podium.
Corrine Bomick took the lead early and has not given it up. The St. Andrew Catholic athlete out of Columbus, Ohio. Breezy McKinnon still running back there from Raleigh, North Carolina. But the headline here and the story itself belong to Corrine Bomick, who will finish this strong. I believe it'll be a personal best for her. A really, really nice run. We'll get the clock on her final 400 meters. But Corrine Bomick left absolutely no doubt. She will have quite the margin of victory here. McKinnon finishing strong. Credit to the 7th grader coming through with a nice sprint finish and immediately down catching her breath there. That's a dangerous spot to be there, Breezy. 11:37.83 for Bomick. 85-second final lap, 84 seconds for Breezy McKinnon. And 11:45 on the clock for her.
Trevor, I see no problem sitting down immediately after the race.
I think it's certainly you're right, but the positioning of it maybe is a bit precarious there as the other athletes are coming through and going to collapse perhaps themselves. So finishing up section 1 here of 5 in this middle school girls mile. Like I said, Keenan, I mean, we need to remind ourselves and our viewers as well, of course, these are middle school girls, 7th and 8th grade, running incredible times. Even 12 minutes, sub 6 minutes per mile is just so impressive. And getting the miles on the legs, getting the training in, and coming out here to Franklin Field and getting a chance to show off at the national championships. Great way to cap off your season if it is indeed the final cap.
Seen a lot of good representation from the Midwest, too. Midwest region has had a lot of good runners here. You know, of course, last night, Noah Bontrager out of the state of Indiana winning that 5,000. And then, of course, you got this young lady in Bomick from Columbus, Ohio, winning this girl's 2-mile. And, you know, she did slow down midway through that race, but she really picked up the tempo as the race came to a close. And that's what you want to see from your athlete is, you know, when you start to slow down in the middle of the race, how do you respond and how do you pick up the tempo once again? Because you know the training that you've done, like you've done the fast stuff in practice. It's how can you replicate that into a race?
There's a lot of different ways to compete and run and win in these, I say longer distances, relatively longer, of course. So we see our final finisher coming through here in section number 1. And just like with the boys, at least on seed times, we will be cutting down and having the quicker sections continue on. And so we will move now to section number 2. And there is your lineup. New Balance Outdoor Nationals live on Runner Space all weekend long as you see the confirmation of the Section 1 results. Corrine Bomick with a dominant win there. Other athletes preparing for their field events and for some later action as well. The heptathletes out there. Decathletes will be kicking off their day shortly as well. But for now, it is more of the distance racing girls 2-mile for the middle school section, section number 2. It's going to be Miriam Wajid, Zara Williams, Madden Schmidt, Bryn Westerman, Ali Amin, Matilda Higgins, Brooklyn Tomasma, Kinley Haig, Lauren Acosta, Lauren Leach, Zoe Bernice, Salma Sayahi, Gianna Love, McKenna Kaufman, Bria Hanville, Abby Buckby, Isabella Aguilon, Julia Ryan, and Peyton Barger. That is your lineup here in section number 2. And a very quick start out in front here in our second section. Remember, it is all on time. We had 6 sections for the boys, and one of the fastest times of the day came out of section number 2. Could we see the same thing here? Miriam Wajid out of VO2, representing VO2 Max out of the Bronx in New York. So just coming down the road here to Philadelphia, taking her talents to Franklin Field, the 6th grader, if you can believe it. Miriam Wajid with a confident move out in front. Winning time 11:37 and change out of section number 1. Miriam Wajid settling in now. Got a gap on the rest of the field. We'll see if she's able to maintain that or if she maybe went out a little bit too hot, but I don't hate this strategy. Maybe not quite as quick as that, but we'll see if Wajid can hang on. But I like the idea of getting out of trouble, getting out in front early, not getting tangled up or boxed in or having to react to moves, just going out, running your own race. 79-second lap there for Wajid. So not as hot as I may have thought early on. She certainly sprinted out in front, especially with that double alley waterfall situation. You want to make sure you get that pole position, which is exactly what the 6th grader did. Bryn Westerman, just a 7th grader, runs second. Lauren Leach leads the rest of the chase pack, but a number of 6th graders in this one, led by Miriam Wajid out in front.
Last year to be national champion in the middle school girls 2 mile, took a meet record of 10:43.05.
Miriam Wajid still maintaining that lead. Wajid with some range. She'll run the 400 sometimes, the 800. He'll run on the 4x4 as well. Had a great indoor season, contested a number of local championships, some youth indoor nationals as well. Ran 4:54 for the 1,500 meters, 5:24 for the full mile at the indoor nationals for New Balance Nationals. So now being caught up to a little bit is Wajid. Still leading, though. Slowed significantly, 87 seconds on that lap. Bryn Westerman out of Murraysville, PA. Giving chase there in the pink. Call it 5 out in front with maybe 8 or 10 meters on the rest of the field. But Miriam Wajid, as she has since the beginning with that quick start, leads the way here. And you see a move starting to be made from Schmidt. Madden Schmidt out of Great Falls, Virginia. A couple of Virginia athletes there. You see the NVA logos. Westerman, though, trying to respond there in the hot pink and does so.
As you mentioned, just to get a feel of like the race, how it's going to go out. That first lap always going to be fast. Then you start to settle in. But then the fun part really begins when you see a bunch of athletes trading positions back and forth. Like that's the fun part about racing, and it really kind of like tests your mental strength as well. Just how do you respond to something like that when like, all right, someone's going to go ahead of me. All right, the next person goes, or I'm going to go. Going back and forth, it's nice to kind of like play around and learn those types of racing tactics.
And it happens in the moment. I mean, even my question from earlier about, our coach's words from before the race in your head still, I think some of that goes out the window and you just have to respond in real time and make a split-second decision. I'm going to make my move. I'm going to respond to this move. I'm going to relax and let them go and bring them back to me, whatever the case may be. Wajid, confident running still from the 6th grader. And another 6th grader, I believe, coming up is that Madden Schmidt making a move. Lauren Acosta there as well. It is indeed the 6th graders duking it out. Wajid and Schmidt, both 6th grade in this middle school 2 mile.
No fear. Like that's really the best way to say it. Like there's just no fear whatsoever from, some of these girls. I mean, especially 6th graders. They're 12 years old, probably 11 years old, and they're racing against 13, 14-year-olds in this middle school. They do not care whatsoever. If there is a 2-year age difference, or there's, maybe those 8th graders, 7th graders, from a racing standpoint, might be a little bit more mature than them. But, that being able to put yourself in a position, knowing that, you're that confident in yourself as a 6th grader, speaks volume to, who they could potentially become as a racer. And, hopefully one day that's an elite racer.
Keenan, you remember being in 6th grade. The 8th graders seemed like just a world apart. I mean, it's just incredible to me that these 6th graders come in here, mix it up. But that really is, I think, the power and the benefit of getting in races like this, because it kind of just demystifies the competition a little bit, and you start to say, wait a second, I've run those times in training. Wait a second, I can do this. I've run that in another meet, or I know I'm capable of these different things. And so then you go out and you realize, hey, everybody's stepping on the same track, regardless of their age and regardless of the situation. They're coming from all over the country. We both have to run 8 laps and change, 2 full miles here. Why not me?
I think the same thing applies to, at least at the collegiate level. Like, you're a freshman running up against, seniors that are 24, 25 years old, and, your talent may be as good as theirs, but their racing strategy might be just a little bit better just because they have that, that background and that experience of racing at, whether it's a championship level or just even at the collegiate stage, because once you get to that type of level of running, it's more, for me at least, just having to watch the sport the last couple of years, it's a lot about strategy rather than talent.
Strategy comes so much into play, especially in these longer distances. And what a duel we have here. It really is incredible to me to see our top 2 athletes be these 6th graders out in front. This will certainly be a confidence boost if one of them is able to pull off the win here. Not over yet by any means, but the laps are ticking down, down, down as Wajid and Schmidt continue to duke it out.
And Bryn Westerman's holding her own too in that, kind of stuck in no man's land right there, sandwiched between the front pack and the chase pack, if you will.
Yeah, Westerman seems just like a grinder. I saw her earlier make a couple of moves and respond and just digging deep. So I don't think this thing is over yet by any means, but look how comfortable Madden Schmidt looks out in front. Wajid comfortable too. I think she could be a coiled spring potentially if she's able to stay close to the final meters of this one. I think she's settled in now, but Schmidt looks so comfortable out in front. Next time we see one of those close-up shots, I think it's just so apparent on her face. And Keenan, correct me if I'm wrong, I think even if you're running second, comfortably so as Wajid is, you can sense that energy from the leader feeling, okay, they've still got something left.
Well, and they showed it on the first lap, too. I mean, we saw that she ran 79 seconds on that opening lap, and you're thinking to yourself, all right, is she going to fade here over the next couple of laps? No, she hasn't been able to. She's been able to maintain her position, and I think that's what I've been most impressed with her is, with athletes that do go out really strong the first lap and are not very, experienced runners, how can they respond to, something like that? And I think, for the most part, I think Wajida has responded super well, and I think she knows what she's capable of. I mean, if she's able to go out in 79 seconds, then you definitely know that there's going to be something left in that last 600, 500 meters to go.
There's a joke we make sometimes just in a broad sense where we call something a JV kick, right? And really that's an indication of somebody who's maybe not the most astute at pacing, and they have a great kick at the end, but it really just showcases, maybe they should have paced or gone a little faster earlier on. It's incredible to me. We've seen nothing like that. We see these athletes with amazing pacing, and look at Schmidt now make a move. Wajid's going to have to respond as they come up to the final meters here. But look at the determination on the face of Madden Schmidt. This is an incredible race. She's going to take the belt in the lead. Wajid, though, has responded.
And that was an interesting move. I think really Schmidt was just trying to see if Wajid would try to respond. That was kind of a surge of the moment, if you will. And Wajid did respond, but Schmidt not able to, kind of counter it back and, create that separation like she did there before that bell lap.
Well, Wajid has run 2:26 for 800 meters, and we're maybe going to see some of that speed here. Look at Wajid out in front. Schmidt was trying to do it from a little further out to maybe burn this kick out of the other 6th grader there, but it is these two 6th graders going head-to-head. Wajid may just have more on the day. Schmidt, though, with a fine run. Can she find one more response to Miriam Wajid, our early leader, bringing it into the home stretch with that infusion of speed? Schmidt finishing strong, but it's not going to be enough. Look at this strong final 50 meters from Miriam Wajid. She will take the victory here in section number 2. 11:23.35 for Wajid. Madden Schmidt not far behind. 11:25.70. So our finishers coming through here in section number 2. So 2 sixth graders now sit atop the leaderboard with Miriam Wajid and Madden Schmidt. Running 11:23 and 11:25 respectively. So the 2 fastest times of the day thus far. And a great race to boot, Keenan. That was a really good back and forth. And just a case of iron sharpening iron there with Wajid getting the nod.
What you like to see in these meets. Again, going back to what I said in the first couple of sections of the boys' race, you know, you put these athletes on the line together, figure that, you know, they're pretty even with one another, and then you let them just go out there and race. And kind of just let, you know, whatever happens. And in the case for Wajid and Schmidt, battled right towards the end of that race, pushed each other to their absolute limit, and showcased a really fun finish in that section too.
Our first 2 under 11:30 thus far in this middle school girls 2 mile. And credit to the coaches as well. I love seeing the various athletes that do come from a ways away, because it indicates they have somebody that kind of knows what's up, somebody that's able to bring them to these national meets, travel across state lines, get good competition, and get a training philosophy early on at a young age. And you see the manifestation of that with these great results as we take one more try here, but we'll move to section number 3 of 5 in this girls middle school 2 mile. It's going to be Rafaela Friedman, Evelyn Goosen, Lucille Pasden, Evelyn Jenkins, Molly Cataline, Mia Kim, Mia Horgan, Emma Laycock, Scarlett Burrows, Lucy Maschek, Audrina Cardenas, Bryn Waters, Ensley Dyer, Lena Kaufman, Eleanor Jang, Scarlett Evans, Gable MacArthur, Maya Churchman, and Abby Squires. That's the lineup here for section number 3 of 5 in this middle school girls 2 mile.
Similar to what we saw in that first section, or the second section, I say a little bit of aggressive start here early on.
It's Adrina Cardenas out of Texas, Zion Hill Running Club. Trying to get out of trouble out there, certainly doing that, hoping that she didn't go out too hot, but opening this one up early on with a couple going with her.
And Trevor, when these athletes do that, they obviously when they go out pretty fast this first lap, it's really all about positioning. I think that's what it boils down to, is making sure you're not caught up or boxed in that peloton just right behind the group of maybe 2 girls that have starting to really broke away from the rest of the field.
Adrina Cardenas with a nice opening lap there, pretty quick, 77 seconds. Emma Laycock going right there with her. The 2 8th graders now. After seeing the 6th graders take victory in the previous, go 1-2, in fact, in the previous section. But Cardenas taking control, settling in now a bit, as you see her out in front for Zion Hill.
And I bet you the 8th graders take that to heart too, seeing 2 6th graders win that last section. It's like, no, let's make the middle schoolers. This is ruled by the 8th graders. Let's show them that we're the ones that, you know, one, should be the fastest, of course, because they've been doing this a lot longer than the 6th graders. But two, I mean, there's I think there's a lot more pride on the line too when it comes to, you know, winning a national championship, especially being an upperclassman, at least at the middle school. If I guess if you want to call them upperclassmen in middle school.
Yeah, it's all relative, I suppose, but you're exactly right. These are athletes that maybe have a little bit more experience, and raced in some of these races before, and know how to pace themselves. Cardenas now coming back to the field. Going to be Emma Laycock taking control here from Halifax. Well, the atmosphere is still iconic at this hallowed venue here. I understand the stands may not be quite as full for the morning session here, the middle school action, as they would be at, the big day at Penn Relays, but there's still just something coming around the bend, seeing those bricks, seeing the incredible buildings in the distance. We've all seen so many iconic, legendary photos and videos over the years from the Penn Relays, from these nationals and various meets. And there really is just something special. One of the best venues, acknowledging the slightly quirky track, as we must, but really just a great venue for track and field. And it feels almost regal in a sense, kind of an old world feel here at Franklin Field. And I think it's really special to be able to get out here and race, especially, Keenan, if you're not from the area. I could understand some of the local schools race here maybe more often, but if you're coming up from Texas or all the way from California or Washington, I think it's a really, really cool thing for these young athletes to get a race here at Franklin Field.
It's a rarity now to see a football field and a track in the same complex. Like that's another thing too, is you don't normally see that anymore. You know, a lot of the schools and universities, you know, they take their tracks and move them to a separate location because, you know, football is, of course, they like to think they're above everybody else in at the NCAA level, and that's a topic of different discussions, of course. But still, though, I mean, even at like the University of Washington, like Husky track used to be right in Husky Stadium, and until Husky Stadium was refurbished, the track was removed immediately. Heck, even Hayward Field used to be just a football field before they actually put in a track there, long before, you know, of course, when Bill Bowerman and Bill Dellinger were the head coaches there. So I love the old school feel of Franklin Field, the nostalgia. You know, you have the brick building right there with the iconic clock as we see right now on our screen, and then of course you add in the jumbotron, which adds in, you know, the feels of this generation, the present, if you will. I think if that's the term you want to put it.
Yeah, the touch of the modern there as well. The best of both worlds. Emma Laycock has given up the lead here, as this thing is still wide open. Laycock, the Canadian, set an under 14 800-meter provincial record for Nova Scotia earlier this season. Mia Horgan now taking over from Bronxville, New York. 86 seconds on that lap. Emma Laycock still running second, but look at this move from Mia Horgan. Trying to put some pace, and she's done exactly that. Nobody responding to Mia Horgan's move. She's way out in front.
And she's looked relaxed right now over the last couple of laps. And again, when you're relaxed, just hope you maintain your position. Make sure everyone else does not try to, you know, reel you in.
Laycock, I think, maybe still figuring out how to run this distance. She competed at the 800 meters, as I said, setting that provincial record, the New Balance indoor meet. Ran the mile there as well, running a personal best 5:29. So she certainly has the chops at the shorter distances, but still just an 8th grader figuring out the longer stuff here, mixing it up with some of the best from the States. But look at this move from Mia Horgan.
Well, and especially to your point, Trevor. I mean, having only, maybe she's ran the 800, the 1600 a handful of times. I mean, that's, you're adding, you're essentially doubling from what you would normally run in the 1600. And this is not an easy race to run. Like this takes years and years to practice, because you think to yourself, all right, do I go out kind of in between like 5K mile pace? Like that's the approach when it comes to the 2 mile is, you're maybe running 5 seconds slower what you normally would run for your quarter mile in a mile, and in the 5K maybe you're running 10 seconds, maybe 8 seconds faster than what you would do for a 5K.
Mia Horgan has contested a number of 3,000 meter races this season. 10:29 her personal best there.
And you might as well just call the 3,000 the 32 or the 2 mile, because that's essentially you just add on the extra 220 yards or so, and it's for middle schoolers, the 3K is essentially that 2 mile race.
Section number 3 of 5 here. Remember, timed finals, so solely basing our top positions on the time. You can podium or win from any section. Mia Horgan knew that she was going to have to push this pace a couple of laps ago and really extending her lead. 86-second lap there, but look at the gap. Mia Horgan well in control of this one, leaving nothing to doubt. Under 2 laps remaining now for our leader, the Bronxville, New York native Mia Horgan. Audrina Cardenas was our early leader, and she and Emma Laycock are back there along with Kaufman and others trying to give chase, but the battle there is for second because Mia Horgan is well in control.
So we'll keep a close eye on second, third, fourth, and fifth, because those positions, depending on what they also run to, could also be the deciding factor whether or not they make that podium as well.
And on the boys' side, we saw a big drop in time on that final section. So I do think we'll have a pretty competitive fifth and final section, but anything can happen. And again, it's all based on time. And if the rest of the pack isn't going, nobody's taking the pace that you want, you have to push the pace. That's exactly what Mia Horgan did when she broke this thing wide open a couple laps ago. And now has maybe 10 seconds or so on the field, and just double checking that she's got one remaining. We saw that happen previously, a slight misjudging of the laps, but just under 10 minutes for Mia Horgan at the bell.
What a shot that was. I mean, let's just appreciate the fact that this stadium we're in right now, and kudos to our camera operator for getting that shot. But I mean, again, it's such a perfect day here at Franklin Field that you have to appreciate the fact that you get to race in a venue like this, and on a day like this, you can't go wrong with it.
Yes, it's the morning, as we mentioned. Yes, the meet's kind of still getting rolling, but you feel the energy in here. And as you said, the weather is perfect. It's sunny, but still a little crisp for these athletes. It's warmed up a little bit since earlier, but I think that it's kind of in that sweet spot. The sprinters, of course, later on will love the warmer weather and the sunshine, but it's not too windy, not too hot, not too cold. And Mia Horgan, among others, taking full advantage of that. This is Mia Horgan out of New York, coming down to take victory here in her section of this middle school girls 2 mile. Making the most of the trip. Keep an eye on that clock. She's going to be our fastest finisher thus far. And it will be Mia Horgan just right over 11:15. Taking victory here, an 80-second final lap. 11:16.62 for Horgan, and a good strong finish from our second placer as well, Mia Kim, with a 76-second final lap. Laguna Niguel, California native. Long trip for her as she makes the most of it as well. 11:23.39, but the victory by a wide margin goes to that young lady, Mia Horgan of Bronxville, TF, right up the road in New York.
So I know we were focused right on Mia Horgan the last couple of laps. What I really enjoyed that last 200 meters between second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, because even though they were out of the the winning contention, they still knew that there were opportunities for them to maybe snag a podium spot. Maybe Mia Kim 11:23 could get her on the podium stand. I mean, she's third right now, 2 more sections to go. At worst, she could finish sixth. At best, she could finish third, depending on what happens in the next 2 sections.
Two sections remaining here in this middle school girls 2 mile. Confirmation there for Mia Horgan. And you see Section 3 winner, but overall she is first as we perhaps climb closer and closer to that 11-minute barrier. As I mentioned, we saw 4 athletes go under 11 minutes a year ago, led by the meet record from Caitlin Estep, 10:43.05. Mia Horgan, 11:16. She's our current leader as we prepare now for section number 4. And there are your starters here in our penultimate section. It's going to be Alexandra Chappell, Zoe Tamvada, Harper Teleska, Josephine Lenart, Cameron Bruno, Avery Miles. That's an appropriate name for a distance runner. Kendall Parrott, Jalen Alexander, Gabrielle Godeker, Flannery O'Daniel, Clara Cook, Caroline Dixon, Emmeline Kim, Bryn Summers, Sloan Cooper, Ellery Jepson, Layla Faye, Caitlin Bradica, and Ellie King. And Ellie King from St. Andrew Catholic. You see her there. She watched her teammate take victory in her section earlier on. Section number 1 went to Kareen Bomick, also of St. Andrew Catholic. Well, our one leader out in front, followed by a large pack, looking like a cross-country race right now. In the early goings here, it's going to be 77 or 78 for that first 4:18. Ellie King well clear of the field for now, but it is very early still as she leads the way here in section number 4.
It's early, but she really wants to set the tone early on here in this one. I mean, she wants to, get away from the rest of the field, and you can see just the amount of girls still back there positioning themselves, and King all by herself. See how she kind of tests herself here over the first couple of laps, and depending on if the rest of the field catches up to her, this might be a wire-to-wire type of run for King.
It is still early, and there's a lot of running left to do, but Ellie King taking care of business as of now. And now the rest of the field stringing out a bit. So certainly out in front, but she knows she's racing the clock, not just the other girls in this section, because there's a full section left still to be contested, and if she has any chance of getting on that podium, as you keep reminding us, Keenan, it can come from any section. So 77 seconds on that first lap, 83 on lap number 2. Clara Cook and others giving chase. Avery Miles out of Texas there as well, as this race starts to take form now. Ellie King of St. Andrew Catholic, just a kid from Upper Arlington, Ohio.
Leading the chase back, Clara Cook.
Comfortable running still with Clara Cook in second, as you can see, along with Avery Miles, but they are well back from our leader, Ellie King.
Gap starting to close, though, between King and Cook. They're in second. Miles in that third position, along with Bruno in fourth.
And once again, it's a sixth grader leading the way. Ellie King, only sixth grade. We'll see if she can hang on and pick up a win, as we saw a couple sections ago from another couple of sixth graders.
The sixth graders were ambitious today, Trevor. They're, trying to show the seventh and eighth graders that they can run with them as well, and there's no fear at all whatsoever. Continues to lead for that first 3 laps. And her stride looks good. She's holding her position. But now how can she respond to someone like a Clara Cook, who's just right on her heels now, who's, maybe about 6 meters behind now here through 3 laps.
Comfortable, patient running from Clara Cook, who is, in fact, closing that gap. Clara Cook out of DeWitt, Michigan. Cook, the seventh grader. She's got 11:29.30 200-meter personal best, 5:14 over 1,600. So she would be looking at pretty significant personal best, chopping that down if she was able to get near or nearabouts our leading time, 11:16 that we just saw. But if it is going to happen, it has to happen now. The middle laps here are so important, not falling off that pace. They've been 83, 85 seconds. Cook, though, has pushed a little bit quicker, 82 on the previous lap, and is going to try to continue to push this pace as she comes up on the shoulder of Ellie King. .84 seconds there for Clara Cook, and she represents pace pushers. Well, that's exactly what she's doing here, is pushing that pace out in front. Ellie King, plenty of running left, but she will have some work if she wants to stay connected to our new leader, Clara Cook.
Just shows the type of maturity in racing. Ellie King decided to take a chance there the first couple of laps, and Clara Cook remaining probably confident in herself that she could, catch right back up to Ellie King, and now is finally taking over that lead for the very first time. And now she's the one that's looking to see if she can really dictate the pace here over the ladder.
Clara Cook is a sub-2:30 800-meter runner as well. And I like referencing some of these times if we have them, because it just gives you a little bit of perspective. Again, a reminder for these athletes, 6th, 7th, 8th graders. I mean, it's just so, we're spoiled. I've said it multiple times. I'll say it again throughout the weekend, but we're so spoiled seeing some of the best athletes in the country here. And like I said, it almost skews your perspective, or it's easy to forget, let's put it that way, that these are such young athletes and doing incredible things so early on in their athletic careers.
And I think that's, to your point, Trevor, I think that's the thing we have to remind ourselves is, we cannot put too much pressure on some of these kids, to always run these fast times. Sometimes you just have to, let them be kids. Let them enjoy what they're doing and not have to, say you have to run a certain time, or if you don't run this time, we're not going to be happy with you. No, let the kids enjoy this sport and, let them learn what they are capable of doing as athletes.
And that's my hope for somebody like Cameron Daly, who certainly sets the bar so high, and expectations rise with that. But it's diminishing returns, and it can be hard when you are so good so early. And it's relative, right? So that doesn't mean you have to be breaking age group world records, but like you said, tempering expectations, not in a diminishing way by any means, but just putting things in perspective and saying, hey, this is a part of a broader just tapestry of who you are as a person. And it's such a great sport in so many regards, on its own, of course, but Also, as athletes go and do multiple sports throughout middle school and high school, this is such a great complement to that. And it's so impressive for us to see these athletes coming out here. Clara Cook, the athlete of the moment, out of Michigan. 88 seconds on that lap. It's Harper Teleska who's moved up, the New Jersey native. Avery Miles still running comfortably there in third, but Clara Cook is the one well in control here.
And unfortunately, Ellie King, after leading the first couple laps, has been eaten up by the rest of the chase group, and she's back there now. It looks like in that at least 14th, maybe 13th position.
And that's part of the process, part of growing and learning as an athlete, figuring out what the pacing looks like, figuring out how to strategize. But look at Clara Cook now. Things getting interesting as she'll come up. About 500 meters remaining. I still think Harper Teleska there in second may have a shot at reeling her in. Harper Teleska trying to close that gap, but Clara Cook looking strong out in front.
The amount of times that we've seen the gap close with under 500 meters to go, it's proven the race is not over until you really cross that finish line, and especially within that last 100 meters when the sprinting really begins.
I mentioned a sub-2:30 clocking in 800 for Cook. Well, how about Harper Teleska? She owns a 2:23 personal best that came in early May this year, so maybe that speed could come into play here. But the strength of Clara Cook still looking good. 300 meters or so remaining here in our penultimate section of this girls' middle school 2-mile. Teleska, can she close the gap? Clara Cook took the lead and has not given it up. Teleska trying to reel her in and make it interesting. Clara Cook trying to make it a dominant victory here. Keep an eye on that clock.
And Teleska's dipped her head. She's trying to go with her arms, trying to turn those legs. The gap is closing in on Cook now. Heading into the home straightaway now.
Harper Teleska ran 11:46 here at this meet a year ago. She's going to run out of room. Clara Cook turned back all moves from all challengers and will be well rewarded here with a very nice run and the fastest time of the day. Good finish from Teleska, certainly. 77 second lap for Cook, 76 for Teleska, who slowly moved up over the final 2 or 3 laps. So credit to her as well. They will be our 2 fastest times on the day thus far. Clara Cook, 11:12:23. Teleska, 11:13:44 here in section number 4.
That was without a doubt our most competitive race of the day. And I'm saying that because you see the amount of girls that finish right across that line with each other. There had to have been at least, 8 or 9 of them that crossed that line battling for those, those elusive top 15 positions overall, top 10 here in this section.
We're going to do it one more time right here at Franklin Field for the last one, the best one, the top seeded section of the middle school girls.
Well, as you can hear, we are building the excitement, bursting at the seams here at Franklin Field as we will move to our top-seeded section of this middle school girls 2-mile. And will we see a repeat of the boys? They were able to really break away and take those top times. You have to think someone's going to push this pace since they know they are racing the clock. But here is the lineup for these 8+ laps. Berkeley Marcellus leads off here in our 5th and final section. Alexandra Scapatici is one to watch. She wears hip number 2. Reagan Gates, Taryn Moore, Lillian Higgins, Reagan Matson, Aaliyah Yorick, Harper Henderson, Amelia Anderson, Fairfax Walker, Charlotte Winicky, Emma Pham, Liz Brazil, Samantha Strelick, Haley Fernandez, Amelia Cluley, Anna Radwanski, and Brenna Lopez. That's your lineup here, and I have a feeling this is going to be quick, Keenan.
11:12:23 is the time to beat Clara Cook.
Scappaticci was second a year ago to that meet record of Caitlin Estep. It was 10:43:05, as we remind you, so certainly some potential for some fireworks here. Alexandra Scappaticci ran 10:49:65 to get second to that meet record. Does she have something a little extra now as an 8th grader, or could somebody else upend the apple cart?
Well, there's a handful of them that have also, as you mentioned, last night's mile, they broke 5 minutes, so the speed is there. Now it's really just a test of the strength.
The strategy will come into play shortly, but for now it's about positioning. It is about pacing, and a modest pace to start off. Comfortable, let's say. I think that they're going to continue on and push that pace because they know that they need to be not perhaps as fast as last year necessarily, but certainly faster than 11:12 to take down that top mark from Clara Cook, as Berkeley Marcellus is in the lead there. Alexandra Scappaticci biding her time in second.
We've yet to see a sub-11 performance today, and you can venture to guess that, in a race like this, especially if they're going out 78 seconds. Now, granted, we have seen that the first couple of sections, and then the pace did slow down. But because this is the fastest section, all of them have the idea of, wanting to break that 11-minute barrier.
And look how many athletes are still there. Ooh, a little bit of trip on the rail. But that is the challenge with so many high-caliber athletes here. It means that you can be running a good, solid clip and still have some company. So nobody has taken the lead just yet. Now we start to see a bit of a move here. Scappaticci, 83 seconds on the previous lap. Berkeley Marcellus still there as well.
They're just a little overpaced to match that 10:43 ran last year by Caitlin Estep. So they're all in contention now to really break that 11-minute barrier if they're able to maintain their positions and their tempo.
Scappaticci, as we mentioned, second a year ago in this race. Ran a 5:02 mile personal best earlier this year at the Brooks PR Invitational. Scappaticci, no stranger to this track or to this meet. Second, as we said, a year ago in the 2 mile, second in the mile as well. She's raced at some big meets with Brooks PR and others. She's seen good competition. She knows she's going to have to work just as she did a year ago, running 10:49. She knows she's going to have to work hard. Look at multiple girls still right there with her. Scappaticci leads the way, but Berkeley Marcellus and Liz Brazil, Leah Yorick still right in contention at the front of this pack.
The Scappaticci was in contention with the step last year, just lost by 6 seconds to finish ultimately in second overall. So she has an idea of, how this race could usually, not saying usually, but like how it could play out, given the fact that, she's been in this position before, but now she's the one that's leading the way instead of being the one that's chasing down.
Scappaticci has the confidence of having been here before. Came up just slightly short of the win, as you said. She's run 10:40 this year for the 3,200 meters, so that really lines up pretty well with that 10:49 from a year ago, and maybe the fitness even perhaps a little bit better this year. Scappaticci would love to take the win and upgrade that silver to gold. We'll keep an eye on that clock as well. Remember, 10:43, the meet record set just a year ago. Scappaticci in that race. And in that race a year ago, Caitlin is stepped right around the 81 second range, 82 for her laps.
And they're roughly running the same thing right now, Trevor. I mean, they're if you're putting the average of what they just did for the first mile, I mean, they ran about 5:26 for that first mile. That's roughly about, 81, 82s. Maybe about 81 and a half seconds per lap.
Yeah, starting off with the 79 and coming back with the 83, 80, high 82. So Scappaticci, it's a touch more, I won't say erratic, but there's been a little bit of a range. If she can settle in, and she's going to have to keep working with someone like Berkeley Marcellus right on her tail there, along with Brazil and Yorick. I mean, these athletes right there pushing her. Scappaticci, whoever takes this one, Keenan, is definitely going to earn it, because 5 athletes still in contention 6.5 minutes into this race means that it is not going to be easy. Remember, 4 girls went under 11 minutes last year, including that meet record and including Scappaticci.
And she's doing a lot of the work so far over the last couple of laps. A lot of these girls are just keying off of her at this point, waiting to respond. Scappaticci, though, anytime that anyone tries to go with her, she responds back and throws in a little bit of a surge, just like right there.
83 seconds and change there. You wonder, too, is that is a new personal best the thing that's circled? Is it the wind? Is it just going fast enough, certainly within her capabilities, even at a moderately paced race, to go sub 11:12, which is what she would have to do now to take the top spot? You still have to beat the girls in your own race. Look at Marcellus looking really comfortable there. Scappaticci, as you said, doing a lot of the work. Yorick and more right there as well.
Well, if she were to even match Caitlin Estep's meet record from last year, it's going to have to take an impressive negative split to really come close to running 10:43, and they opened up in 5:26. It would take anything faster than 5:17 to really, even come close to what Estep was able to do last year.
Well, and I wonder, as I said, for Scappaticci, or last year in the middle school division here, I wonder if the gold is really the goal. I mean, you run, and she's going a little wide here, which is a touch odd to me. Marcellus maybe making a move, and she does on the inside there, but Scappaticci, and maybe that's why Scappaticci maybe giving it up, letting her take a lap or two here. But I don't think that the final standings, or the final time, I should say, are the most important thing. You would have to think, after coming second a year ago, that she really just wants to stand atop that podium regardless of the time.
And Scappaticci doesn't want to give up that lead either. She's going right back out front, knowing how much she's got left here, with under 600 meters to go. And remember, again, she finished second last year. She does not want to be in that position again to Caitlin Estep, and certainly does not want to be second to Marcellus here towards the end.
Berkeley Marcellus has stuck with Scappaticci the entire time. Took the lead there, but gave it right back. Scappaticci running strong, running confidently, and knowing that she's going to have to dig deep over the final 500 meters or so if she wants to upgrade that silver to gold. Can she produce some alchemy here over the final 400 meters? Alexandra Scappaticci out of Northville, Michigan, taking on Berkeley Marcellus out of Ambler, PA, trying to defend her home state here at UPenn. It is Scappaticci and Marcellus.
Look at the aggression by Scappaticci, although it's starting to, show some fatigue starting to set in. A lot of pride on the line for Marcellus, too, especially trying to see if she could win here in her home state. But Scappaticci not giving in here. Again, second last year, doesn't want to settle for it. Now she's really going for it here, under 200 meters to go. To the arms.
Pumping those arms, working hard. We'll keep an eye on the clock. It will be likely sub 11 minutes, but really it's about the battle here. Look at Marcellus eating up the track. Long strides trying to come around the outside of Scappaticci, but she turns her away once again. Scappaticci trying to bring it home, trying to avoid another silver medal like a year ago. Alexandria Scappaticci. Marcellus coming on the outside. Scappaticci is going to pull away and take this one. She will upgrade from second a year ago. It's first in 2025, and gold and a very quick time go to Alexandra Scappaticci, improving her personal best, in fact, running 4 seconds or so faster than a year ago. But 10:45.40. The most important thing to Alexandra Scappaticci is that number 1 next to her name as she turns back the move from Berkeley Marcellus with a fine 10:46.07 of her own. And Scappaticci takes the win here in the girls' 2 mile.
71 seconds on that last lap by Scappaticci and Marcellus. That was championship type of racing there, Trevor, towards the end of that race. You saw the fight that Scappaticci had there towards the end of that race. You know, you see the response by Marcellus there, trying to go right past her in the last 100 meters or so. And Scappaticci did not want to give up that lead. She really did not want to finish second today. Not that anyone wants to finish second at all, but given the fact that she finished second last year by 6 seconds, she wanted this one badly. She had this one circled on her calendar, knowing that coming back to New Balance National Outdoor, this was her race for the taking, and she delivered it when it mattered most.
Well, and it's a smile for Alexandra Scappaticci, maybe a sigh of relief as well. Iron sharpening iron, certainly. In fact, those are the second and third fastest times all time here at the middle school New Balance National 2 mile. And this is how she got there.
I mean, just look at the fight that they have right here. Right through the bell lap, they're already going for it. Then Scappaticci goes with 200 meters to go. Marcelli responds back. Then right at the end, Scappaticci, all her across the line by herself. I mean, that was a gutsy effort that they both had there in the last 100 meters. And as you said early on, it's going to take someone, to have that fight and grit that's going to, get the win here towards the end. Well, the person that had it was Scappaticci.
We knew it was going to take some hard work, and Scappaticci was up to the task today. She's rewarded with the victory. A quick time to boot as we close out our morning middle school action there in the boys and girls 2 miles. Well, they delivered, Keenan. Good races, quick times, some dominant wins, some great back and forth, and that was the perfect cherry on top. See those hurdles being set up. We'll move now to our first event of the day for the boys decathlon. Of course, 2 full days of action for them, 5 events per day. Kicking things off here with their 110-meter high hurdles. They'll move to the discus, the pole vault, the javelin, and close out with everybody's favorite 1,500 meters. But overall right now, Nathaniel Johnson out of Fishkill, New York, leading the way. He's got 276 points on his closest competitor, Winston Schroeder, out of IMG. But Johnson leads the way, 4,019 after day 1.
Section number 1, we'll have Garrett McNeil of IMG Academy, Maddox DeCunna of Fayetteville, Ethan Weinkamp of Guilford, Connecticut, and Colton Dean of IMG Academy.
But I'm Put your hands, I say left cheek, right cheek, drop it low this one. Tippers up in this thing, put you up in this game. I be popping my frame, gang, 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 gang. You don't jump to put jeans on, baby, you don't feel my pain. You gon' give me hype, right my name and ice. Hey, argue with these lazy basics, I just raise my price. I'm a boss, I'm a leader, I pull up in my two-seater, and my mama was a savage. Got this gift from Tina, I'm a savage. Yeah.
In the freshman girls pole vault, the bar at 3 meters, 35, 10 feet, 11 3/4 of an inch. Clearing on her first attempt of the day from Cincinnati, Ohio, Samantha Quine.
Back in action here for the high hurdles now. These decathletes kicking off their day number 2. As we said, Nathaniel Johnson leading the way. You saw those scores there on top of the order. But you look at section number 1. Garrett McNeil was a potential favorite coming in, representing IMG Elite. He sits at 3,700 points, got a 1491 personal best, does McNeil. So he would have to have a pretty solid day number 2 to reel in Johnson, but anything can happen in the decathlon. As we kick things off here with these high hurdles, McNeil, Maddox DeCunha, and Ethan Weinkamp. McNeil on the inside coming back, but look at the middle of the track with Maddox DeCunha. He's going to take this one a very fine time, 14:64 for the Fayetteville, Arkansas native.
4 points, Garrett McNeil, 1493 for 858 points.
McNeil, a really nice run there just outside his personal best in second, 14:93. Maddox DeCunha takes the win.
That was his race from the start, Trevor. He looked very clean out of the blocks. And his hurdle technique was phenomenal, too. I mean, just look how clean he was over the hurdles. Yes, of course, he clipped the second hurdle, but that didn't seem to throw him off at all throughout this race. And then, of course, the best part, picking up 894 points.
DeCunha, a touch outside his 14:20 personal best. He's run sub 14:3 a couple of times, but when you can do something close to it in the decathlon with 5 events already and a busy day on your legs, that's what really counts. And it's just chipping away event by event. You see the points there? Worth mentioning as well, if you're not as familiar with the decathlon, generally put a lane in between, and it really highlights as well how clean that race was, really from all of the athletes, but DeCunha getting the job done there. A lot of times you see the decathletes banging hurdles, and so they like to give them a little bit of room to work. Well, we move to section number 2 here. It's going to be Connor McCarthy in lane 2, Dalton Lingo in 4. Winston Schroeder currently in second overall. He sits in second position overall. He sits in lane 6 here. Stone Strokin out of Coral Springs, Florida, will take lane 8.
Update in one of our 3 field championship events over in the girls' discus. Hannah Newfer of Delsea Regional Track Club, meet record 54 meters 48, 178 feet 9 inches in the discus.
Not just the track, but the field hot here as well. As we are off and running in section number 2 here for these decathletes. Pretty even over hurdles number 3. Stone Strokin on the near side, moving well. So too in lane number 6, Winston Schroeder now banging one over hurdle 9. He does finish strong, but Stone Strokin bringing it home. 14:94, good run for stroking. Dalton Lingo comes up for second. In fact, Winston Schroeder fades to third, 15:25. He was on pace for a really, really nice run, perhaps sub 15 seconds for the first time, but he will have to settle for third, and the win goes to Stone Strokin. Doing it out of lane 8.
Yeah, another pretty clean race that we've had here in this hurdles. Other than maybe lane 6 hitting the last couple of hurdles. One thing to keep in mind is like you said, they've already competed in 5 events, so the wear and tear on them is starting to kind of set in. But it'll really start to set in once they get towards that pole vault competition.
Cumulative effect, certainly. Long day 1. Well, we'll see our overall leader here, Nathaniel Johnson. He goes in lane 6. A couple of points over 4,000 in day 1, and that is a very nice day 1, even the high school level. Owen Proskin in 2, Carter Engelman in 4, Nathaniel Johnson in 6. He's run 1480. Keep an eye on him in lane 6. Nathaniel Johnson, he's our leader overall. A little bit wild with the arms, but look at the inside. Owen Proskin out of Pittsburgh, PA, is going to take it. And a very quick time for Proskin, 14:31. A nice run from Nathaniel Johnson. He, in fact, ties his personal best right at 14:80. And in a decathlon, you really can't ask for much more than that. Continued excellence from Nathaniel Johnson. They're in section number 3, and we'll take a look at it one more time. And after our final section, we'll get you updated point totals as well.
Nathaniel Johnson also had a very good start to begin this race, but on the inside, though, Proskin picked up 935 points, showing that the 110 hurdles is his event, especially in this decathlon. And Johnson picked up 874 points, bringing his total now to 4,893 points. And he holds a 330-point advantage, which is really going to be a challenge to try to, close in on that point total as we make our way with four more events to go, and of course the last section here of this decathlon 110 hurdles.
It's going to be made up of Sean Messina, Clayton Blanton, Garrett Ross, Mac McFarland. 3 Tennessee athletes here, in fact. Sean Messina, the outlier, the IMG representative, goes on the inside in that light blue. And a pretty even start. Garrett Ross perhaps with a slight advantage. Ross coming through. Gets a little twisted over 9, and he's going to just give up the lead. It looks like, yes, Clayton Blanton will take it, 15:54 to 15:57 for Garrett Ross. And as you said, quickly we'll point out that advantage still over 300 points, as you said. 48.93 now for Nathaniel Johnson ahead of Winston Schrader. Both of, Johnson just a junior, Winston Schrader just a 9th grader. So a good run here in the hurdles for all of our top guys. They're in the final section, so sometimes hurdles, the decathlon overall, can be a war of attrition, and you see just banging hurdle number 9 there, but doing well to finish and end up second. Well, we've mentioned it in other events, Keenan, and I'm certainly partial to the multi-events, having come from Azusa Pacific and done a little coaching over the years, but it's such an interesting thing to see for these high school athletes. There's just not always a ton of opportunities for them to do the decathlon, because it's not like a 5,000. If you're really good, you can go mix it up with the big dogs. There's different implements, different hurdle heights, etc. So you really need a dedicated high school decathlon. Of course, that's not going to be contested really most anywhere at the state level, but you look at more and more of these meets. You look at Arcadia with the opportunity. You see the final or the scores there after 6 events after those high hurdles. But Arcadia, Texas Greatest, and a place like National. So it just means a lot when you don't get to do your full event a ton. Seeing the decathletes come out here and mix it up at the national championships is a lot of fun.
One thing I've started to notice the last couple of years is the respective states have like had these combined event championships at the end of the season. Some of the programs or states I should say, like in the state of Tennessee, I think it's actually the decathlon is a state sanctioned event. At least I was looking at their state championship results, and it looked like the decathlon was a state sanctioned event at that state level. So it's a rarity to see it that, but yes, like the national championships, big meets like Arcadia, and then of course you have these combined event championships at the end of the season for some of the top athletes in the state. Those are really the only opportunities that some of these multi athletes have the chance to compete in, whether it's the decathlon or the heptathlon.
Section 1 of 3. Section 1 of 3. Freshman boys 2 mile.
Well, that will take us now back to a 2-mile action. This will be the freshmen mixing it up now, starting off with the boys. 3 sections on deck here. The meet record, as it was on the girls' side in the middle school, set just a year ago. 9:10:58 from Calvin Seitz out of Indiana. And as we've seen previously, we'll chop down on those seeded times. We've seen some good runs in the early sections as well. So it's all about the time here in the freshman boys 2-mile. And this first section comprised of Charlie Dye, Gordon Smith, Xavier Solgott, Henry Bartlett, Nicholas Rastatter, Jackson Misek, John Weinman, Evan Ruse, Stephen Atterbury, Eli Floyd, Emery Worth, Patrick Youngs, Christopher Lawson, Reese Bailing, Grayson Price, Anderson Mills, Omer Ahmed, Wyatt Price, and Patrick Ramsey. That is your lineup here for section number 1.
A lot of these guys remember waking up early for those middle school 2 miles last year. They had raced at New Balance Nationals last year, and this is almost 11 o'clock here in Philadelphia. This is about the right time, to have a good 2-mile race. You've already gotten up, had your breakfast, get your you get kind of like get used to like waking up. This to me this is a perfect time.
We're going to chat with our middle school girls winner downstairs with Mike.
With Alex Scatapici, who just won the girls 2-mile. Alex, you are our top returner coming in to this 2-mile. Talk to us, what kind of pressure does that add to your race?
I didn't really feel pressure. I was just excited because I knew it was going to be a good competition, and I was excited to run here.
Absolutely great competition and a ton of fun at the fastest party on the planet, New Balance National Outdoor. Congratulations to our champion, Alex Scatapici.
Down there winning races and getting interviewed and already making her presence known. Pretty cool, the opportunity for those middle schoolers to come and mix it up on the big stage. So too for our freshman competitor, 71 seconds through the first lap, plus for Stephen Atterbury, Gordon Smith, Xavier Solgott. Not much to choose between our top 4 or 5 here in the early goings.
No, and they're not starting off slow either. I mean, we're talking 440, 442 pace here for at least for the first mile, and that's going to go roughly right around under that 930 barrier. So these are definitely quick times we are seeing here early on from our freshman boys, and it's only the first section.
Gordon Smith, as you said, these athletes, part of what's so cool with the different divisions is seeing athletes, we mentioned it time and time again, but progress through the ranks. Gordon Smith out of Oxford, New York, one of those athletes, second in the middle school mile, or 2-mile a year ago at the middle school level. Now running second or third here.
And he had a good effort last year. Ran 9:46 in that middle school race. And now stepping it up here onto the freshman side. And getting used to that high school running scene. What I also like about these freshman races is it gives them an opportunity to, race against people their age, rather than having to, race against 17, 18-year-olds, 16-year-olds. It's nice to run against your class once in a while, and it's more of a confidence builder, I think, too.
Last year's race was a good one, and we've said it time and again. Gosh, Keenan, we need to start keeping track. How many meet records have we seen, and such great times, and even taking down freshly minted meet records? I mean, to give you an example, the boys 2-mile, freshman boys 2-mile meet record coming into last year was set the year before from Andrew Wright. In 2023, he ran 9:25.81. Calvin Seitz comes out and runs 9:10, but 3 athletes, in fact, were under the old meet record. So it's just incredible to see that meet record get obliterated and improved upon year after year. I don't know if we can call it trackflation exactly, but you like to bring that into the conversation, and it certainly is true. It's such a quantifiable sport, but these young men just getting better and better every year.
Well, and it shows with, the freshman class record in this event. It's 8:54.97 by Keegan Smith. That was 3 years ago. And Keegan Smith is off to, I believe he's off, blanking on it, Colorado. He's off to Colorado next year. I was trying to remember where he was off to. So obviously joining a really good program there in Boulder. And then you're our national leader even this year, 8:59.47. Like, going into your freshman year, you figure, 9:20 was a very, very good time for a freshman. Anything now like faster than 9:10, it puts you kind of in that conversation of like, all right, this kid is going to be special here in the years to come.
Not much to choose still amongst our leading pack. Maybe a little bit of cat and mouse, right around 76 seconds on the previous lap, so it has slowed a little bit. And even if you're not watching the splits, you can kind of get an indication of how quick or moderately paced each lap is as it starts to bunch up. And now, starting to push the pace a little bit more there. You'll see them stringing out as they come around the bend into the home stretch.
They did slow it down, as you said. I mean, they started off 71.73s, and then that last half was in 2:30 to open up their first mile in 4:55. So still a lot of guys remaining in this race. I'm counting, it looks like about maybe 12, 14 guys still in it. Even the guys that are well back there, kind of in no man's land, you kind of can see them in the back there in the black and the blue. They're still in this race, even though it seems like they're kind of falling out of contention.
Stephen Atterbury came out to the early lead. Xavier Solgott still in the mix. Gordon Smith, who we mentioned, the runner-up a year ago at the middle school level. Now we're starting to see Emery Worth push the pace just a little bit. Anderson Mills out of Austin, Texas, with him as well. It's Railing, in fact. Reese Bailing out of Lexington leading the way. They're racing each other, but racing the clock and racing for a spot on that podium, as we have said time and time again. Getting a little encouragement, perhaps coaching from the stands there as well. But Reese Bailing out of Lexington, Massachusetts, leading the way there in the white jersey.
Now it's starting to string away from each other. And of course, you got the 4 guys starting to break away from each other. Then you got the next 8 guys, it looks like, in that second group trying to maintain their positions and battle for those top 5 spots.
You see Mills there. You see Bailing working hard. Sub 10-minute performers already. Bailing has run 9:51 for the full 2 miles, 4:42 over the 1 mile this outdoor season. And now getting past is Bailing, so it's going to be a battle here. We're 8:20, 8:25 into this race. And Keenan, we've seen it multiple times at the middle school level earlier on where we love a quick time, of course. We love talking about the meet records, but there's still something about a great race. And with 4 athletes still in contention here, this one is going to come down to a pretty quick last lap.
Right at the bell they go now. Trying to see what their last split was on their penultimate lap. 74 seconds for Mills. And then Worth right there with him. Bailing and Bartlett starting to fall off a little bit of the pace as they hit the backstretch one last time, but both Mills and Worth still pretty relaxed here. Now Bailing trying to see if he can make his way up there into that third position. And there goes Worth right past Mills here with under 200 to go.
Multiple lead changes, and now coming right back is Anderson Mills. Emery Worth was trying to make that move there in the light blue, but the green top, Anderson Mills coming back. Anderson Mills was biding his time, and he did so perfectly. He is going to cruise to victory here, having to respond to a couple different moves. And he will take section number 1 in a very fine time, 9:47.37 for these freshmen. He ran 4:41 indoors in the mile. He picks up a nice PB here over the full 2 miles. Anderson Mills not giving anything up as he had to turn different moves. He takes the victory here ahead of Emery Worth, 9:49.39, as those two go under 9:50 to kick off the first of 3 sections here in this 2 mile for the freshmen.
And that was a fast last lap, Trevor. That was 65 seconds for Anderson Mills and Emery Worth, 67.13, both pushing each other to that sub 950 barrier. Which, in any context, as I said, 9:20 is very, very good time. So is 9:50 for a freshman boy, for a 14, 15-year-old boy. That's a really, really good time because you have to think about it. You are running 2 sub 5-minute miles back to back. That's not an easy task by any means. So again, pretty conservative start, and you can see, Mills was all the way back there, looking like maybe in 10th position, and really didn't work his way up until probably about the latter half of the race, and then, really showed that speed towards the end to really prevail him in this first of 3 sections. Enjoying a little moment right there for himself too, crossing that finishing line, holding the number 1 up too.
So 4 athletes go sub 10 here, 2 sub 950, led by Anderson Mills. You saw him throw the horns up. Of course, just a freshman, no commitment yet, but he is out of Austin, Texas, so certainly a fan, most likely, of the burnt orange. Well, here we go. Here we go. Maybe not. Oh, no, we had a fall. So we will regroup and introduce the field here while we reset. In section number 2 of 3, it's going to be Stephen Wines. We've got Jack Steineman, Shepard Butler, Nolan O'Connor, Isaac Schools, Fletcher Rodbro, Eric Soloway, Maddox Tolbert, Evan Phillips, Gavin Cluley, Gage Stefanik, Brendan Hanrahan, Owen Hallman, Jacob Ababy, Joshua Lindy, George Church, Baxter Caress, Noah Geiger, and Eric Pinguelo. That is your lineup here as we get a green card. Unfortunately, it happens sometimes, Keenan. Someone gets tripped up, but that's the right thing to do for the officials, is to bring them on back.
Get the feel of a cross-country race sometimes when you have a lot of kids out in that track. And, the nice thing is they are starting them in alleys. So they don't necessarily, they're not all starting on the same exact waterfall line, which if they were, you have to definitely be a little bit more cautious. But now the second time around, you have to be cautious again, and maybe even more so, because you're thinking now, oh gosh, I don't want to fall again.
Well, and we talk about the pacing of that first lap, and yes, it's an extra 18 meters. You see them starting back, of course, from the 400-meter line, but it's some of it's self-preservation. So sure, we see a fast first lap, but it's like you have to sprint almost the first 100 meters to just get in a good position and get comfortable and try to start staying out of trouble. So let's try again. Here in section number 2. So away cleanly now, yes, we can confidently say, as they pass through the 50 meters or so untouched. And settling in here in section 2 of this freshman boys 2 mile.
The time to beat 9:47.35 from that first section, and it's a respectable time to beat. I mean, of course, it was, a pretty conservative race for the majority of it. Then it really became more of a kicker's race towards the end of that race, as we saw the 65-second from Mills on that last 400 meters.
Well, one of the cool things for these freshmen and into the high school ranks is something that we mentioned in the middle school, saying, hey, they haven't necessarily raced against each other. They don't know their opponents. Well, some of these freshmen are coming back from that middle school mile or 2 miles, so they have gotten to know each other. Fletcher Rodbro, 8th in the 2 mile last year at the middle school distance. Gavin Cluley right behind him in 9th. So you do start to get to know some of your opponents when you keep coming back to the same events year after year. 68 seconds for Eric Pinguelo with Fletcher Rodbro right at 70 behind him. Okay, we're starting to cook here.
They cooked on the first lap, but now the pace is starting to settle down a little bit. They realized maybe that's a little bit too quick on that opening lap, and you can see the rest of the field starting to close in on our top 2 racers in Pinguelo and Rodbro. So maybe a little bit of an early statement from Pinguelo to maybe see if he can try to throw off his competitors, but now everyone else is right back into it.
Settling in here as fans continue to trickle into the stands here. Excited for a great day number 2 and beautiful weather here in Philadelphia. Continue to ramp up the action. We have it all weekend long, of course, here live on Renner Space. We appreciate you joining us. It's great to be a part of it. We love seeing these young athletes come and mixing it up. A chance for these freshmen here to go head-to-head. At really the national caliber. As Isaac Schools, I believe, we'll get you correction there, but Pinguelo, and as you said, the number of athletes still in contention out in front after a very quick first lap. But a solid second lap as well. Stefanik and others right there at about 71 seconds.
It's a pretty even pace, even despite the 68 seconds ran by Church there and Pinguelo on that first lap. And they're trying to go for it here, Trevor. I mean, you're running 2:22 for the first half mile of this race, and that's, right around that 4:44, 4:45 first mile, which, puts you in prime position to run under 9:40. So these guys are well under the pace of what we saw in that first section.
Comfortable and confident running out in front. A couple of lead changes already there. You saw Stefanik, you see George Church in the black top in second out of Houston High School, but that's in Germantown, Tennessee. So coming over from the Volunteer State as we now start to settle in and string out a little bit more.
And stringing out means the pace still honest. Like no one slowed down yet. They continue to go 71 seconds per lap.
Church now taking the lead over Tolbert.
Eight pulling away from the field.
Well, and another lead change, Church. And now look at Church back into second. So you want to talk about honest pace. It wasn't even fast enough for our new leader here. we come into the home stretch. Looking at just a touch over a mile when they cross that line. Call it 4:48 or so. About halfway through. Freshman boys, 2 mile section 2 of 3. Jack Steineman leading. In the red, you saw that big move he made just about 400 meters ago. 71 seconds on the previous lap, 4:48 through 16 and 118 meters, just over a full mile. It's a really nice move to stay on that pace and keep it honest. And the question now is, can anybody go with Jack Steineman, Pennsylvania native, trying to take a win here on his somewhat home turf? But they're queuing up behind in that chase pack, and Steineman would love to open up the gap even further.
It's an aggressive move. I'll give him that. And, one that he wants to be able to, make this pace difficult to match. I mean, it's not like the guys behind him are that much far behind, but he really wants to, be in control here in this second half of this race.
Control is a great word, because you make the move and you make everybody else make a decision. Do you go with it? Do you lay back? To me, that elastic is maybe not quite snapped yet, but it's a pretty big gap with just a few laps remaining.
And that gap has grown now almost up to 50 meters, Trevor. I mean, he's really put the hammer down here over the last couple of laps. He has ran 72, 71s, but he's getting real close to running some sub-70 second laps here over the next couple of, maybe about a kilometer, a little over 1,200 meters to go.
Steineman knows he's racing the clock. He's racing the competitors in the third and final section, trying to leave nothing to chance and make sure he puts his best effort out there. 74 on that lap with just 2 remaining, so he has fallen off the pace a little bit. But as we said, sometimes you get rewarded. We've seen it earlier, multiple times, in fact, throughout the day, where a big lead gets built up, and if it's big enough, somebody else is unable to catch you. So even though he's slowed there, the rest of the field slowed even more. Maybe that early hot pace is coming back to catch up with everybody, not just Steineman, even though, again, he did slow a couple seconds on that lap, still with a huge lead there, as you can see.
Even with 500 meters to go, he still looks good. His arms are still looking great. He's relaxed. He's in a really good position right now for himself. Not much, doesn't need to panic at all whatsoever. Just keep maintaining your form and find a way to close out this race over the last lap.
Steineman ran 10:37 a year ago in the full 2 mile. He ran in a 5K as well. Good for him going up to the full distance as Steineman takes the bell there. Look at that time. Look at the distance back to the next group. And here they come finally. But it's a massive gap back to Maddox, Tolbert, and Co. A 73-second lap for Jack Steineman. He's going to do this all by himself. He'll pick up a nice personal best if things keep going the way they are. He ran a 9:37 3,200 meters earlier this year, so convert that for what you will, just 18 meters further, but he should certainly be in that range, right around there, as he comes for home, coming around the top of the bend for the final time. Jack Steineman out of Mars, Pennsylvania, North Catholic, is going to take victory and will run the fastest time that we've seen thus far, faster than Section 1. Remember, 9:47 and change the time to beat, and he will do that handily. Jack Steineman takes victory and runs almost, call it 9 seconds or so quicker than section number 1. But what a move for him. 69 seconds on the final lap as the battle turned into one for second. Gage Stefanik wins that battle, 9:46.08. Joshua Lindy, 9:46.39 for third.
And if we're on the topic of conversions, that 2 mile was much faster than his personal best in the 3200, which I know for some people the 3200, it's like, why do we run it? It's not the full 2 mile. Well, to some kids, it does matter still. And he was well under, what he ran in 9:37. Again, do the math, 9:38 for the full 2 mile. That's right around, 9:36, maybe even closer to 9:35.
Sometimes it's like putting a phrase into Google Translate into one language and then another language and then coming back, and so I like to sprinkle
I'll say this.
conversions
I
in.
know it. I know no one can see us, but just the confused look I had on Trevor's face there after I did the math there, trying to figure out if I was accurate or not, is the best thing I've seen so far today.
Listen. I think as track fans, we all have to be slight mathematicians, but I would never claim that for myself. So I'll leave it to the pure distance guys. But regardless, if you run very, very close or even faster than your 3200, you went the full 2 miles. Steineman knows he got the job done today. 9:38 flat, and the win here in Section 2.
And then the amount of guys that were under 10 minutes. I mean, you have 11 guys under 10 minutes today. Again, there's the conversation about the 9-minute barrier and that's the barrier to break. Well, for freshmen, to me, it's 10 minutes. You break 10 minutes, that's a good thing that will build for in the future.
It always cracks me up. Getting a little antsy there at the line. I understand. Adrenaline is high. Ready to get underway, but we'll introduce the field. Third and final section here in the freshman boys 2 mile. Remember, the meet record set just a year ago, 9:10.58 by Calvin Seitz of Indiana. Of course, as it's just a freshman contest, he will not be returning to defend that title. Section number 3 is comprised of Adam Haggart, Jonathan Grimm, Carson Kaiser, Desmond Hill, Jack Morrison, Max Molinaro, Ethan Fisher, Connor Heltemis, Leo Shostal, Judah Binger, Logan Zeiss, Augustine Juno, Dimitros Rementelas, Leo Brazil, Gianfranco Rauti, Jack Wilborn, Brennan Monahan, Owen Thomas, Joshua Palmer, Hudson Kennemore, and Jet Daly. All the way from the West Coast. I'm a San Diego boy myself. He represents La Jolla.
Augustine Juno from Louisiana, Dimitrios Rementas from Maryland, Leo Brazil from Texas, Gianfranco Ratti from Canada, Jack Wilborn from Indiana, Brennan Moynihan from Illinois.
All these men certainly capable of challenging that top time that we just saw. But that's what they will have to do if they want a spot on the podium purely by time. A good, solid, controlled effort here, 71 seconds, similar to what we saw in the previous heat, but this should shake things out a little bit now over the next 400 meters.
Another athlete trying to go for that double is Jonathan Grimm. Kind of like what we saw from Dahl there in that middle school section. Yesterday, of course, everyone knows about the delay, and all those miles were pushed back into the later evening. So again, let's see kind of how Jonathan Grimm responds. Won last night's mile in a meet record, 4:16, a very, very good time for a high school freshman boy. And he's wearing hip number 2. Somewhere in that mix.
Well, I mentioned Jet Daly. He could be a fun story coming out from La Jolla, California. The progeny of Adam Daly and his wife Jessica. 17 NCAA All-American awards between them, running at the University of Arkansas. So it's always fun to see, and maybe it just means I'm getting old, Keenan, but seeing the offspring and the kids of people that you knew or that you watched or that you've run against and just seeing the next generation take it on, and that's what this meet is all about. The New Balance Nationals really showcasing. I say it over and over. I know I sound like a broken record. I might have to explain what a broken record is, but it's the stars of tomorrow today, and they're making their own names for themselves, and such great competition gives everybody an opportunity to really rise to the top. This is going to be closely contested here, as you see Haggard now taking the lead, but not by much.
For those that know, I do know what a broken record is. I hope he's not referring to just me. Yeah, going back to what you said about the Daly family, of course, Jet's older sister Kiara has had a phenomenal career at La Jolla High School there in California, and just one of the rising stars in our sports, along with this young man right here, and mixing it up here with some of the best freshmen in the country, trying to kind of create his own legacy too.
Well, now we start to see a little bit of maybe not separation, but settling in, stringing out. As our leader pushing the pace just a touch. They went 72, 70, kind of 71, 72 on that first lap. 73 or so on the second. Well, Keenan, everybody knows, most everybody knows, La Jolla in San Diego. Beautiful place to live and work and go to school, of course. Reminds me of one of my favorite tracks in the country, Point Loma Nazarene, overlooking the Pacific Ocean there out on the peninsula of Point Loma. Do you have a favorite track that you've attended, competed at, viewed? What's a favorite track in the country for you?
I mean, there's a handful of them. I mean, this place is up there. I mean, this is just such a historic venue, and you get the nostalgia. Like once you walk right into it, and you can not only see the history, but you can feel the history. I mean, it's on the walls. It's the structures. It's the stands. It's the people. Like there's just so many different stories that you can tell within Franklin Field. Even like in a freshman 2 mile, like this boys race right here. There's going to be people talking about this race. These boys will be talking about this race. It's like, hey, I got the opportunity to run on a world-class track that some of the best professional athletes have ran on, and they take that in, they remember that for a lifetime, and just it's those little things, I think, for me, like Franklin Field. It's like that's what makes it so special.
There is a sense of gravitas when you step onto Franklin Field here at UPenn, and Adam Haggard is making the most of his moment here at Franklin, and it's still so close. Haggard, Charlotte Country Day. Obviously all freshmen here, but just about 6 minutes into this race. Nothing to choose between our athletes here, and you can feel the tension building behind as we start to see Haggard now just being passed on the inside. He's run 9:06 for the 3,200 meters, so don't count out Haggard there, now running second.
Everyone's there. Everyone's there, Trevor.
getting
They're all within striking distance of each other. It looks like they're starting to, maybe string out a little bit. But I mean, you got, what was it, 11, 12 guys that were within 4 seconds of each other for that first mile. So everybody is still within this race. Maybe it's picking it up here a little bit. Maybe it's not. You kind of just have to see and wait for it all unfold over the next couple of laps.
Haggard regains the lead from Carson Kaiser. Haggard on paper looks to be the quicker competitor. Kaiser has run 9:19 over the 3,200 meters. He ran that at the Illinois State meet earlier this year. But Haggard thinks that he's got the chops. He's getting ready to show it over the final meters here. Plenty of work to do, though.
Thinking he's got to have a little bit of redemption from what he had at the indoor season. Finished 9th in this event in Boston. Probably not the outcome he wanted. And this is a moment for him to kind of redeem himself here on the outdoor stage.
Well, he's had a great outdoor, as you said. I mean, indoors, in the mile, exactly, he was 9th at the New Balance Indoor Nationals. So it was a personal best, 4:27, an indoor best for him, but he's just improved and done really well. I think a little bit of a disappointment at the state meet for him. Just 11th, running 9:39 after that 9:06 personal best. So Haggart has the chops, but he may just be a little inconsistent. I think that's certainly on his mind as he continues to be in a good position. Sitting second now is Haggart. But we've seen some really great kicks in previous races. Third and final section here of this boys freshman 2-mile, taking the bell out in front. Adam Haggart of Charlotte Country Day running second. He's got some work to do as Jonathan Grimm out of Virginia leads the way.
The racing is on now, Trevor. They're really starting to pick up this pace here over the last 800 meters, now less than 800 meters or so. And you can just see the turnover, even including third place from Jack Wilborn. He's already going to the arms. His legs are starting to turn. But how about the guts that Jonathan Grimm has after running a meet record yesterday, 4:16:30, coming back and running a strong 2-mile here, and is well on his way to maybe coming away with another national title.
He took the Class 4 state championship over 3,200 meters in Virginia. Again, just a freshman, obviously, here in the freshman section. But Grimm takes a peek over his head. He won't be far outside that 9:10 meet record, and he will obliterate our fastest time of the day. It is going to be Jonathan Grimm taking victory out of Williamsburg, Virginia, 9:18:08. Carson Kaiser with a great last lap as well. 61 seconds for both Grimm and Kaiser. Adam Haggart just getting past there. 9:21:16. He'll finish with a 64-second last lap. But that is some good quality racing.
Bodes well when you have mile speed, Trevor. And you're able to, close that strong in 61 seconds, especially after running 4:16, less than, maybe it has been a little over 12 hours since that last race, but still, though, not enough time to really, make that, that turnaround with a little bit of a rest. That was a gutsy run by Jonathan Grimm.
He was looking around. You see him in the home stretch. You have to think there's maybe even more there for Jonathan Grimm as he gets to hoist that banner. Rightfully so. There's nothing that I think helps you catch your breath better than winning. Section 3, overall winner as well, Jonathan Grimm, freshman boys 2-mile, 9:18:08. Take that banner, young man. You earned it. You earned your national championship. We will try to catch up with Mr. Grimm in a moment, but we'll move right along to the freshman girls 2-mile. We said it yesterday, they do a great job of keeping it moving here. If you've ever been a part of a meet at Franklin Field, sometimes the Penn relays can feel like organized chaos, but it just is so energetic, I think is the word. And you mentioned it earlier, just the history here, the legacy of Franklin Field. And we'll have 4 sections for the freshman girls. Just as with the boys, we'll get quicker and quicker on those seed times. We've seen the winner come out of the final section in most of these races, but we've seen some fine times out of early sections as well, and some great races to boot. So here are your competitors. The freshman girls 2-mile, section number 1. It's going to be Caitlin Kipp, Violet Page, Annika Hill, Olivia Kavanaugh, Cora Wasilek, Sonia Suto, Logan Romanini, Hannah Antonelli, Angelina Ruggieri, Riley Zent, Rosalia Nestor, Gabrielle Griffon, Naya Abu Yassin, Ella Braz, Kylie Jacobson, Maris Frank, Lanny Blevins, Ava Gerard, Jane Hawkins, Leah Esper, Catherine Murray, and Zaria Wellesley. That's your lineup here for section number 1.
From Ohio, Hannah Antonelli from Florida, Angelina Ruggieri from Connecticut, Riley Zent from Indiana, Rosalie Nestor from Pennsylvania, Gabriella Griffon.
So as we settle in, once again, we'll give you a little more context here. The meet record set once again a year ago, and that just gives you an idea, as we've said over and over, These meet records being set and reset. I don't think we've mentioned one yet that's older than maybe 2022, but last year the record set by Stephanie Di Piazza, 10:49.53. That is the meet record here for these freshman girls. Full 2 mile. Di Piazza won by 6 seconds or so over Abby Tai. Obviously, as we said, freshman only race, so no returners from that race. A whole new crop here this year. The two athletes ended up under 11 minutes, as I mentioned, Stephanie Di Piazza and Abby Tai in that race a year ago. As we see our early leader, Sonia Suto, out of Weymouth, Massachusetts. Hannah Antonelli coming up from Florida. She's there comfortably in second as well. But we've seen so many of these races go so many different ways. And Sonia Suto would love to take control early, make a definitive move, open up a big gap. We haven't seen, I won't say we've seen some dominant wins, but haven't seen somebody really crack it open super early, I guess we could say. A couple athletes have gone early and pushed themselves on to great times, pushed each other as well. But Sonia Suto in the early goings here, well, in control, call it 5 or 6 meters. Well, as we continue to watch the freshman girls here in the 2 mile, we're going to go downstairs and hear from our boys freshman 2 mile winner, who's downstairs to be interviewed with Mike. This is Jonathan Grimm.
Jonathan Grimm, your freshman boys 2 mile champion. Jonathan, last night you set the meet record in the 1 mile. Talk to us, what kind of pressure does that put on you or take off coming into the 2 mile?
It definitely took off some pressure. I knew I could just sit, and then I trusted my kick, and I had nothing to lose, so I just sent it with 600 to go.
Talk to us about that kick. From about 1,200 out, you really started winding it up, and you closed in 61. At what point in the race did you trust your legs that you were going to have that?
Probably like the last 20 meters. I was pretty tired the last 400, so once I saw I was close to the tape, I knew I had it.
And it paid off with a win here today at the fastest party on the planet, New Balance Nationals. Congratulations, Jonathan Grimm, double champion and your meet record holder.
Pretty solid weekend for Jonathan Grimm. The double champ does what the double champ wants to do. Meet record in the mile and a win in the 2 mile, as our leader Sonia Suto is starting to have some company now 4 minutes into this one.
There's a type of confidence and swagger I like with that kid too, Trevor. There's which you like to see, and I mean sometimes you kind of have to humble yourself a little bit, but like if you're confident in yourself as a racer, it's okay to have that swag a little bit because you can back it up. I think that's the most important thing.
Well, it's a confidence-driven sport, certainly, and a confidence giver to take both of those titles, and he'll be back for more. We'll certainly be seeing more in years to come from Jonathan Grimm. But how about Naya Abu-Yassine of Northville, Michigan, making a move on the inside to pass our early leader, Sonia Suto. Annika Hill of Raleigh, North Carolina, right there in the blue as well.
Raleigh Catholic, better known as Cardinal Gibbons, one of the premier distance programs in the state of North Carolina, of course, alongside that Cuthbertson program we've talked about over and over again.
It flies under the radar sometimes because some athletes, depending, maybe competing unattached or maybe competing for their club team, but as you said, being in good hands and having a good, solid high school program is so important. And a little bit of argy-bargy, as our British friends like to say. They're now settling back in with those top 3. Yassine able to hold on to the lead, but Sonia Suto and Annika Hill right there with her. 83 seconds on the previous lap. Previous 3 laps, in fact, for Yassine. So comfortable running there from Naya Abu Yassin, the Michigan product.
And you notice Yassine looks like she's doing most of the work, which she is, because those both Soto and Hill are just right on her heels, and Hill, moves right up into that second position, just kind of flip-flopping back and forth with Soto. And they're also having to go into a little bit of a headwind, too, on this backstretch. You can see the flag starting to move here a little bit more at the top of the clock tower. I don't know if you really want to call it a clock tower, but the building with the clock on it, I should say.
I'll allow it. I think a building with a tower and a clock can qualify as a clock tower. Yassine, a little step inside the rail there. She should be okay, but 11:27.52, her personal best over 3,200 meters. So again, convert that as you will, but the freshman raced a lot this year. 800, 1,600, 3,200. I would love to improve even further here. Annika Hill looking pretty solid there in second now as Soto starts to fade.
And in most circumstances, when a lot of freshmen are racing a lot, you kind of wonder, it's like, why would a high school coach would do that? Well, there's different ways, you can race a race at a track meet. I mean, it doesn't have to be, a full-out effort. It could be like a workout type of effort. It's really just like, learning what you can do in the event. And I think that's what, you do your entire freshman year is learn how you race the event.
Hill with a confident move. You could see she was champing at the bit there for maybe 300-400 meters, and now making a move as we come up on the final couple of laps. Annika Hill out of Raleigh, North Carolina, trying to outlast Soto and all others. And look at this gap. A big move over the last 150 meters or so for Annika Hill. So we are well strung out here with a couple to go. Annika Hill looking pretty confident. Let Soto and Yassine do the work early on. Ran a 5:20 mile personal best earlier this year, and 11:24 over 3,200 meters as well.
Potentially looking for a negative split here on this second mile too. Opened up in 5:38. It's been chipping away with a couple of 83s, 84s. You see she's trying to get closer, maybe like running 5:33 that last mile.
Hill competed earlier this year at the All-American Track Classic. Some great running around the Carolinas. That's one of the best meets at the high school circuit. Certainly had the pleasure of calling that right here on Runner Space. So we got to see her then. It wasn't her best performance necessarily, but getting against some great competition. And again, I like seeing the segmented freshman sections here as they're able to go head-to-head with some athletes in their own class. But Annika Hill is going to try to finish strong. As you said, potential negative split. Pick up the pace a little bit. They had slowed. It was an 86-second lap after a lot of 83s. 85 high on the previous one. She'll take the belt just a couple of ticks under 10 minutes and another 85-second lap. But she is well in control. Look at the gap back to the rest. Well, we can't even call it a chase pack as we do have a new second position. But Cora Wasiolek still with a lot of work to do if she would want to catch Annika Hill. I don't think she can be caught. Hill still looking very strong out in front, 10+ seconds on the field.
Well, now Annika Hill has extra motivation, and now, lapping a couple of athletes in this field. She has now a lot more targets to chase down.
Annika Hill in the all blue, working on taking section number 1 here in the freshman girls 2 mile. We will have 3 more to come to figure out who will stand atop the podium as the winner of this year's New Balance Outdoor Nationals Freshman Girls 2 Mile. Into the home stretch here, you can hear the crowd appreciating the effort from Annika Hill. As you said, one more lapped runner with a bullseye on her back. She will cruise past her and cruise past the finish line as well, taking victory in section number 1, just under 11:20. A very fine run from Annika Hill, setting the bar here, 11:19.49 in an 82-second final lap.
Trying to quickly do the math in my head here, Trevor. May not necessarily have been maybe a negative split. I think she ran 5:41 on that last mile, but still a very solid time, 11:19.49, and even like that last 3, maybe 2.5 laps of that race was ran solo, and still managed to run 82 seconds for her fastest lap of the entire race. That was a great effort.
Early on, we thought this race could go a couple of different ways. We had a few different leaders. Sonia Suto went out to the lead early. Yassine took a couple of laps, but in the end, left standing tall, Annika Hill here in section number 1. She gets the win, 11:19 and change. And a couple congratulatory high fives. Cora Wasiolek, in fact, comes up for second. Violet Page with a good finish to come in third.
And if anything, as I said, it was not a negative split. It was a pretty evenly ran race. She opens up in, 87, but then really worked her way down throughout the entire time. Her first lap was her slowest lap, which is a rarity to see from high school athletes, because they know they kind of want to get out real fast and kind of set the tone early on or position themselves. But for her to run her slowest lap on her first lap, she was in 10th. She worked a lot of way up throughout that entire race.
So taking to the track now will be section number 2, as you see confirmation there of section number 1 results. And once again, a very full field. So, section number 2, it's going to be Kaylee Podkautka, Francesca Mora, Tara Iyer, Maisie Quinn, Camila Ferrero Rodriguez, Annabelle Averett, Callie Sink, Ella Farrell, Caroline Lance, Kate Bryce, Natalie Cords, Caroline DeButz, Haley Mancini, Isabella Sisto, Oakley Osterhart, Lexi Fitzsimmons, Julia Demick, Tegan Davis, Brooklyn Bush, Kelsey Humbert, and Joelle Mateo. That's your lineup here in section number 2. Does look like a cross-country race when you're going wide into lane 4. Technically lane 7, I suppose, here at Franklin Field, but 4 lanes wide, let's say. And that first, maybe 600 meters usually is what it takes to kind of settle everybody down and figure out how this race is going to play out.
It ended up being 2.04 miles when it's all said and done for those that ran on the outside in 4, Trevor.
I like that. A lot of announcers make that point sometimes. It does come into play, of course, but you can check the Strava later, I suppose. So now coming through to take that first lap in an 81 high, Tara Iyer of Guilderland out of Altamont, New York. Made sure she did go wide, but she did so with the effort in mind of getting out to the front. She did just that Tegan Davis there as well as we start to string out now.
Yeah, and 81 seconds for some of these girls is a little quick, so that's why you're starting to see it string out a little bit here just on the second lap. And, you know, some of them came through 83, 84 seconds, but at least for Iyer and Davis, 81 seconds seems to be the right pace for them.
Iyer looking very comfortable. Remember, last year we had that meet record. We also had 2 athletes total dip under 11 minutes. Just something to keep in the back of your mind. We saw 11:19 from Hill in that first section to take the win. They are racing the clock, a 4-section final, as we will give the crown to the fastest out of any of the heats. So we love to see some of the other, or the early heats, let's say, mix it up and potentially mix up that podium sometimes, but you never know how it's going to play out. Very honest running so far throughout the morning as Iyer continues to lead. Now maybe just putting a little bit more on this field.
The one thing I do notice every time they come around this backstretch is because the wind is blowing on this backstretch, they kind of take it a little bit lighter, and then once they hit that home stretch is where they really start to pick it up. I mean, they use the advantage of the tailwind, which will, of course, you know, obviously any tailwind's going to help you, but in a distance race, you know, it's hard when you're having to do the same lap over and over again, and, you know, having to battle that headwind, especially a leader like Tara Iyer, who, you know, is the one that's taking most of the headwind. Like, she's the one having that wind blow in her face, and it's kind of, you know, either slow her down, and then everybody else is kind of like that's using her as a shield to block the wind.
Iyer's run 11:08 and change for the 3,200 meter distance so far this year. Ran 11:42 in the full 2 miles indoors, but that was just one race. Clearly has raced more at the 3,200 meter distance. Nice 2:26 over 800 meters as well. So you start to get that kind of range, that kind of strength and speed all put together. You can see why it leads to some confident running from Tara Iyer here. Iyer well in control now, 10 or 12 meters back to the rest of the field. They're still within striking distance. Tegan Davis has been sticking with her. Kaylee Podkowka out of Nokesville, Virginia. Tegan Davis, another Guilderland athlete out of Altamont, so those two know each other well. But
I
it
can
is
see
all Tara
Iyer. Yeah, I just see Iyer not wanting to mess around here early on. Like, she just wants to take this race from the gun and just go with it. Like, if anyone else wants to, you know, respond with her, by all means do it. But, you know, this is Iyer's race right now at the moment, and doesn't want to mess around at all.
I like that kind of running in timed finals, multiple sections, because you have to. Even if there's nobody right there to push it with you, you have to lay it all out there, because you'll be kicking yourself if you get stuck in some sort of tactical race and then see a different, or a time you know you're capable of running end up on the podium. You have to leave it all out there, because that's exactly what she's doing here.
And the lead continues to grow. I mean, now that's up to almost 30, 35 meters for Iyer.
So to put in perspective, 11:19 would have been about 11th last year. That's what we saw in section number 1. And we did see a top 5 performance out of the second section. Only 3 sections a year ago. So that meet record and the rest of the podium came from section number 3, the final section. But 2 athletes in the top 8 did come out of section number 2 last year. So keep that in mind when we see these times that come rolling in here. Tara Iyer would love to put her name in contention for a podium spot. She's having to do it all by herself. She's got the encouragement of the crowd, who continues to grow here, the energy building at Franklin Field. Looking forward to more field events happening on the infield. Looking forward to some great championship races later today. But Tara Iyer is in the moment, leading the way.
Seems like she's just getting faster and faster as the race goes along, Trevor. I think that's the one thing you notice. I mean, of course, you can just base on the fact that look at the lead that she has here. I mean, people are probably counting right now at this point, how much of the lead she really has. I mean, it's almost 70 meters now. So she gets faster and faster. And she has been. She's been running 23 seconds for all these laps. Her rhythm is so precise right now that she just keeps clicking off the same exact times per lap.
Very consistent running for Tara Iyer, 123 and change, 83 seconds on most of her laps. And exactly, it can be a little deceptive, Keenan, if you're not looking at the splits, just watching the race, thinking she's in fact getting quicker. She's just being very consistent at a quick pace, but that is impressive in its own right. So you talked about Hill previously with pretty even mile splits. Well, Tara Iyer is certainly going to be in that conversation as well, and she'll hope to crank it up a little bit more coming up on 2 laps, 800 meters remaining.
And that's something that she's probably worked on within the last couple of years. Like, that's just not something you pick up immediately once you come to high school. Like, when you learn how to run, even pacing, even splits, that takes years to learn and to kind of, process that during races. It's not an easy thing to do.
That's why every race matters. It's experience, it's strategy, and we talk about being stuck in no man's land sometimes back in maybe second, third, fourth. But how about kind of being on an island out in front? It takes a certain kind of mental fortitude to keep clicking off laps at your desired pace. Tara Iyer is doing just that. She has slowed a little bit there, 87 on the previous lap. Still a huge gap, though, back to the rest of the field. Gosh, 16 seconds or so. Nobody within striking distance of Tara Iyer here, representing for Altamont, New York. Coming down to Philly. But leave her mark of the Franklin Field at these New Balance Outdoor Nationals. Look at the rest of the pack just coming into the curve as she exits.
I mean, it's her worst lap, but so far it doesn't matter because she ran 83 seconds for the first 5-6 laps of this race. So she did what she needed to do for those first 5-6 laps. She's put herself in that position where she can feel pretty comfortable about, taking this win towards the end of this race.
Well, we're into the meat of it now. Tara Iyer has been doing the work all race long, and she will come up on 400 meters remaining. Working hard, legs getting heavy, but 400 meters still to go as she will try to dig deep and finish very strong. She's racing the clock. She's racing the girls in the next couple of sections as well. She will take the bell. You see there, 9:55. You see the time to beat from section number 1 as well, 11:19:49.
This might be the longest lap that she'll have, or at least it feels like it from a mental standpoint, because you can sense the fatigue is starting to sense in. And she did a lot of work, as we mentioned, the last, I shouldn't say last, the first 5 or 6 laps. She was working her tail off for those laps, and now the fatigue starts to set in. So how do you mentally, challenge yourself here and start to push through? Because you see on your screen right now, the field starting to run her down here, and I think there's enough real estate that she can hang on here, but it's not over until you cross that finish line.
She put a lot of space in the bank early on. You're exactly right. And I think it is going to carry her home now. Maybe a little bit of adrenaline, a little bit of a finishing second wind here for Tara Iyer. It was a 91-second lap there, 1:31 on the previous lap for her. But again, I don't think it's going to matter now. What will matter is that time on the clock, 11:19. That's the time to beat. She should be under that. But you're right. Look at the strong finish from our second placer here. But Tara Iyer is going to bring it home. She will be right at that. Oh, it's going to be close. She will be just ahead, in fact, of that 11:19:49. She'll go 11:19:42. And 84 seconds on the final lap. Well, how about Camila Ferrero Rodriguez just a few seconds back, 11:23:71, with a really nice finishing kick. 77-second lap over the final 400.
That was a good response from Iyer there the last lap. After struggling, the last 2 laps and looked like, she was just going to get slower and slower. She found a little bit of extra motivation probably within that last 100 meters. Maybe even she looked up at the clock over there on the final curve and saw that the rest of the field was trying to chase her down. So maybe a little bit of extra motivation to trying to just, find that last gear and get to the finish line as quickly as possible. And she did so. 84 seconds that last lap, and a win for her, and it moves her up to first overall with 2 more sections to go.
2 more sections here in the freshman girls 2 mile. We'll crown our winner. And then we will move on to one of my favorite events, the 400-meter hurdles. Some really, really good hurdling on deck for us later in the early afternoon. So it's going to be non-stop action here, as it always is. We'll have the finals of the 100 meters later. We'll have some relays as well, and championship 2 miles, 4x8s. It's going to be a great action-packed afternoon. Plenty more action here to come still. At a couple more of these sections, you see confirmation there of the girls' freshman 2 mile. Tara Iyer takes the win, and the overall top time thus far in section number 2. That takes us now to section number 3 out of 4. And you never know when someone's ready to have that breakout race. Certainly a tall order to try to contend with a lot of the speed that comes in the final section. But as I mentioned, 2 athletes out of the top 8 a year ago did come from the section, the second to last section. So look at a quick start already on the inside, as we will have Avery Scott, Lana Bruggeman, Aaron Healy, Safa Ellis, Dia Shrestha, Letty Banwart, Maya Zalmover, Mira Moshilo, Luca Brennan, Natasha Kenny, Reagan Owen, Kate Miner, Sydney Diaz, Morgan Kuzma, Brooke Derringer, Avery Whitaker, Beatrice Duffy, Caitlin Van Zant, and Sophie Nash. That is your lineup here for section number 3.
Getting to the difficult part of the day, Trevor, where it's midday. The sun is directly over the stadium right now, and that's where running at this time of day becomes very challenging. And if you're not used to that, hoping you're not suffering from dehydration, lack of fatigue, or I should say fatigueness. So the more you prepare for a race like this, the better it will be for you in the end.
Not to mention recovery, as you said, some of the athletes coming back from the mile just a day ago. So similar maybe to a championship meet at league or conference or your state meet. I think a lot of these athletes are used to that tough turnaround, but it still can wear on you. So recovery is absolutely key. 80 seconds for Avery Whitaker on that first go-round. Ithaca, New York representative. Caitlin Van Zant of Bishop Watterson of Delaware, Ohio in the mix as well.
Another quick start, 80 seconds. That's not slow by any means. Avery Whitaker really taking it out here that first lap and making a statement here in this third section and trying to improve upon what we saw was back-to-back 11:19s from our previous 2 winners in those first 2 sections.
It'll be interesting to see if somebody goes with her. We saw so much of the work being done by Tara Iyer in the previous section. We saw Annika Hill take the lead maybe in the second half of the race or so. But Avery Whitaker is out in front. And it's a bit of a catch-22. If I'm coach, I think, of course, I want her to get the win, but we'd love to have somebody right there with her. She hasn't broken the field just yet by any means. She is well on her way to doing so after her second go-around. An 82-second lap for her. Caitlin Van Zant, though, still within striking distance. You see that elastic. I think it's pulled, not broken, and it's still early going. So Caitlin Van Zant can slowly make her way up and work on getting that lead, taking in Avery Whitaker.
Less than 6 laps to work with, as you said. You know that. I mean, there's a little bit of a gap now, but there's still a lot of time.
Avery Whitaker putting in some early work here in these first couple of laps. She's run 2:27 over 800 meters, ran 4:49 in the 1500, and a 10:11 personal best this year as well over 3,000 meters. So, as we said, it kind of depends on which state you're coming from, what meets you've run at, which distances, but it gives you an indication at least. 10:11 she's run over 3,000 meters. So she certainly is somebody that could challenge potentially even that 11-minute barrier, lest we get ahead of ourselves, but certainly she'll have seen the 11:19 and want to go faster than that.
Yeah, do the conversion. 10:11 for a 3,000. That is under 11 minutes for at least a 3,200. Pretty darn close for a full 2 mile too. Whitaker's hot start kind of slowing down now. 85 seconds on that last lap, and as you said, that band is not broken away yet. Everyone's starting to reel her in here.
The impressive thing from Whitaker, she's gotten faster in every one of her 3,000-meter races this year, starting off just north of 11 minutes, down to 10:46, 10:36, 10:27, then that breakthrough 10:11 at the state championships. So she would love to keep that trend going, even if it is a slightly different distance, but she now has some company after, as you said, slowing a little bit on the previous lap. 5 seconds. Reagan Owen trying to make a move here. Also out of New York, Racing City Track Club she represents. You see those tents and the wind starting to blow on some of these banners as well. So still nice weather, but it certainly adds up over 8 laps when you're getting that wind in your face every time on one certain direction. Reagan Owen making a move. Avery Whitaker trying to hold on. It is, in fact, Reagan Owen now who's making a move. Looking pretty confident and comfortable out in front. Avery Whitaker now do her job to settle in, relax, let somebody else take the lead for a while, but don't get disconnected.
And at this point, there's no need to panic for Avery Whitaker. I mean, the fact of the matter is that, you have Owen right next to you. There's somebody at least to run with. I mean, you were running solo for the majority of the first couple of laps. So, in some degree, she's probably happy that there's somebody up there with her challenging her.
Well, this is always interesting to me. We've seen this a couple times throughout the morning, but Whitaker gets past. Reagan Owen out in front, seems to be keeping the pace honest, but she then moves back into the lead. So, she says, hey, I want to be in control even if it means I'm doing more of the work. So I thought she might let Reagan Owen take a lap and then try to make that move back into the lead. But sometimes with the younger athletes, and especially when it's a timed final, you just don't know what the person in front of you is going to do. Look at our 3rd and 4th placers. They're within striking distance still as well. Reagan Owen back in front. Whitaker, though, doesn't seem to like that. She may respond.
And I don't know if you noticed this, Trevor. There is at least five groups of girls that are just, they're like couples. They're like, there's 6 groups that are like working together and working their way up to try to catch both Reagan Owen and Avery Whitaker. I mean, just counting right now, I can just see 12 girls within, maybe 40 meters of each other still in this race. And again, they're in like 6 groups of 2 basically working together.
Starting to string out a little more now, but now we have a lead pack of 4 instead of just 2, as Caitlin Van Zant, who has always quietly been there or thereabouts. You see in the white over maroon going wide there as Owen now goes into the lead. Aaron Healy out of New Jersey in contention and making a move also. Whitaker, though, never say die. She just keeps responding. Reagan Owen seems to have a lot of run left in her legs, but Whitaker just keeps coming back and keeps coming back. Van Zant wants to throw her hat in the ring as well.
And that's all instinct, Trevor. I mean, she's probably used to running out front so many of her races in the state of New York, in her classification or her district. Like this is something that, you know, she probably prides herself in. It's like, I need to be the one that everyone needs to chase down.
Reagan Owen, 11:15 indoors for the full 2 miles. But also seems to be somebody that thinks she has the strength to do it. Van Zant now making a move.
And the reason why, Trevor, everyone's now caught up is they've slowed the pace down. Like, it has not gotten any faster. They've been running 88 seconds the last couple of laps. 88 seconds, 87 seconds. The pace is not picking up here. And we're coming down to the last less than 800 meters to go in this race.
6 athletes now in contention. It becomes about the racing. We'll still look at the clock, of course. We'd love to dip under that 11:19 barrier that has been set from previous sections. But for Van Zant, Healy, Owen, Whitaker, there's some pride on the line looking to take victory here in what is clearly a very solid field in section number 3 of 4.
This is going to come down to a sprint. Somebody's going to have to make a choice here at some point. You got 7 girls in that front pack right now. You got 2 more also hunting them down there in that chase group. Somebody's going to eventually make a move here, and it's going to be more of a sprint type of finish, which, you know, you kind of see, like you would see that normally like an NCAA final. You would see that in an Olympic final. Like that's what makes racing so much fun, is when everyone's there, the excitement really builds up.
That is exactly what we have on deck, the excitement as they take the bell right at 10 minutes. That's Caitlin Van Zant out of Delaware, Ohio, with Erin Healy hot on her heels, but it is Caitlin Van Zant out into the lead. Owen has dropped, but Erin Healy, Maya Zalmover patiently biding their time. Natasha Kenny might have a shot at it, but look how strong Caitlin Van Zant is looking out in front. Erin Healy in the white over pink trying to make a move.
It seems like those are the only 2 that want to be able to go, but look out right behind is Whitaker trying to respond back. She's in 4th right now and just trying to find some sort of room to make up on the curve. Not enough time here with less than 200 meters to go now in this girls' Section 3 race.
Caitlin Van Zant picking up some speed. And 11:14 for 3,200 meters earlier this year. Trying to pick up a nice 2-mile personal best, but she cannot shake Erin Healy, or can she? Erin Healy of Tub Gator out of Marlton, New Jersey. Looked like she may have had the juice to finish up in the home stretch, but indeed it's going to be Caitlin Van Zant of Bishop Watterson. 11:18:43, 11:19:02 for Erin Healy. So they both dip under that standard time, the 11:19, but not by much. It sets the stage perfectly for our 4th and final section. But how about that run from Caitlin Van Zant? She gets a great win against a really solid field just ahead of Erin Healy.
Bit of a coin flip there on that last lap. Heck, even the last 2 laps, because you really didn't know what to expect because nobody decided to go. And then up until about maybe that 150 meters to go in that race, it was Van Zant that decided, you know what, this is going to be mine towards the end. I mean, she held first place position for the last 2 laps, so it should come no surprise that, you know, she was the one that wanted to take this one in the end. But even then, Trevor, like it seemed like it took a while till anybody really wanted to go for it.
Every race has its own makeup, its own DNA, and can play out in such unique ways. And so Caitlin Van Zant, I don't think we had said her name until halfway through the race or so. She just slowly chipped away with that 77-second last lap, putting the final touches on it, I suppose. Erin Healy was right there with her, just came up short on the day, but credit to Caitlin Van Zandt and her new fastest time on the day. But that is what these ladies will be looking to improve upon. A reminder, our meet record 10:49.53 from Stephanie DiPiazza just last year, leading two athletes under that 11-minute barrier. Could we see something as incredible as that here? I always love that moment. It seems moment after moment and race after race, the official has to stand them up and say, hey, take a deep breath. And now we are off and running. Well, this section will be comprised of Abigail Erickson, Petra Grundel, Rachel Smith, Colby McCollum, Amelia Garces, Sienna Clemmer, Victoria Terrara, Natalie Nixon, Natalie Knowles, Reese Lotta. You might remember that name. We'll come back to her. Kayla Schellenbarger, Lauren Parrott, Ella Alberici, Savannah Staton, Sophie Pasalacqua, Kara Glenn, Leah Navarro, Grayson Carlisle, Ainsley Kelm, Lila Eltz, and Ella Williams. That is Glenn, who goes out to the early lead here. But Reese Lotta, one to watch. South Texas Heat homeschool out of San Antonio. Elin Lotta, of course, down there as well.
We'll get a chance to see her sister later on in that championship girls 2 mile. Very, very talented family down there. In that homeschool program, the Lotta family, of course, the star Elin Lotta has had a phenomenal outdoor season. Ran 4:36 for the True Mile just a couple weeks ago in St. Louis, and then ran under that 10-minute barrier in the 3200 for the very first time at the Music City Track Festival.
It's the national leader, in fact, 9:59.79. So a good boost if you're Reese Lotta, knowing that you've got those genes. Sister's the national leader. And sub 10-minute performer, pretty impressive stuff. Well, our early leader here is out in front. Kara Glenn out of Illinois, the Elgin Sharks Track Club, is trying to make quick work of this one. You have to think, Keenan, somebody will reel her in a little bit at least, but Glenn is trying to make this no drama race where she's way out in front the whole time. Not sure if she can take it wire to wire.
Well, based on the fact of what she's doing right now, she looks really relaxed. I don't even think she's even running at her full speed right now. I just think that at this point right now, just looking at her arms, looking at her shoulders, she looks really relaxed right now, Trevor.
She's got 2:19 800-meter speed. She looks so comfortable here up on the toes. Just very, very smooth, relaxed. Upper body's relaxed, not tense. I think that the rest of the field will try to start reeling her in a little bit. There's a 78-second first lap, about 3 seconds ahead of everybody else, maybe 2.5. But now you see Lotta making a move there in second.
And I think if anybody is going to, put the pressure on Glenn here, it is going to be Reese Lotta.
We saw Lotta at the New Balance Nationals indoors take on the mile distance. She's around 3,200 meters this year in 11:01. And proceeded then to improve that even further, 10:54. So these are some athletes that could reel in Glenn out in front.
And I'm sure she is used to running at this time of day under the Texas sun, of course, from San Antonio, Texas. I mean, anybody that runs in the state of Texas knows that it's always going to be warm down there, regardless of, whether it's raining and it's sunny out. Like it's warm weather. So this, for a lot of the South kids that are competing at this meet, they're thriving off of this weather right now.
It's right there in the name, Keenan, South Texas Heat. And that is exactly what they're bringing up here to Philadelphia. Lotta should be an interesting one to watch. I'm not counting out Glenn by any means. She ran 10:51 at the Illinois State meet earlier this year, over 3,200 meters. But she now has some company, and this is more what we expected from this fourth and final section. So 81 seconds on the last 2 laps for Kara Glenn, but the difference after that 78-second first lap is that she has some company. Colby McCollum, Petra Grundel, Reese Lotta as well.
You got, let's see, you have 10 girls within 2 seconds of each other. So they're all right there coming up onto completing the first half of this race. So, which is where you kind of want to be when you position yourself in that front half through that first mile. It helps. It goes a long way when you want to close out this race.
Colby McCollum in that mix as well. Cuthbertson program that we've mentioned so many times. She's run 2:12 over 800 meters. So keep an eye on her if it comes down to a sprint finish. She's got the chops. Real nice 3,200 meters at the All-American Track Classic as well, running 10:32 earlier this year. So already very well raced this year. Ran 10:55 indoors for the full 2 miles did McCollum. She could be one to watch as this race continues to progress, but they're so bunched. You see her having to go so wide. I believe that was McCollum, as Reese Lotta now with the somewhat of a lead. Now that dissipates.
They're already under meet record pace too, Trevor. The meet record is 10:49.53 by Peregrinis from last year. And they went through that first mile in 5:23, so they're well under that pace.
Well, as we said, that record came in 2023, and then it was broken in 2024. It was 10:50.01 from Elizabeth Trant, and then, as you said, Stephanie DiPiazza of Peregrines going 10:49.53. So McCollum, Lotta, and Co. pushing this pace, but I love that it's not just against the clock. 2, 4, 6, 7 people still in contention, maybe 8 with a hanger on in the back of the pack there, but McCollum and everybody else looking to push this thing. It's going to be tough. As we saw on the boys' side, you're going to have to work to take this victory.
And McCollum has had a lot of success between both in the indoor and the outdoor national stage. Won the indoor freshman mile in a meet record 4:52 last night. Won the freshman outdoor mile in a meet record 4:56. So could she capture her third meet record and second in a span of less than, gosh, I gotta guess, maybe 15, 16 hours?
Now starting to string out a little bit more. McCollum leading the way. You see Grundel there as well. Petra Grundel out of Clifton, Virginia. Rachel Smith, and there's Parrott, I believe, also. And they are picking things up. Well, we are winding things up here, and it is anybody's guess as to our eventual winner. So it's a good race, and as you said, a great pace as well coming through here, 8:06, as they will continue to battle. Colby McCollum, Lauren Parrott of Glastonbury, Connecticut now into the lead.
Had a chance to talk with the coach of the Carolina Cavaliers, and they are really high on this Colby McCollum for the talent that she's been able to bring within her freshman year. And of course, in a program that, prides itself on the relays, and, she's been able to contribute to those relays right away and show that, she's a force to be reckoned with.
Trying to do it here on the individual side as well. Take this freshman 2 mile. Parrott now just a couple of steps back. She is a sub 5 minute miler at her best, or 1600 I should say. 4:55 she's run earlier this year. 10:46 over 3,200 meters. So it's all going to come down to these final meters. But look at McCollum. We talked about her when she started being in the mix. Colby McCollum is going to take the bell here for Cuthbertson. Ran a 4:53 mile earlier this year. And as you said, lots of great races indoors as well as outdoors. She may have broken the field. Look at that gap now from Colby McCollum. A 2:12, 800 meter
84
runner.
second last lap, Trevor. That's all she needs to break that meet record of 10:49.
And she just went 78. So keep an eye on the clock as Colby McCollum shows no signs of slowing down here. We do have a new second placer there. Smith moving into the lead as Parrott begins to fade. But it is all about this young lady, Colby McCollum, making a name for herself. As you said, the Carolina Cavaliers, Cuthbertson, when she represents her high school. But today it is all Colby McCollum trying to take this title, perhaps a new meet record as well in the freshman girls 2-mile competition, the fourth and final section. We are seeing an absolute treat of a race here. Colby McCollum had multiple challenges throughout these 2 miles. She turned back every single one. She's going to obliterate that meet record and perhaps be under 10:40 as well. Absolutely she is. Colby McCollum takes the tape and takes the win and takes the meet record as well. Big win there from Colby McCollum in the freshman girls 2 miles.
That was a strong last lap by her, too. 73 seconds to put a exclamation point on this national title, her second of the weekend. Again, second within the last, 16, 17, 18 hours, depending on however long that mile was just last night. And again, to have the delay yesterday and, having them all run it late at night, and then you have to say, hey, you got to come back and run this 2 mile. That's a lot of stress to put on, 15-year-old high school kids. It's to say, like, hey, we need you to go do this, but are you able to come back and do this? So for her, this was a very impressive performance. I was more impressed with this than what she was able to do in the mile last night, because we know what her capabilities in the mile are. Now it's just showing that strength side is really, piecing together.
A confident win from McCollum as she gets congratulations and potential interview. We'll try to catch a word with her later on. But you see the graphic there. First place overall in that freshman girls 2 mile. And a really, like you said, a statement win, a cherry on top. Hey, 10:38 60 is no joke. Continuing to cut down time. Rachel Smith comes up for second. Reese Latta, a nice sub-11 clocking as well. So 5 athletes this year go under 11 minutes, even quicker than a year ago on the top end and deeper as well. And a very fine race there in section number 4 as they stamp their positions overall to close out that freshman girls 2 mile. Moving now to the hurdlers. We'll start with the championship boys 400-meter hurdles. We'll have the freshmen to come as well, and then the girls, of course, to follow. But some very good battles on deck here. Meet record set by Ugendi Morris Setback in 2022, 51:31. And we'll have multiple sections here. As you see, section 1 of 6, it's going to be Casey Kinsley, Javante Williams, Jaden Francois, Angelo Finney Jr., and Mohamed Wadan Jr. to start things off.
Rising to the competition here, the fastest party on the planet, Colby McCollum. Congratulations on 2 meet records. And she'll be back in the sprint med later today.
Well, this is one of my favorite events, if I can show a little bias here, Keenan, a former hurdler myself, but such a difficult race and a dynamic race. I love having the kind of the optics, if you will. We, of course, have a stagger in the 400 meters. It can be tough sometimes to see who's really in the lead, and it's almost like a cheat code with the hurdles. Get to see who's in the lead by who goes over the hurdles first, so we'll have our first section kind of set the tone for us as we will continue, as we've done, to cut down in the seed times, if you will. Get faster and faster on those seed times. Again, doesn't mean that you can't run fast out of every section, but here we go in the boys' championship 400-meter hurdles. Kinsley, Williams, Francois, Finney Jr., and Wadon Jr.
Kinsley on the inside making up the stagger here, although on the outside it looks like Finney Jr. of Motor City Track Club. Keep an eye on him out in lane 8. He's got a great stride and clearing those hurdles with ease.
Angelo Finney Jr. and the bright yellow kit goes off leg there. A little bit untidy, hurdling back on his correct leg now. Taking that curve with his left dominant lead leg. Back on a opposite leg there, but he's going to take the final straightaway. And look at the challenge coming now, but Finney Jr. is going to try to hang on, bangs that hurdle just a little bit, but he'll have the 40 remaining meters to put an emphasis on that win, and he does exactly that. Finney Jr. 54.57, just outside his 54.55 personal best. He'll watch that back and know that there's a few things he could clean up, but it's always good to get the win. He does just that here in Section 1.
And Motor City, one of the stronger clubs around the country. They're always going to have their presence here at New Balance Nationals Outdoors, and for him to kind of set the tone for this group, because we're going to see a lot of those uniforms throughout the week. You'll notice them; they're always bright colored uniforms. Good way for starting for Motor City. Kind of got a little tight towards the end of that race, but was able to. I think he did just enough on the backstretch to really kind of just pull himself away from the rest of the field.
So we will move quickly now to section number 2. Corey Greenfeld on the inside out. He goes in 1. Jaden Hobson, Kareem Brown, Cheggy Kaba, Jamari Cole, Jabari Armstrong, Steven Schwartz, Etanil Brown, and Jason Alvarez. That's your lineup here. As we said, the meet record, build the anticipation here, but 51-31 from Morissette. Back in 2022, we have a number of athletes that have gone sub 52 seconds in the fast section, so we could see some fireworks later on. Off and running here in section number 2 of 6. Hobson, Brown, Kaba, Cole, Armstrong, Schwartz, Brown, Alvarez. And a good run so far from Steven Schwartz out of Track Houston. The Texan coming up here to bring some of that Texas heat. And on his inside, Jamari Cole moving well as well in 5. The battle right now is between lanes 5, 6, and 7. And how about Jamari Cole from Grayson, Georgia? Now encountering a little bit of trouble, and it's back to Steven Schwartz of Track Houston. He bangs a hurdle and has a little trouble of his own. Into the penultimate hurdle in the home stretch here. Remember, it's 40 meters off the final hurdle. How about lane 8 outside of him? Etanil Brown coming on strong. Out of nowhere, Brown, New Jersey native, is going to take it 54.20, just a couple of ticks quicker than Section 1. That was a huge surge at the end for Brown. We hadn't even talked about him. He comes on very strong and overtakes Schwartz for the win.
One of the things I did notice there on the, the home stretch is, Schwartz probably had like the best form. I mean, for even being tired, he was still able to, pump his arms and drive. You can see there in lane 6, but really the attack came from Brown there over that last hurdle. And it was, I think, to me, it was his speed that really carried him over Schwartz. Schwartz would have had this based on the strength alone, but in the end, I think it was Brown with a little bit more speed.
It's a different phenomenon when you hit a hurdle in the 400 hurdles than the highs, certainly, and you do have a little more time to recover, but especially as you get fatigued. As we saw Schwartz there bang a hurdle towards the end, that really throws you off your rhythm and can be very, very costly. Brown took advantage and cruised through with a nice win. Section number 3 now, Ilunga Salerno, David Adeyokunu, Jaden Appentang, John Machado, Blake Hunter, Aaron Taylor, Deshaun Austin, Julian Louise, and Dominic Bassi.
I will say this, Trevor, this event has become a lot more popular over the last couple of years, in part, Karsten Warholm, Rai Benjamin, Alison Dos Santos have been able to, due to this sport. I mean, call those the big three, if you will, because they really have transcended the sport.
Well, and I like to give a little credit to Abdurrahman Samba as well, going sub 47 seconds, and he's had his injury problems, but I wish he had kind of been a part of that. He's still around, but wish he had been a part of it, but Karsten Warholm certainly in that ridiculous Olympic final back in 2021. Rai Benjamin, always the bridesmaid for so long, finally got his Olympic gold last year. Alison Dos Santos becomes a world champion as well. These guys are just clicking off 46-second 400-meter hurdle times like it's nothing. I mean, I remember a time when a good 47, mid would be a career maker. I mean, some of these legends that never, of course, broke 47 seconds, few had. So you're exactly right. We've seen it on the women's side as well, with Sydney McLaughlin just taking it to a whole nother, a whole nother level. It's just unbelievable. But like I said, as one of my favorite events, I love to see it. So off this time, second time of asking. Salerno, Adeyokunu, Appentang, Machado, Hunter, Taylor, Austin, Louise, and Bassi. And shaking things out over the first 100 meters or so. Look at Deshaun Austin out of Virginia with the early lead.
Well through the stagger already out there on the outside in 7, and has looked great. As you mentioned, Austin out of the state of Virginia, looking to see if he can make his way onto that podium stand here in this championship section.
Deshaun Austin taking care of business as of now, but look at the inside coming on strong here over hurdle number 9. Deshaun Austin trying to bring it home. Deshaun Austin is going to take care of business. He's run 53.35, and he goes way quicker. Look at that time. Forget 52 seconds. He goes right down to 51.98. That's an incredible run from Deshaun Austin. He did it from the jump. Takes care of business. Hey, that could get you on the podium, young man. Deshaun Austin, Section 3 winner here in the boys 400 hurdles.
That was a race that was telling him I was in the wrong section, guys. I should have not been in the 3rd section. I should be in the championship fastest section. I mean, as you said, Trevor, just right from the start, he commanded this race, had the best hurdle clearances, was clean, his drive phase was great. everything about that race was to a T, and he dips below that 52 seconds. Had he had some competition, he probably would have ran 51 mid or something like that.
Hey, he will certainly take that, a nice personal best and a big win here, and really putting the pressure on the rest of the sections as we continue to march along. We'll have section number 4 up next, but that really sets the tone. 51 anything. I say in the 400 hurdles at the high school level, I think if I had to put a above-below line, I think 52 seconds is really where you start to see people come out and shine. See the lineup now here for Section 4. Charles Dallas, Jace Johnson, Gabriel Murray, Liam Runkle, Jordan Peck, Amari Scott, Nyan Brown, and Davian Johnson. Off and running here in section number 4 of 6, having just seen a sub 52 second clocking and a very quick start on the inside in lane number 3 for Gabriel Murray out of Columbia, Maryland.
Look at Amari Scott, though, on the outside in 7. He was the one that has made up the stagger already 200 meters in, and he's well out front here. Though not going too far behind from him is Nyan Brown right next to him in lane 8.
Brown is one I had my eye on and thought he could be a sleeper in this. The outside lanes are favored very often, in a fall there back over hurdle number 8, but into the home stretch. This is going to be very close. Coming over the final hurdle, a little bit of a reach. Nyan Brown, Amari Scott, and on the inside, is it going to be lane 3, Gabriel Murray? That is going to be very close and very quick once again. Boy, when it takes a second to delineate, you know that it's very close. No, it's Nyan Brown just ahead of Amari Scott. And I almost called him out early on.
6,000ths of a second, Trevor.
Both credited with 51.84. Nyan Brown out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Amari Scott, 51.84 for both of them. Gabriel Murray, 51.87. 3 athletes go sub 52 here. That is a fast heat.
Well, I'm sure they paid attention to Section 3, and they knew they had to bring it here in Section 4. I mean, just look how competitive it was towards the very end. I mean, just, everybody fighting for every inch, every placement, every second. I mean, that's what you do in a championship final. Whether it's, you're in the first section or you're in the last section. It's fighting for placement.
That is a breakout win for Nyan Brown, and I got the chance to see him run at the All-American Track Classic where he ran his personal best of 53.06, but just like Austin in the previous section, he skips the 52s altogether. New Balance Nationals bringing out the best of the best here. As we will move now to section number 5, and the heat just keeps on coming. It's Nico Garns, Keenan Davis, Philip Burney, Will Smith, Taman Howell, Corey Reevy, Jaden Michaelis, and Davian Booker.
Booker's our defending champion in this event, and rarity you would see your defending champion in the penultimate section. Last year it took 51.92 to win this event, and we've already had three guys underneath that under that time.
Well, only Booker broke 52 seconds last year, so that just gives you an idea of the quality. And call me biased, I certainly love this event, but both the boys and the girls side, this was one that I'm really looking forward to. And as you said, that just shows the quality of the entire, all 6 sections really, that Davian Booker, the defending champion, he won as a sophomore last year. He goes in our penultimate heat, as you said. Here we go. Garns, Davis, Burney, Smith, Howell, Reevy, Michaelis, and Booker out there in lane 9. He's going to have some work to do if he wants to keep that stagger on the outside. But look at Howell early on. We'll get that straightaway shot, and it'll see who's hitting that hurdle first. It is Howell in the yellow and blue.
Booker's in a tough position because he's running all alone by himself. And now Howell making up that stagger here, coming up on the 150 meters to go. Now he's made up that stagger on Booker, the defending champion. But look on the inside, though, Trevor.
It is a three-man race coming into the home stretch here. Booker trying to defend his title out of lane 9, out of section 5. He's going to have to work hard over hurdle 10, 40 meters remaining. He's running under there, but you can see the headband. He will take the victory. And he will, let's get final confirmation there. It is quick, 51.75. So he is able to run the fastest time of the day, but still with one section remaining. The drama is set. Good run from Will Smith, as you said. Lane 5 there. Taman Howell hangs on for third, 52.80. But Davian Booker, there's a reason he was the champion a year ago.
Listen, you put the defending champion out in lane 9. He's willing to put everything out there and unleash the beast, basically. I mean, 51.75 improves upon what he ran last year in 51.92. But again, ran this pretty much solo from the gun. I mean, maybe now gave him a little bit pressure on that last curve. Same with Smith there, but really that was a solo effort from the start.
Let's take a look at our athletes here. That was Miles King out of Ohio, second in the state champs in 300 hurdles. You see Ethan Moody now. He's certainly one that could contend. 52 flat this year over the 400 distance at state. Logan Wilkins representing the Firebirds out of Kettering, Ohio. State champ over the high hurdles. Got a nice personal best over 300-meter hurdles as well, 36.55. This is Braden Labont now out of Ontario, Canada. Second his championships, 51.79 he's run this June. You see Ryan Kyle there out of Westford, Massachusetts, 51.7 a couple of weeks ago. He could contend as well. Kang Martin comes up, Huber Heights, the Ohio State champion over 300 hurdles. He won the freshman 400 hurdles here a year ago. Rounding out the field, it's going to be Cameron Thomas out of Toms River, New Jersey, 51.96 a couple of weeks back to win that New Jersey state meet. So as I said coming in, Keenan, a number of athletes with sub 52 second potential. Well, they just saw the defending champion put the pressure on them with that 51.75 marking.
You said pressure's on. I mean, there doesn't matter what section you're in. You're in a championship final. Mind you, it's a time section final. Everyone's going to bring their best. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, even 6. Everyone's going to bring their best.
I love seeing these championships have the 400-meter hurdles. That, of course, is the collegiate and international distance, and it's just a different event. We saw it even a couple of weeks ago. Ry Benjamin took the Diamond League, I believe it was Oslo last week, in the 400 hurdles, ran a great time. But the week before, they ran the 300 hurdles. And I won't get my personal opinions on them bringing that in necessarily, but he made the right point.
I was going to ask you about that, Trevor. Your thoughts on World Athletics allowing the 300 hurdles to be a record-sanctioned event.
Listen, we don't have the time or the energy to go into my thoughts on that. It's just silly. But World Athletics continues to excel at solving problems that don't exist. But Ry Benjamin said, I care about the 400 hurdles. That's what's in the World Championships. That's what's in the Olympics. And really, when college coaches are looking at this, it's almost similar to seeing an athlete do really well over the high hurdles at 39 inches, wondering, can they adjust to 42s? Same thing is true here. The 300 meters is a sprint. The 400 is really where you're tapping into a little bit more of that speed endurance. So getting recruiters and college coaches a chance to see you over 400 is a really big opportunity. Couple of non-starters, as you can see, in the middle of the track there. But sixth and final section, off and running. This should be hot. It's Miles King, Ethan Moody, Logan Wilkins, Braden Labont, Ryan Kyle, Kang Martin, and Cameron Thomas trying to better that 51.75 that we saw just one section ago. And very even through the first few hurdles here.
Tyron Reed already making up that stinger on the outside with Thomas. And Thomas pretty even with him right now. They go over the hurdles. Reed now with the advantage. They're even with
moving
each
well.
other here with a couple more hurdles to go.
Lane number 7, that's Ryan Kyle running for his life here. He's got company on the outside in the form of Cameron Thomas. Into the final stretch, these two will take hurdle number 10. A bit of a stutter from Kyle, and on the near side, it is going to be lane 9 in back-to-back sections. Cameron Thomas just goes quicker than Davian Booker and nips that time, 51.66. The pressure was on, and Cameron Thomas delivered. He will be your champion in the boys' championship 400-meter hurdles. That was quick.
Again, racing against the clock when you're on the outside in lane 9. It does not matter. When it's a championship final, expect the unexpected. You're going to get your best ever from every single individual. That's what you got from Cameron Thomas right here, right to the line. He felt the pressure from lane 7, which was Ryan Kyle, who had an awesome race too. But Cameron Thomas, representing North Track, they actually won the shuttle hurdle race, I think, during the indoor season, and he was part of that as well.
Wearing it like a championship belt, and proudly so. Big smile on the face of our winner here, Cameron Thomas, taking care of business. The New Jersey native cruising over to Philadelphia to pick up a nice national title, and one that was not bereft of drama by any means. So we will stay with the boys, of course, as we can keep those hurdles the same height. And move now to our freshman 400-meter hurdles. 5 sections on deck here. Jack Pavis, Ryder Clevenger, Elijah McKenzie, Eduardo Martinez, Blessing Kiamiza. And I shudder to think what I would have run over 400 hurdles as a freshman in high school. It's so impressive. Some states do have this as their full distance, certainly, and I think the 300 meters in high school, 300 hurdles, is a great event and more of a history there, of course, and records and a legacy that's been built up over the years. But the 400, as I said, is just so... It's just such a challenge. Consistently voted one of the hardest events in track and field, and there's a reason why.
Well, and I say the 2 hardest events, 400 hurdles and the 800. To me, those are the 2 hardest events in track.
These freshmen taking it on with aplomb. This is our early leader, Elijah McKenzie out of Coral Springs, Florida. Look at him already making up that stagger and taking those hurdles smoothly. Elijah McKenzie trying to keep pace. Now on the outside, he's got some company in the form of Blessing Kiamiza. Those two are going to round the top of the bend and duke it out over the final few hurdles. And a bit of a disaster there over hurdle number 8 for Kiamiza, which means McKenzie will be all alone there in lane 7. He takes hurdle number 10 cleanly. And he will take the final 40 meters as well and be just a tick over 58 seconds. 58.21 for Elijah McKenzie, with Jack Pavis dipping under 60 seconds, along with Eduardo Martinez. But 58.21 for Elijah McKenzie.
As you said, Trevor, I mean, that's a hard event, transition from the 300 hurdles, especially adding on, another 100 meters. But also, you're adding, 2 more hurdles on to the event as well. So, I mean, that's just difficult. And, anything under 60 seconds, great time. So I think it's a really, really good time, especially, if you're just learning this event. And you can see right there, a couple guys towards the end of the race, they're tired, they're letting fatigue set in, and they clip those hurdles, which, of course, takes a couple of seconds off of what they would, hoping to run a little bit faster, but it's hard. It's a hard race.
I like to say the hurdles get higher as the race goes on, and if you can take them cleanly, as McKenzie was able to do, not his fastest time of the year, but he is getting more and more experience, just a freshman at these 400-meter hurdles. As we take a look now at our second section, it's going to be Hunter Kling, Zari Seeley, Eli Reed, Nicholas Foley, Markel Betterson, Nixon McNeil, Jalen Berry, and Javelle Chandler. Meet record here set 2 years ago by Kendrick Joshua of Coastal Georgia, 54.56. And here we are, not off and running. We will bring it back and try again.
I'll be honest, it caught me off guard a little bit.
It's still a gunshot, you know, so it gets your attention. Hunter Kling, Zari Sealy, Eli Reed, Nicholas Foley, Markel Betterson, Nixon McNeil, Jalen Berry, Javelle Chandler. You know, you mentioned Carson Warholm. If you pay attention to the Diamond League, he's just an omnipresent athlete over there, and you see he loves his lane 7. Just on the outside, softer bend to the curve, still has some people outside of him. Run like a banshee and try not to get caught from lanes 5 and 6. So every athlete's a little different. Certainly the middle to outside lanes generally favored in these 400 hurdles, but I like to remind people Angelo Taylor won Olympic gold out of lane 1, so don't count yourself out just because you're on an inside lane. Second time of asking, here we go. Section number 2 in these freshman 400-meter hurdles. Pretty even start on the outside there. Markel Betterson moving well. But on the outside, Javelle Chandler out of West Virginia with the slight advantage.
And you can tell that some of them are taking a little bit of a hesitant approach with some of these hurdles, especially knowing that it's one lap around the track rather than 3/4 of it.
And Javelle Chandler is more accustomed to those 300-meter hurdles. He's run 40 point, but he has the lead here. This is going to be the test for Chandler in the final 100 meters. Takes the penultimate hurdle. He's got a little bit of company, but still clear of the field. How does he handle hurdle number 10? Beautifully so is his answer. Final 40 meters coming down hard. He will take the victory, but a good, strong finish on his inside from Nixon McNeil as well. Javelle Chandler, 58.29, our second fastest of the day here in the freshman sections. And Keenan, I'll tell you another difference. Obviously the distance, obviously how your body reacts to it, the number of hurdles, but the final 40 meters over the last hurdle is a big difference in the 400s as well, because you can't just land and kind of fall across the line like in the 300s. You have to sprint hard like Chandler did here.
You do, and you know, in an event like this, you know, when the last couple of hurdles, they're going to be the hardest ones because it feels like that finish line is taking forever. It really does, and so your legs become heavy, and so at this point, you're just like, all right, just try to get there as quickly as possible.
Well, another throwback reference, 2016, I believe he won Olympic gold. Karan Clement was infamous for that at the University of Florida and throughout his career, where he maybe wasn't the tidiest hurdler, but he had such good flat speed, indoor world record, in fact, in the flat 400 during his time in college. So he would run people down off that final 40 meters, and that's something that's possible to do in the full 400-meter hurdles. Well, let's go now to section number 3. Paul Peterson, Matt Anthony, Arturo Martinez, Jonas Stevens-Roy, Daniel Pimenta, Caden Sedlacek, Sebastian Antonius, Joseph Pangallo. That's your lineup here in section number 3. Really good start from Caden Sedlacek out of Athens, Alabama. And look at Sedlacek now. He's got some company on the outside in lane 9, but Sedlacek not out of it yet. Working hard. This is going to be very close coming into the final stretch. A little bit of a hook there perhaps from Paul Peterson on the inside, but he will take hurdle number 10 cleanly and will run away with this one. Looked like Sedlacek maybe was going to take the victory, but Paul Peterson finishes strong and gives us our fastest time of the day thus far, 57.73, to take section number 3.
He's waving to somebody. He's happy. Saw somebody in the stands that's proud of him.
And we don't even see him in the shot until the very final stretches, but a strong finish over the last 2 hurdles gives him the victory, and as he said, the fastest time of the day thus far.
And lane 1's a hard one to do it too, because you're the one having to chase down everybody.
Especially on this unique track here at Franklin Field on the inside there. We will continue on with section number 4 of 5. This is going to be Isaac Richardson, Jace Coleman, Seamus Toshner, Pavel Ford, Mackay Parker, Lawrence Onyekwe, Shannon Palmer, Quasi Dobson, and Kendall Gratton. Full field here in section number 4 of these time finals. Fastest time was just dropped previously, 57.73. And look at the aggressive start from Quasi Dobson on his inside. Shannon Palmer making some moves as well. And a bit of a stutter and banging that hurdle there in lane 5. Mackay Parker, he's going to have some work to do to make up that ground.
Not even that. He broke the hurdle. Lane 5 broke the hurdle.
Powerful runner and transferring that power through the hurdle in this case. But he gets back on track. Mackay Parker working hard, takes hurdle 9. A little bit left and right. Feeling the fatigue. Who's going to run it out? The final 40 meters. Mackay Parker and Shannon Palmer. It is going to be Palmer. 55.90. Far and away our fastest time of the day. Mackay Parker not far behind, 56.33. But Shannon Palmer just had a bit of a cleaner race there. Takes care of business. And picks himself up a really nice 40-meter hurdle PR here in section number 4.
Spirit of Pre, probably channeling, make everything count there in the race. I mean, fighting for it. That's what Pre would do. With the guts and the effort that, he always put on the line when it came to racing all sorts of different distance races.
And hey, Mackay Parker, nothing to hang your head about by any means. As a coach, you see that and you say, okay, there's a lot of things we can clean up there. There's a lot of really good things there. There's a lot that can be worked on and improved, and that time will come way, way down for that young man. Good run there between those two. Shannon Palmer getting the victory as we look now at our 5th and final section. It's Brady Dumba, Stanley Dinkins, Elijah Zaneski, Aaron Bruner, Trevor Gage, Khalil Church, John Arthur French Jr., Tyron Brannick, and Braylon Ross to close out these freshman 400 hurdles, trying to better that 55.90 that Palmer just dropped. And in the middle of the track, a good start already in lane number 6 for Khalil Church. Church and Gage going step for step. The two Ohio athletes. You see them taking those hurdles very equally in lane 9. Braylon Ross trying to make some moves as well, but he now fades. It's between lanes 5 and 6. Trevor Gage on the inside, banging that hurdle. Khalil Church. Those two coming through. They'll have one more barrier and 40 final meters. And down goes both athletes. Trevor Gage had banged a couple hurdles, and it finally caught up with him. Goes across into Khalil Church's lane, and that is unfortunate. You never like to see that as Church pays the price. Trevor Gage banging a couple hurdles, and what did I tell you before, even in the highs, is that it catches up with you. It's not always the hurdle that knocks you down. It's the one from before that gets you off kilter, and that is an unfortunate result, but it means that Shannon Palmer will be our overall winner out of section number 4, 55.90, as Dinkins takes the win here, 58.32. So a little bit of drama there to close out the boys' 400-meter hurdles, and as we adjust, we'll adjust the hurdles, I should say, to move on to the girls' side of things. We'll take a quick look back at our championship boys 400-meter hurdles, and a great race out of lane 9, won by Cameron Thomas of 51.66. He's downstairs with Kate.
Right, so we got a 9-time New Balance National All-American in the form of Mr. Cameron here. And you know what? Candace said it great. Don't lean on the track. You won out of the field.
It's feeling amazing, especially my coaches coached me through it, saying just make sure I don't see anyone behind me. Pat coming up on me, and I just followed what they said, and I won.
All right, well, look, you got some support in the crowd here. I know this is your last New Balance. You're a senior. But who are we giving a shout-out to here?
Big shout out to my teammates, Mamadi Diawara, Mordecai Ford, JL Hester, all of them coming to support me. Big shout out to my coaches. I want to give a biggest shout out to my parents, my father, my mother, my grandmother. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to be here at all. And the biggest shout out to my Lord and Savior, God. I couldn't do it without him.
Well, congratulations. You're going to do your university proud next year. Well done.
Thank you so much.
So a big run for that young man, Cameron Thomas, to take the victory, and he is well on his way, certainly, as we will move now to the championship girls section, number 1 of 6. Keenan, this is another of the events that I was really looking forward to. We'll talk, obviously, about our fast heat coming up here, but we just saw on the freshman side that you can win out of section, well, out of any section, and we almost saw our winner repeat as Booker was putting the pressure on in the penultimate section on the boys' side. But here for the girls to kick things off, it's going to be Bella Galeas, Anna Weil, Lauren Bickert, Brooklyn Randolph, and Ella Bond.
As you said, Trevor, there's a developing story. I mean, not developing, I should say. There is a story within that last section with, of course, Sydney Sutton from Bullis High School, and then Natalie Dumas of Eastern Regional out of the state of New Jersey. Natalie Dumas is about to complete one of the most unprecedented triples that I've seen in meet history. The 400 hurdles, of course, today, then the Open 4, and then she's going to run the 800 on Sunday.
I mean, I'm speechless. We'll see if she can complete the treble. I got the chance to watch Sydney Sutton run earlier this year at the All-American Classic. She'll be going to Florida in the fall, so that is going to be an incredible battle that we'll talk more about. We'll kick it off here with section number 1, Galeas, Weil, Bickert, Randolph, and Bond. And Anna Weil out of Dublin, Ohio, running for Ohio Speed, already showing that, eating up the stagger here, coming into the backstretch, well clear of the field. Watch how she takes that hurdle. It's a couple of steps advantage for Anna Weil. Very clean hurdling so far. A little bit of a hesitation there, perhaps, as the field's starting to come back to her a little bit. She's looking good on both legs. Lane 6, Anna Weil coming through, the junior. Good aggressive hurdling with 2 to go. And Anna Weil of Ohio Speed, 1 barrier remains. She takes it cleanly and finishes this one strong. She is going to start things off for us and be just outside of 60 seconds. That's really the barrier on the ladies' side, is that 60-second barrier. We'll see so many athletes under that. And kicking things off here with that win, 60.04, 1 minute 04 for Anna Weil, as she takes victory. A really good high hurdler as well, 13.72 for her, but she gets the win here today in the 400 hurdles.
Anytime you can get close to running under 60 seconds in the 400 hurdles, at least at the high school level on the girls' side, it's a good time. It's a very, very good time. And even like at the collegiate level, like some of the best collegiate hurdlers are running around 56, 55 seconds. Now, of course, Savannah Sutherland, on the other hand, running 52.4 and breaking Sydney McLaughlin-Maroney's collegiate record, which might have been one of the best performances of the entire NCAA weekend, in my opinion, alongside, maybe Doris Lemgole breaking 9 minutes in the steeplechase, but that 52.4 was, without a doubt, one of the best races in collegiate history.
Well, credit where it's due. He misspoke. Ella Bond actually took that victory at 60.04. Anna Weil was right behind, 60.81, but as is the danger sometimes here with those high walls at Franklin Field, she was in lane 9. We didn't even catch her coming up strong out of lane 9 to finish and take the victory. You just saw Ella Bond there from Trojan TC. So credit where it is due. She sets the standard, in fact, as we move now to section number 2. Carice Manley, Karen Murray, Bria Bird, Kennedy Ruff, Kylie Schatzel, Tatiana Blake, Maya Wofford, and Julia Natidis rounds out the field in lane number 9. Well, that certainly was an incredible race at NCAA's there, and who would thought that Sydney McLaughlin's records would be broken? I say so soon. It's been a few years, but incredible run, as you said, from Sutherland. And just like with the men, the women, even going back to Dalila Muhammad, obviously Femke Bol has been right there pushing Sydney McLaughlin, and Anna Cockrell coming on strong this year. Just so much depth in the U.S. and really the world that is inspiring a whole generation to take up this event and excel at it.
Well, North America as a whole in the 400 hurdles. I mean, of course, we mentioned the United States women, but you throw Sutherland out of Canada into the mix with that. I mean, it's really at this point Canada and U.S. versus the Netherlands in the 400 hurdles.
It's a lot of fun to watch at every single level, and everything holds true here on the girls' side as well. Look at a quick start from Tatiana Blake, and she is trying to hit her rhythm here in lane number 7. A bit of a stutter, and she's going to have some work to do as she's running quick but stuttering over those hurdles on the outside there in 9 and 8. Wofford and Natitas are running a little smoother. Lane 3, Bria Bird moving well. Bria Bird making up that stagger on the inside. Look at her take hurdle 9, a bit of a high hurdle. Lane 9 still in the mix as well. That's Julia Natitas out of Dallas, Pennsylvania. But it's going to be a race to the line. It is going to be lane 9. I won't make the same mistake twice. 61-31 for Julia Natitas. The sophomore comes through and takes section number 2. Fourth overall now, Natitas, after that 61-second performance.
And again, it seems like lane 9 is the lane to be in today, especially, what we saw in the boys' 400 hurdles race. Doesn't matter if you're running pretty much solo the entire time, because that's what it feels like when you're out in lane 9. It's totally different, of course, when you're in lane 1, when you're having to chase everybody, but that doesn't seem to throw off any of the athletes being in lane 9.
You stay out of trouble as well. We saw that in the boys' race where somebody taking out a hurdle. Now, that was on the straightaway, to be fair, where they're all even. But regardless, you can stay out of trouble there in lane 9 and just run like a bat out of hell, like somebody's chasing you, because they are. 8 lanes inside, in fact, are chasing you as we move now to section number 3 of 6. Janelle Davis, Sandra Vitolo, Ava Niebel, Sanea Robertson, Daphne Georgiadis, Solana Varela, and Rena Rubenstein. Mentioned the meet record here, 58:27 for Mila Green of Bullis. That came in 2022. And between a couple of those athletes that we mentioned, I think we could certainly see that go down later in these sections. But for now, it's section number 3. Off and running here in section number 3 of 6. On the outside, Rubenstein takes that hurdle quickly. A challenge from lane 4 as well, but Rubenstein trying to make sure nobody comes up on her shoulder. Look at Rubenstein on the outside there, taking the hurdle first, moving very well, representing Chelsea Greyhounds TC out of New York, New York. Rubenstein on the outside. Lucky lane number 9, a little bit of a hesitation on the off leg there, but still the advantage as she continues to motor on. She'll take the final 2 hurdles here. Rubenstein finally gets a challenge on her inside from Georgiadis in lane 6, or Varela rather in lane 7. But Rubenstein takes the final barrier cleanly and powers on home. That was a great surge to be just outside of 60 seconds. 60.03 for Rubenstein, a nice personal best for her. And taking the win, not just outside her personal best, I should say. She ran 59.7 a year ago, but not far off of it. And a good race out of lane 9 once again, as she gives us now our fastest time of the day.
Normally when we see Renna Rubenstein, she's not racing with hurdles in front of her. She's actually racing just the 2 and the 4, and she excels at all of those sprint events as well. And now she's just added the 400 hurdles to her repertoire. And again, as I said, lane 9 seems to be the lane to be in here today, Trevor. Like, it just seems like that's the winning lane.
She's got that 23.7 200 speed, the 54-second quarter speed, and just translating that to the 400 hurdles is a challenge for sure, but she's doing it well. Will continue to do so. Rubenstein takes the victory here, 60.03. Quickly now to heat section number 4, I should say. It's going to be Sky Blue Tyson, Skylar Skevelair, Sophia Swindell, Natasha Mosley, Hallie Olivo, Sydney Chadwick, Nia Houghton, Ciara Costa, Jada Wilson. That's your lineup for section number 4 of 6. Away cleanly, first time of asking here in section number 4. Watch who takes that hurdle first. Sydney Chadwick moving very well for Union Catholic. Seem to remember another 400 hurdler that came out of the New Jersey Union Catholic School, but now on her inside, a good run in the all black there in the middle of the track. In lane number 5 from Hallie Olivo, Franklin, Tennessee representative. Olivo with the lead. Chadwick fading a bit. Hallie Olivo, the junior from Christ Presbyterian Academy, now has some company on her inside. But Olivo, the state champion, over 300 hurdles in Tennessee, takes hurdle number 10 cleanly. And now, how about the surge coming back? She says, I have a little something left. And we see our first sub 60-second clocking, Sydney Chadwick. Channeled another Sydney from Union Catholic back in the day. Takes the victory here, 59.05. Big run from her to close very strong.
Well, don't need to be in lane 9 to get the win, I guess, here today. But nonetheless, that was an impressive, come from behind win for Chadwick. She was able to she got right past. I think Olivio got her, maybe on the 4th hurdle? And then just the response that Chadwick had there in the home straightaway. You figure that Olivio pretty much had this race from the start. Had to go all the way to 395 meters into the race to see that lead change.
Olivo dips under 60 seconds as well, 59.30 for her. But Sydney Chadwick, a great run and a huge personal best. First time under 60 seconds, and she flies right past it. Really, really nice run from her to continue to set the bar higher and higher, or the time lower and lower, however you like. Take us to our penultimate heat now, and don't forget what happened on the boys' side of things, where it was a very quick time in our penultimate heat to spur on our winner out of our final section. Well, it's Azuri Garrett, Ariana Allen, Adrienne Bowden, Ava Weiss, Destiny Baker, Shakayla Lavender, Phoenix Phillips, Jordan Henderson, and Juliana Lagore here in our 5th section, setting the stage in this girls' championship 400-meter hurdles. Look at the outside. Jordan Henderson in lane number 8 from Rollsville Lightning in Wake Forest, North Carolina, running like lightning here right now, knowing she's racing the clock. Henderson with a stutter there in lane 8, but no matter. Henderson heading to Charlotte in the fall, the Wake Forest, North Carolina native, well in control of this one. Can she hold it over the final 2 hurdles? She's a 13.5 high hurdler as well. And a stutter there over 9. She may be letting another athlete inside of her, Phoenix Phillips, out of Humble, Texas, take care of business. And it is going to be Phoenix Phillips rising from the ashes as she comes through. And did she get the win, or was it lane 9? Once again, it was Juliana Lagore 60.76. What a surge at the end. That one went back and forth and back. But Juliana Lagore worked the hardest to overcome Phoenix Phillips and take the victory there, 60.76.
That's why you got to lean all the way through the line. You run through the line. That's a lot of mistakes that, even distance runners make. You don't go through all the way through the line, and that's an issue that needs to be resolved. And of course, you give credit to Lagore there for getting the win there out of lane 9.
And those final 40 meters, as I said, really can change the entire makeup of the race. We saw it there. A couple lead changes, I think, just in that final 40 meters. Well, this now, our hot heat. Alexia Reed of Fort Lauderdale comes in here as a sub 60-second performer, the senior. 59.59 to take her division at the Florida State meet. This is Naomi Booker now coming up from Humboldt, Texas. Won the high hurdles and the 300 hurdles down there in the Lone Star State. Alondra Rodriguez out of Orlando, Florida, 58.98 this year to win her Florida State meet. Well, Bullis well represented here. Cassidy Hopkins, just a junior, number 6 in the nation, 58.98. Take a look now at Kendall Spain. She'll be in lane 5, heading to South Carolina. Double state champ in Missouri. That is Natalie Dumas, as you mentioned. We'll talk more about her, but they are moving quickly here. Sydney Sutton out of Bullis, 57.75 this year. She's headed to the University of Florida. She'll be a great addition to that Gator squad. Sydney Kuhn out of Saginaw, TC, ranked number 4 in the nation. She's going to Michigan. Seems to be a pretty good decision based on recent events. And Tatum Lynn, also out of Bullis, 3rd last year in this New Balance national meet. Who do you like here, Keenan?
I think I like the defending champion in this one. Natalie Dumas ran last year in 58.32, and I think she's going to challenge Mila Green's record in 58.27. But I also think there's also a handful of other girls in this field that could challenge that as well. And we could potentially see multiple girls under 58 seconds today.
Well, I watched at the All-American Classic when Sydney Sutton ran that 57.75, and she just seems to be perfectly suited for this event. And so I think I'll go with Bullis here. Sydney Sutton, like I said, going to Florida. Mouse Holloway getting a really, really good one there. She's got 52.9 speed, and I guess we could say a lot of these same things for Dumas as well. As you said, attempting the audacious treble here with the flat 4 hurdles and the 800 meters, but this could be a very, very quick time. And as you said, Dumas, the national leader. We could see some shakeup on that list.
Really good to get a sense of what the Bullis crew can do with the hurdles. I mean, I know this crew is ready for the shuttle hurdle relay come Sunday, trying to repeat that as the champions, but get 3 of them in this final, this championship section. If it was a team score, it'd be a lot of points up for grabs for Bullis right now.
Bullis, an incredible last couple of years. We'll see Salai Russell later. Got the gold medalist in Masai Russell in the high hurdles from last summer. Quincy Wilson picked up a nice little relay gold as well. We'll have to wait just a moment longer, but Natalie Dumas, Voorhees, New Jersey, ran that 57.3 earlier this year to lead the nation. And
not even to mention the fact she tied Sydney McLaughlin-Lavroni's state record in the Open 400 too.
A very, very well-rounded individual. 202 over 800 meters, 51.8 over the flat 400. And she has not lost a race over 400, over 800, over 400-meter hurdles thus far this year. Sydney Sutton has raced a little bit less, but has also not lost over 400-meter hurdles. So an immovable object and an unstoppable force, or whatever we say there. Off and running now. Reed, Booker, Rodriguez, Hopkins, Spain, Dumas in 6, Sydney Sutton in 7, Sydney Kuhn in 8, Tatum Lynn in 9. Look at Sutton already eating up the stagger there, but Dumas moving well with her as well. Sydney Sutton in the all-black of Bullis.
Yeah, you can see Dumas and Sutton even with each other here for the 200 now. Dumas with a slight advantage over Sutton here as they go over the 6th hurdle. They're even with each other, Trevor. It's going to come down to the last 2 hurdles.
This is how we drew it up. Dumas looking so strong, a little stutter there, but the long strides of Sydney Sutton eating up the track. She'll have some work to do over a stutter there at 8. Natalie Dumas coming into the home stretch. Hurdle 9 takes it cleanly into hurdle number 10 here. Here comes Sydney Sutton. Natalie Dumas, they both take it well. The final 40 meters, the duel of these championships in the 400 meters. It is going to be Natalie Dumas taking the victory. Look at that time. 55.99, 56.04 for Sydney Sutton, 55.99 for Natalie Dumas. That is one of the fastest times ever. Top 10, in fact, all-time high school. What a run from her.
Told you we were going to have fireworks, and they delivered. 2 of them not only under the meet record, demolished the meet record. And we almost had 2 girls in the same exact race run under 56 seconds in the 400 hurdles. Number 4 all time for Natalie Dumas, 55.99, just a junior. And I got to venture to guess now, after running this, she's going to try to challenge Cindy McLaughlin's all-time best next year as a senior.
Incredible, just a junior. And just looks so strong. And the fun thing about the 400 hurdles is it's never perfect. You can look at Sydney McLaughlin's world records, Dalilah Muhammad, Anna Cockrell, anybody you like. There's always something to improve upon. And just a junior, as we said, one of the top times ever for both her and Sydney Sutton as well. And just both of them such a delight to watch. And anytime we get 2 athletes of that caliber going head-to-head, it is just an absolute treat. Obviously, it's a meet record here. As you said, one of the top 10 times all time. And under 56 seconds in high school is just unbelievable. We were treated to a really, really great race here today.
Only 7 high school girls in history have ever gone under the 56-second barrier in the 400 hurdles. Of course, Sydney McLaughlin with the national record at 53.82. Then you have Leslie Maxey back in 1984, who had the previous national record before McLaughlin beat it in 55.20. Anna Cockrell in 2016, also at 55.20. Lashinda Demas, one of the greats to come out of the state of California back in 2001. Ebony Collins, another one from the same exact high school in California. And then Michelle Smith from Montverde back in 2024. And now you add Natalie Dumas, the 7th girl in high school history to go under 56 seconds in the 400 hurdles.
Well, and Sydney Sutton's right there as well. By my count, they're the number 7 and number 8 performers of all time. Incredible race in that championship 400 hurdles. So as we continue with the excitement here in the 400-meter hurdles, it's going to be the freshman contingent now. Zahara Brown, Clara Bransfeld, Courtney Smalls, Angelina Hallahan, Sophia Schenk kick things off in section number 1 of 5. And on the inside already making up that stagger, Zahara Brown of Tiger Elite out of Washington, D.C. Such a tough event. We said it with the boys. And seeing the freshmen come after as well. Same applies here for the girls. And look at the clean hurdling from Zahara Brown. It is all about apportioning your effort, hitting those steps, hitting your rhythm, and then attacking the hurdle cleanly. As we see a move now somewhat on the outside by Sophia Schenk out of Prospect, Kentucky, but well in control on the inside. Zahara Brown out of D.C., maybe feeling the fatigue a little bit now. Hurdle number 8. As I said, these hurdles start to get taller and taller. And Zahara Brown takes hurdle number 9. Don't count out lane number 9 on the near side here. Sophia Schenk. Hurdle number 10. It's taken cleanly. Zahara Brown is going to push on through and just be outdone by Sophia Schenk on the near side. 68.54 for Schenk to take section number 1.
400-meter girls champion.
Hear us. I got Natalie Dumas in the house. First of all, let's give her a big shout. There we go. Last year you won as a sophomore. You said you were surprised. This year you're a different athlete. Tell me about it.
I mean, it's been a lot of changes throughout the season. I had a 2-second PR today, so I can't even be mad at anything I did today. I just came out here and I tried my hardest. I just want to thank God for everything.
Well, big confidence, and you've got a lot of racing left to go. What are you still doing this weekend?
I have the SMR 400 and 800.
Incredible. New meet record holder and second-time winner here at New Balance Nationals, Natalie Dumas.
Hey, give it up for Natalie.
Absolutely incredible. Well, we've been calling it a treble, but it may be a quadruple there. She's running the SMR as well. But part 1 is down. Natalie Dumas takes victory in a huge new meet record. And I will hand things off now. Appreciate this morning session. Thank you for being with us. For Keenan Gray and Trevor Fulkerson here, we're going to kick it off to Dave Milner and Serenity Douglas for the rest of this afternoon's action. Take it away, Dave.
Thank you so much, Trevor. Super excited for all of the amazing events that we have coming up next. I'm Serenity Douglas, joined by Dave Milner. We've already seen meet records after meet records go down, and I mean, wow, 55.9 as a high schooler is just absolutely insane, Dave.
Yeah, that was the number 4 time in history. The fastest time by a high schooler since 2017. Absolutely stunning run by her, and she has so much still to come. She's going to have a very busy weekend here in Philadelphia, Natalie Dumas.
Absolutely, and we are just now on Heat 2 of the freshman girls 400 hurdles. Right now leading your pack out of lane 4, that's Grayson Thomas. But right to her inside, right as I say that, I feel like these girls forget about the ladies in the inside of the rail as well. Out of lane 1, that's Kayla Vernon.
Yeah, a lot of these girls running their first 400-meter hurdles of the year, and for some it's the first of their career. So, 300-meter hurdles is usually where these young ladies get their start. That extra 100 meters can be very painful. But Kayla Burning gets the win, 65.34 for the Connecticut 9th grader to take section number 2. And we'll have 3 more heats, getting faster as we go.
And it's got to be inspiring to these athletes to see meet records go down right before they go. But here's another look at that start. I mean, for a second there, I thought it was going to be all Grayson Thomas was on the outside, but Slow and Steady wins the race when it comes to race strategy, and that's exactly what Kayla Burning did. Out of lane 1, not slow and steady necessarily, but she was very calculated with her run.
Yeah, she ran like an 800-meter runner. 65.34, Kayla Burning's winning time confirmed on your screen now. So she is the winner of Section 2, and Section 3 is on the track. So running from inside to out, we'll have Kiana Affleck from New Jersey, Lauren Hickey from New York, Paisley Whiteley from Ohio, Michaela Henry from North Carolina, Chandler Wiggins from Michigan, Amber Williams from North Carolina, Kaylin Diglio from Connecticut, Nadia Cohen from Florida, and on the outside, Greta Colquitt from Michigan. So this is Heat 3 of 5 of the freshman girls 400-meter hurdles. So a nice clean start.
And now as they're heading into the backstretch, this is just where you want to start to make up the stagger, and that's exactly what Kaylin DeGilio is doing. so that you can propel yourself into that final 200. You don't really feel too much of the race yet. You don't feel it on your legs, so you're really just trying to get a really great start. And that's exactly what she's doing out of lane 7.
Yeah, now it looks like Amber Williams in lane 6 has moved into the lead from North Carolina in the all blue. It's Williams that enters the home stretch first. They'll have a little bit of a tailwind in this home stretch now. But who's that moving up on the inside, Serenity?
Once again, you can't forget about the inside ladies.
Oh, I think lane 1. I think that was Kiana Affleck. Took it from the inside. So Affleck confirmed as your winner, Serenity, 105.05. So she goes to the top of the pile so far after 3 heats. 2 more heats remain, and we should be getting faster as we go.
And it has to be tough for those athletes because they don't see, especially the ones on the outside. It's such a big field here at Franklin Field. You don't see the athletes all the way in the inside of that railing out in lane 1 and 2. And I don't think Amber Williams saw that Kiana Affleck was coming. But she struck while the iron was hot because she had the advantage at the fact that she was able to see the whole field. Even though she has to make up a lot of the stagger and a lot of room, she gets to see all of the ladies that she's just trying to munch off one by one.
Yeah, and I think it's a pleasant surprise when you're running in one of those inside lanes and you think you're so far behind at this track, and then once you get around the last turn, you're like, oh, I'm right in this.
Absolutely.
And that was certainly the case for Affleck there, winning it out of lane 1. So our penultimate heat is on the track, heat 4. We got Stella Agumang from Massachusetts on the inside, and to her outside is Arlen Kimball from Pennsylvania, Riley Flanagan from New York, Peyton Buchanan from Maryland, Charlie Reed from Pennsylvania, Alan Lewis from Ohio, Leighton Stanford from Iowa, Vanessa Edinburgh from Georgia, on the outside, Nia Milner from Georgia. So the time to beat is Affleck's 65.05.
And it seems like the stagger hasn't necessarily been made up yet, but the telltale sign is whoever jumps first, they're in the lead. And right now, that is out of lane 7, Leighton Stanford. But like you mentioned earlier, Dave, you really don't know until you come around that last curve.
Yeah, you can get a sense once they actually go over that hurdle, but it does look like out in lane 9 that Nia Milner stutters a little bit on that one, but she's leading the way, the Georgian. Takes that hurdle well. Milner still leading. Tough to see from this angle, but the cavalry is coming. Is that Charlie Reed out of lane 5, Serenity? Or lane 4?
It was so hard to see for all of them, but it looks like it was still Nia Milner with 104.44.
Yeah, I think that camera angle was kind of blocking lane 9 somewhat there, so Milner does hold on for the win, 64.44. So she goes to the top of the pile with 1 heat remaining. Incidentally, that ranks her number 13 in the nation among freshman 400-meter hurdlers this season. But you can see just about see her head above the railing there.
Yeah.
In lane 9.
We didn't forget about you. But she was just out there by herself. Really having to push herself because I'm not sure she felt anybody behind her. Maybe heard some of them coming. Maybe even heard her coach that's right there with her.
All right, so our 5th and final heat is on the track, getting ready to settle into their blocks. And from inside to out, we have Anaya Davis from Georgia, Courtney Horn from South Carolina, Gabriella Smith from Florida, Hope Edwards from New Jersey, Valencia Calhoun from Georgia, Nia Armstrong from Florida, Jasmine Jackson from New Jersey, Stephanie Todd from New York, and Ella Helm from Florida. Meet record here, 61:63, set by Sydney Chadwick from Union Catholic High School in New Jersey at last year's meet. So we'll see if that record gets threatened here.
And already getting a really good start out of lane 7. That's Jasmine Jackson. But as I say that, to her inside is Nia Armstrong. She has been a national champion before. She's used to running here at this meet. And she just looks so cool, calm, and collected. There she is on your screen with the orange armband on. You see she's just bounding for these hurdles.
Yeah, Armstrong looks so smooth. Creeping up on the inside a little bit, looks like in lane 3, Gabriella Smith from Florida. Now Armstrong fading a little bit. And here comes Smith again on the inside out of lane 3. And that's a meet record, 60.09. It looks like it's corrected to. Gabriella Smith from Bradenton, Florida is your champ and new meet record holder. And that is number 2 in the nation among freshmen this year.
I mean, and what a gutsy run from Gabriella Smith. I mean, you see right now it's just all Nia Armstrong, but she was gunning for it, especially that last 30. Her and Hope Edwards. And she just felt all of that pressure, especially coming off of that last hurdle. You thought maybe she didn't have it. Armstrong may outlean her, but it was all Gabriella Smith, and she's feeling that pain. But really fantastic run from her.
Yeah, Armstrong looked so smooth up until about 350 meters. She was smoother over the hurdle. She looked powerful, but just faded that last 50, and Smith came through for the win. All right, so next on the track is the boys 100-meter hurdles, and we've got Damilola Ariamura. So here's Zamari Sanders, our defending champion in this championship boys 100 meters. Next to him is Jake O'Day-Jordan, the pre-race favorite. And then we'll have Joshua Johnson. Dylan Woodruff from Bradenton, Florida will go in lane 8. And Miles Outerbridge from Montverde Academy will be in lane 9. This is the championship boys 100 meters. Expect some fireworks here.
I'm so excited for this one, Dave, because this was actually a 3-part final. Like, they had to make it through the prelims, the semifinals, and now we are here. The prelims and the semis were yesterday. And just a ton of talent in this field.
So we'll be keeping an eye on the middle lanes in this one primarily. In lane 5 will be Zamari Sanders. He was a defending champion from last year's meet. He ran 10:27, a time he also ran in the semifinals yesterday. He was second in the 200 meters here at New Balance Nationals Outdoors in 2024. But the overriding favorite's got to be Jake O'Day-Jordan. He is the class of this field, a Florida commit, a New Balance NIL athlete from London, East London originally. Competes internationally for Great Britain. Made the final last year and was the fastest qualifier, but scratched the final. He's the defending 200-meter champion indoors and outdoors, though.
Yeah, Dave, it's one of those things where Jake O'Day-Jordan, he didn't win last year because he decided to scratch that final, like you said, but it was all Zamari Sanders who ended up winning it. And yeah, you can have your theories about, well, who would have won if they were actually in the field. People like Christian Miller, who also set the meet record in the prelim, if they were all in the field. But it was Zamari Sanders who showed up to the line at the time. And Zamari Sanders is actually coming through the rounds with the fastest time. He ran 10:19 in the prelim just yesterday. And came back and ran 10:27. So, I mean, he might be right on track to possibly take that meet record down. Maybe take all the eyes off of Jake O'Day-Jordan.
Well, the meet record's a tough one. 9:95. That would be a big leap. So we do have a little bit of a, well, the wind's actually dropping as we speak. A little bit of a tailwind over the last couple of races in this home stretch. Some of the other runs in this one, lane 2, we've got Gabrielle Scott. He was second last year in this event. Damilola Oyaniran from Washington, D.C. goes in lane 3. He was 7th in the 60 at New Balance Nationals indoors back in March at the track at New Balance. Next to him in lane 4 will be Janelle Harris. And he was 4th in the 60s indoors, and he was 4th in this race and the 200 meters at New Balance Nationals outdoors a year ago.
With the heat to this much caliber, I really don't want to see any of these very experienced high school athletes. I don't want to see their race strategies break down at all. Jake O'Day Jordan and Janelle Harris are a bit of taller athletes, so they don't stay down longer. And sometimes you might just be ready to stand up and get to it.
So if you're in this race and you're one of the favorites, would you rather have one of your co-favorites right next to you, Serenity, or would you want some separation? Because in this case, the two front runners are really side by side here in lanes 5 and 6.
I think for these guys, it doesn't even matter. It could either go, one way or another, really.
So keep your eyes on the center of the track there, lanes 5 and 6. O'Day Jordan is in the black and yellow New Balance outfit from Archbishop Carroll High School in D.C. So meet record 9:95. That's a tough ask. Good, here we go. Nice clean start. O'Day Gordon out well, but so is Sanders. Sanders leading right now. It's Sanders, 10:35. And Zamari Sanders is successfully defending his title. 10:35 with a 0.3 meters per second tailwind. Janelle Harris second in 10:42, and Jake O'Day Jordan having to settle for third place in a time of 10:43. So a little bit of a surprise there, Serenity.
You say it's a surprise, but I don't think so at all. Zamari Sanders has been moving so well out of these prelims. Look at his drive phase. He stayed aggressive right out of the blocks and did exactly what he needed to do. Like I said, he ran 10-1 in the prelim. And look at where he measures up to Jake O'Day Jordan, right to his right. He just remains so strong all the way through the line, driving the knees, and just giving it a nice little shrug when he was done. I mean, look, he competes in Florida, so he's used to this amount of competition.
All right. Without further ado, we're getting ready to move on to the championship girls 100-meter final. And occupying lane 2 will be Amira Naismith from Pennsylvania, 5th in the 60s at New Balance Nationals indoors back in March. Maya Love from North Carolina will occupy lane 3, state champion, and has gone 11:43 this season. Peyton Payne from Potomac, Maryland, 2nd in the 60 indoors. She's gone 11:45 this year. She'll be in lane 4. In lane 5 from New Jersey, Siani Wynn, 2nd at New Balance Nationals outdoors last year as a sophomore. In lane 6, it's your defending champion from Rhode Island, Lisa Ray, went 11:21 in the semifinals. In lane 7 is Ariana Griggs from West Park, Florida. She's a state champion in the 100 meters, gone 11:44 this year. In lane 8 is Deja Reed from Montverde Academy, 3rd in the 200 at New Balance Nationals indoors this year. And in lane 9 from Lawton, Virginia, it's Mia Mason. So once again, we expect the focus and the action to be between lanes 5 and 6. Siani Wynn from New Jersey and Lisa Ray, our defending champion from Rhode Island. Who's your money on, Serenity?
Man, if I've learned anything from watching the boys just now, maybe we should bet against the normal favorite. I know Lisa Ray is the defending champion, And she set the meet record just last year with 11:26. But Peyton Payne has just been moving so well. I mean, she was the runner-up for New Balance Nationals indoors in the 60 meters. And having a start like that might be exactly what you need to get the edge on an athlete like Lisa Ray.
What about Siani Nguyen from New Jersey? She's gone 11:25 this year and with a 2.4 meters, like barely illegal wind. She's gone 23:20 for 200 meters this season. She was second at this race last year as a sophomore, and she looked really good in the qualifying rounds.
I mean, Siani Nguyen is definitely a huge contester for this. She could very well pull off the win, the same way Ray could, the same way Payton could. But I would say Siani Nguyen's advantage will be her being in the middle of these two powerful ladies. You have your competitors to your right and to your left. That's all you need. You're right in the middle of the track.
So let's talk a little bit about Lisa Ray, our defending champion. So she graduated high school early, and she's headed south in the fall to be a Georgia Bulldog. What do you think about that decision?
I mean, we've seen it a ton. Coach Carroll is doing something right with the Georgia Bulldogs. I mean, they just won an NCAA championship not too long ago up in Eugene. So that's a perfect university for her to go to, especially for somebody like her talents for sure. I could even possibly see Lisa going up to the 400 if she wanted to. She reminds me of an athlete like Lena Irby, who could range from a 200-meter runner all the way up to a 400. She could also throw down in the 100, and that's exactly what Lisa Ray can do. And what I like about her is that she's not going into college with a time that's absolutely outrageous. You know, we've seen the absolutely outrageous times. We've seen the 10.9s go into college, and then, you know, they kind of just hit a wall there. But 11.2 is perfect. It's developable, if that's a word. It's developable, and I think that she's going to be really good.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's better to have, you know, an athlete like her that's a sort of Swiss Army knife rather than a one-trick pony that can run 10.9 but can't do a 2 or help out the 4x14.
Absolutely.
So once again, let's keep our eyes on those middle lanes, 4, 5, and 6. So in 4, it's Peyton Payne from Bullis. Second in the 60 at New Balance Nationals indoors. In lane 5, it's Siani Nguyen, who was second at this race last year, outdoors. And in lane 6, our defending champion, Lisa Ray from West Warwick, Rhode Island. Nice clean start. Out really well was Nguyen. Siani Nguyen pulling away now. Siani Nguyen is going to get the win in pretty convincing fashion. 11:29. Looks like it's going to get corrected to 11:28 perhaps. So a 0.5 meters per second, slight tailwind, but Siani Nguyen is your champion in surprisingly convincing fashion.
And look at the way Siani Nguyen burst out of those blocks from the very beginning. I didn't see much of a dry face from her, but that is completely okay. She looked so good. The drive was absolutely impeccable. The knees were high as she broke through the tape. She looked so strong, and she was just able to edge out Lisa Ray. Like I said, if you're going to beat an athlete like Lisa, who has experience here, who won last year, then you need to get a good start on her, and that's exactly what she did. So that last 40 meters was just all arms and all knees.
Yeah, it's an absolutely flawless run from Nguyen. It looks like Peyton Payne was actually surprisingly slow out of the blocks for such a good 60-meter runner. Nguyen taking full advantage, and Lisa Ray, we'll see what she can do in the 200 meters, see if she can exact revenge there, but what a convincing win by Siani Nguyen from Pennsauken, New Jersey. So next event on the track, I believe, is going to be the heptathlon 800 meters. So in this heptathlon 800 meters, you see the 15 contestants coming out. It's going to be one big heat with 15 runners. So as things stand right now, Yulia Maslutskaya from IMG Elite is leading the way by some margin. She's got 4,697 on the board going into the 7th and final event, and she leads Avery Miller by 280 points. Carrie Webb from Collierville, Tennessee is in third, 308 points back. So the hip numbers they are wearing correspond to their overall standings. So Maslutskaya will be wearing hip number 1, Miller will be wearing hip number 2, Webb wearing hip number 3. Keep an eye out also for Deja Duncan. She wears hip number 5. Deja was 4th in the heptathlon here last year. Avery Miller is the defending champion, but Yulia Maslutskaya has what looks like an unassailable lead. So she is 280 points up. Just for some context, each second is worth 14 points. So for Maslutskaya to not be crowned national champion, she'd have to get beaten by some 20 seconds.
Oh, wow.
So she can go into this with a degree of relaxation, knowing she has this title pretty much in the bag unless something approaching disaster happens.
And she has the foot speed for it. I mean, in her 200 yesterday she ran 24.9. As did Avery Miller, though, as well. She ran 24.8. So, I mean, these athletes were neck and neck. But it's really just all shaping out to this 800. But that must feel pretty nice, though, the fact that you don't really have much pressure on you going into this one.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling, knowing you've got it pretty much in the bag and something would have to go horribly wrong to forfeit your title. Maslutskaya was 2nd at New Balance Nationals indoors in March, but she almost certainly seems poised to go one better here at historic Franklin Field outdoors. So here we go. Nice clean start. So we've got Sophia Casper, Danielle Spohr, Hayden Higgins, Anna Keeney, Carrie Webb, Marley Berkeley, Stella Purdy, Deja Duncan, Avery Miller, Madison Linscomb, the aforementioned Yulia Maslutskaya, Tessa Trujillo, Aaliyah Waite, and Sydney Chandler. It looks like Hayden Higgins is your early leader.
And Maslutskaya is in the blue uniform. Not the one that you see on your screen right now. She's a little bit further back. I mean, like we just mentioned, she can take this out really chill. She would have to be beat by 20 seconds. And I always wonder if these athletes know what needs to be done going into these events. Are they timing it right now? Is she thinking of it? You see her at the top of the screen, all the way back there in the blue. Is she able to gauge the fact that, okay, am I out of 20-second range?
It's a pretty fast opening clip, 63 seconds through 400 meters. Danielle Spohr leading the way from New Jersey. Deja Duncan right off her shoulder. Maslutskaya is back in 4th, running solidly. There you see her in the all blue uniform. .600 meters, and Maslutskaya has this in the bag right now.
And that must feel pretty nice.
So Spohr and Duncan slugging it out in this 800, but Maslutskaya, your champ, coming off the turn, and she has this national title in the bag. So that's a very fast time, 2:12.04. Spohr gets the win and racks up 935 points from this event. Deja Duncan may move up to second as a result of that really fine 2:13 clocking, but Yulia Maslovskaya with a 2:15.56 clocking is going to be your national champion. So Maslovskaya, with that 2:15 clocking, Serenity, tallies 5,582 points, and that, I believe, is a new meet record.
Wow. I can't even say I'm surprised.
So Avery Miller, last year's champion, has to settle for second today. 5,290. As scores are tallied. Carrie Webb, with a really impressive run, vaults to third place overall. The Tennessean tallying 5,234 points. It looks like we're going to take it down to the infield for an interview with our 100-meter runners.
To recover. Let's talk about that start you had. It was incredible.
Yes, it was. It took me a while to get my start down. At the beginning of the season, I was tripping, falling, but towards the end of the season, I put in the work, and it showed on the track today.
It definitely showed on the track today because I was way up there and I saw it. And let's just be honest, too quick of a start as a false start, right on time gave it. You talked about the adrenaline going through you.
This race was hype all over the internet, and the adrenaline was rushing. Ever since I was warming up, since I stepped on the track, I just felt the adrenaline rush, and it just helped me with my start.
We're going to talk about that lick. You stay right there. All right, my girl, C. Now, when I saw you run, it was nice and smooth. I'm not saying your start was bad, but your finish was everything. What was the motivation behind that?
Honestly, it was my coach, just listening to him, doing me, make sure I stayed composed, and I executed that.
And we talked a little bit about the poise. You maintained the entire race. That takes some discipline, and you're a young athlete. What was your mindset? You said this wasn't expected today.
It wasn't expected because I lost last year, so I came, and I just had the confidence in myself. I had the confidence that I could execute, and I did.
You said execute. Say that one more time.
Execute.
All right, my girl, CC. So I'm going to combine this really quick. My football guy, with your start and your finish, y'all run about a 4-1. What you say?
I love it.
What you going to tell all my football players out there about running track?
Y'all got to run track. It go hands in hand. You got to do it.
All right, my girl, CC, will we see you later on this week?
Of course, in the 4x1 and the 200.
All right, give it up for your New Balance 100-meter champions.
Thank you, Candace. So congrats once again to our 100-meter champions. As we get set for our next event on the track, the Championship Boys Sprint Medley Relay. So we'll have 10 heats, getting faster as we go.
One of my favorite events, Dave. Mainly because each time you pass the baton is a different event. So you can really see what these athletes just thrive in doing and how it just all comes together. And it's pretty chaotic, too.
I like this event because it's like the sprinters, and sometimes you get the distance runners meeting the sprinters on this relay. You get occasionally the milers coming down to 800 meters to mix it up with the sprinters, but it's an interesting format.
And these guys are off. It's kind of difficult to see who would be in the lead, but passing off first, what an interesting way to pass off for a lane 8. That's K-Zoom Track Club. They're the ones who hit it off first. But things are still pretty even.
Yeah, K-Zoom's leading. To their inside, it's Shipley, and then Hall Track Club, and then St. John Strider's way on the inside. Looks like K-Zoom's still leading right now.
And I know the motivation for them is just take the baton all the way around and don't look back. You're going to be all the way on the outside lane. The hope is to not see anybody as they are now on this 400-meter leg. And you guys can see him cutting in right now.
So I believe this is Aquarius Johnson for K-Zoom out in the lead. K-Zoom have a pretty healthy lead. It's about 25 meters. as we come into the final exchange, and the half miler takes off, and that would be Andrew Wright. And Hall Track Club is in second, about 12 meters back. And that's Maximus Fight in the all blue for Hall.
And these athletes really just have to stay focused on their own respective events. Because your teammate is bringing it into you pretty fast because he just came off about 400, but now you know that I run the 800. I am not going to take it out that fast.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange to watch a relay that gets slower as the race progresses and harder. But the half milers coming up to the halfway point of their leg now. And it's still K-Zoom leading, courtesy of Andrew Wright. Maximus Fight still about 12, 13 meters back in second for Hall Track Club. So this is the first of 10 heats of this championship boys SMR.
And Maximus Fight in the blue singlet behind him, starting to feel that fatigue. He was munching away at that lead, but still seems like it is all Andrew Wright.
So about 130 meters separating K-Zoom from the finish line, and a win in this first section of the boys SMR. And it's an impressive time, 3:33.58. So K-Zoom confirmed as your winner in a time of 3:33.58. 3:39.85 for Hall Track Club in second place. And Mr. Wright going to get a helping hand back onto his feet from his teammates.
He's like, look, guys, I ran an 800. Y'all ran a 2.
And that's the confirmation of the results. So the boys for Heat 2 are on the track. And we have the first of many teams from Bullis High School in Potomac, Maryland, gracing the track now. They'll go in lane 4. Joining them will be Eagle Elite out of Maryland, Old Bridge Track Club out of New Jersey, North Track out of New Jersey, North Stars out of New Jersey. On the outside, Richmond Track and Field, a team from Virginia.
And a sprint medley goes 2:2.48. So these first two guys that you're going to see running, they are definitely going to be going a lot faster than their last two teammates that they're going to be handing off to.
That format also known as easy, easy, hard, really hard.
Absolutely.
All right, so a question for you, Serenity. What do you think is a harder event? An 800 meters, 400 meters, or 400-meter hurdles?
Oh, no. That's really tough. I think at 800, just because your event just continues to get faster and faster, like as a sprint. And technically the 400 hurdles have too, but man, 2 times around just sounds absolutely horrible.
Were you ever coerced into an 800 in college?
Not college, but in high school. I think I ran like 220.
With like a 60 and an 80.
Yeah, it was a tough one for sure. It was a tough one.
All right, so from inside to out, it's Bullis, Eagle Elite, Old Bridge, North Track, North Stars Elite, and then Richmond Track and Field. time to beat from that first section, established by KZM Track Club, 3:33.51. Nice clean start. Bullis is on the inside in that distinctive green and yellow neon outfit, and they're making up the stagger already on Eagle Elite and Old Bridge. Oh, but a really poor exchange for Bullis, and we'll see if the red flag goes up. I see a yellow flag already.
Man, staying in these exchange zones definitely gets really difficult for such a confusing relay like it could be. But right in lane 5, that's still Eagle Elite Track Club out of Maryland.
So as you said, Eagle Elite leading the way. Bullis need to regroup, compose himself in the hope that they don't get disqualified. And hang in there and see what happens.
Absolutely, and this is now the 400-meter leg, so they're going to be cutting in pretty soon here. And it looks like Bullis, Shahid Demetrius, was able to break first. Or actually, Kenneth Adams, the 400-meter leg. Yes, he was able to break in first, but now here comes the rest of the field.
So Richmond leading the way now. That's Adrian Chenoweth. He's going to hand off to his brother Leo with a very slender lead. And then right behind them is Old Bridge. And running anchor for them is Ronald Chiachia. Could throw a blanket over this top 4. Bullis seems to be out of it at this point, so that disqualification may end up being a moot point.
Yeah, but you definitely just have to finish the race because you never know what could happen. They could protest it. And these athletes don't even seem to know about what's going on with that, so that is not on the top of their head at all.
So approaching the halfway mark in this 800-meter ankle leg, and it's Ronald Chiachia from Old Bridge leading the way. Old Bridge have themselves about a 5 or 6 meter lead. It looks like Taj Wilson from North Track has moved into second now and is eating into that deficit. And now down the back stretch, Taj Wilson from North Track Club, that's North High School out of Toms River, New Jersey, leading the way. .150 to go, and still Taj Wilson from North Track leading, Serenity.
And if Taj can just hold on and start to rely on all of those arms, this final 100 is gonna hurt and it's gonna burn, but now he's starting to see the finish line. Right on his heel is still Old Bridge Track Club, but he was able to come away with the win. That's all Taj Wilson for North Track.
It's an impressive anchor run for Mr. Wilson, 154.85. He almost eased up too soon at the line. But he gets the win for North Track by 17 100ths of a second, just ahead of Old Bridge. And there you see confirmation of their win in Section 2. And they are top of the heap so far, 3:31.26.
There's that really difficult exchange from Bullish Track Club, and yet again another one. Seems like he ran out of his lane a little bit.
Yeah.
I know it can get very confusing on a track like this, but man, you're hoping we don't see a lot more of that as we continue in these sections.
It doesn't look like anybody got disqualified. As we get set for our third section next on the track. From inside to out, we'll have Westfield High School out of Virginia, Western Carey Track Club from North Carolina, Jaguar Track Club from Delaware, the 127 Project from Michigan, Caravel from Delaware, Hawks Track Club from Rhode Island, the Rams Track Club from North Carolina, Bloomfield Track Club out of Connecticut, and South Farms from Connecticut will be on the outside in lane 9. So this is section 3 of 10. That time to beat, 3:31.26 by the North Track, who you just saw in Heat 2.
It looks like there's still a yellow flag. Maybe these athletes are still trying to get set. They're trying to make sure all the exchange zone are perfect because none of them hand off at the same place. Like we said, it's 2-2-4-8.
And I think if it's your first time running at Franklin Field, this track is a bit like a maze. You've got a rail to your outside if you're running in lane 3, which can throw you off if you're not completely laser focused.
Absolutely. There's a ton of lines, ton of cones, very confusing.
A ton of people.
Yep.
Looks like we're ready to go finally. Nice clean start. It looks like 127 Project was a scratch. So lane 4 is empty.
And
go ahead,
all
sorry.
the way in lane 8, Bloomfield Track Club looks like they're about to hand off first. Definitely some interesting handoffs that these coaches decided to have them do. They decided to have them do a 4x1 handoff, which makes sense. It could be more efficient, but it also could be a little bit more confusing on a track like this. But it's Bloomfield Track Club who is just extending their lead.
Yeah, so Bloomfield hands off with about a 1 to 1.5 second lead over the Hawks in second place out of Rhode Island. But now the Hawks closing in now and moving alongside Bloomfield, and it looks like they're going to break almost side by side. Of course, as I say that, Bloomfield floors it to get clear.
Completely. I mean, what an excellent run from Jaquel Delaire.
Well, this is a really impressive run by him. He's going to hand off to his teammate Jaheim Lawrence with about an 18-20 meter lead with 1:34 on the clock. So 1:57 split would give them the overall lead so far. So you see Jaheim Lawrence out in the lead with his long, powerful strides. And he's extended his lead to about 25 to 30 meters now. And here comes Jaheim Lawrence down the home stretch for the penultimate time. And Bloomfield have a huge lead here.
And Lawrence is just striding, bounding. He's a really tall athlete, so just relying all on those arms. Anything is possible for these athletes in second and third place, for sure. That's Westfield and South Barnes right behind him, but it's still all Jaheim Lawrence from Bloomfield Track Club out there by his lonesome self.
It does look like Lawrence is struggling as he approaches 600 meters, but he has such a colossal lead. Finley Lum from Caravel is in second for the Delaware outfit, but he has a lot of ground to make up, despite how quickly Lawrence is running into quicksand. Now you can see his turnover has really slowed now. Is Lawrence going to get walked down? Finley Lum is closing fast. Here comes Finley Lum. Can Lawrence hold on? He's just going to make it another 15 meters. Oh, I think Lawrence just held on for the win.
Man, that one was a close one. And that was Finley Lum from Caravel. Just closing so strong. And he just ran out of track. Jaheim Lawrence was trying the best he could to just hold on and hang on. I know his teammates are just so relieved. If it was a couple more meters, then it may not have been theirs. Look at how close that was, Dave. 3:34.81 and 3:34.91.
That finish line could not come soon enough for Jaheim Lawrence. You could see the pain etched on his face on the last 50 meters. That's why I think the 800 meters is the hardest event.
You know what?
Sometimes you don't know if
agree.
you're going to make it across the finish line. So North Track still has the time to beat out of Section 2 at 3:31.26 as we get set for Section 4 now. We'll have Devil's Track Club out of New York, the Gales from Connecticut, Walsh Jesuit out of Ohio, Ursa Elite from Pennsylvania, St. Johnsbury out of Vermont, Lowell Track Club from Massachusetts, Dreamville Track Club from Florida, the Spirit of Pre Track Club from Michigan, and First Capital Track Club out of New York.
And it looks like Dale's Track Club ended up scratching, and they were supposed to be in lane 2 as they are now coming around to their first exchange. And it looks like lane 6 handed off first.
Also running really well on the very outside in lane 9, it's First Capital Track Club. And it looks like they have the lead now.
And he is just running for his life out there all the way in lane 9. But someone who might have a little bit of an advantage is lane 3. And that's Jack Garner, because they're now all going to waterfall into his lane, and he accelerated, and that's the reason why he has the lead right now. He was already in the inside, and he has kept this lead.
That's a really good point. He ran with great experience and knowing that he was going to get closed in on after the break, and he picked up the pace, made sure he got out in front, and now he's opened up about a 6-meter lead as he's going to hand off to his teammate Jerry Rosati. So it's trying to, it's Walsh Jesuit wearing number 3 leading. That's Jerry Rosati, and then hot on his heels wearing kit number 9. It's First Capital, and that's Lucas Ponovich.
And it looks like Lucas Ponovich just took the lead. He wants to take this one out in front. Some prefer to just be the one hunting. Some prefer to be the one hunted. If you know that you're going to be able to keep this lead, then I say go for it.
So Ponovich still leading as we come through the halfway point in this anchor split. But who's just moving up on the outside? Looks like that's Spirit of Pre, and that would be Wes Rogan. Moving into second, wearing the yellow and navy blue. Rogan well positioned. Just sitting on Ponovich, biding his time.
And Wes Rogan decided to use this as an opportunity with 600, well, about 200 more to go ahead and kick. And he has now taken over that lead.
Rogan looking strong, but he's not shaking off the opposition just yet. And who's this coming off his right shoulder in the all white? It looks like Lowell Track Club, and that would be Kai Yin. And Lowell is going to get the win, and that's going to be our fastest time so far. 3:30.38, and Yin anchors with a 1:54.82.
Goodness.
So they see the time on our screen, 3:30.47. I think it looks like it just got corrected to 3:30.38. So Lowell Track Club has the time to beat as we get set for Section 5. So we are almost halfway through these SMR sections. So there you see confirmation, 3:30.38 for Lowell Track Club. Spirit of Pre, 3:31.36. Good for third place overall so far. So next race on the track is Heat 5 of this boys SMR. And running from inside to out, we'll have Edison Track Club out of New Jersey, Liberty Track Club from Virginia, Garden City Track Club from New York, Knights Track Club from Pennsylvania, Bethel from Connecticut, Northwest Track from Maryland, Scrambled Legs, what a fantastic name, from Michigan, Urbana Soaring Hawks from Maryland, and New Britain High School out of Connecticut. All right, I know who I'm rooting for. Scrambled Legs, hip number 7.
Scrambled Legs, what a track name. After they go through that first exchange, now looks like coming up pretty strong out of lane 7, actually.
Scrambled Legs, my boys.
Scrambled Legs, man. But you gotta be smoother with the handoffs. You do not want to break that momentum.
So for Scrambled Legs, out in the lead, that's Cole Bassler. But it looks like he's gone out a little too casually, and he's going to get past now as they break.
You got to get to the break first. Not only get to the break first, but it's so that you can establish yourself.
Yeah, and make everybody else run wide around the turn, make them do the work, go further, run that extra meter or two, which could be crucial at the end. Looks like Liberty Track Club coming in to hand off to their anchor first, and it's going to be Emmett Engelhardt with the stick for our new leaders, Liberty Track Club out of Virginia. So we had 1:34.57 on the clock at that exchange. So Lowell Track Club holds pole position at 3:30.38. So Mr. Engelhardt, or anybody else for that matter, is going to have to run a 1:55 or so to establish a new time to beat.
And he is being hunted. I mean, just to have a pack behind you. I wonder if they use the Jumbotron to their advantage. I know I would. I have before. You look up at the screen, you see everybody behind you. It might help, it might not.
Engelhardt out fast. That was a 55-second opening 400 meters for him, just eyeballing it. Not an official split. Okay, he's got himself a pretty healthy lead now. 500 meters in to this 800-meter ankle leg.
And Dave, you would know now at this point, I mean, what are you relying on? After going through 600 meters.
You're trying to just maintain your form around this turn, get around this turn, stay composed, and then try and hit it hard one more time down the home stretch. But this last 100 meters is so painful in an 800 meters. Your legs are like battery acid. But Engelhardt has done a really sterling job here, and he brings his team home for the dub. Just outside 3:30.38, which was the time to beat. Liberty Track Club clocks 3:30.76, and Engelhardt clocks 1:56.20 on his carry. So that puts Liberty Track Club second overall. Lowell Track Club still in pole position at 3:30.38 as we move on to heat number 6. So it's a beautiful day here at historic Franklin Field. Temperature around 84 degrees, partly cloudy, light winds. A lot more pleasant than it was yesterday when it got up to close to 100 degrees on the track.
Oh, yeah.
Before the sky fell.
Yeah, I was about to say, then it rained. Like what's that about?
It rained, it thundered, it lightninged, it threw everything, and then
it dropped 20 degrees.
And then by the time you ran the 5,000 meters, it was like 74 degrees. But we were here very late last night. I think we closed just before midnight. So if you were tuning in last night, thanks for hanging in with us. We don't foresee any inclement weather here today.
We're going to come back and try it again.
So I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but we're going to try it again here. Section 6, take 2.
And it looks like the officials are talking to lane 5 from Eagles Track Club, but she gave him a yellow card, which is good. That means that he's still fine.
Just a slap on the wrist.
Yeah, definitely a slap on the wrist. I mean, these athletes are young. You can't do anything that's too crazy, but she probably just talked to him. Maybe his block slipped. You never really know.
So running in this 6th section from inside to out, we'll have Plantation Heat out of Florida, Brookings High School out of South Dakota, Peabody Track Club from Massachusetts, Milton Track Club from Massachusetts, Eagles Track and Field out of Connecticut, Western Monsters from Massachusetts, Bellport from New York, Team DBB from New Jersey, and Thetford out of Vermont.
And they get the first exchange, but it was rocky. So rocky. Looks like it was out of lane 8, Team DBP.
Yeah, and I think Thetford in lane 9 might end up disqualified. They had a really poor exchange. But you're right, Serenity. It's Team DBP leading the way out of lane 8. But keep an eye on lane 4.
Who just runs out of his lane. I mean, like we said, Franklin Field is confusing, okay? These rails and then these cones, it was tough for him.
Did we see a flag go up, or was that lane 4 that ran out of the lane?
Look, I'm not an op, Dave, so I don't know if I saw a flag go up. Maybe the officials didn't see it. I'm not here to snitch on anybody, but now they're headed into the 400 leg.
We saw nothing. Milton Track Club leading the way in the red and black. And it's Miles Fergus from Milton out in front, and waiting in the wings is Joshua Toth. And Milton has about a 7 or 8 meter lead. In second place, it's the Western Monsters, and Ben Tavares has to stick for them. Joshua Toth out in front in the red and black for Milton. So we had 1:34.1 on the clock at that exchange, and that means that Mr. Toth has to run about a 1:56 to put his team in the overall lead after 6 heats.
And he is just being hunted now. Pretty early, too. Normally you don't get them inching this close to you, at least until 600 left. Well, 600 in, 200 left. But he seems to be pretty composed.
So about 56.5 seconds through the opening 400. Toth looks composed to me. Looks like he knows what he's doing. But Tavares has definitely eroded that lead, and now the gap is about 5 meters.
And now they are starting to close right on Milton Track Club. That's Joshua Toth. But who is coming up on him? I mean, he's been hunted by 2 athletes.
So Tavares now moving into the lead, but who's this coming on the outside? It's tough to tell from this angle. And Tavares coming back at him. It looks like Tavares was done.
Yeah.
100 meters out, and then he found something extra. Closes with a 1:55.67, and his team clocks 3:30.79. That puts him 3rd place overall after 6 heats.
Ben Tavares just dug deep, found another gear, and what a gritty run. He had to swing all the way, basically out in lane 2 to get that win.
Yeah, he probably ran a good 815 meters on that anchor. The hard way, but dug really deep, like you said. And gets the win for the Monsters. So the time to beat still is 3:30.38, set by Lowell Track Club from Massachusetts out of Heat 4. As we get set for our 7th section now. And from inside to out, we'll have the Carolina Cavaliers out of Waxhaw, North Carolina, Cuthbertson High School. Railway Track Club from New Jersey is in 2. And it looks like we are going to try this one again. In 3, it's going to be Lab Track Club out of Michigan. In lane 4, Corning Track Club from New York. Lisbon from Iowa will be in 5. Danbury Track Club from Connecticut in 6. McNamara Mustangs from Maryland in 7. St. Paul the 6th out of New Jersey will be in 8. And Madison from Virginia will be in lane 9. What color card is she pulling out? Doesn't look like anybody got penalized, so we'll go again. Heat 7, take 2.
I know some of these athletes are just nervous. Trying to figure out which line to go to. Trying to remain relaxed in the blocks, but luckily none of these athletes were disqualified.
So clean start this time. And we're off and away with heat number 7 of this Boys Championship SMR. Pretty even so far. The stagger pretty much intact.
Okay, we're going to see who hands off first, and I think it was the Mustangs who handed off first on that outside. And now it's pretty clear that the Mustangs are in the lead, but coming up to his inside fast is Danbury Track Club. That's Micah Henry. And like we said, I mean, you're going into the 400 leg, and I know you're pretty excited because your teammate is coming to you really, really fast, but you are running the 400. And in lane 2, trying to get to that break first is Ronaldo Simpson. That's exactly what he did, straight out of... But as I say that, the Mustangs are coming up strong too.
Simpson still leading, but anybody's race with 500 meters remaining. Sorry, 900 meters remaining. And look at this. This is going to be a complicated exchange
Oh,
for
yeah.
all three teams in a row here. And our anchors are away.
Good handoffs, no mix-up, no trips. I mean, I'm really impressed with that.
So Rahway leading the way. This is Judah Garcia-Phillips running the anchor for them. They are 135.96 after 800 meters. So we're going to need somewhere in the neighborhood of 154 to go to the top of the heap. There's Judah Garcia-Phillips from Rahway leading the way right now. Looks like Danbury's in second, courtesy of Kyle Jeffers. This is probably the closest race we've had so far, with pretty much everybody in contention.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
that's Lab Track Club moving into the lead now, Serenity.
yeah, like I was just about to say, that's Greg Myers just taking over that lead right at the bell. He decided to go for it pretty early. I mean, he's just bounding at this point with his long legs. And he did it confidently, and now he's starting to extend that lead. Like, come and get me.
Greg Myers has opened up about an 8 or 9 meter lead. Going down the backstretch, he has a little bit of a tailwind with him now. The flags are fluttering. And that lead is now up to about 12 meters as he goes around the turn. He's going to have a bit of a headwind coming into this final 100 meters, but he's got himself what seems like an unassailable lead.
Let's see if he's able to hold on to his lead, but it seems like it is all him because he's continuously accelerating. Doesn't seem like anybody's chomping away at his lead, and it's all going to be Lab Track Club with 3:29. Oh, actually, officially 3:28.96.
So not only did they go to the top of the pile, that was a 150.53 carry by Greg Myers.
Oh, wow.
So by far our fastest split so far. A really impressive run.
He just did it with so much ease, too.
Yeah, he looked so relaxed. So the Michigan outfit go to the top of the heat. 3:38.96 is our new time to beat. And there you see confirmation of those results from Section 7. Danbury Track Club second in that heat. They're 9th overall at 3:31.51, but the time to beat 3:28.96 as we now get set for heat number 8. So from inside to out in this one, it's Parrot Track Club out of Maryland, Warriors Track Club from Massachusetts, Carolina Cavaliers from North Carolina, Forge Track Club from Virginia, Greenwich Track Club from Connecticut, LaSalle Academy out of Rhode Island, and the Marauders Track Club from New Jersey.
And exchanging first on the outside, they were able to just get it done a little bit quicker. It was a wobbly one, but that was Marauders Track Club.
And it looks like to their inside, LaSalle Academy out of Rhode Island running in second place and making up the stagger. But these two teams out in front right now.
And a much better handoff. Now we're on the 400 leg. The goal for this first 120 or so is to get to the break first. And that's exactly what these athletes are trying to do. You can tell that both of their coaches told them, get to the break first, because they are still shoulder to shoulder.
This is aggressive running here. So 100 meters left until we hand off to our anchors. And LaSalle in the lead. Staden Liamonsa hands off to Eamon O'Brien. And they have about an 8 or 9 meter advantage. So that's our fastest intermediate split so far. They are 132 flat. So that's a good 2 seconds faster than any split we've had so far up to this point. So we could see a new overall leader.
It looks like that's Abraham Went coming up so strong now. Deciding to make that pass going into the curve, which is a little bit, he gets tripped up a little bit. Amon O'Brien got tripped up by Abraham Went.
Yeah, I think he just ran into the back of his heel.
Yeah.
So lap left. This is almost certainly going to be a new lead, I would think. 225 with a lap to go. So we would just need a 63 last lap to vault into the lead. But LaSalle Academy and the Marauders slugging it out down the back stretch. 300 meters to go now. So it's New Jersey against Rhode Island. The Marauders and LaSalle.
And it's going to be LaSalle who ends up taking the lead. Amon O'Brien, he went for it. And it looks like Went is just fading now. And he is taking this one all the way into this last 100.
Yeah, O'Brien looking really strong down the home stretch. And it looks like Went may actually get past for a second. But this is going to be our new overall lead. 326.64. A 154 carry by Amon O'Brien. LaSalle Academy are now top of the heap.
Man. Just beautiful running from Amon O'Brien. Even to have gotten tripped up a little bit with about 600 left to go, and he's just went with it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he ran into the back of Wentz or he just tripped on the rail, but definitely stumbled there, but regained his composure and got the win. All right, so here we go with our introductions. The South Dade Express Track Club. Motor City Track Club will be next to them. From New York is Dobbs AA. And lane number 7 from New Jersey is Hackensack. 8th last year in this event. Xavier Track Club out of New York are next to them. In lane 5 from Maryland is Panther Track Club. In lane number 4 from BC, it's the BC Cadets. In lane 3 out of Virginia, it's Patriot Track Club. In 2 from right here in PA, it's Knights Track Club. And on the inside, in lane 1, South Dade Express Track Club from Miami, Florida.
And this is going to be fast. I'm excited for this one, Dave.
So the time to beat, 326.64. Remember, the top 6 overall get All-America honors and jump on the podium. And we could well see an All-American team out of this penultimate heat, Heat 9.
Keep your eyes on lane 1 with South Dade Express Track Club. They're out of Florida, and I just always say the best athletes come out of Florida, man.
Well, we'll see. The Floridians certainly off to a fast start out of lane 1. And they've already made up the stagger on their opponent's Knights Track Club in lane 2.
And they actually hand off at the same time as Motor City Track Club out there in lane 9. So South Dade Track Club might just be playing the long game. Out of lane 1, they have a lot of room to make up, but it's about when they handed off that baton first, as they are now about to exchange for the 400. And it looks like it is still Motor City Track Club in South Dade who ended up handing off relatively at the same time. I know it's tough to see you guys because one is in the 9 and one is all the way in 1, but also moving well out of lane 4 is DC Cadets.
So for Motor City Track Club, it's Rondre Ossian in the bright yellow uniform, and he's the first to break. And Motor City Track Club have a pretty healthy lead, 300 meters into this 400-meter leg, and waiting in the wings will be Damari Caldwell. And we've got 1:30 on the clock. That's our fastest split so far. So Damari Caldwell will need to run a 1:56 to put his team ahead of LaSalle Academy Track Club.
And Motor City just looks so strong right now. Damari Caldwell is a taller athlete, but he's relying all on his arms to bring this one around. But they are going to be gunning for him. I mean, the stadium right now is electric.
It's Andres Oropeza from South Aid Express Track Club in second place, but he's quite some way back. And it's all Damari Caldwell right now from Motor City Track Club as they come through the bell, 2:21. So he only needs to run a 65 for Motor City Track Club to go top of the heap so far after 9 heats. Now we'll see if they can post a time that will hold up and survive the onslaught from heat 10.
And that sounds ideally easy. You just got to run 65, but it is starting to hurt for Damari Caldwell. You can see it all in his face. He's starting to blow the wind out of his cheeks because they are now gunning for him.
So Caldwell hits 600. He's got about a 2-second lead, but the cavalry is coming. That's Dobbs AA with Henry Frasca running anchor for them, and he has really eroded that lead.
Uh-oh.
As Caldwell is running into quicksand. Can Caldwell hang on? He's about to get past.
And that's Hackensack Track Club who ends up making the pass right at the end out of New Jersey. That was Seven Garcia, who is fired up about that one, Dave. That was insane. We thought it was going to be Dobbs AA who ended up taking the lead.
So Seven Garcia clocks 1:49.88, our fastest anchor so far. And Hackensack, who were 8th at this meet last year, post up a time which is probably going to land them on the podium and could get them in the top 3 out of the penultimate heat.
3:23 is extremely fast. I mean, the meet record is 3:23.08 set in 2022, and they just ran 3:23.67, so right off of that meet record. And we still have a whole nother heat to go, and we're seeing another look at Motor City. Damari Caldwell, I mean, he just dug so deep, but what a way to come away with the win from Seven Garcia.
All right, so we're getting ready for our 10th and final heat. Hackensack have the pole at 3:23, but here we go. So out in lane 9, it's the McNamara Mustangs, our defending champions, albeit with a different quartet this time around. North Rockland Track Club out of New York will be in lane 8. From Atco, New Jersey, it's Winslow Township High School, WETF, will go in 7. In lane 6, from Toms River, New Jersey, it's North Track.
Look at him just enjoying himself. He's like, I might as well dance. I'm on camera.
In lane 5, from Cromwell, Connecticut, it's Rosetown Track Club. In lane 4, from New Haven, Connecticut, it's Hill House High School, better known as The House. In 3, out of the Bronx, in New York, it's Fordham Prep. In 2, out of Pittsburgh, North Carolina, it's Chatham Track Club. Now keep an eye out for them. I'll tell you a little bit more about them in just a moment. And on the inside, From Slate Hill, New York, it's Minisink Track Club. So you saw in that previous heat how key it is to have a really strong half-miler with Seven Garcia running a 1:49. Keep an eye out for hip number 2. That's Chatham Track Club. It's Seaforth High School out of Pittsburgh, North Carolina. They have a 1:49 800-meter runner on their ankle leg with Will Quickie. His brother, Paul, will lead off for them.
We just have to see if his teammates can keep him in striking distance.
So that meet record, 3:23.08. That is certainly on thin ice, with 3:23.62 being set from heat 9.
And it looks like lane 8 was able to hand off first. It was Almonte to Mosley.
So North Rockland leading the way from New York.
Now coming up to the second exchange, well, the third exchange at that.
In North Track moving into the fray now. And Mamadi Diawara, a really strong runner for the New Jersey outfit in lane 6. And they've got Tayshawn Wilson on their anchor. He's a really strong 800-meter runner. Is somebody pulling up there?
Oh.
I'm not sure what happened, but it looks to me like one of those runners does not have a baton in his hand.
Oh, man,
Making
that's
North
tough
Track.
to see. That is tough to see.
So leading the way right now, it is North Track. Tayshawn Wilson is going to take over.
Now, mind you, they just are going into the 800-meter leg, and they're still running this fast. But we're going to see if he's able to hold it, because he definitely still is in striking distance. But if he could just continue to extend that lead, then hopefully go ahead and push through the line.
Yeah, Tayshawn Wilson, long, powerful strides. He's out in front. He's got about a 15-meter lead. It looks like Winslow Township are in second. That's Dominic Bassi. But Tayshawn Wilson looking very composed, relaxed, confident in the lead. And he came through in 2:23 with a lap to go. So he just needs a 60 to establish a new meet record and get the win. 3:23.62 is the time posted up by Hackensack out of the previous heat. But Wilson now getting closed in on just a little bit with about 250 meters remaining.
Now it's the final 200 meters. This is where you need to dig deep. Say whatever prayer you got to say, because it is going to hurt. And I saw him just take a peek over his left shoulder. Yes, they are coming for you. The only thing you need to be worrying about is that finish line.
I think Wilson has enough left in the tank. He's looked around nervously a few times, but I think he has another gear if he needs it. And here comes Tayshawn Wilson for North Track. Let's keep an eye on the clock. It's going to be just outside the meet record, but that is going to be the overall win.
They are now your national champions of 3:23.33. His teammates super excited for it. Just what a fantastic all-around run. And he hits the dance, of course.
So it's Mordecai Ford, Jael Hester, Mamadi Diawara, and Tayshawn Wilson.
And just from the very beginning, they were strong, they were quick, none of their handoffs were choppy. They didn't get caught up too in the mix at all. You see them in the bright yellow there, and that was the first exchange from Mordecai Ford off to his teammate, Jael Hester.
Second exchange was also really smooth, reliable, safe. And there you see Wilson taking the stick for the anchor, and he ran with great composure and confidence. So just outside the meet record by a couple of tenths of a second, but that doesn't matter. They are the national champions. Fist bumps all around, and there is their coach. And we have 4 happy campers leaving Franklin Field with a gold medal. So next event on the track is the Championship Girls Sprint Medley Relay. And we'll have 7 heats. And in this first heat, we'll have Bees Track Club, Lunenburg Track Club from New Jersey and Massachusetts, respectively, Ocean City Track Club out of New Jersey, the Rock Scales from New Jersey, Natick Track Club out of Massachusetts, and the Carolina Cavaliers out of North Carolina on the outside in lane 9.
And getting a very fast start right now out of lane 5. That's Ranger Track Club in all blue. Actually, Ocean City Track Club. But all the way on the outside in lane 8. It looks like that's Chloe Elder about to hand off to her teammate, Sarah Golden. And they hand it off first. Beautiful exchange. No seconds wasted at all.
So the Bees Track Club out of New Jersey have themselves a pretty healthy lead, probably 18 to 20 meters right now. They gradually break for the rail. Bees Track Club well in the lead.
And it is starting to hurt from her now.
Actually, it's Natick Track Club leading the way. That's Sarah Golden handing off to Megan Joyce. So they were 152.94 after 800 meters. Megan Joyce has the stick for the Massachusetts quartet. Ocean City's in second. Lillian Flora running for them. They're about 3.5 seconds back.
And if we have seen anything already, Dave, and it's the fact that these athletes have a kick. So no lead is too safe.
So 400 meters to go now, or just over, and it's Megan Joyce from Natick Track Club in Massachusetts leading the way. 2:59 on the clock.
And it looks like it's starting to hurt for her now. And that lead is slowly starting to go away. She is now being hunted. But can she hold on? That's Megan Joyce, who's just still trying to hold on for Natick Track Club. And it looks like that's Roxgale's Haley Green, who ends up taking the lead now. But will she be able to keep it?
Haley Green looking the stronger of the two right now with about 150 meters remaining. And it's the New Jersey team, Rock Scales, that are going to lead into the home stretch. So Rock Scales get the win. 4:13.66, their winning time. 2:13 anchor leg for Haley Green. A very impressive piece of running by her to bring her team home for the win in the first section here of this girls' SMR. So I think we're going to have a little chat with our winning team from the boys' SMR. That's Mordecai Ford, Jael Hester, Mamadi Diawara, and Tayshawn Wilson of North Track, and they're down with Candace.
Trying to hold him up because them boys set that track on fire. Hey, show me that little dance you was doing.
Oh, I was in here.
All right, tell us what it's like to sit here and watch that board with those amazing times come up, knowing you got to get on the track and go get it.
I knew he had it. I knew he had it since saw Mordecai take off, and I gave it the baton to Mamadi. Then Mamadi gave it to Tay. You know, it was just over after that.
All right, Mr. Ford, you pop things off. What was the motivation to go out here and get this crown?
Honestly, the motivation for me is the people in front of me. I just want to catch them. You feel me? So I'd do anything to get the baton and the lead for my boy Jael. Can I show my little dance?
Show it dance. Hey, all right, we're going to clear things up. Hey, give it up for your national champions, El Champions!
Congratulations, North Track. A really fine run, 3:23.33, just off the meet record. But they are your national champions as we get set for our next race on the track. That'll be Heat 2 of the girls' SMR. So from inside to out, we have the Lions out of Ohio, the Norsemen Track Club out of New Jersey, Penfield High School from New York, Western Carey out of North Carolina, Herndon Track Club from Virginia, Lansing Catholic from Michigan, Ridley Track Club out of PA, Old Bridge Track Club from New Jersey, and Top of the Hill Summit Track Club from New Jersey. This is section 2 of 7 of this girls' sprint medley relay. Time to beat from the first section, 4:13.66.
And I want to say it was Western Carey Track Club from North Carolina who ended up handing off first in lane 4. But right now, all on that outside lane, all the way out there in lane 9, it's Top of the Hill. But they are gunning for her. And it's going to be really tight for these 400 runners as they're now about to hand off to their teammate.
Also running well in 7. I think they've actually moved into the lead. Ridley Track Club out of Pennsylvania. And it's going to be Maya Bathrant running for them now. And Western Carey out of lane 4. Got out hard on this leg. That's Ellie Beck. And Ellie Beck leading halfway through this 400-meter leg for the North Carolina outfit. And waiting in the wings is going to be Isabel Short to run anchor leg for Western Carey.
And she is just relying on her arms as she's finally about to hand off to her teammate. I know it's just like, hurry up and get this baton out of my hand. And that's Isabel Short from Western Carey Track Club. Now going into the 800-meter leg, which is the anchor leg.
There's a really good run by Gabrielle Rothstein for the Norsemen Track Club to move up a couple of spots into second place. Isabel Short leading the way right now. Leading the way now for Norsemen Track Club out of New Jersey.
I mean, and they made a lead. They made a lead change pretty early on in the race. It was a gutsy decision. We're going to see if it's going to be able to pay off, though. But right now, she's looking really strong.
Yeah, Estrom's got out pretty hard. She's gone about 65 seconds for that opening 400 meters. So it's still Estrom's leading, wearing the white and teal for the Norseman Track Club out of New Jersey. And she's got 300 meters remaining now. And Estrom's pulling away down the back stretch. She's got the wind with her here. And with half a lap remaining, she's got about a 10, 12 meter lead. So Norseman coming around the final turn. Sophie Estrom's got out hard, got her team into contention, settled in, ran with really good composure, and she's going to bring her quartet home for the win. It's going to be a new best time at 4:08 and change, 4:08.07. It's a 2:16 carry for Sophie Estroms.
Man, that was a good 800 for her for sure. And these heats are just going to continue to get faster and faster. Well, that's the intention of them. So we're heading into heat 9 and heat 10. Those are going to be the fastest heats. But these ladies are starting out pretty good.
Oh, just 7 heats for the girls. Not quite as many contestants as we had for the boys' event. So we get set now for heat number 3. So the time to beat, 4:08.04. That's the time posted by the Norsemen you just saw. And running in this third section, we'll have Spirit of Pre out of Michigan, DC Cadets from DC, Hackley from New York, Eldersburg from Maryland, Cranford Track Club out of New Jersey, Gators Elite from New York, Bergen Tech out of New Jersey, Bellport Girls Track Club out of New York, and Colts Neck out of New Jersey. So an all East Coast affair with the exception of Spirit of Pre on the very inside, who are out of Michigan.
And these ladies are heading into the first exchange. And it just seemed like it was just such a rocky handoff out of lane 8 from Bellport. But she shook it off pretty easily as she's now about to hand off to her teammate pretty soon here.
It's been a strong second leg by Michaela Curry from Colts Neck on the very outside in lane 9. Running really well in lane 2. It's the DC Cadets. And Eva Lang has the stick for them now. So it looks like Bellport is going to break first. DC Cadets are in second place. And now it's Colts Neck into the lead. So Marielle Rucroft from Colts Neck leading the way. And waiting in the wings is Natalie O'Connor.
And what a fantastic 400-meter leg from her. I mean, that is something that's really good about the SMR, that there's so many different lead changes because, I mean, going from a 2.248, I mean, anything could really be different by the time you get around to that fourth leg.
So Colts Neck came through 800 meters in 1:49.6. That's about a second and a half faster than our previous fastest split to that point. So it looks like Colts Neck are going to move to the top of the pile here after 3 heats. We'll see how Natalie O'Connor fares on this ankle leg. She's gone out relatively conservatively. So O'Connor still leading 300 meters into this 800-meter ankle leg.
And it looks like she's just cruising at this point, as she's now about to go into her bell lap. Hopefully she's going to be able to hit another gear, at least by the time she gets around to that final 200.
It's Courtney Toy running for Cranford Track Club in second place. She's about 12, 13 meters back right now and doesn't appear to be closing the gap any on Natalie O'Connor. So we're coming up to 600 meters, half a lap remaining now, and it's Natalie O'Connor from Colts Neck Track Club out of New Jersey leading the way.
And it's pretty difficult to lead a field all by yourself. You have nobody pushing you. Some athletes would prefer to have somebody pushing them, but it's just her and herself. And I just know it feels like that finish line is getting further and further away.
Keep an eye on the clock. 4:08:04 was the time to beat. It looks like they're going to be just under that by about 3/4 of a second or so. So 4:07:21 is our new time to beat. We're just waiting for the official times to pop up. We've got what looks like an intermediate split on the scoreboard right now. 4:07:21 was what flashed up on the screen initially, which would be the new time to beat.
Yeah, because 2:55 would definitely not be it. That would be insanely fast.
2:55 mile. Not playing around. All right, so we'll wait for our timing company just to fine-tune our results here. 4:07:21 was the time initially posted. That's what's going to be reflected in those results here very shortly as we get set for our next section, Heat 4. And we got Kennard Track Club out of Connecticut, Borough Panthers from New Jersey, Raider Track Club from Massachusetts, Madison Club from Virginia, Deer Park out of New York, Greenway from New Jersey, Chenu Race Crew from New York, HTC out of Maryland, and Milton Track Club from Massachusetts.
And it goes 2:2:48. So these first two exchanges are going to be a lot quicker, a lot faster. And it looks like it was just really shaky out of lane 8 or 9. I think these athletes are still getting used to getting the baton. We're going to be seeing the 4x2s later on. We might see the same issue. Getting the baton over there in the curve is really difficult for them.
But once again, we see those runners out in lane 8 and 9 really getting after it on these opening legs. A little bit of running scared, I think, here at Franklin Field, but these lanes have proved favorable so far today. Running well in lane 5, it's Deer Park Running Club. And they're leading right now. It's Emma Asare running for Deer Park out of New York. And Asare with that long, loping stride, wide arm carry in the all-green uniform. And she's going to lead coming in to the final stretch. And Asare looks like she's going to hold on for the lead and give the stick to Chelsea Cornelia with about a couple of stride advantage. So it looks like Milton Track Club moved up into second place. And Evelyn Toth from Milton on the anchor.
and she is just really getting off to such a fast start. I'm sure it must just be the adrenaline of knowing, I mean, your teammate just came to you running super fast, but now you have to set your own pace because this is the 800 leg.
Chelsea Cornelia looking strong out in front. She's got herself about a 13, 14 meter advantage after 250 meters. Deer Park out in front. Chelsea Cornelia running strongly. And she is coming up to the halfway point in her anchor. She's got out pretty fast. So they were 152 to 800 meters, and she came through in about 62.5. This is probably the fastest opening lap of the anchors we've seen so far in this girls' SMR. And Deer Park have opened up about a 35-meter gap now over Milton and HTC running 2 and 3.
And she is still just moving so well. She's even opened up her lead a little bit. It looked like it was starting to hurt a little bit, but she is just running through that pain.
Yeah, she looks composed, confident. It definitely hurts now. You can see the paint etched on her face and her cadence slowing down a little bit, but she's got a huge advantage over this field. Still looking powerful. About 80 meters left now for Chelsea Cornelia. And she's going to bring her team home for the win here. Now, will she beat the 4:07.21 established in the previous heat? It looks like she will. 4:05.75. So that's our fastest time so far. So 2:13 flat carry for Chelsea Cornelia, and she puts Deer Park top of the pile. So the time to beat, 4:05.73, set by Deer Park in the heat you just saw. As we get set for section 5 of 7. So in this section, we'll have Severna Park out of Maryland, K-Zoom out of Michigan, Motor City Track Club from Michigan, Rose City out of Connecticut, Greenwich Track Club from Connecticut, Unity from Michigan, Motor City Track Club from Michigan, Huntington Lions from New Jersey, and the Oregon Distance Project. So we're getting faster as we go. 4:05.73 is the time to beat by Deer Park out of New York.
It looks like it was Motor City Track Club who ended up handing off first.
So
and she is still in the lead, and that is Jada Wilson.
That's Oak Park High School out of Michigan, one of the best programs in the nation. Oh, this is fast. We are 49 seconds through 400 meters.
I mean, it says a lot about Motor City. I want to say they're out of Michigan, and they have 2 track clubs. I mean, they have 2 teams in this heat alone. I mean, they have a huge track club. They always come out with the best of the best athletes. We're going to continue to say their name over and over again through the time span of this weekend. But right now, that's Jordan Jones Maddox running on that 400-meter leg for Motor City Track Club originally out of lane 3. But they do have another section as well, sitting in 4th.
Yeah, Motor City Track Club, Oak Park, Michigan, one of the premier programs in the nation. So they have 2 teams in this one. This is their B team and their C team. We'll see their A team in action a little bit later here. But leading the way, it is their B team. Looks like Mickey Thompson heading off to Deshauna Kellogg.
I mean, B and C? How many athletes did they bring out here? I mean, and we have to say that only the best of the best are here competing at New Balance. So that says a lot about their program if they're able to bring their B and their C team and come out here and perform. And they are still looking really, really good.
Yeah, it's really a badge of honor to make a meet of this stature with one team, let alone three, all from the same high school. But Deshauna Kellogg leading the way right now, and she has about a 30-meter advantage. It's Unity in second, and that's Lena Shelgaker running for them.
And you're starting to hear the moves that is coming from the stands because they are coming for her, but this lead is still so big.
This is easily going to be our fastest time so far. So 2:49 with a lap to go. So we should only have to run 76 seconds to bring Motor City home and put them top of the pile so far.
And it is starting to hurt for Deshauna Kellogg now. But she only has 200 left to go. But I know that 200 can start to feel like maybe even a mile to her. But she still looks really, really good.
So she can cover this last 150 meters or so in 25 seconds. She's going to put her team top of the pile. So here comes Deshauna Kellogg. It's been a very, very composed run by her, and that's going to be our fastest time so far. 4:02.63, a 2:15 carry.
And she really had to dig deep for that one. I mean, nobody else around her. Just having to hear the crowd, the Motor City crowd cheering for her. And way to close out.
And there you see Deshauna Kellogg. So she puts her team top of the heap so far, 4:02.62. That's Motor City Track Club's B team. So that was Heat 5. Heat 6 is next on the track. We're getting faster as we go. There you see confirmation of Motor City Track Club B team's win there in Section 5 at 4:02.62. Coming up next is section number 6 of this girls' SMR. So our 9 teams contesting this heat. The Warwick Track Club out of New York will be in heat number 9. Sorry, lane number 9. Southern Track Club from Harwood, Maryland will be in lane 8. In lane 7 from Winslow Township High School in New Jersey, it's WETF. In lane 6 out of Plymouth, Massachusetts, it's the Anthony Bruno Track Club. In lane 5 from Knoxville, Virginia, it's Kettle Run High School. In lane 4 from St. John's, Florida, it's from Creekside High School at St. John's Striders. In lane 3, no strangers to New Balance Nationals, it's the Carolina Cavaliers, aka Cuthbertson High School out of North Carolina. In lane 2 from McLean, Virginia, it's the Potomac School. And on the inside from Metuchen, New Jersey, Metuchen High School. So this is Heat 6, our penultimate heat of this girls' SMR. We're getting faster as we go. The time posted by Motor City Track Club in the heat you just saw was 4:02.62. That's the time to beat.
already getting a fantastic start out of lane 7 is WETF. Tiani Robinson. But it's all depending on who can hand off the baton first. And yes, it was still WETF. Right now, there's like a Sky Seaman. About to hand off to the 400-meter leg. And that's Adaya Arango moving really, really well.
And she's going to have her sister, Amaria, waiting in the wings on the anchor. So it's Winslow Township High School out of Atcombe, New Jersey, leading the way right now. Arango's going to hand off to her sister with a slender lead. But St. John Striders have ran well. Sophia Killen ran a really strong leg, and she's going to hand off to Emily Kate Longmire. It's a Florida versus New Jersey battle.
And Amaria Arango. This is a little bit of a shorter athlete. She has Emily Kate Longmire from St. John's Striders right on her heel, who is just bounding. It seems like for every 5 steps she takes, Amaria takes about 10.
Yeah, Longmire, certainly a very tall, long-legged athlete. So these two teams are about 20 meters in front of what is developing into a scrap for third. Longmire has moved herself out wide, looks poised to make a move into the lead, but Arango trying to hold her off and hold the rail. And she's going to force Longmire wide.
And Emily is just swinging wide right now. She passed at the perfect opportunity, which is going out of the curve. She used that momentum from leaning into it. You kind of just use it as a slingshot.
So Longmire had to work hard to get into the lead, and she's not shaken off Arango just yet. And in fact, Arango looks poised to retake the lead with 200 meters remaining. So here comes Amaria Arango, a little over 100 meters left. The time to beat, 4:02.62, posted by Motor City.
And what a burst from Amaria Arango. You thought that she didn't have any more in the tank, but she had just enough to close this one out with 4:03.47. Not enough to be at the top of the compiled results, but nonetheless, still a great, great run. They're sitting in second right now.
It's a really fine run by Arango. Like I said, 2:15.22. She didn't panic when Longmire went by her, and in fact, used Longmire as a de facto pacer for the last half lap, and really ran with great experience and composure, and she brings her team home for the dub, and second place overall in the ACC at our exchanges. Nice and smooth on the first one. Pretty smooth on the second one. And then in the lead on that final exchange as we get ready for our 7th and final section of this girls SMR. So here are our 9 teams getting set to grace the track for the Girls Championship SMR. Running in the outside will be Charlotte Country Day School out of North Carolina. In lane 8, your defending champions and meet record holders, Motor City Track Club. And they return 2 of the 4 that won last year. From Montgomery, Texas, is Lake Creek High School occupying lane 7. And lane 6 is Eastern Regional Track Club from New Jersey. In lane 5 is Rumson Fairhaven out of New Jersey. In lane 4 from our capital is the DC Cadets, better known as St. John's College. In lane 3 from Scotch Plains, New Jersey, no stranger to this New Balance Nationals meet, Union Catholic High School. In lane 2, it's Old Lyme High School out of Connecticut. And on the inside, from Fairfax, Virginia, it's C.G. Woodson High School. So this is a really loaded heat, Serenity. We've got our defending champions, Motor City Track Club, occupying lane 8. We've got Union Catholic, always a factor in these races. And then we have some incredible half-milers on less established teams who are going to mix things up a little bit here.
And Motor City Track Club also won this indoors, and they're returning all 4 of their runners from that indoor team, and they are now off.
And their teammates have the time to beat. The B team
Yeah.
has the time to beat of 4:02.62. So we could see several Motor City Track Clubs quartets on the podium here after this is all said and done.
I mean, and you can see, right, Carrie Vanoy already with an insane leg. That exchange could have been a lot quicker, but nonetheless, Motor City Track Club is moving very, very well. That's Peyton G right now on your screen. All the way out there in the outside lane. They are opening up this lead, running so aggressive, Dave.
And Nevaeh Burns is going to take over for Motor City, and they hand off with about 7, 8, 9 meter advantage. And it's all Motor City right now.
And Nevaeh Burns is just looking so strong. She got out as if it was a 200, but that was so that she could come to the break. Of course, she knows that she is first, but still come to the break very, very aggressively, setting the tone, because she knows that this heat is going to be very, very fast, and they are gunning for her right now. She still has about 200 left to go. But it is all Nevaeh Burns right now. But chomping away at that lead right now, it looks like it is Union Catholic.
So Union Catholic eating into the lead a little bit. They have the fastest time in the country so far this year at 3:48.83.
And it's actually the DC Cadets who is right behind Motor City Track Club. DC Cadets has Natasha Mosley on their anchor leg, but Motor City Track Clubs has Janae Coleman to run this 800. Janae Coleman kind of with a pretty interesting stride there. She doesn't bring her arms up pretty high, but it seems to work for her. She's cruising. She will probably have a kick later on.
Yeah, Coleman looks very composed, very much within herself. She's an experienced half-miler, great 400-meter speed too. Basically a Swiss Army knife who can do it all, and a great person to have on your ankle leg.
And all on this home stretch is just Motor City Track Club, all in the stands. So I know she hears probably her mom, her coaches, all of her teammates cheering for her as she now heads into the bell lap, because the DC Cadets are still moving pretty well, but now up in second place is Rumson Fairhaven. That's Clemley Lively.
All right, so Clemmy Lilly is a 2:04 800-meter runner, and that's why you see she's made up so much ground. Coleman more of in the 2:07, 2:09 range, but here you see Lilly has Coleman in her sights.
She absolutely does, and she wants to make this charge on the backstretch instead of at the home stretch, because she might know that Janae Coleman might have a kick for her. But if she goes ahead and strikes early, then she might be able to edge her out, and that's exactly what Clemmy Lilly is doing. She has now overtaken Janae Coleman.
And Clemmy Lilly has run a really well-measured effort here on this ankle leg, showing her experience, and she is going to enter the home stretch about 9 meters clear of Coleman, who in turn is about to get past. But here comes Clemmy Lilly, and Rumson Fairhaven are going to take the win. Let's keep an eye on the clock. It's going to be just outside the national lead.
Ooh.
350.12. That's corrected, 350.10. And that's a new meet record, Serenity, by over 4 seconds.
My goodness. And that's what I love about the SMR, is that you never really know where you're at until the fat lady sings.
That was a 2:03.49 carry by Clemmy Lilly to bring her team home for the win and a meet record.
But look at that exchange. I mean, Motor City was just moving so well. But it's difficult to run something like an 800 all by yourself.
So I mentioned at the top of this heat that we had a couple of 800-meter runners who would potentially mix things up a little bit. Natalie Dumas, who's been very busy at this meet already.
Yeah.
She won the 400-meter hurdles just a couple of hours ago, setting a new meet record, running the 4th fastest time in history. She just clocked a 2:03.9 anchor to overhaul Motor City Track Club and take Eastern Regional to 2nd place.
That is absolutely insane.
So we had two.
And she's not even done.
Right. We had two 2:03 anchors in that race. No wonder the meet record fell. So the next race on the track will be the Boys Championship 4x200 meters. We'll have 10 heats of that. That was an absolutely epic girls SMR you just saw. So Rumson Fairhaven getting the win and a new meet record. 350.10, smashing the meet record by a full 4 seconds with a 2:03.49 carry by Clemmy Lilly. So it's a beautiful day here at historic Franklin Field. Next race on the track is the Championship Boys 4x200 meters. 10 heats, getting faster as we go. And it looks like we'll just have 4 teams in this first section. Starting in lane 5 will be Railway Track Club out of New Jersey. WB Track Club out of New York will go at 6. Northman from Michigan will be in 7. And Team DBP out of New Jersey will be in lane 8.
Well, Dave, we just got a little bit of a taste of what we're about to see with the sprint medley relay. There's 2 200 legs in there, and now we're about to watch the 4x2. Hopefully these exchange zones and these exchanges are just clean. I know it can be confusing, but these things just get so hectic.
Yeah, and I hate to see, these people have put so much effort into getting to this meet. Some of these people have traveled all the way across the country to get disqualified at a big meet like this. It's tragic.
Oh, it's heartbreaking.
But it is confusing. This track set up at historic Franklin Field. A nice clean start from Heat 1. So it's Rahway, WB, Northman, and Team DBP from inside to out.
And you really can't tell who's in the lead yet until you can see who hands the stick off first. And that's really where you could tell who makes up the stagger. A little bit rocky the way they did it, but it looks like it was Team DBP out of New Jersey.
Yeah, Rahway handed off about a half a second behind in second place. On the outside, it's DBP. Brandon Shako has the stick for them right now, and he's going to hand off to Christian Velez, who's gone out a little bit too early, and he's going to have to slam on the brakes. That was not a good changeover.
That's a tough one. But they were able to make up for it and recover quickly. You kind of have to have short-term memory there. It looks like out of lane 5, that's Rahway Track Club, moving really, really well down that backstretch.
Yeah, I think Rahway took good advantage over DBP's.
And he runs up on his
exchange.
teammate.
Yeah. So these guys showing their inexperience here. And now it's Rahway leading the way out of lane 5. Michael Presley. And Prince Rousseau. 128.17. So Rahway gets the win.
You know, I can imagine how difficult these handoffs could be, because is it in between a 4x4 and a 4x1? And a 4x1, you know, you just all gas, no brakes when you're trying to get it from your teammate. But with this 4x2, you don't want to leave them.
Yeah, they recovered well from a poor exchange.
But we're going to go ahead and toss it down to Candace for the sprint medley relay winners.
Ladies, you said when you came off the track, this was the best thing we could have done for our coaches. Why was that?
I just feel like they're the best coaches ever, and we won a state title last week, and they were so happy, and it was just like, this wasn't really a guaranteed win, so just to kind of put it all out there, like it's been a long season, to cap it all off with the win. So.
And you came out here and showed up and showed out. That's what that's called. My dear, this is your first Nationals Laters. You popped it off. What was that motivation?
Just being on this type of team, all of these people are absolutely insane, especially Clemmy with her 8. It's just been so crazy, and it's just being around them, kind of just.
And I think what you guys call that is crazy work. So congratulations. Give it up for your national champions, SMR!
All right, so once again, congratulations to Maggie Nidka, Cassidy Stiple, Reese Reynolds, Malone, and Clemmy Lilly, your champions in the girls SMR for Rumson Fairhaven, as we get set for our next section of the boys 4x2.
I think the way these guys need to think of it, it's a little bit more aggressive handoff than a 4x4, but a little bit less aggressive than a 4x1. A nice, good middle where you get out strong, but you don't leave your teammate. He just did a 200, but you got to remain in that exchange zone.
All right, well, let's see if these handoffs are smoother than the rocky ones that took place in the first heat. So we've got Panther Track Club out of Maryland, Lane 4 Track Club from Georgia, Panther Creek out of North Carolina, the Hand Tigers out of Connecticut, Panthers Annapolis out of Maryland, and Spirit of Pre out of Michigan. And once again, looks like our outside lanes leading the way. So in lane 9, it's Spirit of Pre from Michigan. But this one looks a little more even.
But as you say that, lane number 5 from lane 4 Track Club made up that stagger pretty well. But see, right when we say that, right to his inside is Panther Track Club, who is now gunning for those outside lanes. The Spirit of Pre now needs to run for his life because he's getting some company.
Yep. Lane 4 Track Club and Panther Track Club slugging it out up front. And it looks like the Panthers are in the lead out of Maryland.
But now coming up to his outside is lane 4 Track Club, coming up really, really strong. Will he be able to do it? And he just ran out of track. It was Panther Track Club who was able to hold on for the win with 1:29 flat. That'll end up putting them in second in the overall standings.
Yeah, so Brian Serrano just about holds on for the win there, and there you see him. So 129 flat. Not quite good enough to be top of the pile. It's Railway Track Club from Section 1 that leads the way right now at 128.17 as we get set for our third section.
We're just rolling through these 4x2s. I think the 4x2 needs to be brought back, at least at NCs. I think it would be so much fun. But I know the coaches would not like to hear that. Like, that's a ton of guys. There's a ton of athletes that they would need to have, because you got the 4x4, you got the 4x1, and then thrown in the 4x2, you need a whole different field of athletes. You already see the best of the best try to get 4 gold medals at nationals. Imagine now if you throw in another event.
I'd rather see the 4x8.
Oh, you'd rather see the 4x8. I don't even think. I mean, you got to have a ton of 800 runners. You know, a lot of teams just have maybe 1 or 2. Not everybody can be like Oregon.
Imagine if the 4x8's the last event, and then you're roping 400-meter runners instead of roping them into 4x4.
This is true.
We need you for the 4x8. I'm so
yeah.
sorry.
I mean, athletes like a thing, Mo. I mean, what are you gonna? She's gonna be pulled.
You'd have just sprinters going into hiding at the end of the meet.
You already have that for the 4x4.
I know. So this is section 3. It looks like we're going to call them back. And we've got an official wandering up to one of the lanes to issue a warning. Green card, so nobody penalized.
Good. I mean, I have to say kudos to these officials, because this is just such an interesting track. The way they go all the way from lane 1 up to lane 9. I mean, it's really hard to tell who could have been moving.
Anyway, so from inside to out in this third section, we've got Traverse City out of Michigan, Ottawa Glandorf from Ohio, the Hawks from Illinois, O'Connell Track Club out of Virginia, Black Diamond from New York, Michigan Mustangs in lane 6, and then Westfield High School out of Virginia, Demon Elite from South Carolina, and Pike Creek Spartans out of Delaware out in lane 9.
Let me just say, I'm loving the name of these track clubs.
Scrambled Legs is still my favorite. That's
Scrambled
tough to
Legs
beat.
is dope, but I really like Black Diamond as these guys are now starting off. Black Diamond out of lane number 5. Like we said, it's still pretty tough, especially with the first leg, to see who's in the league. You're really just trying to make sure you're able to give off the cleanest handoff. And as they're finally going into the first exchange, it looks like it was lane 9. That's Pike Creek Spartans who ended up handing off first. But now coming up way to his inside out of lane 6, this Michigan Mustangs Track Club, who has now made up the stagger in that yellow top.
Yeah, that was a really strong leg by Jason Hamilton, who hangs off to Ryan Christensen, and now the Mustangs are in the lead.
The Mustangs still have the lead, but Demon Elite is not letting them have it by any means necessary. Not easy at that. I think also something that's interesting, Dave, the way they have to stay in their lanes the entire time, all 4 legs. And now into the final exchange, a pretty clean one. He ran up on him just a little bit, but it is still the Michigan Mustangs. That's Andrew Lake.
So let's keep an eye on the clock. 128.17 was the time to beat, posted by Railway from Section 1. It's going to be pretty close, but I think they're just going to be a little shy of that. So 128.65 Serenity, that puts them number 2 in the overall standings. Demon Elite 131.9, second place in this heat, good for 8th overall. But there you see the Michigan Mustangs, winners of Section 3.
Oh!
And Oh, pop in some
Interesting.
somersaults and handstands to celebrate their win.
I can't remember what football player made the headstand famous, but goodness gracious, I just know his mother was like, no, don't do that. But I love to see these athletes just have a good time. I mean, that's what it's all about. They've gotten their book bags. They've gotten their gear. New Balance has done their big one like they constantly do year after year. The gear is just getting nicer and nicer. I want a book bag.
Me too, but apparently they were
It's only for
sold
fast
out.
people.
Well, yeah. Also, we have like 7,000 athletes here at this meet.
Yeah. Look, don't leave your book bag laying around. Me and Dave will probably take it. But you got to be the fastest of the fast to get one of those, Dave.
Yeah, just making it to this meet is a badge of honor. It's it's a tough meet to get into, probably the toughest of the national meets taking place this weekend to qualify for. But we have over 7,000 athletes here competing over 4 days at historic Franklin Field. It's a huge meet. It's a huge undertaking by this meet management crew, and they really pivoted well last night when we had some pretty inclement weather for a few hours, but today the weather gods have graced us with some great weather.
Yeah.
So we're getting set for Heat 4. From inside to out, we got Husky Track Club out of North Carolina, Peak Track Club from Maryland, Wadsworth Grizzlies out of Ohio, Nordonia from Ohio, Parish Community out of Florida, IMG Elite goes in 6 from Florida, Crofton Track Club from Maryland is in 7, Unity from Michigan is in 8, and the Kings Knights out of Ohio in lane 9.
And a fantastic start out of those Kings Knights, like you said, out of lane 9. That's Vincent Santiago. It looks like he's actually about to hand off first. He just looks so powerful down that backstretch. I know we said we can't usually call it for that first leg, but he looked unstoppable. And he handed off to Toriano Johnson. They're out there by themselves in those light blue tops, but to his inside, the competition is all in the front, I will say. Out of lane 8 is Unity, and also lane 6. Oh, but goodness, just as I said that, Unity had a very rocky handoff, and it looks like they will not be finishing this one off.
So Kings Knights now in the lead as a result of that poor handoff, and IMG are in second place in this pale blue in lane 6. And now IMG moving into the lead on the last exchange. And it's Michael Michelin that is surely going to bring home IMG to the win. Let's keep an eye on the clock. 1:28.17 was the time to beat. They're going to be just outside that.
And man, it was just tough to see from Unity. It looks like they were just having some fumbling with the baton. They probably would have been out of the exchange zone, but I say give it off to your teammate regardless. They were able to walk off of the track, so I feel like they could have given it to their teammate. But it was all IMG Elite and Kings Knight. A fantastic run from those athletes.
So IMG Elite take the win in Section 4, and that puts them 4th in the overall standings. Rahway Track Club, they're 1:28.17 out of Heat 1, still holding up. Top of the heap after 4 heats. So we have 10 heats of this boys 4x2, getting faster as we go, at least in theory.
Supposed to be. But, I mean, as we go through these heats, you want your time to stick. So you got to put your best foot forward. You got to run your fastest, because once we get along to those final heats, you want your time to stick. And we had a lot of DNFs from that last heat.
So you see LaSalle Academy there occupying lane 7. That's Joshua Sato that's going to lead off for them. Here's the rest of the field. The TEP from Pennsylvania will occupy lane 1. Edison Track Club from New Jersey is in 2. Dearborn Track Club from Michigan is in 3. South Dade Express from Florida is in 4. Calvert Hall from Maryland is in 5. Warrensburg from Missouri is in 6. The aforementioned LaSalle is in 7 from Rhode Island. HTC from Maryland is an 8. On the outside from Virginia, it's Ford's Track Club. It's a nice clean start for heat number 5. We are almost halfway through these boys 4x2s.
And getting off to a fantastic start is South Dade Express out of lane 4. And a very, very clean handoff from them, and they were actually able to hand off first.
Yeah, really good run from South Dade. So it's Javian Willis running for South Dade right now, but out really well in 7, LaSalle, and it's Garrett Giraud-Pizzulo. Looks like LaSalle's in the lead.
And if I'm not mistaken, LaSalle was just in the sprint medley relay, and it looks like they repeated some of their athletes for this 4x2. I mean, if they have the fitness, why not? And South Dade Express coming up really strong now. And you see why this is their anchor leg, because he is now making up that stagger on LaSalle. Will LaSalle be able to hold it? South Dade, LaSalle.
That was an outstanding anchor run by Justin Weaver from South Dade. 1:26.29, so that is the time to beat now. So the top 4 times overall, all coming from that one heat.
Wow.
So South Dade Express, top of the pile so far. We are only halfway through these heats, but 1:26.29 is an outstanding time.
What a time to be, and that was just at a heat 5, and we still have 5 more heats to go.
So there you see the rest of the results. LaSalle Academy, 1:26.38. They are second overall. Calvert Hall, 1:26.58, good for third overall. And Warrensburg High School, fourth place overall at 1:27.77. As we get set for heat number 6, next on the track.
I love the 4x2. It's just so exciting. I do think that to a certain extent, pretty much every event could be a relay.
Steeplechase?
Okay, maybe not steeplechase.
That'd be great though, like split the steeplechase into, 3 by 1,000 meters. It would make for an epically entertaining race, I feel like.
Interesting. What a shot there.
So from inside to out, it's the Scorpions Track Club out of Maryland, Derby Track Club from Ohio, OTMTC from Maryland, Marauders from New Jersey, Revolution Track Club out of Massachusetts, Next Gear from Maryland, Parrot Track Club from Maryland, Olentangy Liberty from Ohio, and the Harbor Elite from Maryland. Once again, it's lane 9 jumping out to the lead, and that is the Harbor Elite from Maryland.
But it looks like it was a very rocky handoff out of lane 5. But it is all these outside lanes. But now about to hand off first out of lane 8.
Olentangy Liberty from lane 8 leading the way now. But this is still anybody's race. It looks like running well in lane 5. It's the Revolution Track Club. That's Julian Casserai for the Massachusetts outfit. And they've handed off to their anchor first.
What a name. Revolution Track Club.
And it's Elliot Raimondo from the Revolution Track Club romping down the home stretch. He's going to bring his team home for the win, surely. 127.88. That is good for 5th overall. Florida's Track Club were second. It looks like they clocked 128.79. As you see, Mr. Raimondo, who brought home Revolution Track Club home for the win in Section 6. Good for 5th place overall right now.
They were fired up about that one. Out of Massachusetts, but a fantastic run from them. And what a shot.
It's a beautiful day here in Philadelphia. About 84, 85 degrees. Partly cloudy. A light, refreshing wind. Much more pleasant than it was yesterday when it was almost 100 degrees down on the track before the thunderstorms rolled in.
And we got a little cloud cover, which I'm sure helps the athletes a lot. We're right smack in the middle of the day, so.
We have our 2-mile races to come in about an hour, so those runners will be thankful for this cloud cover and the slightly more pleasant temperatures. So running in this next section, got a couple of scratches, but from inside to out we'll have Clyde Flyers from Ohio in 1, Greenwich out of Connecticut in 2, Naugatuck from Connecticut in 4, Mount St. Joseph from Maryland are in 5, Wildcats out of Georgia in 7, the Chiefs from South Carolina are in lane 8, and from Florida it's West Centennial out in lane 9. There you see the Chiefs. That's Jarrell Bellamy making a shot right down for the South Carolina outfit, running in lane 8.
I'm sure they're just trying to make sure all of the exchange zones are ready and in position. There needs to be all white flags all around the track, not just at the start.
So it looks like we are all clear finally. So if you're just tuning in, this is the Championship Boys 4x200 meters. This is heat 7 of 10. Getting faster as we go. The time to beat is 1:26.29, set by South Data Express out of heat number 5.
And these guys are out and rolling all the way out there in lane 9. That's West Centennial moving extremely well. That's Emmanuel Dorales. But we're going to see if he's able to hand off first because, like we said, it's really tough to see. And it looks like actually out of lane 4, they made up the stagger first. And what a beautiful, clean handoff from Naugatuck.
Running well on the very outside, West Centennial from Florida. We'll see who hands off first. Lane 7, the Wildcats from Georgia running well.
The Wildcats are now making up that stagger. That's Larry Paul doing extremely well on this last home stretch. I know he sees his teammate, and he is gunning for him now. And they decided to opt in for a 4x1 exchange, and it is working for them as they hand it off in the lead. That's Javon Broussard on that anchor leg.
And Broussard is going to bring the Wildcats home for the win. It's not going to be the fastest time, but it's going to be right up there in the mix. 1:27.42 on the clock. And it looks like that's going to get corrected to 1:27.41, and that puts them 4th overall so far. So really smooth handoffs by the quartet from Georgia to bring them home for the win. And there you see Mr. Broussard, the anchorman. They don't look thrilled with that, did they? They just
he was just chilling.
You just won your event at New Balance Nationals. It's a big deal, even if you didn't, even if you're not hitting the podium. To win your heat at a meet of this caliber is a big deal.
It seems like these boys are ready to go, getting their final runouts out the way.
So you're watching heat number 8 of 10 of the boys' championship 4x200 meter relay. The time to beat is 1:26.29, set by South 8 Express from Section 5. And running in this 8th heat, we've got Dover Track Club out of Delaware, Clarksville Track Club from Maryland, Kentwood Track Club from Michigan, Windsor Track Club from Connecticut, Running Garage out of Maryland, GBN Spartans from Illinois, South 8 Express B Team from Florida, the McNamara Mustangs from Maryland, and MVT Supreme from Maryland.
We just heard from our end that there was a green card. The officials just trying to make sure everybody's in their right positions, making sure everything is nice and fair. And these guys are getting off to an extremely fast start. South Dade Express with more athletes. How many athletes do y'all have? They're out of lane 6, getting out of lane 7 actually. But to his outside is the McNamara Mustangs. But then all the way out there in lane 9 is MVT Supreme Team. Still looking really, really good as these athletes are trying to make up the stagger. And a lot of them are opting for that 4x1 exchange, which might be a little bit easier for them, especially because they're coming in so fast. And it is still pretty jumbled up there in the front, but MVT Supreme Team is still leading, but now coming on strong. Out of lane 6 is GBN Spartans.
Oh, and Windsor Track Club were just coming back into it in lane 4, and then they dropped the baton just there. So they're out of it.
Man.
But we got a slugfest coming down the home stretch here. 3 teams abreast. But in lane 6, oh, look at this. In lane 7, it's South 8 Express.
Man, I mean, Miami always brings the talent. Florida, if we're being completely honest, always brings the talent. He's throwing up his set. You love to see it. Miami-Dade Express.
So South 8 Express now have the number 1 time and the number 3 time overall.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like that was actually Delton Jones on that anchor leg. A lot of these athletes decide to switch their legs on us. depending on what works, the coaches decide to put their best leg first, sometimes even second, or something that my coach used to do. We used to see what the other teams would be doing, and we would switch around our things just to kind of throw them off. But that was all Delton Jones on that anchor leg. But we are now getting closer and closer to the faster heat, Dave.
Yeah, so next up on the track is our penultimate heat, heat number 9. 1:26.29 is the time to beat by South 8 Express. We get set now for section number 9.
And I know this is just the worst part for these athletes, the way they're just waiting at the blocks. My nerves used to be so bad. I'm ready to go, ready to run, but now seems to be ready.
So the 9 teams ready to duke it out here in this 9th heat are as follows. Gahanna Lincoln from Ohio will be in 1. North Rockland from New York will be in 2. WETF from New Jersey will be in 3. Sprint Factory from Maryland is in 4. Ann Arbor Youth Track Club from Michigan is in 5. Middletown from Delaware is in 6. Vandalia Butler from Ohio is in 7. Harriman from Utah is in 8. And MVP from Virginia out in lane 9.
And already making up the staggers, Middletown Track Club out of Delaware. And he is going to hand off first to his teammate.
Go ahead. It's a Delaware outfit running really well in 6, and they've got themselves about a 3 or 4 meter advantage halfway through here.
Oh, and what a tough handoff from Ann Arbor Youth Track Club. But by any means necessary, he gave it to his teammate. And they were able to just roll with the punch of that. It didn't seem like they gave up too many seconds now as he's coming around. Ann Arbor Track Club out of Michigan. They're out in lane 5.
And Sprint Factory in lane 4. And Ann Arbor, another bad exchange. And I don't know if they will get a flag there, but in lane 4, it's the Sprint Factory running away with it. And it's Chase Francis that's going to bring his team home for the win. And he runs way past the finish line for 1:25.50. That is the fastest time so far.
Man, Ann Arbor Track Club was just moving so well. They're actually coached by one of our reporters, Dave. And that's Candace. We're going to be seeing her pretty soon with the winners of this final heat if they hold up. But these exchanges are just pretty tough as we are now headed into our final heat.
All right, so here we go. Who will be crowned national champion here at Franklin Field? So running in lane 1, it's going to be the Eagles Track Club from Hudsonville, Michigan. Next to them in lane 2 from Cleveland Heights, Ohio, it's Solon Track Club. In lane 3 from Kalamazoo, Michigan, it's the K-Zoom Track Club. Lane 4, we believe, is empty. But in lane 5 from Potomac, Maryland, it's Bullis High School. And this is the team to watch. In lane 6 from Washington, D.C., it's Archbishop Carroll, your defending outdoor and indoor champions at this event. In lane number 7 from Pembroke Pines, Florida, it's Flanagan High School. And lane number 8 from Waxhaw, North Carolina, it's the Carolina Cavaliers. Lane number 9 from New Jersey is Bergen Catholic High School. All right, Serenity, so this is going to be a barn burner. So in lane 5, we've got Bullis High School from Potomac, Maryland. And we have Quincy Wilson running anchor for them. More about him in just a moment. In lane 6, right next to them, you have your defending outdoor and indoor champions, and they'll have Jake Odie Jordan running for them on what we believe is the third leg.
I mean, yeah, this one is going to be super, super exciting to see. It's about to get loud, Dave. I mean, the track 400-meter phenom as Quincy Wilson is about to hit the track for the first time this weekend. We're going to see him again this weekend. But, I mean, what's a great way to get started other than on a relay? The 4x2 is extremely fun. And it actually looks like we have some turns in their lineup, Dave. It looks like Quincy Wilson is setting his blocks.
Oh, so
what we have listed is that he's fourth leg, but it looks like Coach has now moved him to first leg. Quincy Wilson in lane 5 is now first leg.
Yep, he sure is. And there you see the 2024 Paris Olympian settling it into his blocks. Just about make him out in the background. There he is.
That is definitely an interesting switch, but I trust anything Coach Jolie says, which is the Bullis track team's head coach. I mean, he knows what he's doing with Quincy. Putting him at first leg might be to preserve his legs for later on, is a little bit of the easier leg, maybe a less stress.
So can we scan the track and see what leg Jake O'Day Jordan is running, perhaps?
I mean, this is just so exciting to see, Dave. Quincy still coming out to New Balance Nationals when he's run on Olympic stages. But this is what it's all about. Nationals means a lot to him. He's a New Balance athlete himself. I mean, the list really goes on.
Well, as is Jake O'Day Jordan, another New Balance NIL athlete who's also going to be competing, we're not sure what leg, but for Archbishop Carroll, who are on the outside, the immediate outside of Bullis. So Bullis' squad is Quincy Wilson, and then we're not sure the rest of the order, but it's Connor Salmon, Cameron Homer, and Mickey Green Jr.
I mean, if anybody knows track, they know that these legs get switched all of the time.
You know, and Connor Salmon, one of their other runners, has ran 20.97, wind legal this year. All right, here we go. Nice clean start.
And keep your eye on lane 5. That's Quincy Wilson, who has already made up the stagger on Archbishop Carroll to his outside. They will be handing off the baton first, now to his second leg. What a beautiful handoff as well. You can tell that they have practiced that. It was seamless. Bullis still moving extremely strong, but out there in lane 9 is Bergen Catholic. As they are now into their third exchange, it's between Bullis, Archbishop Carroll, and Bergen Catholic out in lane 9. But now Bullis is beginning to make more and more gains out on Bergen Catholic.
Now it's Jake O'Day Jordan running the anchor for Archbishop Carroll, and can he bring them back into contention?
And Dave, he now has the handoff. Jake O'Day Jordan, putting him on anchor leg is exactly what you need to do, because here he comes. The crowd is on their feet. Jake O'Day Jordan in the middle of the track. He's going toe-to-toe with Bullis, but it is all Jake
O'Day Jordan.
O'Day Jordan. Even giving Bullis a little look off of his shoulder.
It's a new meet record, 1:23.64. A little bit of gamesmanship at the end there as Jake O'Day-Jordan gave Bullis a look down the home stretch.
Man, this is what it's all about. The confidence in it, the excitement in it. And look at him. He wanted his redemption, especially after getting second in that 100 earlier today. And let's take a look at the replay. This is Quincy Wilson, who started out on first leg instead of anchor leg, and that was strategic from Coach Joe Lee. But when you have somebody like Jake O'Day-Jordan for Archbishop Carroll on that fourth leg, it gets dangerous. All of Bullis's handoffs were extremely clean, but here comes Jake O'Day-Jordan. You're going to see him take a peek over his shoulder. Like, come and get me.
Yeah, that was a pretty convincing victory in the end. I'd love to see what Jake O'Day-Jordan's split was, but that was a phenomenal anchor. And what an exciting race. Another meet record.
Of course there is. Another meet record. And everybody was on their feet. As we now have the girls coming up.
If you thought that was exciting, wait till you see what we have in store next. The championship girls 4x2. 10 sections coming up next. Featuring 2 teams from Archbishop Carroll in the top seeded section.
All right, Serenity, now it's time for the girls' championship 4x200 meter relay. So we're going to have 10 heats, getting faster as we go, at least in theory. So running in this first section, just 4 teams in this first one. The Ranger Track Club out of Massachusetts will occupy lane 5. Danbury Track Club from Connecticut are in 6. Southern Track Club from Maryland are in 7. And Plantation Heat out of Florida are on the outside in lane 8.
And what a race to come after.
Yeah, these ladies have some big shoes to fill, but at the end of this event, in Heat 10, we are going to have another matchup between Archbishop Carroll and Bullis, but also into the mix will be Union Catholic, and Archbishop Carroll actually have a B team in the fast heat. So we're going to get faster as we go, building up to the climax of Heat 10 of this championship girls 4x2. But out quickly in Heat 1, it's Southern Track Club out of Maryland, occupying lane 7, and they have the lead.
And I will say for the ladies' events, the handoffs are always a lot cleaner, precise, if you will, but still out there in lane 8. It's Plantation Heat.
Boys are just messy. So still leading the way out of lane 7, it's Southern Track Club. And Southern Track Club take the win, 143.84. So we have 9 more heats of this girls 4x2, but we're going to take it down to the infield where our winning quartet from the championship boys 4x2, Elijah Amenra and co, are down with
You
Kansas.
said it right. Now let's talk about this first leg. You had a blue square. Were you thinking that in the blocks?
Most definitely. I ain't gonna lie. I'm just really happy to be here, and I really believed that no matter who we put on the team, we can get the job done. Yeah.
And you did get that. And when I say blue square, I mean they got the meet record. All right, leg 2. That's usually where it opens up. You're wearing this well. What were your thoughts getting that stick?
Get to my third leg and run as fast as I could.
And this is your third leg right here, so you did your job?
Of course, had to hand it off to Jeep.
All right, so we're going to talk about it. Tell me about the walk down and when you knew you was going to do the stare down.
Oh, I was already knowing since yesterday, but after I seen my second leg do his thing, I knew I had to do it for the team.
They did it for the team. And what about Coach Vic and Coach Kyle? Put on. Everybody, let me hear something for Archbishop Carroll, your 4x2 3-time national champions!
So congratulations to Elijah Amenra, LJ Williams, Keenan Davis, and Jake O'Day Jordan, your champions in the 4x2 for Archbishop Carroll. As we get set for section number 2 of the girls 4x2. So from inside to out, we'll have Elite Cadets out of Maryland in 4, Nanuet Track Club out of New York in lane 5, Northmen from Michigan in 6, the Lancers from Ohio in 7, Bloomfield Track Club out of Connecticut in 8, and Demon Elite from South Carolina in lane 9. So they see in the foreground Anisha Gray from Bloomfield Track Club in Connecticut. She goes in lane 8. So it's a nice clean start for section 2.
And already getting off to a pretty good start is Demon Elite Track Club. Out there all the way in lane 9. And I know it just feels like her teammate is just so far away. But who actually hands off first is out of lane 5 was Nunette Track Club. That was Aaliyah Wilson to Alana Wilson, sisters there. And this is Alana Wilson. But in lane 8, Bloomfield Track Club moving really, really well. And they have now taken over as the leader.
So it's April Nathaniel running for Bloomfield. And she goes down the backstretch, and she's opened up about a 7 or 8 meter lead. And waiting in the wings is Taylor Jackson to run anchor for Bloomfield. Nice, safe exchange. Very safe exchange.
Yes. You don't want to take off too soon because your teammate is tired. But at the same time, you don't want to break her momentum. You don't want her to run up on you. But now coming up strong out of lane 5 is Nanette Track Club. But it is still all Bloomfield Track Club, and they will take the easy breezy, beautiful cover girl win with 1:43.34.
And they have the time to beat now, 1:43.34. So they have a faster quartet to come. That was Bloomfield's B team. So we'll see a faster foursome from them in a heat to follow. So we have 8 more heats. If you're a fan of the 4x200 meters, strap in. We've got lots more action for you.
I'm a fan. I think the 4x2 is just so fast. The 4x1 makes me too nervous just because it just needs to be so precise with the handoffs. I mean, before you know it, if you take too long, the field is gone. The race is over.
But if you are a fan of relays here at New Balance Nationals Outdoors, we got one of almost every flavor imaginable.
We absolutely do. We had the 4x-mile last night. Now we got the 4x2. We got the sprint medley. 4x4 coming up later on this weekend.
4x8 is tonight.
4x8 is tonight.
So heat 3 is on the track. You're looking at Lauren Albino from Ramapo Track Club. She's in lane 8. Newton North is in lane 1. Mustang Track Club is in 2. St. Vincent Pilotti from Maryland is in 3. Mercy Wolves from Ohio is in 4. Stratford Track from South Carolina is in 5. Ride Country Day is in 6 from New York. Union High School from New Jersey is in 7. And on the outside is Lightning Track from Maryland.
And making up the stagger all the way in lane 2 is Mustang Track Club.
2 and 9. Lightning Track Club out fast in lane 9. It seems to have been a pattern. The runners in lane 9 just really getting after it in the early legs.
I mean, you use the fact that you're already in the lead. You use that to your advantage, hoping that you don't see anybody but your teammate right in front of you for the whole entire time.
So Lightning Track still in the lead, out in lane 9. And they have a big lead. Looks like Union out of lane 7, running well too.
As we're now going into that final exchange.
Closer now.
Yeah.
So it's Union out of lane 7. About a half step in the lead ahead of Lightning. And this is Elena Norton running anchor for Lightning Track out of Maryland. And Serenity, that's our fastest time so far, 1:42.08.
I mean, this is exactly how these heats are supposed to be going. Faster as each one goes. But great run from Union High School.
So our top 3 times overall, all from that one heat. Union High School, 1:42.08. Out of New Jersey, Lightning Track from Maryland, 1:42.68. And Newton North from Massachusetts, 1:43.13. So that's our top 3. And we are about a third of the way through these heats as we get set for Section 4. So running in this 4th section, we'll have from inside to out, Shelby High School out of Ohio in 1. Dublin Rocks out of Ohio in 2. The Drive from North Carolina goes in 3. Griffin's Track from Pennsylvania is in 4. IHA Blue Devils from New Jersey are in 5. Kingsway Track Club out of New Jersey are in lane 6. Fairport Track Club from New York are in 7. Golden Tigers from Maryland are in 8. And the DC Cadets are out in lane 9.
And these ladies are off. Now it looks like it's Fairpoint Track Club making great gains out of lane 7. Already making up the stagger, but let's see if she's able to hand off the baton first. Hoping for a clean handoff for sure. I would say a pretty safe one right now. But all of these ladies are still moving really well, including out of lane 9, that's the DC Cadets, Eva Lane.
Fairport running well out of lane 7. Looks like they're in second. Or just about, and then running well in lane 6 is Kingsway. Pretty even Stevens between these three teams. Now running in lane 6, Kingsway coming to the fore. And for Kingsway, it's Cameron Stannard who's going to hand off to Janelle Lewis.
And Janelle Lewis using nothing but arms as she's coming around the curve. But to her inside, just gunning for her, are the Blue Devils, but it is all Janelle Lewis.
And 140.46, that is our fastest time so far. So Kingsway Track Club go to the top of the heap. It's a really relaxed looking run by Janelle Lewis. She looks so smooth. So Griffin's Track Club came through for second place there, 141.13, a really strong ankle leg by Harris Abanto. That puts them second overall, and then Fairport Track Club third overall with their 141.72 clocking. So 3 best times, all from that one heat. So 140.45 is now the time to beat as we come into section 5 of 10 of this girls 4x200 meter relay. So here we go. It's Tiger Elite from DC on the inside. St. John Striders next to them in 2. Colt Snecker in 3. Union Catholic in 4. Lower Merion in 5. McDonough in 6. Valparaiso in 7. Lady Trojans in 8. And Old Mill Track Club out of Maryland in lane 9.
Oh, and it looks like it was almost a disaster out of lane 9, but they were still able to make the exchange from Old Mill Track Club, but coming up really strong now out of lane 7. Lane 7 and 8 now, the Lady Trojans too. He's still pretty even.
So it looked like Old Mill Track Club still leading the way ever so slightly out of lane 9. And this is Serenity Gray.
Oh, that sounds like me. Shout out to the Serenities out there.
And now a change in leadership. It is Valparaiso Sprint Club out of lane 7, and now Brianna Fincannon has the lead.
But coming up really strong is the Lady Trojans out of lane 8 and out of lane 4. Union Catholic is coming up strong as well. But will the Lady Trojans be able to charge and take this from Valparaiso Sprint Club?
Now Van Cannon hangs on for the win, 140.71. That's a really strong clocking. That puts them second overall so far. They changed the order on us. That's Mia Smith was the anchor actually for Valparaiso. And there you see her in the shot. So she brings her quartet home for the win in Heat 5. Good for second place overall, and we are halfway through these girls' championship 4x200 meter relays. So settling into their blocks are the runners in heat number 6 of this girls' championship 4x200 meters. And from inside to out, we'll have HTC from Maryland occupying lane 1. Guilderland Track Club from New York goes in 2. Nugatak from Connecticut goes in 3. Reservoir Track Club from Maryland's in 4. Wadsworth Grizzlies from Ohio are in 6. Spartans Track Club from Maryland are in 7. Cape Track from Maryland are in 8. And Windsor Track Club from Connecticut out in lane 9.
These ladies are moving really well as they're coming around the backstretch of this track. And they're now finally about to hand off. From the looks of it, it was actually out of lane 3 who might have handed off first.
The pink shorts of Nagatak from Connecticut. They went out really strongly. It looks like they're really far back at this point, but this track can be deceptive.
This track can be very deceptive. We really don't know until about third leg.
Yeah, Nagatak definitely handed off first there in lane 3 in the pink shorts.
But now it looks like the race is still on the outside with Windsor Track Club. That's Grayson Harris. As we're finally about to go into that final exchange.
And that was definitely on the outside now. Windsor Track Club handed off first to their anchor in lane 9. But Jordan Williams has been hunted down. And it's Nikechi Street from Cape Track. And Cape Track Club out of lane 8. So 141.05, that puts them 4th overall. A really strong anchor by Nikechi Street for Cape Track, the Maryland outfit, to win Section 6.
And we only have about 3 more heats to go now, Dave. 4 more heats? 4 more heats to go. Where we'll have the fastest heat out of Heat 10.
At least we think. So Heat 7 is on the track. From inside to out, we'll have Warriors Track Club from Massachusetts in 1. Panther Track Club from Maryland is in 2. Dreamville Track Club from Florida is in 3. Urbana Soaring Hawks from Maryland are in 4. Ridgefield Track Club from Connecticut is in 5. The Lawrenceville School from New Jersey is in 7. And then Clover Hill is in lane 8. Lucky lane 9 empty on this one.
Man, lucky lane 9.
I think there's a tendency when you're in lane 9 just to get out aggressively. You have no idea what's going on behind you.
Good luck ever since Wade Van Niekerk set the world record out of lane 9, 43.03. He didn't see anybody the whole time.
It's also interesting, I feel like preferred lanes have shifted outward over the last 5 to 10 years at tracks. When you see these meets seated, people want lanes 5, 6, 7, 8 now.
I can see it for sure. But moving really well. I mean, like we were just saying, out of lane 8, those outside lanes, but to her inside. Lane 7, the Lawrenceville School is now in the league with a blazing run from her.
This is Sophia Swindell, and she has gone out like a bullet.
She absolutely has. They decided to be very strategic and put, seems like might be their fastest leg on second leg, to give them an edge. What a fantastic run from Swindell.
And a smooth change. And now JL Gaines running for the Lawrenceville High School out of New Jersey, and they are way out in front.
And the rest of the field is just chasing the Lawrenceville School. But let's see if they can now hold that lead as they're now going into the anchor leg. They might have some competition now out of those inside lanes. From Dreamville Track Club is moving pretty well, but right now it is still all the Lawrenceville School.
It's Brianna Scott running anchor for Lawrenceville. Can she hold on for the win? Because coming hard is Chelsea Mooner from Dreamville in lane 3. Lawrenceville holds on for the win. Brianna Scott brings them home 140.51, just off the overall lead. That puts him second overall, just 0.06 of a second behind Kingsway, whose time from Heat 4 holding up well.
And they're happy about it. Cute little dance. I mean, I'm just happy that these athletes are having a good time, having fun, coming out here and running fast at the same time, getting amazing New Balance gear, book bags.
This is the Lawrenceville School, 140.51, get the win.
The Lawrenceville School, the Ohio State. I like it.
More of a Shakespearean spelling there, the double D. Not sure what to think of that. But they, regardless, go second overall behind Kingsway Track Club out of New Jersey, who are still in pole position from Heat 4. As we get set now for Heat number 8, we've got Kentwood Track Club in 1 from Michigan. Liverpool Track Club from New York are in 2. Oberlin Spikes from Ohio is in 3. Burrow Chimera's from New Jersey are in 5. Michigan Mustangs are in 6. South Dade Express are in 8. And Track Life University from Michigan out in lane 9. So if what we've seen before is anything to go by, we should see a strong showing by South Dade Express.
I mean, they're just stacked with talent.
A sprint powerhouse from Miami. So keep an eye on South Dade Express. They're in lane 8.
It looks like they handed off first. They're in a uniform we're not necessarily used to from them. We're used to them in orange, but it seems like they have these white unis now. But to their outside is Track Life University, Jayla Dace.
And for South Dade, it's Jaleesa Marshall. Pretty much neck and neck, those two outside lanes, South Dade and Track Life, slugging it out, stride for stride. Now South Dade edging into the lead halfway through this third leg.
But to her outside from Track Life University, Deasia Johnson is not letting her have it, and she now overtakes her and takes over that lead, and they will hand off before South Dade Express. But right to their inside while they were battling it out, they were playing the long game, and that looks like it was out of lane 5. Burrow Chimeras.
And this is Jade Pinder. What an outstanding anchor leg by her. 137.96 already. That they vault to the top of the standings by some margin.
That was a fantastic run from Jade Pinder. It's like while South Dade and Track Life University were duking it out, she just decided to come in and swoop on and overtake them while they were worrying about each other.
So just for some perspective, this is heat 8 of 10 you just saw. That 137.96 would have won last year's meet overall.
Oh, wow.
So we still have a lot of fireworks still to come as we get set for our penultimate heat, 9 next. But that new time to beat, 137.96. Set by the New Jersey quartet you just saw win, Burrow Chimeras. So running in Heat 9, our teams are as follows. Massillon Perry out of Ohio will occupy lane 1. Scorpions Track Club out of Maryland are in 2. Carolina Cavaliers are in 3. Rams Track Club from North Carolina are in 4. Urbana Soaring Hawks from Maryland are in 5. Spartans Track Club from Maryland are in 6. The McNamara Mustangs from Maryland are in 7. Beechwood out of Ohio are in 8. And Vitesse Track Club out of New York are outside in lane 9. So 137.96, the new time to beat.
And it's still a pretty even field as we're finally about to hand off into the first exchange. Oh, no. Goodness.
Disaster in lane 9.
Disaster is definitely happening.
It was a pretty even stagger up to that point. I would be surprised if Vitesse Track Club are not DQ'd after this, after that change.
Yeah, that was definitely tough to watch. If you're starting to fumble with your teammate, the best thing to do is to just stop. And once again, it is happening for them. Again, it does not seem like they had enough time to practice those handoffs, but it can be pretty tough once you're down there in the race. But now it looks like the race is all in front of them.
Yeah, Spartans Track Club out of lane 6 from Maryland against their in-state rivals, McNamara Mustangs, in lane 7, going into the final exchange, but it's another poor exchange. Still those two teams out of Maryland, Spartans and McNamara Mustangs, duking it out. And now it's the Mustangs in 7. McNamara Mustangs, it's Jasmine Johnson that's going to bring them home. Let's keep an eye on the clock. It's not going to be good enough to go top of the pile. 138.95 puts them number 2 overall.
And you can just see the strain on her face because she wants this time to stick before this final heat.
So we'll see that time by the Burrow Chimeras out of lane 8, 137.96. That could well land them on the overall All-America podium once this is all said and done.
And here's another look at that unfortunate handoff for Vitesse. And they had yet another unfortunate handoff. It just was not connecting for them. But like I said, if it's not connecting, you need to just stop.
All right, so next on the track is our 10th and final heat, our top-seeded section of this championship girls 4x200 meter relay. So out of Ohio, it's the Ontario High School out of Mansfield, Ohio, occupying lane 1. Next to them in lane 2, out of Gambrels, Maryland, will be the Crofton Track Club. In lane number 4 from Scotch Plains, New Jersey, will be Union Catholic High School. Defending champs, but it's a new team this year. In lane 5 from Washington, D.C., it's Archbishop Carroll. And lane number 6 from just over the river in Maryland, in Potomac, it's Bullis High School. In lane 7 from Greensboro, North Carolina, it is Dudley High School. In lane 8 from Montgomery, Texas, it's Lake Creek High School. And out in lane 9 from Magnolia, Texas, it's Bulldogs Elite, aka Magnolia High School. All right, Serenity, so we've got 3 big guns in this one. Archbishop Carroll are not here. They're in lane 3.
You know, Dave.
Archbishop Carroll are in lane 5, excuse me. And then beside them, Union Catholic are in 4, and then Bullis in lane 6. So we've got the 3 big teams in the middle.
Yes. There was listed that Archbishop Carroll had 2 teams, but it looks like they have only brought 1 team. But on Union Catholic, I want to point out that they have Taylor Cox, which is a fantastic hurdler. She has won the hurdles indoors and outdoors. But she's going to be handing off to Taylor Aska, who was also in the 100 earlier, like we saw. So they have tons of talent over there at Union Catholic.
And out in lane 6, Bullis High School just have a loaded quartet. Kennedy Brown, Sydney Sutton, Peyton Payne, and Ada Joseph. So we're definitely going to keep an eye on the clock. Meet record likely to go down. That's 1:38.48 set by Union Catholic last year. Sorry, that was the winning time last year. The meet record is 1:33.71 set by Bullis 2 years ago.
And just going back to that Union Catholic team, like I said, they have Taylor Aska, who was on the 100 earlier. She's a Duke University commit. She also runs 23.81 in the 200. So she is experienced in this event. It's definitely going to be a fast one, Dave. But, I mean, like we continue to see time and time again, it's about who has the cleanest handoffs. Seamless, really. And as these ladies are still getting set up,
So we believe our leadoff runners are Kennedy Brown for Bullis, Jasmine Cook for Archbishop Carroll, and then, is that Taylor Cox? Do you see her down there?
you know, it's kind of tough to see from where we are.
Regardless, it should be between those 3 teams, but the big question is, where will Burroughs Chimera's really solid 137.96 from the previous heat land them?
And already moving great out of lane 7 is Dudley.
So Jolie Brown running for them, and she's going to hand off to Nalija Darden. Bullis running well in 6. As Bullis and Dudley leading the way right now. Sydney Sutton running for Bullis. And then she's going to hand off to Peyton Payne. Dudley, a bit of a surprise package here.
Yes, they are. Peyton Payne was also in that 100 earlier. So she has the strength for this 200 as well.
So for Dudley, the North Carolina outfit here, surprising a few people here. It's Bridget Dow, but here comes Bullis. And Peyton Payne showing her class here, and she's going to have Ada Joseph waiting in the wings. A safe exchange there, and Bullis are out in front.
And right now, it is just all Bullis.
And now it's Bullis against the clock. Their meet record is 1:33.71. I think that's going to be a tough ask. Let's keep an eye on the clock. It's going to be close. Just outside, only just over a tenth outside the meet record. And it was Peyton Payne that anchored Serenity.
I mean, putting somebody like Peyton Payne on that anchor leg was extremely smart. She's a Florida commit. She did really well earlier in the 100. She has the foot speed for it. She got second at New Balance Nationals indoors.
And she made up a lot of ground over Dudley on that last leg to bring Bullis home the champions once again.
She absolutely did. I mean, she's an 11:53 100-meter runner, and that's what she ran earlier in the final. And there goes that team. And the handoffs were pretty clean, I will say. But Bullis just remained focused on what they had to do. Dudley got out fantastic with them. They definitely pushed this pace for them. But it was all Peyton Payne. And that is the perfect athlete to put on your anchor leg.
And it should be noted that Sydney Chadwick had a phenomenal ankle leg to bring Union Catholic up to second place, overhauling Dudley right at the end. So they see confirmation of the results. Bullis win yet another relay title here at New Balance Nationals Outdoors at historic Franklin Field. 1:33.84, just off the meet record.
And we're going to take a little bit of a beat now as we have the boys championship 2-mile coming up next in about 8 minutes. Thank you for sticking beside us. I'm Serenity Douglas. I'm going to be joined by Kate Van Buskirk coming up next here at Franklin Field.
Trackside with the national champions, Bullis, is Olympian Candace Price.
Yes, we are with yet another national champion. All right, y'all still catching y'all breath, and you said, let me fix my bun. For this? Her leg, you ran a strong, powerful leg. Tell us about it.
Well, I knew I had to get out and trust in my mark and just...
And you just did, and you look good doing. All right, Sid, we saw you in the hurdles earlier, is that right? How you bounce back like that?
It's just that Bullis way, you know, that's what we do, so we up here.
That is. I need every it up for our national champions, Bullets!
Well, after those thrilling sprint relays, we are going to shift gears now into some distance action to close out day 2 here at the New Balance National Outdoor Championships at Franklin Field. My name's Kate Van Busker, glad to be joining you on a beautiful sunny evening. And we're going to keep this fastest party on the planet rolling with some championship boys 2-mile races. We have 6 heats on tap, 6 sections, I should say, running as per usual from slowest to fastest seated sections. Daniel Simmons out of Utah set the meet record in this event last year, a very speedy 8:38.49. He has since graduated and moved on to other things, but his time is the one to beat. And as I said, 6 full sections of this boys' championship 2-mile race. So lots of opportunity for that record to go down. In section number 1 on track, we have Andrew Esperanza, George Lawson, Edward Fuller, Reynolds Young, Mateo Kanga, Micah Newkirk, Michael Zagarski, Cameron Martinson, Austin Ritesma, Tommy O'Brien, Eli Phillips, Henry Baker, Kingston Shalito, Caleb Barnes, Cade Duncanson, Sean Gray, Moses Salazar Jr., and Danny Curran. So through that opening lap in about 71 seconds for Sean Gray, the junior from Portsmouth, Rhode Island, taking charge of this race early on. Taking close order behind him, of course, the rest of the field, but tucked in second at the moment, that is Henry Baker of Raleigh, North Carolina. Got a young crew leading things up front. Both of those two are juniors, and then Reynolds Young, just a sophomore, also out of North Carolina. And then that is Mateo Kanga in the white, trying to keep himself out of trouble. This is not a very fast early start. These guys just testing each other out a little bit over these opening laps. It's a bit windy in stadium, so definitely wanting to conserve energy and tuck in for as long as possible. Through that opening 2 laps in 2:20.68, so they've actually picked it up a little bit. Sean Gray continuing to lead. It's now Edward Fuller of Skyridge Falcons in Utah who's moved himself into second position. Henry Baker still in contention as well. Those 3 going through in 2:20 and change, but every member of this field still very much in it in these relative early stages. Again, Sean Gray just really happy to take things out here. Working down, it is really the home stretch with the wind behind him. And not much separation in this field, so they will continue just feeling one another out over this first half of this race.
really steady pacing. 71 first lap and then 2 successive 69 mids for, again, the junior from Portsmouth. And now Edward Fuller takes over. Fuller with a little injection of pace there. And the field beginning to string out ever so slightly as this pace ticks down towards the completion of the first mile. So they've been running just around 70 seconds a lap. Of course, easy math says that that puts them on 4:40 tempo. And they will be just around that. 4:39 on the clock through the opening 1 mile split. Now, a lot of spreading out through this field. This is what we would expect through the back half of this race. It is Gray and Fuller continuing to take turns up front. And this is a good tempo here for Edward Fuller. That's exactly at his personal best tempo. He's run 9:20.58. That was back in April at the Oregon Relays. So familiar territory here for the senior. But again, it is now Gray back to the lead again. And it is a quartet that's broken away from the rest of the field with that chasing duo. It'll be interesting to see if this comes down to a bit of a kicker's race. Still in the mix there, Gray, Fuller, now George Lawson and Andrew Esparza have put themselves in strong contention. Gray looking really comfortable, tucked right on that rail. And a 68 split there on that last lap. So again, they're continuing to tick it down and make sure that there's lots of separation back to the rest of the field. Andrew Esparza, just a sophomore, mixing it up with 2 juniors and a senior up front. Esparza out of Round Rock, Texas. So they've slowed a little bit. 71 seconds on that rotation around this beautiful Franklin field. Sean Gray leading things. 71 on the clock for that split. 6:58. Now the signs of fatigue starting to show. Fuller continues to sit in second, really positioning himself well to pounce here. It is Lawson in third, Esparza in fourth, and then it's Austin Retema, who has moved his way back up onto the back of that pack. So Retema in the glasses, the tall figure in the back there out of Lakin High School. And they are going to hear the bell now, and it has become a race of 3. So Fuller now back into the lead. Gray just to his outside. They have not shaken the form of George Lawson yet. 8:07 unofficially on the clock. And a full-out battle now as Fuller takes the lead again with just about 200 meters remaining. Fuller taking charge, Gray just behind him. Again, Fuller's PR, 9:20.58, set that back in April, and here comes Gray on the outside. Gray moving strong around Fuller. These two playing cat and mouse throughout this race. It is going to be those two into the home stretch. Fuller holding off. Fuller passing Gray, I should say now, and it's going to be Fuller taking the win. Unofficially 9:10.47, and that is a sizable improvement on his lifetime best. So too for Gray. 0.2 of a second separating them, and then George Lawson crosses for third. But a fantastic performance there by the two who duked it out through the last couple laps of this race. Switching leads, it all came down to that big kick to the finish. 62 seconds for the closing lap there for both of these guys, and they have to be happy with giant new PRs. And again, a very, very strong close. Excellent battle right to the line. Shot of beautiful Franklin Field with those flags a little bit variable right now, and they're the results. Fuller 9:10.47, 9:10.64 for Gray, and George Lawson 9:14.18. Those will be the early times to beat. But again, we still have 5 timed finals remaining here in this championship boys 2 mile. Lining up in section number 2, it is going to be Jason Baker, Brooks Barbie, Jacob Powell, Chase Chowdhury, Tyler Tomlinson, Samuel Zwick-Levinsky, Andrew Fastrup, Nolan McGregor, Sawyer Lisk, Kobe Yates, Ethan Schoch, Matthew Littlehales, John Templeton, Miguel Flores, Travis Fermansky, John Bianchi, Alex Mastroli, Jackson Farmer, Carter Zirin, Mitchell Hyatt, Nicholas Kidder, and Benjamin DeCola. So another example of these runners really taking their time around this first lap or so, wanting to make sure that they don't expend any energy or show their hand too early, but this is pedestrian. Now move to the front. 71 on the clock, so about what we saw out of that first section by way of a first split, but really these guys are going to want to keep things cranking along here, running out almost into lane 3 now, trying to stay out of trouble. That is Tyler Tomlinson from right here in Pennsylvania, just a sophomore, controlling the race up front. Behind him, Ethan Schulk from Sudbury, Massachusetts, and now they're spreading out a little bit as Carter Zirin moves himself into third. So early going here, it is a senior being bookended by 2 sophomores. And now the pace has picked up. 71 through that opening lap, and then that was a much quicker second lap at 66 seconds, 2:17 through 818 yards. And they are strung out around the top of track. Long train of very capable young men making their way through the first few laps of this championship 2 mile. Tomlinson out of Doylestown, Pennsylvania. Again, we talked a lot about these athletes putting on a good show for the home crowd. Anytime you get to race at Franklin Field, it is a good day. And Tomlinson understanding the assignment and taking it on with great gusto. He continues to lead that trio. Now they're separating back a little bit through 3 laps here in 3:25.52. So now they sort of settled into that 68-second pace that you might expect from them. Tomlinson working hard up front. He was 5th at the state championships in the 3200, running a new PR of 9:08.11. He's also a 155-800 runner, so he's got some wheels. He's got the strength, he's got the speed, he's the full package up front, and then comfortably tucked in behind him, it continues to be Scholk and then Carter Zirin keeping himself in contention, but that front 3 had a little bit of separation, and now they've been caught by the rest of the field as they come up towards the completion of the first mile. Tomlinson leading every step of the way. And now it's become a group of 5 taking charge up front. Lands to the inside there. That's the first sign of maybe just a little bit of distress starting to show on Tomlinson. He might just be taking order of what's going on behind him. Again, that's Sawyer Lisk now slotted into 3rd, and there are 7 runners working together on that short train up front. Ethan Scholk has the best in this event of 9:15.55. He set that just over a month ago back in early May at the Weston Twilight Invitational. And they've been quite consistent around 68 seconds. So through that opening mile in 4:34.30 for Tomlinson against Scholk just behind him. And now that is Scholk into the lead. Scholk trying to keep things moving along here. Tomlinson not letting him go. So it's Scholk. And now again, these two have been working hard back and forth. Tomlinson takes over past that last split. It is Alex Mastrali now on the blue on the outside. So Scholk, Tomlinson, Lisk, and Mastrali. And now Mastrali, a brothers track club out of New Jersey. This is the first time we've seen him really putting the gears to the field. He is a senior for Christian Brothers Academy. He is pressing forward with the legs of Tyler Tomlinson. And Mastrali is another 155 half miler. So again, he's wheels and he can cover good moves towards the end of this race if he needs to, and that's what we're seeing here. They're going to hit the bell. And it is Schulk with a decisive move just past that bell lap, taking the field by some surprise and moving away considerably down the back stretch. Mastrali trying to go with him. A little glance behind there by Tomlinson, but it is Schulk up front, breaking this race wide open and turning over in a major way. Their last lap before this was their slowest of the race, 1:11.40, and that really set the gears here for Schulk to unleash a huge kick. The battle is on for second between Mastrali and Tomlinson, but Ethan Schulk, the senior out of Sudbury, Massachusetts, is going to come away with a win here in section number 2, a dip at the line, and it is unofficially 9:10. 9:09.68 for Ethan Schulk, and that will move him to the top of the leaderboard at the end of 2 sections. (9:12.34) for Tomlinson, and then Mastrali 9:13.26 as these runners pour across the line. But that means that Ethan Schulk, our first sub 9:10 clocking of the day, he will sit in first place after 2 sections, and the 2 fastest times from section number 1, Fuller and Gray, hold up as things stand right now for second and third in the compiled results. And here you can see how much it takes out of these runners. Again, there's breeze in the stadium, which helps with the heat, but it is still very hot, and that is a tough combination. Beautiful shot there of our fantastic host venue for the 2025 New Balance National Outdoor Championships. Confirmation of the results: Schulk, Tomlinson, Mastrali, and then Jason Baker. And moving things right along, approaching the halfway point here in these championship boys 2-mile sections. We have section number 3 on track. These are Edison Lopeman, Nicholas Mazzio, Brock Yoder, Gavin Schmidt, Quinn Eliason, Clay Stevens, Eric Pancala, Elijah Wharton, Joshua Hicks, Brandon Williams, Sal Worth, Maximus Bonilla, Kamari Ronfeld, Dimitri Myers, Everett Pacheco, Liam Hartman, Seth Connor, Mick Temple, and Ryan Collins. So a few of these guys already in action this weekend with that championship 5,000 meter last night. Edison Lopeman out of Jackson, Missouri, ran 14:57 to take 15th in that race. And up front right now, that is Brock Yoder of Malvern Prep from, again, right here in Pennsylvania. And he is just a sophomore. A few of these sophomores from the greater Philly area. Again, wanting to put on a great show for the home crowd. Seen a very similar pattern emerging here through these races. Opening split right around that 70-second mark. And still quite bunched. Yoder up front now. Brock Yoder competed at this event at New Balance Nationals indoors this year. He ran a PR there of 9:16.49. This is very similar pacing to what we saw out of our previous section, with a 69 opening lap. And then things picking up ever so slightly there. So actually very even, 68 for both of those laps. And we have a lead change up front. That is Seth Connor, with one of the best team names I've seen, Scrambled Legs, out of Jenison, Missouri, the senior, leading things out just ahead of Brock Yoder. Still anyone's race. Making their way down that home stretch. And it has slowed a little bit on that third lap as Yoder reasserts himself at the front. Yoder, a very strong distance runner. Now for the first time, we have a lead change up front. That is Seth Connor. Excuse me, that is Sal Worth in the blue kit of Annandale, Minnesota, the Eagle Creek elite runner. And this has really been an accordion of a race. Runners stretching out and then coming back together. Another 69-second lap, so they were 4:36.54 through that opening mile. And really no big moves being made. It's going to come down to a relative kick here over the last mile, it seems, at this point. Seth Connor still in the lead. And behind him, that is Kamari Ronfeld.
Still leading the way with 7:04, 23.1 and a quarter. That was his first round jump.
So another lead change up front. Dimitri Myers now of Gainesville, Florida, knowing that he can't let this pace lag anymore, and he is turning over really well through the back end of this race. But not letting the race pull away from him, that is Seth Connor. He's been back and forth with these other runners over and over again. Nicholas Mazzio also in the mix, the local athlete from Ardmore, Pennsylvania. Mazzio was fourth at the state championships in the 3,200 and 9:06.87. He also had a really successful indoor campaign at New Balance Nationals, placing 7th in the 5,000 meter back in March in Boston. So he's familiar with these national championships. Good tactical racer. But every time someone takes over the lead, Seth Connor decides he's going to reassert himself back at the front. Now letting Mazzio take control just a little bit. Yoder to the outside. He's been there all along, and now Ronfeld knows that he needs to stay in touch. Moving himself to the outside and poised to strike when he needs to. Less than 600 meters remain now for this leading quintet of runners. And now it's Brock Yoder to the lead again as they approach the bell. Yoder from Collegeville, Pennsylvania is going to hit the bell in 8:04 unofficially. That was a 77-second lap, so that's their fastest of the race. Yoder has not shaken Mazzio to his outside. Still 4 athletes in this with just about 300 meters remaining. And Ronfeld has been there all along. But now it is Worth. He's been biding his time, and he hits 200 to go and takes off. So it is Worth leading Ronfeld. Minnesota versus Michigan. But look out, because here comes Kamari Ronfeld on the outside, and he throws it down into the home stretch. Huge final 150 here for Ronfeld, and he is going to easily take section number 3 here in the Championship Boys 2 mile, 9:04.04 with a 60-second final lap. Well, that made all the difference for the youngster from Ann Arbor, Michigan, running with the maturity of an athlete well beyond his years and making it look classy and smooth. Sal Worth holds on for second at 9:05.85. And we had a total of 3 more runners under that 9:10 mark. 9:08.02 for Yoder, 9:08.78 for Mazzio, and 9:09.98 for Connor. So it will be Ronfeld, Worth, Yoder, and Mazzio now from that section who will be the top 4. Confirmation of the results for Section 3 in our Championship Boys 2 mile. Again, those first 4 athletes on that scorecard will be the top 4 at the halfway mark. Getting set on track now for our 4th of 6 sections. This race is going to include Jonah Workman, Ryan Reynolds, Connor Tyrell, TJ Zwall, Keegan Decker, John Wilson, Lathan Luter, Teddy Hoylo, Ethan Rich, Hunter Riffey, Colin Murray, Matthew Giardina, Eric Duncan, Ryder Kessick, Justin Landis, Greg McGrath, Oliver Crow, and Isaac Opperman. Hunter Riffey was in action last night in that 5,000 meter. Came away just outside the 15-minute mark, 15:01 flat. Placing 17th overall. And a little bit of a faster split than we've seen, although pretty much right on par with the other Section 69.84 for Matt Giardina. Giardina now passed by Oliver Crow out of St. Catharines, Ontario in Canada. Giardina is a University of New Mexico commit. And he will move himself back up into the lead as they approach the half-mile mark. Coming off a win in his state meet in the 3200 of 9:14.16. We saw him in action indoors as well, 14:38.50 in the 5,000. That was a PR. Giardina has led them out in 2:17.9 through the half-mile mark. So a 69 opening lap and then a 67 second lap. Ethan Rich right there too from Sanford, North Carolina. And 3:27 unofficially through that 3-lap split for Giardina. Now things are starting to tick down. There's Giardina leading things, but it's become a different race. They're really stringing out around the bottom of the track through that, I'm sure, very appreciated shade on this hot day. So it's still Giardina just ahead of Rich. Isaac Opperman in the mix as well. There's Rich in the white kit. And Oliver Crow in the purple. And as we've seen with the other races, they stretch out and then sort of come back together. Not a lot of contest up front to take over the lead from Giardina. Rich grimacing a little bit into that headwind down the back stretch. So it's Giardina leading Crow. Crow had a great performance at the OFSA Championships, the Ontario High School Championships in the 3,000 meter, placing 5th there in 8:31.9. And the tall figure in purple keeping himself very much in contention here down the home stretch. They were through that opening mile in 4:36.2. So pretty consistent around that 68-second average. And now with 3 laps to go, Giardina has not given up a step. On the outside now, that is Jonah Workman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, positioning himself well to strike when and if he feels that he needs to just keep this pace rolling. Another 69-second lap. Excuse me, a 71 on that one, so they have slowed a bit. Workman into second now, and now he moves into the front. Workman takes over from the long leading Jardina, and then it is Crow still sitting in second and covering the moves well. But a big thrust of pace here up front by Jardina. Tyngsboro, Massachusetts. Excuse me, that's for Jardina. Workman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, the junior. And the most separation we've seen in the race thus far, happening with 2 laps to go. So 68-second clocking there for Workman, and working hard he is to pull away from this very capable crew behind him. It's been a real change in position now. As for the first time, Lathan Luter has made himself known. He is leading the chasers, the athlete in the white now being passed on the outside, with Opperman and Murray still in the conversation as well. But Workman, with just over 500 meters to go, has gone early and hoping to hold on. He enters the home stretch for the second to last time. But here comes the rest of the field, and has Jonah Workman just done too much work too soon? Workman will hear the bell at 8:05 unofficially, a 69-second clocking for him on that lap. It is Opperman currently in second. Another athlete from right here in Pennsylvania, and now it is Opperman making the move around the outside. Opperman driving the arms and pulling away from Workman. Battle on in third and fourth. But this is all Isaac Opperman. Nittany Track and Field. He has 200 meters remaining, and he has absolutely demolished the rest of this field as he pulls away. It is going to be Isaac Opperman surely taking this 4th of 6 sections of the championship 2-mile. Good push from behind by Workman to try to hold on to that second spot, but Isaac Opperman comfortably cruises his way to home. The arms go up in front of his supportive home crowd, and he is going to come away with a 61-second close to take the win. 9:07.51. Just about 2.5 seconds ahead of Jonah Workman, who crosses in second at 9:10.13. And that 9:07.51 will position him in third in the compiled results at the moment. Excellent run there by Opperman.
All right, so the boys in Heat 5 are coming onto the track. 9:04.04 remains the time to beat. That was set by Kamari Ronfeld from Michigan in Heat 3.
Two sections remaining in this championship boys 2-mile. Again, time to beat right now still belongs to Kamari Ronfeld out of heat or section number 3, 9:04.04. In section number 5, we're going to have Carter Moore, Michael Braun, Carson Brown, Gabriel Voker, Sean McCauley, Marcus Adelman, Beckett Crooks, Trent Tebow, Dom Ellis, Ryan Schmidt, Jackson Schodel, Jacob Mitchell, Jack Bidwell, Owen Reese, Owen Martin, Vinay Raman, Benjamin Berman, and Ibrahim Ford. And off to the early lead at the cut-in. That is Rahman taking the lead. And Rahman really breaking the mold here on what we saw out of those first 4 sections. Not letting anything bunch. He is going for it early, and there are 4 brave souls who have decided to try to tack onto his back. The rest of the field working hard just to get themselves in position, but this is going to be the fastest opening split that we've seen thus far. Vinay Rahman dominant up front. Another athlete from right here in Pennsylvania. He's from Hummelstown, and he is opening us up in just about 66 seconds, 65.99. About 3/4 of a second ahead of Ibrahim Ford, who will sit in second in the early going. Vinay Rahman is going to get very familiar with this part of the country. He is headed to the University of Pennsylvania in the fall. So all the more reason to put on a fantastic show here. He's also set PRs in just about everything he's stepped on the track in this 2025 season. He ran a 51.23 in the 400, a 150.21 in the 800, a 404.34 in the 16, a 405.85 1 mile. And he took third in his state championships in the 3200, and he is continuing to pull away from the rest of the field. 2:14 unofficially through the half-mile mark. That was another a 68-second lap, so slowed a little bit, but the field really not going with him at this point. There you see a great shot of how far back that gap is to the chasers, and they seem content right now just to let him go. Either they've conceded that he is going to just run away with this thing, or they're not worried about being able to make up that ground. But Rahman looking really smooth and determined through 2.5 laps. Vinay Rahman, as he's done every lap thus far, continues his campaign at the head of this race. 66 opening laps, 68 for his second lap. That's another 68 mid, and he goes through the 3/4 of a mile mark at 3:22.94, and he remains a full 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. It is Jacob Mitchell now of Bedford, Indiana, who's positioned himself in the charge of the chase pack.
And you know, Kate, I feel like it's going to be safe to say that Vinay Rahman is really just trying to show out in front of this home crowd, and also the fact that he is committed to Penn. So he really just wants to make a good statement, especially before you go off to college. Show off.
Well, he's going to get, like I said, very familiar with this stadium if he's not already, and he's going to run lots and lots of laps here. Like you said, may as well make the most of it in his, towards the end of his high school campaign. He's coming up on the 1 mile mark. He's been quite consistent over those last few laps. The gap starting to narrow between him and the rest of the field. 4:32 unofficially, 4:32 mid, so another 69-second clocking, and it's now Carter Moore of American Fork in Utah who has put himself in the lead of the chase pack, and he is starting to close that gap with every step. Carter Moore has made up a huge amount of distance, and in doing so, he has pulled the field along with him. Vinay Rahman is about to feel the pressure And he must know that. This was always a possibility when you go out that hard that early, but again, these athletes know themselves well, and good for him for taking a chance. And he has now been caught. So it is a 2-athlete battle up front, Ramon and Moore, with Jacob Mitchell and Crooks and Bidwell working together to get themselves back up into the conversation. It was about 5:42 on the clock through that 5-lap split. So that was a 67-second clocking for Moore.
And what I like about Ramon's racing right now is that he is not letting Moore get too far ahead at all. He's like, okay, you can go ahead and take the lead. That's okay. But I'm going to stay right there on you. I'm going to give you the pressure that you just gave me.
Well, surely he'll appreciate just having to, or getting the opportunity to tuck in and ride someone else's coattails for a little bit here after doing so much work up front. But again, the chase is on, and it's going to turn into a 5-man race. Carter Moore looking very controlled at the front. He took his time getting to that position, but making the most of it. Another athlete who's run PRs in just about every race every distance he's contested so far this season. He was 10th at the New Balance National Indoor Championships in 1450 back in March, and he is coming up on 2 laps to go here. And it is 4 runners, very closely packed. Moore with the slight advantage, and now Crooks and Mitchell putting themselves up there with Rahman, and 1:10.55 for Moore on that lap. That explains a little bit as to why he's suddenly got so much company. Mitchell to his outside, Rahman still in it, and then it is Beckett Crooks, the junior from Ann Arbor, Michigan, sitting on the outside, that tall figure in the gray. And then just a little bit of a gap back now to Gabriel Voker, who's trying desperately hard to keep himself attached to this lead quartet.
I like that none of these guys are shying away from taking over that lead. And they're being pretty strategic about it, too. They're not taking it out too aggressively when they do it, but you definitely have to hold it on because this is the pace that originally Ramon did set, who has now fallen into 4th place.
Well, 8:01 on the clock, Serenity, with 1 lap to go. Again, the time to beat at the moment out of section number 3 is 9:04.04. That belongs to Kamari Ronfeld, and we are on track here to see that be contested. A strong push by Crooks. Crooks and Mitchell battling it out, but Crooks continuing his advancement down the backstretch. He'll have 200 meters to go. And Beckett Crooks looks uncatchable at this point. We've seen stranger things, but he is continuing to pull away from the rest of the runners. Fast turnover by Mitchell as well, but the Ann Arbor Pioneer, has he done too much too soon? He notices the threat. It is a threat that is mounting with every stride. It's going to be close to the line. Can he hang on? Beckett Crooks. And he is going to hang on for the win. 9:04.69 with a 63-second close. There's also a 63 close for Mitchell, who comes across in second. 9:05.59 for him. And that means that Crooks will be positioned in second overall in the compiled results. And pretty astoundingly, it is still that 9:04.04 out of section number 3. Courtesy of Kamari Ronfeld, that is going to be the time to beat. But I don't think Crooks could have done any more there. Laid out on the track after a huge push over that last lap.
I mean, running distance hurts, Kate. I mean, what can we say? But Crooks, he did a really good job at not panicking when he saw all the lead changes and even seeing how hard that Ramon had took it out from the very beginning. He knew exactly what he came here to do. I mean, he's a pretty experienced runner as well. He's raced over in the 3200 too, so he did good.
Beckett Crooks will be the winner of section number 5, second overall in 9:04.69, and that means we are just seconds away from our fastest timed section of the Championship Boys 2 mile. So we have 15 athletes contesting this sixth and final section of the New Balance Nationals Championship Boys 2 mile. And wearing hip number 1, it is going to be Luke Nat for Brothers Track Club in Lincroft, New Jersey. Wearing hip number 2 is Andy Condon. He is out of Cross River in New York, the senior. Wearing hip number 3, it is going to be Caleb Tenney of St. Vincent Peloti in Laurel, Maryland. Alex Fisher will wear number 4. We're out of Berlin, Connecticut, the junior. Another junior wearing hip number 5 is going to be William Zealand out of Forest, Virginia. Wearing hip number 6, Cavi Gibson of Cary Track Club in Durham, North Carolina. Zachary Youngblood of Lookout Mountain in Tennessee is going to wear hip number 7. Hip number 8, Sebi Hume of Bethesda, Maryland. He was the state champ in the 1600 and 3200. Jace Burton is going to wear hip number 9 for Star Valley in Afton, Wyoming. Out of Colbert, Washington, this is Cade Brownell wearing hip number 10. Brody Clark, all the way from Milton, Ontario in Canada, is going to wear hip 11. Wearing hip number 12 is Tristan Yoder of Broadway Track Club in Broadway, Virginia. He's headed to Princeton in the fall. Wearing hip 13, Ben Crane, 7th in this race, indoors from Illinois. Brady Mullen is going to wear hip 14. He's from New Orleans. He is headed to Harvard. And Aiden Monestier of Baton Rouge, Louisiana is going to round out your field in hip 15, second in the Championship 2 mile at New Balance Nationals indoors, looking to move up to top marks. And final competitor in this race is going to be Tamrat Gavanis of Massachusetts. The senior was 3rd in this race a year ago.
And Kate, who should we keep our eyes on?
Well, this is a stacked field. As I mentioned, several athletes who have already, been in top podium spots either indoors this year or last year in this event. But it's going to be, again, a fantastic competition. That time to beat, once again, from those earlier sections is 9:04:04. Expect each of these runners to get close to, if not well under that, the meet record. As I mentioned earlier, Daniel Simmons out of Utah, that was set last year in 8:38:49. And that record could also be under some heavy contest here in our seeded section of the Championship Boys 2 mile. So we are away with 16 competitors, and it to the early lead on the outside there is Gavanis, 3rd in this race last year, 8:54:75 to his name. He is starting on the outside alley. And at the cut-in, he gets a little shoulder glance there to the inside. And it is the tall athlete wearing hip number 2 on the inside in the form of Andy Condon of Cross River, New York.
But right as you say that, Kate, is also Ben Crane with hip number 13, who took to the more of the inside railing position. That might be a little bit nerve-wracking.
Well, he's come 7th a couple times at these New Balance Nationals. He was 7th in the Championship 2 mile indoors in 8:51:32. Also 7th last year in this race in 8:58:17. And Crane looking very comfortable up front. It's going to be not all that fast an opening lap, actually. Right about what we've seen from the others. 69 unofficially for that opening circuit of the track. So Ben Crane, 68.76, leading the tall New Yorker, Condon, the senior. And again, quite pedestrian. This is turning into a true championship-style race, at least early on. No one wanting to really push the pace along. Tucked in there as well is Jace Burton out of Wyoming on the outside. And then to the inside in the purple, Brody Clark. Never count him out. He's having a stellar season on the Ontario and Canadian track circuit. But Gavin is tucked right in on the inside there. That's a good spot to be. You don't want to get boxed, but he's running the shortest distance.
I mean, that's a long way to travel, Kate, all the way from Canada. How long is that flight?
It's not as far as you'd think. You know what? From just outside the Toronto area, you know, it's kind of like being in Buffalo, New York. So I will say it's not all that far. It is, you know, but a big deal for some of these runners to come down and mix it up with these stellar Americans, the very best in the country, and that's what this race is all about. That's what this meet is all about, and getting what is the closest to, I think, international competition that you can get at this high school level. It means everything for these runners.
It absolutely does, because they're going to get it in college anyway, but getting it here, it really just helps them to get the experience.
Exactly, that's what it is, and there you see again, two athletes duking it out up front. That is Burton of Star Valley along with Ben Crane. Jace Burton, the senior, looking pretty relaxed on the outside. We talked about not wanting to get boxed, not wanting to sit too far to the inside rail, but he is running a bit further distance around the outside, keeping himself safe.
And Jace Burton is signed to go to BYU in the fall. I mean, just having these guys already have their name on paper for a lot of these colleges, it gives them just some extra going into these races.
Absolutely. Again, not a lot to lose at this point. This is where you can kind of play. You get to show off all the fitness and the experience you've gained throughout your high school career. Part of that experience is, again, here at New Balance Nationals, and Jace Burton was 4th in the 5,000 meter indoors at New Balance Nationals back in March. He ran 14:25.65 there, so that is a stellar performance. You know, he's got lots of endurance behind him.
Absolutely, and he has experience here. Just last year, he was in the championship 2-mile unseated. So, I mean, he is used to running here. He's used to the competition, and hopefully now he's used to this very, very fast pace of Section 6 of 6, which is a tougher heat.
It is, certainly. He is continuing to just edge out Ben Crane to his inside. Crane, again, running a really smart race. He can cover moves when he needs to, but he's tucked against the rail. Gavena sits behind him, and then, as we mentioned, Brody Clark sitting there as well. I mentioned he won the 1,500 and 3,000 meter at the OFSA Championships, the high school championships in Ontario, one of the most competitive in the country for high schoolers, and he has a PB of 9:13 from New Balance Nationals indoors, but he's got an 8:14 3,000, and that converts to an 8:52 miles. So you know he's got some strength behind him as well. So we were through that opening 1 mile split in 4:31.9 for Jace Burton. That was a 66-second lap, and now things really starting to break apart up front as Burton decides that he wants to keep clicking down the pace. Just testing the field to see if anyone will go with him, and it is currently Tristan Yoder for the first time. Haven't seen him throughout most of this race, but he has decided to come alive. And Yoder moving himself into the conversation here. He is headed to Princeton in the fall. He set a new 3,200 PR this season of 8:52.28.
And Tristan Yoder is just such a competitor. He won his state championship in the 3,200 and in the 1,600.
So they've got lots of confidence coming into this race as well, and they've got 3 laps to go. This was interesting. We saw Jace Burton, again, just test the field. He threw in a bit of a surge, and he said, who's going to come with me? Well, a few athletes did, and I think he decided, all right, I'm going to step back off the gas a little bit, give it another lap. And I've used the word accordion a lot throughout these 2 miles, but that's exactly what happens in a race like this. Someone goes and makes a move, takes a risk, and then the field matches them. They come back together, it shrinks back up, pulls apart, shrinks back up. And now on the outside there, that is Aiden Monastir out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in that bright pink. And this has really slowed down Serenity.
And I really hope that Jace Burton isn't regretting his decision from going out to the front. I mean, in order to get a personal best, especially at a meet like this, you need to go out hard. You need to go out tough. You cannot just rely on that last 800 in order to get that drop of time, or huge drop of time at least. So I hope that he's not regretting that decision, but these guys are definitely going with him.
This is a critical part of this race coming up on 2 laps to go. Burton, Yoder, Monastir, those 3 continuing to lead here. Another 70-second lap. So again, things have slowed a little bit. It is the 3 seniors up front, along with Gavanis, another senior out of Massachusetts. And Aiden Monastir on the outside looks poised to strike there in the pink kit. He's headed to Iowa State in the fall. But, you know, it's been Burton leading most of this race, and he is continuing to look really comfortable doing just that with just over 600 meters to go. A push on the outside now, and that is courtesy of Cavi Gibson of Durham, North Carolina. Now Gibson trying to get himself into the lead as they approach the final straightaway for the penultimate time.
But Aiden Monastir is going to be able to go with him. I mean, he's an 18-time state champion from Louisiana. He runs an 8:46 2-mile. If anybody has the endurance and the confidence, it's him. I mean, you got to have some confidence to come out here in neon pink.
Absolutely, and that is being put on full display here as they hit the bell. 7:55 unofficially, going for it early ahead of that bell. And it is Gavanis who has gone totally to the arms and churning over down the upper turn of this track. This is a all-out sprint, Serenity.
They are absolutely sprinting, and I hope that they're able to hold it. Temaret Gavanis is going for it.
Gavanis and Monastir, it's going to be a huge battle right to the line here. Tam Gavanis, Aiden Monastir, Monastir with the edge. Gavanis not letting him go. It is the Harvard commit versus the Iowa State commit, and it is the tall man in pink holding on to his advantage. Gavanis working hard to try to get himself back up there, but it is going to be Aiden Monastir who is going to take the top marks in 8:52.32 unofficially. A 56.87 final lap. So he went from being a distance runner to an all-out sprinter over that last 400-plus meters, and he is going to come away with a big win, the first for the Baton Rouge, Louisiana senior here at New Balance Nationals Outdoors. 8:53.71 for Tam Gavanis. Great final kick by him as well. He closed very swiftly, but it is all Aiden Monastir. And there he is with his finished tape.
Man, he's starting to feel it now. Gavanis just decided to kick so early, like you said, right when they hit that bell. I mean, are you able to hold it? And he was able to hit a whole nother gear. But here's that start. As you can see, Aiden Monastir got out so conservative. He was just chilling from the very beginning. He let the race go ahead of him. Tristan Yoder was ahead of him. Jace Burton was ahead of him, but he started to just inch closer and closer, and right at that bell, he went for it, and so did Gavanis, right on his heel.
I think it was that pressure from Tam Gavanis from behind that really pushed our eventual winner along to that very, very fast finish time. But fantastic show being put on here. The end of day number 2 of New Balance Nationals. Monastir, 8:52.31, Gavanis 8:53.71, and Ben Crane 8:56.42, your top 3 in the seeded section. So a thrilling end to the boys 2 mile, and we have our girls championship 2 mile on deck now. Sienna Pigue, Abby Teague, Taylor Page, Kayla Kerr, Clara Dye, Niev Keetle, Masha Dorofeev, Madeline Sanders, Caitlin Connors, Madeline Wallace, Bryn Baltershot, Ava Pendley, Arabella Boggs, Caitlin O'Brien, Chloe May, Eve Schur, Audrey O'Connor, and Lucy Hawkins in this first section of Championship Girls 2 mile. Brave early running here by Arabella Boggs, the junior out of Charleston. She was a Charleston Catholic. The West Virginian leading things out, but as the pace slows, athletes moving out into lane 3 to get their position at the close of this first lap. It'll be about 80 seconds on the clock, just shy of 81. It is Niev Keetle. Again, another sophomore from right here in Pennsylvania. We've seen lots of Pennsylvanian sophomores running bravely at the front of these packs. Again, putting on a fantastic performance for an appreciative crowd.
And Kate, from your Olympic distance experience, how do you break up a 2 mile race strategy-wise? Do you break it up 800 by 800 by 800? Is it mile by mile?
You know, for me, it would be about laps, and you don't want to be too stuck in that sort of lap, but just, you almost have to have fish brain. All right, I've clicked off another one, and not think about the fact that they're mounting.
Oh, wow.
Your body will remind you of that.
Okay.
But I think for me, it's just, let's get through another lap, and you kind of have to forget how many you have to go. Just one lap at a time, keep that sort of blinder focused, determination to try to get. But every athlete's a little different, and some athletes like throwing in some pace change to break it up. I can tell you, a race of this length, it does play some mind games. My dad used to say, distance racing is 90% mental and the rest is in your head.
Oh. Well, that's the same thing then.
Exactly. Yeah, see, but it made you think.
Yeah, it did. It definitely did.
Approaching the half-mile mark here. It is still anyone's race, very tightly bunched, and they have slowed a little bit. 122 flat for that second lap, and it is Masha Dorofeev out of Fort Myers, Florida in the lead. Keetle tucked right behind her. But I love it. Still in the mix, those two sophomores from Pennsylvania, one from Williamsport and one from Winmore. That's Keetle and Madeline Sanders. But now these athletes deciding they want to start moving things along. So it is Bryn Baltershot in those blue shorts who has moved herself into second position. And just like that, this has been broken apart.
Yeah.
So Baltershot out of Tennessee. She's got lots of good racing experience behind her as well. She won her state championships in the 1,600 meter earlier this season. She was second in the 3,200. And she has some good New Balance national experience behind her as well. She was 9th in the 5,000 meter indoors in 17:50.41. She is tucked in there with a trio up front who have a lot of daylight back to the rest of the field.
I just love seeing the way the field just opens up, especially compared to how it started and now how it's going. And there's still a lot of ways to go. It always ends up being a race in the front of these three, and then everybody else just in the back trying to figure out their footing and figuring out when they're going to strike.
Well, as this race continues to make its way around the circuit, we are going to throw things down to Twist, who is with our boys winner, Aiden Monastir.
2 mile champion. Aiden, first thing I have to ask you, the bib is upside down.
It's It's a little superstition. I have a lot of them. I keep them up. I follow them, and most of the time the races go well. So I can read it. Other people can't. That's how I go with it, and we'll see. I mean, it works.
Absolutely. It paid off with a win today. Now, notably during your race, in the last 1,000, no one wanted to be in the lead. You decided to take it with 500 meters to go. How'd you trust the kick?
To be honest, first, when there's a guy came around with about, 1,200 to go, or no, I'm sorry, 600. And it scared me a little bit. I thought he was going to go, I was going to take it. I was just going to follow his. He started to drop off a little bit, so I went ahead and chased, took the front. Really didn't want to. Was terrified that entire lap, just running for my life. Had Tam on my heels the whole time. Scared the crap out of me, but I ended up fighting for it and held him off, so it worked out.
Held him off for the win. Special thanks to the New Balance Spikes, your 2-mile champion, Aiden Monastery. Congratulations.
All right, congrats to Aiden Monastery. He certainly turned that race upside
Well, again,
down.
some superstition working to the advantage there of our winner in the boys' race. And during that time, things have been blown wide open in this opening section of our girls' championship 2-mile run. That is Bryn Baltershot with an enormous lead over the rest of the field. You can't even see anyone else in picture at this point, and that all happened in the space of just over a lap. She made a really bold decision in the middle of this race to go for it. She went through that opening mile split in 5:24.65. And that is good running for her. Again, she's got lots of sort of 5:0 clockings in the 1600. Also set a new PR in the 800 earlier this season at the Father Ryan meet in Tennessee. Taking the win there, but again, to look at picture, you'd think she was out there just having a solo workout. This is a fantastic run by the junior up front. She got herself under 5 minutes in the mile earlier this year as well, so she's coming off a ton of confidence. That was set just earlier in June. 4:58.31, breaking that magical 5-minute barrier.
I mean, yeah, Kate, you said it. Coming off of so much confidence, being a state champion, coming out here and knowing your accolades. And yeah, I mean, you said it. She might be out here looking like she's working out, but a lot of these athletes just have these personal goals that they can go back to their own respective states and be proud of. But the only way to get it is to be in your own lane, really.
That's it, and know yourself and really trust that you have the ability to do exactly what Baltershot is doing. At the last split, she was 7 full seconds ahead of second place, Arabella Boggs, who, by the way, is having a great race in her own right. She's been consistently clicking off 82-second average laps. And it's the two juniors in first and second position right now, but Baltershot in a class of her own. Again, maybe would have liked to have been in a faster section so she had some more competition, but she's saying, I can't control that. All I can do is give every ounce of myself in this opportunity. And she is less than 2 laps away from the completion of this race. A little shoulder check there, so just wanting to gather some information about where the rest of the field is. That was a 81.5 second split for the Bison Racing Club athlete Baltershot out of Gallatin in Tennessee. But again, the better part of 100 meters she has over this field, and she's going to come up on 600 meters to go with a ton of room to work with.
And this is a pretty good field. I mean, still sitting in second, possibly even going into third now is Arabella Boggs, like you mentioned. And that's a load of talent for her as well. She split 11:19 in her route of a 7:31 5K. So she definitely has the momentum and she has the strength to hopefully close that lead, but it is just all Bryn right now.
Baltershot has had a few shoulder checks over the last lap. You can tell that she is starting to feel the fatigue of this solo effort, but she has maintained such a huge gap. It looks unsurmountable at this point, and she'll get a little boost hearing the bell there. She really is muscling her way around this circuit. And she's going to hit 1 lap to go in 9:30.06 on the clock. That was an 83-second split, almost 84, so her slowest of the race. But this is where the advantage comes. She's put in so much work early on that all she has to do is hold form, and she is giving herself a great chance of taking away a win in this opening section. It is Caitlin Connors out of New Jersey, the senior, who's moved into second place at the Bell. She had an 82-second lap to pick things up there. But Baldershot with 10 full seconds advantage over Connors at the Bell. So this is Baldershot's race to lose, and it seems, again, almost impossible that anyone would close that gap at this point.
Yeah, Caitlin Connors still moving really well behind her.
But here comes Baldershot, less than 150 meters to go, and she has gone to the arms, finding another gear after running this better part of this whole race completely solo. And look at this. She is going to the arms. She is churning through those gears and looking like a whole other athlete all of a sudden. This is going to be a really great time for her, and what a performance for the junior out of Tennessee. Strides across the line, and that was a 78-second final lap, so by far her fastest of the event. 10:48.58, she'll come away with the win, and that is going to be 8 seconds ahead of Caitlin Connor, who also closed really well to run 10:56.23, and then all the kudos go as well to Caitlin Kerr, by the way, who got in at 10:59.00. You do everything you can to break that 11-minute barrier, and she did it by closing in 74 seconds for her last lap. But Baldershot, all that work early on, and it pays dividends as she comes away with the win.
It absolutely does. Really brilliant running from her. And to do it by herself, I am fully confident that her coach told her to do it exactly like that, probably saying, I will guide you all the way through it, giving you your marks, rely on your mental knowledge and your mental time. I was trying to peek at her wrist to see if she had a watch going with her, but no, she did it all by herself. Just nothing but guts.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Nothing but guts. It take, even if you know my workouts indicate that I can do this, whatever, it really does take a lot of bravery to commit to doing something that's scary by yourself up front. But a great smile there from Baldershot. And she is going to set the early time to beat at the completion of one of 6 sections of our championship girls 2 mile.
And then it's also about trusting that you can do it. I know sometimes your coach, they start to sound like they're speaking gibberish to you, or they're sounding crazy because they know all these goals that they have for you. And it's kind of difficult to trust your training sometimes. It's kind of scary, but that's exactly what she did, because you can come away with results like that.
You never know until you try it, right, Serenity?
Absolutely.
Let's meet the athletes in Section 2 of 6 here in the Championship Girls 2 mile. Dominique Cameron, Maylee Gleason, Elle Cargold, Jalen Ray, Sophia Iwanez Cito, Caitlin Wilcox, Cassie Karensinka, Lauren Vermani, Alexia Tubbs, Summer Muxlow, Julia Flanagan, Alice Rapazzo, Brooklyn Brown, Elise Woodell, Kajal Kara, Savannah Gentile, Whitney Bruch, Violet Bliss, Peyton Campbell, and Alexis Wingenbach make up your field. We have 3 scratches in the form of Loudermilk, Harbaugh, and Woodall. So there will be 19 competitors in this second section. That time to beat early days is 10:48.58. 3 runners so far under 11 minutes. Violet Bliss is going to take on the early pace setting duties and really making sure that she is keeping that tempo strong up front. This is a junior out of Stanfordville, New York. And don't let her name confuse you. Violet Bliss sounds quite serene and maybe a little timid, but this is anything but timid running. I think she might be taking a page from the book of Ms. Baldershot from our first section.
Absolutely. I mean, I love the name. Definitely racing completely opposite of it. But Kate, correct me if I'm wrong. The 2 mile, there's not an NCAA race for this. So where is that middle ground for a lot of these athletes? What do they go into college running? Do they go down to the 15? Do they go up to the 5K?
Yeah, and the 3,000 is that middle ground sometimes that you have the opportunity to run. course, that's more of the steeple distance, so it's a really good question, and I think that's the cool thing about the 2 mile. I always really liked the 3,000 for that reason. It's the meeting ground. You know, you're coming off maybe cross country, and you've got all that strength. You don't quite have the speed yet for the outdoor season, and you can take advantage of that, in between distance. But it's a good point, and it's an event that's contested, again, so much at the high school level, and this is obviously an event that our leader is quite comfortable with. Violet Bliss, with a really sizable gap, several meters back now to our second athlete in the form of Dominique Cameron. Bliss went through that opening lap in a very speedy 76.8. And now the other athletes starting to, I think, just take some attention here about not letting, again, if Bliss was able to take a page from Baltershot's book, surely these other girls are saying, well, we don't want to get caught asleep at the wheel and have that happen to us either. So we're going to make sure that we're working hard to get ourselves back up into contest here.
I mean, and they have time to do it.
2 laps in now. Bliss opened up with a 76 first lap. It slowed a little bit, as we would expect, to just shy of 81. And now she is less than a second and a half ahead of second position. That's Peyton Campbell, the senior from here in Pennsylvania. And it's Cara who has moved into third out of Princeton, New Jersey. Violet Bliss still leading the charge, really focused on her own race. To the Pine Plains, New York. Another athlete who's just set a ton of PRs throughout her season, 5:01.27 in the mile. Got herself under 10 minutes again in the 3,000, which is not an event run all that often at the high school level in the States, but 10 minutes to break that is a big deal. She did that at her state championships to finish 13th. Now there's a trio just gathering strength behind her as Bliss perhaps blissfully unaware of what's happening behind her, but again, happy to just continue running her own race.
Yeah, now fading off to third is Peyton Campbell. She's going to be going to Monmouth in the fall here. And she was starting to gain on Bliss, but then she was surpassed herself.
Another athlete in that mix is Jalen Ray. We've seen lots from her in the past as well. She's a great cross-country runner. And Ray making sure that she's not being counted out in this early stage. But this has all been Violet Bliss up front. It's another 82nd lap. So it was Bliss, Cargold, Campbell, Tubbs, and Ray. That is Elle Cargold in second, the junior out of Kentucky. Cargold's coming off of a new lifetime best in the 800 of 2:15.60. That is a pretty swift time in the half-mile event. She's a sub-5-minute miler as well, 4:57.52. Set that at the beginning of June. And she's just being very patient in her pursuit of our leader, just clicking off every few meters a little quicker and making sure she's not trying to close that gap all at once. And that has rewarded her now with the opportunity to get right on the back of our leader. And as I say that, she looks poised to pass her. It is going to be Cargold now for the first time in this race, taking over the lead after the 1 mile mark. They went through 1 mile in 5:21.06. And Cargold, a really consistent set of laps there, 79, 80, 80, 81. And then tucked just in behind her is Alexia Tubbs out of Berwyn, Pennsylvania. It is those three into the bulk of this race.
Cargold ended up getting second at her state championship meet this year. And she also had a great competition not too long ago. Maybe about 2 weeks ago, she ran a PR of 4:57.5. So definitely coming in with a lot of confidence now as she leads this pack.
And again, she was so patient in her pursuit of our leader, and she's just been really metronomic. She has not shaken the specter of Alexia Tubbs, though, either. Tubbs out of, like I said, Berwyn, Pennsylvania. I'm sure she's familiar with this track. She was 4th indoors in the mile in 5:14.95 at the Pennsylvania Indoor Track Carnival. Hasn't raced a ton this year, but was 15th at her state championships and clearly rounding into great form as she just sits sort of stalking our leader.
Continuously pushing her right to the outside shoulder, which is a really good position to be in. Like we were mentioning yesterday, Kate, I wish Elle would get in the middle of her lane because now she has been overtaken by Tubbs. And it was very quick how she did it as well. But she's staying right there on Tubbs, though. She's not letting her get too far ahead.
And that's sometimes what you have to do. Again, if you're going to go for it, you have to commit to these moves. You have to sort of take your competition by surprise. And then even if you're hurting, sometimes if you just seem as though it's not hurting as much as it is, that can sort of mentally break the person that you're passing. So sometimes you'll see a big surge being thrown in, a gap opens up, and then the leader just pulls back a little bit, recovers, but they've done enough sort of mental damage on the other runners that they are able to, again, take advantage of that. And we're going to come up on 2 laps to go here. Another 82-second lap there. Excuse me, that was an 80-second lap for Tubbs. So that made all the difference. And she is going to see 8:05 with 2 laps remaining. And look at this injection of pace here. This is going for the long game.
It absolutely is. It does not look like she is playing a mental game at all. She wants this win, and she is moving very, very well.
I just wonder there if Cargold had a little bit of a, like I said, a surprise in the passing by Tubbs, and she's really turning over well. She looks strong, but just let too much distance develop. And now she's running in the proverbial no woman's land, which is so difficult at this point in the race. Less than 600 meters to go, but there's enough left that you have to really maintain good focus, and the lactic can start building. Little bit of a shoulder glance there from our leader, Tubbs. And she is going to come into the home stretch and approach the bell and hope that she has not gone too early.
She's still moving really, really well. It does not look like Elle Cargold will be catching up anytime soon, but you really never know. She could hit a crazy, crazy kick that I've seen so many distance runners have.
Well, as you say that, I think that the turnover is actually increasing significantly from our leader. Tubbs got a bit of an awakening from that bell. That was a big lap for her, 78 mid. That was by far her fastest of the race so far. And so the Berwyn, Pennsylvania athlete, you can see the determination, the focus on her face, but her arm carriage is still good. Her knee drive is strong. And I know that Cargold is working really hard behind her as well, but I think there is just way too much gap to be made up now. So it is going to be Alexia Tubbs coming around the bottom of the track for the final time. And she must know at this point that the victory in this second section of Championship Girls 2 miles is hers. Again, like I said, that arm carriage really quick. She's increasing her pace kind of remarkably with every stride. Despite how long this push for home was, almost 2 laps out, she went for it, and she is going to power her way down the home stretch. It is going to be Alexia Tubbs, the local athlete, the junior, taking the win here in our second section. 10:37.41, and Serenity, that was a 73-second final lap.
Wow.
That is impressive.
And she just looked behind her like, where is everybody? And that's how you know she was truly focused on her race and her race only. What an absolutely beautiful execution from Alexia Tubbs.
Well, you're right. There was really no threat at all in the end. I mean, she didn't have to close that hard, but this is commitment to the move, to the pace, and of course to giving all of yourself in a race like this. For many of these athletes, their final race of the season, and Alexia Tubbs comes away with a huge win, 10:37.41. In the end, it was Lauren Vermani closing hard to take second in 10:53.89. Dominique Cameron, 10:54.16. Rapazzo, 10:54.50. And then Elle Cargill just got caught up in that milieu of people at the end, and she comes away fifth at 10:54.75. But a hard-fought battle across the board for these young ladies. And now the time to beat, 10:37.41 from Alexia Tubbs.
So we're getting faster as we go. The time to beat is now 10:37.41. Set by Alexia Tubbs, and the meet is just so conclude.
So we will meet the competitors in our third section of this championship girls 2 mile. We have Nora Hushigan, Emily Flagg, Elizabeth Trant, Ashlyn Jacobson, Elena Aldrink, Aoife Chauvelin, Kelsey Ramel, Annie Balin, Amelia Elvazi, Macy Wolf, Lily Lyons, Olivia DiGateno, Logan Kuhn, Ruby Lewis, Lily Good, Caroline Saperstein, Amelia Murphy, Remy Lotta, Hannah Bogus, Heidi Harmeyer, Caitlin Hathaway, and Naomi Douglas. Strong running up front in the very beginning of this race. It is a 2-girl competition ahead of the rest of the field over this opening lap. Serenity, I love this about New Balance Nationals. So many of these runners just, again, know that this is their last shot at capitalizing on all of the hard work they've done throughout the season, and they say, I don't care how much it hurts, I don't care how crazy it might seem that I'm going out so hard so early. I'm going to do it because I want to give myself a chance to shine, and that's what we're seeing through this opening lap. A really big first run here, and this is going to be advantage to Nora Hushigan at 77 seconds for that opening split.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is just the time for them to just go for it. Possibly even get eyes from colleges. You really never know. In order to compete on this national stage, it really just gives you the exposure that you need to get the coaches calling. Shoot, nowadays, to get the brands calling, too, if you want an NIL
That's
deal.
right.
You
Who
really
doesn't?
never know, right?
So now the pack has caught up with the rest of, or with our early leaders, I should say. And it is Remy Lotta, one of the very accomplished Lotta sisters we've seen all over these New Balance National Championships over the last several years. The South Texas Heat homeschool athlete, the youngest of the bunch. She is just in 9th grade, and she is, again, very bravely taking things out, deciding that I don't care how old or young I am, I'm going to take things on and see what I can do here. Lotta was 5th indoors in the 1 mile at New Balance National Indoors back in March. Also got herself under that 5-minute barrier in the mile this season, 4:56.27 for a new PR back in May at the Music City Track Carnival in Nashville, Tennessee.
Remy Lotta was also seen running at the Circuit Boston Girls High Voltage Mile meet. I mean, and running at such high caliber meets is what gets you ready for nationals like this.
It's so true, and that set of circuit races really provided a sort of professional adjacent, shall we say, opportunity for these runners in the high school categories to test themselves against one another in, sort of an exhibition style event before getting to these national championships. And Lada, with that high turnover, continues to lead after, like you said, that experience on the circuit, lots of experience at New Balance Nationals already. But a push on the outside now through this third split, and that is Nora Hushigan, the taller runner. Forest Lake, Minnesota. She has been fairly consistent in her pacing. That was a 78 high, so 356 through 1218. And now Elizabeth Trant, the Virginian, has moved herself into second.
And Elizabeth Trent has plenty of experience with this 2 mile. She won the freshman 2 mile at New Balance Nationals just 2 years ago. Oh no, now 3 years ago. Goodness gracious, where's the time gone?
That is a great question, and let's not pull at that thread because I don't know if I can follow it all the way to its end. But yeah, again, lots of these athletes coming back, and they come back time and time again, not only because they know the level of competition is so great, but Serenity, let's be honest, it is a party. They call it the fastest party on the planet. Of course, you're focused, you're working hard, you take it seriously, but it is a fun time here at New Balance.
It absolutely is. You said it exactly right. I mean, she's also the Class 2 3200 state champion, so she's definitely coming into these meets with tons and tons of confidence. I mean, she's just a junior.
There is a strong pack now as they approach the halfway mark in this race. Again, it was an early gap, but now there are about 8 or 9 girls in full contention here. They're going to hit the 1 mile split in 5:16.64, so they've slowed a bit there, an 82nd lap. It is Hushigan who was in the lead at the split, but now I believe that's Saperstein who has made her way around in the pink. We saw the hot pink play out pretty well for Aiden Monastir in the boys 2 mile championship race, so maybe there's something about that color that gives you some confidence. This is actually, yes, this is Saperstein who is leading things out in the back half of this race.
And I have to mention, Kate, Elizabeth Trent, who has now fallen back to 3rd place. She's actually going to Princeton, but not for track and field. But it looks like for hockey, field hockey, which is absolutely insane. I love multifaceted athletes.
Well, I've heard of a lot of track athletes coming from soccer backgrounds, not so much from the field hockey, but I could see, there's similarities there. And my goodness, I mean, if you can run a really solid 3,200, you have the endurance to keep yourself going throughout an entire game.
Absolutely. And she did fall to 3rd, but now she has pushed her way back up to 2nd place.
3 laps to go here in our 3rd section of Championship Girls 2 miles. It's been back and forth, lots of cat and mouse as we saw on the boys' side as well. Saperstein still in the lead out of Herndon, Virginia. That was a 79 split. But it is 6 runners tucked very closely together as Remy Lada now makes a move on the outside. Lada putting herself in really good position. Again, Lada is only a 9th grader, but she's running so composed and so mature. She waited till she got onto the home stretch to swing wide, so she wasn't running too far on the turn. Got onto the back stretch, I should say, and then made her move into the lead, and now she gets to settle in on the rail again. She's not wasting any energy.
And it's still all bunched up there in the front. But they don't seem uncomfortably bunched, which is good. Usually you see a lot of athletes trying to figure out where their position is going to be, trying to move to the inside of their lane, to the outside of their lane, but they all are pretty comfortable where they're at right now.
Coming up on 2 laps to go, it remains Lada in the lead. Tucked in just behind her in that white kit, that is Elizabeth Trant. And then on the outside, our early leader, that is, I believe that's Hushigan again. No, Hushigan tucked back a little bit now. So Lada, another 81-second split there, 7:57 with 2 laps to go. It is Heidi Harmeyer who has slotted herself into one of the top spots out of Ohio. And then Trant still sits in 3rd, now moves into 2nd, and it is 4 athletes Saperstein still in the mix, and then a bit of a gap back to our early leader, Hushigan, who is working hard to stay in contact and looking like she's maybe just pulling back up with our leading quartet down the backstretch. They're going to have 600 meters to go here, Serenity.
I mean, Remy Lotta is literally in 9th grade, Kate. And I mean, to be homeschooled as well, I think that that is a huge accomplishment to come out here on this national stage and compete all the way from Texas. Like, I flew in all the way from Texas, but this is the exact type of exposure you need, especially out of a homeschool athlete. It can be pretty tough to get those recruitment letters, but this is exactly what she should be doing as a freshman.
Lots of years ahead of her, to your point, but yes, really mixing it up and saying to these older girls, look, younger doesn't mean less, it might mean less experience, but it doesn't mean less brave for sure. And as we say that, Remy Lotta is large and in charge for such a small athlete. At the bell lap, she is going to hear that bell and start pulling away, but now Trant trying to make a push on the outside. It is going to be Remy Lotta, an 80-second split for her. Elizabeth Trant moves up on her outside, and here goes Elizabeth Trant.
And Elizabeth Trant has just taken over this lead by force. And she looks absolutely stellar now. Like I said, she's going to be attending Princeton for field hockey. But she is experienced in this 2-mile. Do not be sleep on her.
Well, she set a new 400-meter PR this season. So, again, one of these athletes with the full package. She's got the endurance. She's clearly got the wheels. And she is showing us exactly what her speed is made out of around the bottom of the track for the final time. Elizabeth Trant powering away from the other runners who are working hard to try to stay with her. But she is in a world of her own. Here comes Elizabeth Trant, and keep your eye on the clock. It's going to be fast, and I think this last lap is going to be something stellar. Elizabeth Trant is going to cross the line with the victory, 10:30:33. That was a 71 final lap, and that's where all the magic happened. You can keep your hands on those knees as long as you need to, girl. That was an amazing final kick.
It absolutely, absolutely was. She should be very proud of herself. There we get that smile and that wave at the camera. They're representing that last name well. She ran extremely, extremely good and smart as well.
Lots of credit goes to Remy Lotta, who comes across for second in 10:33:98. I really think she set the tone for the rest of the field through some of the more, mentally challenging laps of this race. But there you see Lotta with a little head nod behind her. But Elizabeth Trant, all smiles, thumbs up. And that is going to be the new time to beat at the halfway mark here in the Championship Girls 2-mile, 10:30:33, 10:33:98 for Remy Lotta. And then at the end of the day, Caroline Saperstein came away for third in that section at 10:34:39. So really outstanding results here. Our top 5 times belonging to this section. We have a total of 6 athletes under the 10:40 mark now, including Alexia Tubbs, currently sitting in 6th out of the second section at 10:37:41. And we are edging ever closer to that fastest section of the day. We have 3 races remaining on track in these 2 miles. Clicking right along now to our 4th of 6 sections. We are going to see on track Emily Wedlake, Shira Wenth, Lillian Deskins, Lucy Cook, Libby Dowdy, Katie Zhang, Reese Miller, Karina Bird, Grace Fritzman, Mackenzie Cook, Caitlin Caston, Natalie Murphy, Maddie Lane, Annie Kiskowski, Casey Dingman, Natalie Fouts, Claire Palmer, Caitlin Carr, and Kirsten Melnick. They know what they have to run to keep themselves up there in the compiled results. The sun is out here at Franklin Field. It's a beautiful evening, a little bit of breeze, but overall very favorable conditions for these distance races. And at the cut-in to the early lead, this is going to be Dingman. So Dingman up front there, and just tucked on her inside, that is Caitlin Caston, just a sophomore out of North Carolina. And after a fairly quick start, things have bunched up again. And each of these athletes very tightly packed as we approach that first lap split. 77 seconds, so it's not too fast, but it's moving along. Dingman with the advantage. So junior out of Mooresville, North Carolina. And then it's Caitlin Caston into second. Dingman got herself under the 60-second mark in the 400 earlier this season, running a PR of 59.70. Also ran a PR of 2:12.10 in the 800, so she's got some real speed behind her. She was second in a 1600 at her state championship. And she's had lots of great racing opportunity already this year. Had a mile indoor PR of 4:53.48 back at the New Balance Nationals in March. And she looks pretty comfortable up front now with the advantage over the field. Now that is Madeline Lane, a sophomore out of Hopkinton, New Hampshire, who has positioned herself at the front of the de facto chase pack. But they are letting some gap now develop up to our leader Dingman, who is on a mission. Tucked there on the inside, it remains Caitlin Caston, the tall figure in the light pink. Caston competes for Covenant Day School, another athlete who got herself, as I mentioned, under that 60-second barrier in the 400. These athletes would do well to just make sure that that elastic doesn't stretch any further than it already has. Our leader continues just increasing that daylight back to the rest of the runners. It is Lane leading the charge. And then to her outside is Lucy Cook, the senior from Rochester, Michigan. There's a 79-second split, so they've slowed a little bit with each lap. 77 for the opening split, 78 for the second, 79 for the third. And now Lucy Cook just seems to understand that she can't let this pace lag any more than it already has. Dingman still comfortably in charge. Carr now on the inside. That's Fouts on the outside. And Caitlin Caston not wanting to get herself out of contention here. She positions herself just on the outside shoulder there of Dingman. But no one really comfortable to make any big moves here as they approach the halfway mark of this 2 mile. They are going to come through the opening 4 laps in 5:15.78. So Caston into the lead for the first time now. Sophomore out of Matthews, North Carolina. That was another 79-second lap. Dingman slots herself into second, gets a little bit of a break from those lead duties. And then it is Natalie Fouts out of Plain City, Ohio, who is in third. Natalie Fouts got under 2:20 in the 800, under 5 minutes in the 1600. She was third at her Division I state championships back on June 6th in the 3,200 meter as well. But lots of lead changes as Caitlin Caston now comes back to the front of the pack. And that long, steady, loping stride of Caston really looks comfortable. She's a very smooth runner. She also, again, is just testing the field. This is one of the hardest parts of this race, to stay mentally tough. It's a difficult point in the race also to really commit to increasing the pace as you start to feel the fatigue mounting, but that's exactly what the youngster Caston is doing. She's going to come up on 3 laps to go. Caston, Dingman, Fouts. I believe that's Natalie Fouts now moving to the outside for a challenge on Caston. Excuse me, that's Carr. And I just wonder if there might have been a hip number error here, because Carr, wearing hip number 19, has not been showing up in our splits here, but very clearly one of the top runners of this race at the moment. And now Carr pulling away from the field. Only one athlete looking to go with her. They're going to come up on 2 laps to go here. So it has turned into a very exciting race as we come up on the bell lap. And again, it's Carr maintaining that inside position, and she is, as you were saying earlier, Serenity, not letting the challenge of Palmer derail her, literally or figuratively, sticking to the rail, running the shorter distance, and like you said, forcing Palmer to the outside. Really smart tactical running here as they come into the last 250 meters of this race.
Yeah, Caitlin Carr, she's not getting too far into that inside rail, but she could get a little bit more in the middle of lane 1 for my comfort.
Well, when they are evenly paced like this, evenly matched, you know, the turnover is very similar. I would always want to be the runner on the inside. Carr now taking advantage of that conserved energy by running the shorter line, and she is pulling away very steadily from Claire Palmer. It's going to be Carr powering for home down the stretch. rocking and rolling through those shoulders, but it's going to get the job done. Here comes Caitlin Carr, the junior from Ohio. She is going to take this third section, and she is going to dip under 10:30, running 10:29.86. That is just about as close as you can get to 10:30, but she betters it, and what a final kick there for the junior to take the win, just ahead of Palmer at 10:32.82.
Caitlin Carr is a back-to-back state champion in the 1600 meters, running 4:49, so she definitely has that foot speed to be able to pull away from the rest of the field, and she showcased it today.
And she conserves lots of energy through the opening mile, let the others sort of sort out the pace and lead changes up front. But then she covered every move. She was under so much threat there by Palmer over that last lap. But like you said, really smart running to stay on the inside and force Palmer to the outside.
Absolutely. And she's also a pretty good 3,200 meter runner. She won her state championship in Ohio in the 3,200 as well, running 10:48.87. She looked so composed.
Well, that becomes the time to beat, 10:29.86, the fastest in the compiled results at the moment. And that is just a whisper ahead of Elizabeth Trant out of section number 3. So Caitlin Carr knew, again, not only that she had to power hard for home to get herself to the top of this section, but those compiled results, it can sneak up on you when faster sections are run in the, on paper, slower seeded races. But she gets herself to the lead, and we have 2 races left to go in this championship girls 2 mile coming up on section number 5 here. Got lots of familiar names as we move into this one, ahead of our top seeded section. Many of these runners capable of getting themselves clearly under that 10:30 mark as well. Athletes in this 5th section of the 2 mile include Alexandra Bird, Madeline McCartney, Brooke Chapman, Annabelle Pollert, Elena Pierce, Julia Score, Ella Anschutz, Marissa Heil, Sophia Slossi, Leah Starkey, Emily Reed, Hannah Heiler, Leah Pennick, Tessa Walter, Mason Fletcher, and Kylie Kaiser. Another huge field on deck here. Again, time to beat at the moment, 10:29.86. And these girls are going for it right off the gun here.
And it's still pretty even before these ladies are cutting in. Nobody taking the obvious lead other than Madeline McCartney. And she is a native out of Pennsylvania. And Madeline McCartney still on that outside, but now coming up and swinging in and taking over the lead is Tessa Walter, running 1:17.89. Tessa Walter out of Colorado Springs, Colorado. She runs a 10:40 in the 3,200, 4:56 in a 1,600. She's going to be heading off to Furman in the fall. And right behind her is Julia Score. We saw Julia last night in the mile.
Well, this pace continuing to pick up here, Serenity, and that's what needs to happen to keep these athletes out of trouble, to make sure that everyone stays on their feet and stays safe away from one another's elbows and knees. Again, we talked about it. Mid-distance running is a contact sport, whether you want to call it that or not. Elbows are sharp. You want to defend your space, and Walter doing that up front, keeping herself out of trouble as she continues to work her way around this circuit. And while all of this has been happening, we should make really quick mention of the fact that Parker Coase of Bullis has just jumped an astounding 6 meters 35. That's 20 feet 10 inches in the freshman girls long jump, and that puts her well ahead of the rest of the field. That is one of the furthest jumps in the country, and she is just a freshman. So Parker Coase, out of that brilliant power school of Bullis, doing some remarkable stuff in that freshman girls long jump. We'll keep an eye on that as we return our attention to the track here, and Tessa Walter continuing to lead, another 78-second lap.
What an amazing jump from Parker Coase for sure. And a way to represent for Bullis. We know that they're known for their track events, but they also have field. But as we head back to the track, it is still Tessa Walter. Like I said, she's going to Furman in the fall. She has a 3,200 PR of 10:40 and a 4:56 1,600 meter run. So she looked very comfortable in the lead. And then following her is Annabelle Pollert.
Well, this is where you start seeing the maturity of these runners. It takes a while for many of these athletes to get themselves in a position where they're experienced and fast enough to get into the second fastest section of a 2 mile at this level. So this is an exciting, dynamic race. You're not seeing anything lag too much, not a ton of lead changes. These athletes just really working hard as a unit up front. And again, knowing that they're going to have to make some big moves here over the next lap or so if they want to split this thing open.
Absolutely.
They went just through the halfway mark now in this race, 5:12.93. That's a solid split for the opening mile. That was a 78-second lap for Mason Fletcher, the West Virginian. I was saying it takes some time to get yourself old enough and wise enough to be in one of the fastest sections. Well, this is just a 9th grader taking charge now, so not the first we've seen doing something like this, but still very impressive. And then Tessa Walter still in the mix. That is Leah Starkey, another 9th grader to the outside. So it's a duo of freshmen deciding that they're going to put the screws to this field.
Absolutely, and to their outside is Annabelle Pollert, and she's just a sophomore, just in 10th grade. And she was a state champion just a couple weeks ago in the 3,200, running 10:28. And she has now moved herself up to 3rd position.
So we are into the bulk of this race now as these runners make their way around with 3 laps to go. Starkey continues to be up front. And if you are listening to this stream and you can hear some excitement in the background, that's because not only is there a big move by Leah Starkey in this race, but also we are continuing to watch this freshman girls long jump, and Parker Coase has just leaped to 6 meters 40. That's 21 feet, and that is an astounding performance by the freshman. We'll, again, keep you apprised of that. We don't want to detract from what's on screen, and that is also a really great performance here by this brave freshman out of Ocean, New Jersey, Leah Starkey, with a 77-second lap, but look at the speed injection. She's being followed again by Mason Fletcher, who's working really hard to stay with her. And right now, our top 3 are 2 freshmen and a sophomore, while the freshmen are killing it on the field events as well. This has just been a really exciting night.
It absolutely has, Kate, because look at Leah Starkey out there in the front doing exactly what she needs to do. Out of New Jersey, she has that 3,200 experience, and she looks absolutely fantastic right now as she's pulling away from the field. But right behind her is Mason Fletcher, also a 9th grader. Like you said, yeah, these young girls are really just pulling away with it.
Well, Starkey starting to show some signs of slowing a little bit now. She really made a bold move, and it's helped this race break wide open, but Fletcher has been in the hunt, and Fletcher is not letting go of the back of Starkey. That gap is closing steadily as they come around the bottom of the track for the penultimate time. They're going to make their way in with about 500 meters to go. Starkey still with the advantage, but not by much anymore.
And here comes Mason Fletcher. She is just gunning for this win. And as a freshman, back in May, she moved up to U.S. number 3 in the 3,200, running 10:19. She broke the state record by 38 seconds in West Virginia.
Wow, that is a huge amount, and it is going to be a great final lap here. 9:03.99 on the clock with 1 lap to go. Starkey only with 1 second lead over the chaser of Fletcher, and now Fletcher has completely closed the gap. They're going to come into 300 meters to go, and it is a full-blown sprint to this finish.
And here goes Mason Fletcher taking over that lead. Like I said, she has that kick. She's run 10:19 in over 3,200 meters, and she is just running away from the field. Freshman versus freshman, absolutely putting on a show right now.
The pass has been made, and here comes Starkey. Starkey going to have the advantage into the home stretch, and Starkey is driving for home. You can see that all that work by Fletcher driving her home. Starkey not wanting to give up the advantage, but it has been mounted, and it's going to be a very fast time. Keep your eye on the clock. It's going to be under 10:20 surely. Fabulous final close there for Fletcher, who timed that kick beautifully. 10:17.07 to take the win, and it was a 72 flat final lap that got her across that line in that time.
And she is absolutely exhausted. How can you not be? Her kick was absolutely vicious, and she was able to hold it. Like I said, she has the experience and she has the kick. She's done amazing things out in West Virginia. She set a new meet record in the 1,600 with 4:53, and she also got the dub in the 800 with 2:24. So she's just an all-around good athlete, but she really had to push herself to go up to the 2 mile.
Well, that is the fastest time by a freshman in the country by over 10 seconds this year. So you talked about record breaking across the board for both of those youngsters, but this was a huge run by both of these 9th graders, and again, you see how much it took out of her, rightfully so. She might be on the ground for a moment, but she has earned it. Again, a 10-second improvement on the fastest time in the country by a freshman at this distance.
Well, we saw something really fast, Kate, but we're about to see something faster.
That's right. We're getting ready now for our fastest seated section of this championship girls 2 mile. Wearing hip number 1. This is going to be from Liberty, North Carolina, Georgie Helmers. From Washington, Virginia, Abigail Anstedt will wear hip number 2, just a sophomore. She'll be joined by fellow sophomore from Greer, South Carolina. This is Ava Lindsay. Wearing hip number 4, this is Bailey Espinoza from Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. The pride of Uniontown, Ohio, wearing hip number 5, this is Daniela Scheffler. From all the way in South Dakota, just a sophomore, this is Peyton Van Diest. From beautiful Asheville, North Carolina, the senior wearing hip 7, this is Caroline Barton. Wearing hip number 8, the youngster, she is still in 8th grade. This is Mackenzie Skelly from right here in Pennsylvania. Wearing hip number 9, the senior for Bolt Track Club. This is Victoria Garces. From Springdale, Arkansas, wearing hip number 10, the junior Lily Bashirs. She was second last night in the 5,000 meter. She's a freshman from Ann Arbor, Michigan. This is Natasha Dudek. From Sandwich, Illinois, wearing hip number 12, the junior, this is Sundara Weber. The senior from Nevada, wearing hip number 13, this is Chloe Heiler. We've seen her sisters in lots of action, but all eyes here, wearing hip 14 on the Texan Ellen Latta. And wearing hip number 15 from all the way in California, another senior, this is Hannah Thompson. This is going to be a very fast seated section of the girls' championship 2-mile. We introed 15 athletes. You are going to see 16 girls on track, and that is because we have a fabulous pacer for this race. Lucky athletes to have in the form of Ms. Abby Faith Cheeseman. Like I said, a very capable rabbit. So she is going to be looking to take the race out at 73 to 74 seconds per lap for the opening mile. That would mean that they are going to go under 5 minutes for the first of 2 miles back to back.
Oh my goodness. I don't want to jinx it, Kate, but are we on meet record watch?
Well, that is the plan. Meet record sits at 9:58.44. That was set last year by Logan St. John Kletter. And easy math tells you that if you go under 5 minutes for the first mile and then do it again, you are putting yourself in a good position to contest that 9:58.44.
Should be easy enough. Just do it again.
We are underway with our seated section of the Girls' Championship 2-mile. A talented field, absolutely brimming with potential, experience, and you better believe that these girls are hungry for a win and a swift time. And you know, Serenity, we are here on site. We're so lucky to be here at Franklin Field, and these conditions are near perfect. It's always going to be just a little blustery in this stadium, but the wind is fairly low, and the temperature is beautiful, sunny skies, and this is going to be a magical evening for these runners. So Cheeseman up front, again, such a fantastic runner in her own right is Abby Faith. Again, these girls couldn't ask for a better pacer, and you see her checking her watch there. She's powerful, she's strong, she's metronomic, and Abby Faith Cheeseman knows how to lock into a pace and just keep it rolling exactly where it needs to be. You're seeing on the outside there, unsurprisingly, that's Elin Latta out of San Antonio, Texas. We saw her younger sister, Remy Latta, in action a few sections ago, but Elin Latta happy to put herself right on the edge of our pacer. She is going to be one of those athletes gunning for a meet record here.
Absolutely. And we spoke about some of the young girls as well. You mentioned it, Mackenzie Skelly, who we saw race in the middle school mile just yesterday. She ran 4:49.97. She is still more so towards the back right now, but she is just trying to break out of that box in that she unfortunately sees herself in right now. But the rest of the field just continues to go. And just to get the experience of being able to run in a championship 2-mile right now, that's literally what it's all about, because right now it's just Ellen Latta right on the pacer, which is Cheeseman.
Yeah, and Latta looks really smooth right now. This is a little more bunched than I would have expected. You know, it's so hard being a pacer. Like I said, Cheeseman, lots of good experience and ability to do it, but they were a little bit slow through that opening lap. We would have liked to have seen something closer to 74 seconds. They were 76 mid through the first turn of this, the first circuit of this track. So Cheeseman now, I think, just gets note that she needs to keep this rolling along. Make sure that that gap doesn't, or that group doesn't bunch too much. It is Latta to the outside. Again, looking really relaxed is Elin Latta, just a 9th grader, and then Chloe Hewler still in it as well to the inside of her.
And I definitely have full faith in Ellen Latta. She ran U.S. #1 for the girls' mile in the graduating class of 2028 back in February.
Yeah, she is looking really smooth and controlled. Again, her family has such great pedigree in the distance events, and she's being forced to the outside a little bit, but she's happy to keep, I think that's going to keep the pressure on Cheeseman a little bit to make sure that this pace ticks along exactly where it needs to be. So Elin Lada looking really composed and comfortable right now. It continues to be Hewler, the senior, sitting in second, and Hannah Hewler out of Lake Oswego, Oregon. She has put together a great series of races this year, a 4:55.75 mile at the Oregon Relays. She was fourth in the 3,000 meter at the Outdoor State Championship, and she looks really relaxed, tucked in there in third, and that's exactly where you want to be because you're taking advantage of basically two pace setters ahead of you at this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. She's pushing that pace. And I wonder how Cheeseman's feeling just a little bit. She was told to do her job, and that's exactly what she's doing. But she's like, these girls are pushing me to do it.
So we were 76 to the opening lap. That was a 75. And now Abby Faith Cheeseman steps off. You know, again, we've already seen her in action this weekend. I think she might just be feeling some of the effects of that, but glad to have had her out there. She was fourth, I should say, in the 5,000 meter last night. But now the race is on, and Lada, that tall youngster, continuing to lead. Hewler sits in second, and now that is wearing hip number, just trying to get a read here, hip number 15. That is Hannah Thompson out of Santa Rosa, California. Well, she has made a big trip to be here, and again, gonna not leave anything to chance is Thompson. She was third at New Balance Nationals last year in 10:11, and it is those four sporting proudly their New Balance kits up front, and then trying to stay in contest wearing hip number 3 there.
And Hannah Thompson just has plenty of experience. She's a New Balance NIL athlete, and she's going to be headed off to Stanford pretty soon in the fall, which is a fantastic program.
So we have reached the 1 mile mark just at 5 minutes. 5 minutes, 0.38. So after a bit of a slow start, we hit 75, 73, 74. So we have really worked well to get back on pace here in the form of these four runners. And that is Lada continuing to lead things up front.
And it looks like we're getting a lead change now. Looks like Chloe Hewler, who's going to be going to Notre Dame in the fall. Fantastic university as well. Known for producing talent like Yara Nugus.
Think I've heard of him.
Possibly.
So a group of four has become a pack of three now, powering away. Each of these runners capable of taking home top marks in this event. It's going to come down to a very fast final 2 laps, I think, here as Hewler, looking really controlled up front, is leading the charge. And she's a powerful athlete, but she doesn't have any wasted movement. She's really compact and just really beautiful form to watch. Running that shortest distance on the inside. That taller figure now in the form of Thompson, just positioning herself on the outside, but still these four, it is anyone's race. They are all benefiting from working together here, but this is going to set up for a barn burner of a last couple of laps. It is Hewler, Lada, Thompson. Thompson now with the lead. 2 laps remaining. That was another 76-second lap, so one of their slowest of the race. 7:32 on the clock with 2 laps to go, but Thompson understands the assignment, and this is steady increase in pace as she makes her way around the top of the track. Again, taking a risk, committing to the move, and starting to blow things open here.
She's really started to open up her stride. It's Stanford commit versus Notre Dame commit. Both really good universities that they're going to be going to in the fall. Plenty of things to be excited for, but she just looks so strong with her very, very long legs.
Thompson in control. That gap remains a few meters back to Heiler, but Heiler has not been shaken yet. And now in the back of the pack, this is Sundara Weber who's making the move. Weber realizing that she has to get around Lotta if she's going to keep herself in a position to stay at the front of this pack or at least in contention with them. They're going to hear the bell at 8:45. It is going to take something special to break this meet record. Again, that record set last year in the form of Logan St. John Kletter, 9:58.44. Pardon me, I'm just too excited here. And it's going to take a really quick final 400 meters. But again, these runners with so much experience, they know what they have to do. And Hannah Thompson has found another gear. She is gone into full sprint mode, turning on the afterburners, and with 200 meters to go, she looks phenomenal.
And she got a very, very warm cheer on this backstretch to help her on a really difficult part of her race, the part of the race that could get a little bit more dead as she's finally heading into that home stretch now. Look at that field and look at that stride.
Well, Stanford is getting a standout in the form of Hannah Thompson from Montgomery, North Carolina, out of Santa Rosa, California. And she is powering for home. She's going to take the win. It's going to be awfully close. Keep your eye on the clock. 9:58, the time to beat, and she has done it. A New Balance Nationals outdoor 2-mile record, 9:55.49 for Thompson. And that was a sub-70-second clocking for that last lap. Brilliant run there for the senior. 1:09.69 to take top marks. She was third last year. She is victorious this year, and she has done it in the fastest time ever run at this meet.
And she is an electric runner. Like we've mentioned, she has that foot speed. She's run 4:35. She's very familiar with this meet. And what an honor to do it as a New Balance NIL athlete here at New Balance Nationals. Right before she heads off to college, I just know that's a great feeling.
It is a brilliant feather in the cap and a cap to the high school career for Hannah Thompson.
And here goes a second look at that start. Hannah didn't necessarily push herself to the front at all on the pacer. She stayed in that fourth position. And that was a brilliant run from her.
So we are getting ready for the Decathlon 1500 meter. This has been a thrilling competition so far. And Messina is going to wear hip number 1 heading into this Decathlon 1500. That is Sean Messina of Bradenton, Florida. Wearing hip number 2, this is Nathaniel Johnson of Fishkill, New York. Wearing hip number 3, this is Garrett McNeil of Bradenton, Florida. From Brentwood, Tennessee, the sophomore, Mac McFarland. Wearing hip number 5, he sits in second in the overall decathlon so far, Owen Proskin. Wearing hip number 7, it is your event leader from Bradenton, Florida, another IMG elite athlete. This is Winston Schroeder. From all the way in Fayetteville, Arkansas, wearing hip number 8, he likes it. This is Dalton Lingo. Another Fayetteville, Arkansas exponent wearing hip number 10, Maddox Dacuna. Wearing hip 11, this is the senior for Wyndham, Carter Engelman. From Brentwood, Tennessee, wearing hip number 12, this is Clayton Blanton. From Florida, the junior, wearing hip 13, this is Stone Stroken. Ethan Weinkamp out of Guilford, Connecticut, is going to wear hip 15. And rounding out your field here from Collierville, Tennessee, another senior wearing hip number 16, Garrett Ross. So this has been a very exciting decathlon. We wouldn't expect anything less, but it was back and forth for a long time. In fact, at the conclusion of 8 events, there was only 12 points separating first from second. Schroeder has increased that lead, 64-70, his total point score going into this final event. Proskin sits in second at 6,349, and then 6,179 for Johnson, who is less than 60 points ahead of Garrett McNeil at 61-19. But I was starting to say, Serenity, at this conclusion of 8 events heading into the javelin, only 12 points separated first from second. And that meant that it was potentially going to come down to a 1,500 that would be maybe separated by 1 second for the victory. It seems more certain at this point after that javelin that we are going to see our leader, Winston Schroeder, crowned king in this 10-event competition.
And Winston Schroeder is a freshman U.S. national record holder. And let's see if he can walk away from nationals with a victory.
Well, Schroeder knows exactly what he has to do, and you can see him just tucking in there. He's not going to risk anything. He's going to just take measure of the pace set out early on here. And up front, taking charge of that early race is Garrett Ross, again, the senior from Collierville, Tennessee. And he's sitting a little further back, I think, in the overall rankings than he would like, but trying to do everything he can in this 1,500 to get himself moved up a few spots. Again, Schroeder sits in that lead with that 6,470 point advantage. That's over 100 points over Proskin, so very unlikely that he is going to be caught. And you can see how smooth and relaxed he looks there. This is such a difficult event for these powerful competitors, so many of them carrying a lot of musculature, and to run 3 3/4 laps of this outdoor circuit when you've already got 9 events under your belt, well, that is a tall ask. And you always appreciate the mental fortitude it takes to really commit to a decent pace here.
Oh, absolutely. That's why you don't normally see a lot of these decathlon athletes, their best event, the 1,500 at all. Mainly because it is the toughest one. I mean, like our leader right now, Winston Schroeder, his favorite event, or the one that he's the best at actually, is long jump.
Well, it continues to be Garrett Ross up front, and he is running all by himself. And then in second and third, it is our first and second athletes, respectively. So Schroeder, again, as you mentioned, a really good jumper, but also decent over the 1,500. And he makes the move now around the man sitting in second in the overall event rankings, Owen Proskin. Proskin from right here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Schroeder, part of that fantastic program out of IMG Elite in Bradenton, Florida. As you mentioned, just a 9th grader. And he is really showing this field what he's made of. And he is also very aware that the meet record is in contest. 69-61 was the total point score set by Colton Dean last year of the Stallions. And it is 491 points needed to beat that meet record. That means that Schroeder has to run 5:12:30 for this 1,500. He is well capable of that and on pace for it as he makes his way around with 600 meters to go. He looks really smooth right now. He's got kind of a bounding stride. You would not think to look at him that he's already contested really, really strongly 9 events.
Absolutely. I mean, he just looks extremely comfortable in his position, but that's all Garrett Ross right now on your screen. You're going to see Winston Schroeder come into your screen a little bit later. There he is at the top, wearing that all blue singlet.
Again, that blue singlet, very familiar. Several of these athletes from that IMG Elite program. Brilliant running up front. Again, completely solo by Garrett Ross, and he's been really consistent. 74 seconds, 75 seconds. That's a tough thing to do. As now our event leader comes up. Schroeder is under some contest, though. Winston Schroeder, 3:35 through 1,100 meters. The Collierville senior continuing to power down the backstretch. Garrett Ross, the strain on his face is well earned. But just atop of screen, you're going to see a real battle developing with our next four athletes. All eyes on Ross up front, and you can see how much of an advantage he has over the rest of the field. He is working his way towards this line. It is 150 meters separating him from a 1,500 meter victory in the decathlon. We'll see where that puts him in the overall standings.
But there's a battle going on right behind him. Our leader, Winston Schroeder, was just passed by his own teammate.
Garrett Ross going to the arms, and he is going to come across for a win in the decathlon 1,500. A huge time for him. 4:30, 4:63. That is going to pick him up 714 points. An absolutely stellar run. As we see the rest of the field come across, Garrett McNeil, a well-placed pace injection there to take second. He'll pick up 643 points, but as the athletes continue crossing the line, Winston Schroeder has taken home 622 points, and that means that he is your 2025 New Balance National Outdoor Decathlon Champion. A brilliant run for him, a brilliant final position, and 7,092 points. He is the first athlete in New Balance Nationals history to eclipse the 7,000 meter barrier. 7,000 point barrier, pardon me.
And that's absolutely amazing because he just PR'd in the deck not too long ago, back in April of 68.80. So the fact that he is able to surpass that and PR again, it just goes to show how much progression he still has left in his tank, because he is still only a freshman, and there's something that they're doing right at IMG Academy down there in Florida, because he is a fantastic athlete. I'm really, really excited to see how he continues to improve his deck and just his long jump as well, because he also does really well at that.
Fabulous performance there by the 9th grader to take top marks. And we had, again, just such an exciting day of competition. We're going to hear from our new meet record holder, Hannah Thompson, in the girls' championship 2-mile race.
The new national champion, Winston Schroeder.
I'm here with Hannah Thompson, who just ran 9:55.48 to set a new meet record here at the fastest party on the planet. Hannah, you flew in from California.